Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4634 to Chapter 4684. Seeing the Black Sky Sect's reinforcements, Xianlu understood why the other party retreated. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong. What made Xianlu feel weird was that Lin Fan had some kind of method to leave. With just a flash, he disappeared. They had never seen such a method before. At this moment, the people from the Black Sky Sect arrived. They glanced at the scene and a cultivator immediately walked to Xianlu's side. He bowed and said, "Elder." Xianlu nodded and said, "All right, let's go back. They've run away." That person nodded, then he followed Xianlu back. Xianlu was holding his heavy sword as he poured his spiritual qi into it. His heavy sword slowly removed the other party's gravity technique. Only then did he put away his sword. Not long after they left, the place where they fought returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. If Xianlu was here, he would have noticed that the place Zhao Hai and the others left was different from before. Actually, Zhao Hai just used the green jade compass to set up an illusion formation. Now, Zhao Hai discovered that as long as he had the green jade compass, he could use formations at will. He didn't need to be afraid of using artifacts like before. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to the Green Mist sect, they discovered that the battle was no longer as intense as before. Because of Zhao Hai and the others' attacks, the Black Sky Sect's offensive had also slowed down. Although Qing Lan was still commanding the battle, he wasn't as nervous as before. As soon as he saw Zhao Hai return, he immediately went to greet him. He said to Zhao Hai, "Sect Master Jian, you're back. Did you encounter any danger?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. We met Elder Xianlu of the Black Sky Sect. We exchanged a few moves and then I retreated. They didn't chase after me. Maybe they were afraid of being ambushed. Where are our people? Are they all back?" Qing Lan nodded and said, "They're all back. They're inside. Sect Master Jianjiu, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, we would have been in danger." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Taoist priest, don't say that. Even if we didn't come, you would still be fine. It's just that it would take a long time." "Taoist priest, I think the mysterious Sky Sect wants to withdraw." Qing Lan glanced at the Shantian sect's cultivators who were attacking and nodded. "They are going to retreat. At the very least, they will retreat today." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Just like what Elder Qing said, the Black Sky Sect slowly retreated. The Black Sky Sect's attack was Qing's Black Sky Sect. After the Black Sky Sect's people retreated, Qing Lan made some arrangements. Then he led Zhao Hai and the others to rest. Because they were still in war, Qing Lan wasn't too polite with Zhao Hai. The two just had a simple meal before Zhao Hai went back to rest. After returning to his residence, Zhao Hai directly contacted Wen Hai and told him to be careful. This was to prevent the Black Sky Sect from retaliating. After all, the Black Sky Sect already knew their identities. They were very likely to retaliate. In the Black Sky Sect's view, the Jianyu sect and Qing Lan sect were the same. Small sects like the Jianyu sect that dared to challenge the Black Sky Sect must be eliminated to vent their anger. After talking to Wen Hai, Zhao Hai could finally have a good rest. After a good sleep, Zhao Hai woke up early the next day. After eating, Qing Lan sent someone to invite him. This time, Zhao Hai led Ding Chunming and the others to Qing Lan's study. Along the way, the Qing Lan sect's disciples they met all bowed respectfully to Zhao Hai. It seemed that they were very grateful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything. The reaction of these Qing Lan sect's disciples was within his expectations. After all, he had helped the Qing Lan sect fight with the Black Sky Sect twice. It was impossible for the Qing Lan sect's disciples to not know him. When they arrived at Qing Lan's study, Qing Lan immediately asked Zhao Hai to sit down. Then, someone served tea. Qing Lan said to Zhao Hai, "This time, I have to thank Sect Master Jian for his help. Although the Black Sky Sect's people haven't retreated yet, I think they will soon. When they arrive, the other large sects will also retreat. Our plan can be considered a success." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It won't be that simple. They might attack us in other ways. For example, they might ally with the other large sects so that they won't trade with us. our losses won't be small. Qinglan smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. In fact, I've already thought about it, so I prepared 2 escape routes. One is to trade with the demon sect. We can buy and sell things in the demon sect, but only in the territory of the puppet sect. In the territory of the puppet sect, we have a relationship with the puppet sect, so there won't be any problems. The second escape route is the 72 islands in the South China Sea. In fact, the 72 islands in the South China Sea are not very opposed to our independence. Once we are independent, we naturally won't listen to the righteous sects. It's impossible for the righteous sects to attack the 72 islands in the South China Sea from our territory. On the contrary, they are more assured, so they can trade with us within the range of any island. Zhao Hai didn't think that Qinglan would have thought of this. It seems like these old fellows who have lived for hundreds of years were very cunning. They weren't easy to deal with. However, Zhao Hai didn't show it. He just nodded and said, that's good, that's good. As long as we don't get trapped by the orthodox sects, then I can rest assured. Qinglan smiled and said, you don't have to worry about anything. There won't be any problems in this regard. What I'm worried about is the situation of the Jianyu sect. I know the people of the mysterious sky sect very well. They are very vengeful. I'm afraid that they will take revenge on the Jianyu sect when you're not there. Why don't you go back to the Jianyu sect and deal with it? When Zhao Hai heard Qinglan, he smiled faintly and said, you don't need to worry about this. I've already arranged everything. I know that the mysterious sky sect would know about my identity sooner or later. When the time comes, they might retaliate against the Sword Imperial sect. Because of this, I've already prepared the people in the sect. If the mysterious sky sect dares to come, then we will certainly teach them a lesson that they won't forget. Qinglan nodded and said, you don't need to worry about this. Qinglan nodded, then he said in a deep voice, that's for the best. It seems like the mysterious sky sect will attack again because they don't seem to have any intention of retreating. This time, you can't go out and attack. The mysterious sky sect will definitely be prepared. We can only fight them at the mountain gate. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's fine. I also want to see the mysterious sky sect's strength. If I don't make them feel pain, then they wouldn't leave. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Qinglan nodded. At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard, Master, the mysterious sky sect is attacking again. Qinglan immediately stood up and said to Zhao Hai, Sect Master Jian, let's go and take a look together. Zhao Hai nodded and followed Qinglan out. After a while, they arrived at the mountain gate of the Qinglan sect. Sure enough, the mysterious sky sect's attack had already begun. The large instruments led the way, followed by many cultivators of the mysterious sky sect. There were also many flying in the sky. It was obvious that the mysterious sky sect didn't want the disciples who could fly to enter their large instruments. Qinglan's face was a little solemn. He also commanded the large instruments to fly up. At the same time, he also activated the illusory formation. In this illusory formation, as long as you brought the formation talisman, you could move freely in the formation. It was also because of this that the Qinglan sect could block the attack of the mysterious sky sect. Zhao Hai glanced at the illusory formation of the Qinglan sect and couldn't help but nod. He said to Qinglan, Daoist, your sect's illusory formation is very good. It's a good thing. I think there are at least dozens of changes, right? When Qinglan heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but nod and said, yes, our sect's illusory formation is indeed good. When I went to explore the tomb of an ancient powerful person with my friend from the puppet sect, I found a formation diagram in it. Later, I asked someone to make it. To be honest, I haven't completely understood this formation diagram. Now I can only display 64 changes. The formation diagram said that this large formation should be able to display 81 changes. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't speak. He thought that it was impossible for someone like Qinglan to have such profound knowledge about formations. Sure enough, Qinglan was just copying Qinglan's words. The people of the mysterious sky sect also entered the illusory formation. Obviously, after so many days of fighting, the people of the mysterious sky sect understood what was going on. The large instruments of the mysterious sky sect didn't hesitate to fire. Although the attacks were aimless, they still made the people of the mysterious sky sect take precautions. However, it was clear that the people of the Qinglan sect knew how to deal with this situation. They did a good job. Everyone was paying attention to the changes of the large instruments in the sky. When the large instruments were fired, they had already dodged. At this time, the people of the mysterious sky sect also entered the illusory formation. The people of the Qinglan sect also began to attack. The people of the Qinglan sect used the illusory formation as cover to attack the people of the mysterious sky sect. Moreover, they only attacked once and then immediately retreated. Zhao Hai stood on the side and watched. These days, the people of the mysterious sky sect had also done a lot of things. All of their disciples were gathered together and all of them had a defensive formation. Every 100 or so outer disciples would be accompanied by an inner disciple. These inner disciples were responsible for protecting the outer disciples. Therefore, although the attacks of the Qinglan sect had some effect, the effect wasn't very good. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately called Che Xiaoguang over. Then he said, "Xiaoguang, take our people and attack them. Remember to concentrate your strength." Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, "Xiaoguang, take our people and attack them." Che Xiaoguang nodded. Then he turned around and left. Before long, he led the people of the Tide-Watching gang forward. The core disciples of the Tide-Watching gang didn't move. This time, the ones who moved were those who couldn't fly. When the people of the Qinglan sect saw the Tide-Watching gang move, they also paid attention. Although they knew that the Tide-Watching gang was helping them, they didn't know how strong the Tide-Watching gang was. Now that the Tide-Watching gang was about to attack, they naturally wanted to take a good look. Qinglan didn't say anything. He also looked at the Tide-Watching gang. He also wanted to know what the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang were doing. Before long, the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang arrived about 100 meters in front of the mysterious sky sect. Then the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang stopped. Because they had talismans, they weren't affected by the illusion formation. However, the people of the mysterious sky sect were affected by the illusion formation. They still haven't seen the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang, but the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang were able to see them. It can be said that the people of the mysterious sky sect were already at a disadvantage. The disciples of the Tide-Watching gang weren't surprised by the reaction of the mysterious sky sect. When they fought with the mysterious sword sect, they used the illusion formation, which was much more advanced than the illusion formation of the Qinglan sect. At that time, the disciples of the mysterious sword sect and the disciples of the mysterious sky sect were almost the same. Even if they were very close, it was impossible for them to see them. Therefore, they weren't surprised that the disciples of the mysterious sky sect ignored them. Che Xiaoguang stood in front of the group and shouted, "Get ready!" Along with his voice, the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang got ready. Then Che Xiaoguang loudly said, "Release!" Along with Che Xiaoguang's voice, the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang released the techniques that they prepared. The techniques that they prepared were all the same, the most basic fireball technique. It can be said that this technique was a common technique that could be used by any cultivator. However, it was very rare for the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang to use fireballs on a large scale. When the disciples of the Green Mist sect saw the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang using the most basic fireball technique, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang would use such a common technique. The disciples of the Green Mist sect couldn't help but whisper in each other's ears. The way they looked at the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang changed, they became a bit angry. It was clear that they thought that the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang were just being perfunctory. At this moment, the fireball technique of the Tide-Watching sect's disciples fell directly into the small group of about 500 disciples of the Black Sky sect. A loud explosion was heard, and balls of fire directly surrounded the area. The dust that was blown up by the explosion made it impossible for people to see what was going on. On the other hand, the disciples of the Green Mist sect didn't make any noise at this time. They all knew how to use fireballs, but they could clearly feel that the fireball used by the Tide-Watching gang was much stronger than their own. They now understood why the other party used fireballs. They also understood why the other party used magical techniques to attack. It seems like the other party's magical techniques had their own unique way of attacking. As the dust settled, the situation became clearer. When they saw the place where the tide-watching gang attacked, everyone couldn't help but stare. The place where the tide-watching gang attacked was now littered with corpses. Almost everyone was dead, only a few people were still alive. However, they looked very distressed. It was clear that they were injured. Moreover, these survivors were chi refining cultivators, not chi refining cultivators. Upon seeing this, the people from the Green Mist sect were even more surprised. They didn't expect the tide-watching gang to be this strong. They thought that the tide-watching gang was very strong and that their attacks were unique. However, they didn't take it to heart. After all, magic techniques weren't very important in the sword spirit world. But now that they saw the situation, they were startled. They didn't think that the tide-watching gang's attacks would be this strong. This was really unexpected. When Xianxia saw that his attack was successful, he immediately led his people to retreat. Then he prepared for the next attack. At this time, the way the people from the Green Mist sect looked at them changed. They didn't dare to look down on the Xianxia sect anymore. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. Instead, he looked at the direction of the Mysterious Sky sect and muttered, "The Mysterious Sky sect should only have about 10,000 people left, right? They should be retreating soon." Green Mist nodded and said, "Right, they should be retreating soon. I'm afraid that the Mysterious Sky sect wouldn't be able to bear this kind of casualties. However, we still need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the two sides were still entangled. However, it felt as if the two were testing each other. They didn't have any intention of attacking. Time passed by little. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Xiaoguang and the others attacked twice. Every time they attacked, they would destroy a small team. This kind of attack power made the people from the Green Mist sect speechless. 2 hours later, the people of the Black Sky sect slowly exited the illusory formation. However, when they arrived outside the illusory formation and saw that so many people had died in this attack, the people of the Black Sky sect had ugly expressions. At this time, the leaders of the Mysterious Sky sect also gathered together. This time, the leader of the Mysterious Sky sect was an elder of the Mysterious Sky sect. This elder was an elder with real power in the Mysterious Sky sect. His Taoist name was Xianming. Elder Xianming looked to be around 60 years old, but he didn't look old at all. His hair was only a little white, his face didn't have any wrinkles, and he had a big beard. He looked like a lion, giving people an extraordinary feeling of power. Xianming glanced at the other elders of the Black Heaven sect and asked, "What do you all think?" Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Xianming looked at them and said, "Let's talk about it carefully. After all, we've already fought to this point." Everyone pondered for a moment. Then an elder said, "Elder Xianming, I think that we should retreat. This time our losses aren't small. If we continue to attack like this, then we won't be able to capture the Green Mist sect. Even if we do, our losses won't be small. If we lose too much, then it won't be good for us. Therefore, I think that we should retreat." The other elders of the Black Heaven sect nodded. Although Xianming didn't say anything, his eyes narrowed. Even the elders had the intention to retreat, let alone the others. It seemed that it was really time to retreat. Thinking of this, he glanced at everyone and said, "It's not impossible to retreat, but I still want to wait. Now that the sect has sent troops to the Sword Defense sect, I want to see the result. If the Sword Defense sect didn't suddenly come to support the Green Mist sect, maybe we wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Xian Lu, you fought with the sect master of the Sword Defense sect. Is his strength guaranteed?" Xian Lu glanced at Elder Xianming and said in a deep voice, "I've fought with the Sword Defense sect master, Saber 9. It didn't take long, but I can feel that this person's strength is very impressive. Although he's only a chi refinement realm cultivator, his sword technique is very sophisticated. To be honest, I've seen people from the Sword Defense sect fight before, and even Lu Jianling. Lu Jianling's spiritual chi cultivation might be stronger than Saber 9's, but in terms of swordsmanship and timing, Lu Jianling is definitely not as good as Saber 9. If I didn't know that Saber 9 and the others only took control of the Sword Defense sect's territory after killing Lu Jianling, I really would have thought that Saber 9 was the sect master of the Sword Defense sect. His strength is really powerful, and I didn't gain any advantage over him. Everyone in the Black Sky sect knew about Xianlu's strength. When they heard what he said, they couldn't help but be stunned. Xianlu glanced at everyone and continued, moreover, he's not the only expert in the sword defense sect. There are 3 people by Saber Nine's side. These 3 people call Saber Nine young master. They seem to be his servants, but their strength is definitely not ordinary. Yesterday, when I brought Qingyun and Qingyu to chase after Saber Nine, we were killed by 2 of his servants. That's why I said that Saber Nine's strength is extraordinary. Everyone knew that Xianlu was joking with them about this matter. For a moment, their expressions turned serious. At this moment, an elder pondered for a moment and said, Saber Nine's servants call him young master. Do you think Saber Nine is from a big family or a big force? Everyone nodded. However, Xianlu shook his head and said, it doesn't seem like it. Those 3 people seem to know something special. The 2 people who fought with Qingyun and Qingyu seem to be body cultivators. Although the last one didn't make a move, he seems to be a body cultivator because all 3 of them are wearing armor. I dare say that there are so many sects in the Sword Spirit boundary. Even if we include the sects of the 72 Southern Sea Islands and the Demon Realm, we don't seem to have such a force. Therefore, it's unlikely that they're from one of those big sections. If they're really from one of those big sects, it's impossible for them to be so proficient in the sword defense sect's cultivation method. Therefore, I suspect that Saber Nine might be an internal member of the sword defense sect. There's such a possibility. Xianming said in a deep voice, if Saber Nine is really an internal member of the sword defense sect, then this matter can be explained. Moreover, Saber Nine had a big battle with the Black Sword sect. I heard that the Black Sword sect suffered a great loss this time. Everyone nodded. At this moment, a person from the Black Heaven sect flew over and bowed to Xianming. Greetings, Elder Kai. I just received an urgent letter from the sect. Xianming nodded and took the jade slip that the person handed over. He scanned the jade slip with his spiritual force. This jade slip had a boundary. Only a special method could break the boundary. Otherwise, if one tried to break it by force, the contents of the jade slip would disappear and one wouldn't be able to see it. Xianming glanced at the contents of the jade slip and then put it away. He sighed and said, the sect just sent news that the people who attacked the sword defense sect weren't doing too well. They lost a lot of people and their retreat wasn't very smooth. I'm afraid that they'll have to retreat. Upon hearing his words, everyone's faces turned silent. They clearly knew that they no longer had a chance. Due to the attacks of the Green Mist sect these few times, the people who came here with them all had thoughts of retreating. They no longer had the drive to attack and it was even more impossible for them to take down the Green Mist sect. Therefore, retreating had become their only choice. Xianming looked at everyone and said, everyone, don't be disappointed. The people in the buffer zone want to be independent, so they must have made some preparations. Therefore, it's natural that we couldn't attack them this time. Don't worry too much about it. Let's go back first and then slowly think of a way to deal with them. Everyone knew that Xianming was comforting them. However, they didn't say anything and just nodded. Xianming also knew what everyone was thinking, so he said, all right, inform everyone that we're going to retreat. Everyone nodded and immediately went to inform the others. It didn't take long for their camp to be packed up. Then, they immediately set up camp and retreated. The people of the Green Mist sect who had been paying attention to the movements of the Mysterious Sky sect couldn't help but cheer when they saw the people of the Mysterious Sky sect leave. To be honest, the Mysterious Sky sect gave them too much pressure. No matter what, the Mysterious Sky sect was still a big sect while the Green Mist sect was just a small sect. If the Mysterious Sky sect really attacked them at all costs, the Green Mist sect wouldn't be able to withstand it. They just hoped that the Mysterious Sky sect would slowly retreat when they saw that there were too many casualties and they couldn't find them. However, no one knew whether they would succeed or not. The Green Mist Daoist saw that the people of the Mysterious Sky sect had retreated and let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai who was standing beside him and said, Sect Master Jian, the Mysterious Sky sect has retreated. It seems like we've won this battle. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, we've won this battle. I just received news that the people of the Mysterious Sky sect really did attack the sword defense sect. However, they didn't gain any advantage and retreated. When Green Mist heard Zhao Hai's words, he quickly said, "Great, great. The Green Mist sect has retreated this time. I'm afraid that they won't attack you anymore. I'm afraid that the other big sects will also retreat one after another. There's finally hope for our buffer zone to be independent. Sect Master Jian, shall we have a drink and celebrate?" Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, "Yes, of course. We've won a great victory today. Naturally, we should have a good drink. But now that the battle has just ended, there are still many things that have not been dealt with. Don't you need to deal with these things?" The Green Mist Taoist smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Let them deal with it. I'm old and should hand over some of the things in my hands to them. Let them familiarize themselves with the situation in the sect. This way, if one day I'm really gone, they will know what the sect is all about. For a small sect like ours, if we don't cultivate a good successor in advance, it will be difficult for the sect to develop in the future. If we don't do it well, it will be destroyed. So when it's time to let go, it's better to let go." "You're right. I admire you." The battle between the Mysterious Sky sect and the Green Mist sect attracted the attention of the entire buffer zone. The impact of this battle was definitely greater than the battle between the Mysterious Sword sect and the Jianfu sect. Although the battle between the Mysterious Sky sect and the Jianfu sect also attracted attention, the battle time was too short. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, it was already over. In addition, the one who proposed the independence of the buffer zone was not the Jianfu sect, but the Green Mist sect. It could be said that the Green Mist sect now represented the people in the buffer zone who wanted to be independent. Therefore, everyone's eyes were fixed on them, wanting to see the result of this battle. In addition, the Green Mist sect also revealed a large instrument in this battle. This large instrument was a good thing. The people in the buffer zone also wanted to see if the Green Mist sect with the large instrument could withstand the attack of the Mysterious Sky sect. It was precisely because of this that everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Now, the battle finally had a result. The Mysterious Sky sect retreated and the Green Mist sect won. Although it was not a great victory, at least the Green Mist sect defeated the Mysterious Sky sect. This gave the various sects in the buffer zone some confidence. They were also ready to go all out to resist those large sections. After all, being controlled by others was not a good feeling. When those large sects saw that the Green Mist sect had won, they naturally wanted to stay. They all wanted to leave this place. It was precisely because of this that all the large sects' armies in the buffer zone withdrew. Even those who did not withdraw were no longer attacking. They were preparing to retreat. Zhao Hai did not expect that the victory of the Green Mist sect would cause such a big reaction. This really made him feel very happy. In any case, those large sects had withdrawn. He would not have to worry about those large sects in a short period of time. The Tide-Watching gang could also usher in a relatively stable time for development. Zhao Hai only stayed in the Green Mist sect for a day before he led everyone back to the Jianfu sect. He wanted to see what the last attack of the Mysterious Sky sect was like. After returning to the Sword Defense sect and asking Wen Hai and the others, they found out that the attacks of the people from the Mysterious Sky sect were not very intense, and seemed to be more like a test. After Wen Hai and the others repelled some of the people from the Mysterious Sky sect, they also took the opportunity to retreat. After all, the Mysterious Sword sect had already suffered a huge loss from the Sword Defense sect, and the Mysterious Sky sect did not want to lose too much from the Sword Defense sect. After knowing all of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He also began to carry out his own cultivation plan. At this time, his 6th level Iron Buddha Lotus physique had yet to reach grand completion. He still needed some time to cultivate it. At the same time, he was also preparing to return to the Iron Buddha temple. After all, it has been a while since he left the temple. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was preparing to make a trip to the Devil Domain to see the Poison Tree sect's situation. However, Zhao Hai was still preparing to go out after a period of time. Right now, he had to take charge of the Tide-Watching gang. Although they repelled the attack of the Mysterious Sword sect, no one knew what kind of methods the Mysterious Sword sect would use. After all, those big sects would not be so willing to lose. Moreover, this time, the Green Mist sect won a great victory, and the Jianfu sect also won a great victory. However, the other sects were still arguing. Although no one said this explicitly, they were well aware of this matter. Moreover, this time, they repelled the attacks of those big sections. They could finally form an alliance and officially declare their independence. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take long before the Green Mist sect would call them over. This matter was very important to them. But now, the Jianfu sect was different from the previous gathering. Previously, when the Jianfu sect went to participate in the gathering, because the Jianfu sect had just changed its leader, the other sect masters more or less rejected the Jianfu sect. They even looked down on the Jianfu sect because Zhao Hai's strength was not enough. But now, it was different. This time, it was said that those large sects had launched a large-scale attack. In fact, the main forces were the Black Sky sect and the Black Sword sect. And now, the two main forces of the Black Sky sect and the Black Sword sect, one was repelled by the Green Mist sect, and the other was repelled by the Jianyu sect. Therefore, the people of the other sects should see the Jianyu sect in a new light. In the eyes of the other sects, it was reasonable for the Green Mist sect to repel the mysterious Sky sect. After all, the Green Mist sect had prepared for such a long time, and they even had a large artifact, but the Jianfu sect repelled the mysterious Sword sect, which was really beyond their expectations. In their eyes, the Jianfu sect was not prepared at all, and they did not have a large artifact, but they were able to repel the mysterious Sword sect, and the number of people they killed was even more than the number of people the Green Mist sect killed. They even heard that they had obtained a high-grade artifact from the mysterious Sword sect, which was really beyond their expectations. So now, the other sects were very curious about the Jianfu sect. They didn't know how they defeated the mysterious Sword sect, so now, the various sects in the buffer zone were very curious about the Jianfu sect, and at the same time, they were also very afraid of the Jianfu sect. Being able to make people afraid was also a manifestation of strength, and now the Jianfu sect was like this. At the very least, if Zhao Hai went to the gathering this time, no one would dare to look down on him, and no one would dare to look down on the Jianfu sect. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, not long after, the Green Mist sect sent out a hero's invitation, inviting the sect masters of the various sects to the Green Mist sect to discuss the future of the alliance, and at the same time, to discuss the future of the buffer zone. Zhao Hai was very clear about the purpose of the Green Mist sect. One must know that there were more than 30 sects in the buffer zone. In fact, there were more than 40 sects in the buffer zone. Moreover, it wasn't that these sects didn't participate in the alliance, only 35 sects came. Although some of these sects were half-hearted, at least they came. There were still some sects that didn't come. Now, the Green Mist sect called them over to discuss how to deal with this matter. This time, Zhao Hai didn't bring too many people to the Green Mist sect. This time, he only brought 2 people, Iron Bull and Iron Snake. He didn't even bring Ding Chunming. This was because although the current situation was clear, it wasn't completely calm. The large sects could still counterattack at any time. Because of this, Zhao Hai left Ding Chunming in the Tide-watching gang and only brought Iron Bull and Iron Snake to the Green Mist sect. As for Mo Ying, Zhao Hai couldn't let him appear in the buffer zone. Zhao Hai had already thought about it. He sent Mo Ying back to the demon domain and let him develop there. Naturally, Mo Ying couldn't return to the heavenly demon sect. He could only be a rogue cultivator in the demon domain. However, with the support of the Poison Tree sect and Zhao Hai, he didn't need to worry about cultivation materials. After Zhao Hai, Iron Bull, and Iron Snake appeared in the transmission formation of the Green Mist sect, the people of the sect immediately saw Zhao Hai. A disciple of the sect immediately ran over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Greetings, Sect Master Jian. Our sect master is waiting for you in the study. He said that he would go to the study as soon as you arrived." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go." The person responded and led Zhao Hai into the Green Mist sect. All the disciples of the Green Mist sect were very respectful to Zhao Hai because only Zhao Hai came to help them when the sect was in trouble. Moreover, he contributed a lot. At the very least, Zhao Hai contributed a lot when they defeated the Black Sky sect. When Zhao Hai arrived at Qing Lan's study, he found that Qing Lan was already standing there waiting for him. As soon as he saw him, Qing Lan immediately laughed and cupped his fists at Zhao Hai. "Sect Master Jian, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a while. It was obvious that his smile came from the bottom of his heart. Zhao Hai also quickly returned the greeting, Daoist, you're too polite. Why did you come out personally? I really don't deserve it. Ha ha ha, it's what I should do. Sect Master Jian, please come in. As he spoke, Qing Lan walked forward and took Zhao Hai's hand into the study. After sitting down in the study room, someone served them tea. Qing Lan smiled at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jian, I invited the other sect masters to discuss the future of the buffer zone. At the same time, we also need to discuss what we should do with the sects that didn't join the alliance. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, what do you think? For example, you can directly tell everyone that you can buy supplies for everyone, but the amount of each purchase must be fixed. Then you can calculate the total amount and divide the supplies into several portions. Then you can distribute the shares according to the performance of the sect masters in this battle. This is tantamount to grabbing the right to buy supplies in your own hands. This way, you can clean up the other sect masters since their performance in this battle wasn't very good. At the same time, you can also establish your authority as the alliance leader. Of course, this method can't be used for too long. After a period of time, when the situation is relatively calm, you can no longer use this method, otherwise it will arouse everyone's disgust. As for the other sect masters who didn't participate in the conference, I think we should try our best to win them over. If they can join us, then that would be the best. If they can't join us, then my opinion is to eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other sects were to be pulled over by the other sects, then it would be very troublesome for us. The sects would be equivalent to placing a nail in the buffer zone. This is something that we absolutely cannot accept. Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course, this method can't be used for too long. After a period of time, when the situation is relatively calm, you can no longer use this method, otherwise it will arouse everyone's disgust. As for the other sect masters who didn't participate in the conference, I think we should try our best to win them over. If they can join us, then that would be the best. If they can't join us, then my opinion is to eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other sects were to be pulled over by the other sects, then it would be very troublesome for us. The sects would be tantamount to placing a nail in the buffer zone. This is something that we absolutely cannot accept. Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course, this method can't be used for too long. After a period of time, when the situation is relatively calm, you can no longer use this method, otherwise it will cause everyone's disgust. As for the other sect masters who didn't participate in the conference, I think we should try our best to win them over. Qing Lan nodded and said, you're right. I agree with the other sects. However, I can't agree with the matter of resources. If I really do that, then I would offend all the sects. This wouldn't be good for the development of the buffer zone. Qing Lan nodded and said, you're right. Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't say anything. After all, this was Qing Lan's matter. Qing Lan respected him, so he asked for his opinion. The final decision was up to Qing Lan. Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai and said, no matter what, we've repelled the attack of the great sects. This is definitely a good thing for us. As long as we unite, then the buffer zone will be ours. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, the buffer zone will be ours in the future. We can trade with the people from the 72 islands, but we still have to guard against the great sects. Zhao Hai nodded. Qing Lan nodded and said, that's for sure. What I'm worried about is the sects that didn't participate in the conference. Would they seek refuge with the great sects? If they really do, then it would be troublesome. If we want to deal with them, then it wouldn't be easy for us to deal with them with the support of the great sects. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, we can try peaceful means before resorting to force. I don't know if Taoist priest sent them a hero's invitation to discuss the alliance. If they agree, then it means that they want to form an alliance with us and get rid of the control of the great sects. If they don't come, then it means that they don't want to participate in our alliance. Qing Lan thought for a moment, then he frowned and said, but I don't have any friendship with those sects. It's not good to send them a hero's invitation rashly. Moreover, there are some conflicts between the sects in the buffer zone. Some of the conflicts have reached the point where it's either one of us or the other. If we invite those sects, then those sects that have already participated in the conference might have some objections. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I think we should make it clear to those who are participating in the conference before making a decision. Qing Lan nodded and said, all right, I'll make it clear to them. However, if those sects really don't want to form an alliance with us, then we might mobilize our troops. What do you think, Sect Master Jian? Zhao Hai replied, I don't have any opinion. When it's time to use force, then use force. There's nothing to think about. If they don't form an alliance with us and continue to be in contact with the great sects, then it would be the same as having a sword hanging over our head. I absolutely won't agree to this. The great sects can use them as a springboard and attack us at any time. That would be too dangerous. Qing Lan nodded and said, all right, it's good that you agree to use force. I'm relieved. Sect Master Jian, this time, my Qing Lan sect came to rescue and you came immediately. I'm really happy. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's not necessary. I'm doing this for the good of the buffer zone. No matter what, now that the buffer zone is independent and we've repelled the attacks of the great sects, this is more important than anything else. Qing Lan cupped his fists at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jian is indeed impartial. I'm impressed. Sect Master Jian, please take a rest. We'll talk again after the banquet. Zhao Hai nodded and cupped his fists at Qing Lan. Then, he stood up and led Tainyo and Taishi away. After Zhao Hai left, a disciple of Qing Lan walked in and said to Qing Lan, Master, how trustworthy is Saber Nine's words? Will he really work with us against the others? Qing Lan said in a low voice, definitely. Saber Nine is very ambitious, so he won't be threatened by the great sects. You can tell from what he said just now. His idea is to use the fact that we're in control of the trade to make an issue out of it and let the other sects know who the chief is. Actually, his idea is feasible. Although it will offend some people, it can build up our prestige. However, I don't want to do that. The main reason for this is the Sword Defense sect. We can't do anything to the Sword Defense sect, and they're not afraid of us. Moreover, I can tell that Saber 9 is not worried about the trade at all, so he must have his own trade channels. Therefore, he's not worried about the trade being blocked by the orthodox sects. Qing Lan's disciple said, did Saber 9 say that on purpose? Does he want us to become enemies with the other sects? So that he can benefit from it? Qing Lan shook his head and said, I don't think it's possible, because it won't benefit him at all if we become enemies with the other sections. This time, in the battle against the various sects, although the Jian Yuzong performed very well and repelled the Xianxia sect in an instant, and at the same time helped us, but don't forget, the Jian Yuzong was snatched from the hands of Lu Jianling and the others. In the eyes of the various sects in the buffer zone, he is still an outsider, and a very dangerous outsider at that. Even if we really become enemies with the other sects, the people of the other sects will also be on guard against them because they are very close to us, and they will even be hostile towards them, so for us, this is really not beneficial at all. Qing Lan's disciple said, in that case, the Sword Defense sect is really on our side now? Qing Lan shook his head and said, you can't say that. He still has some selfish motives. But when it comes to the matter of the other sects, he must be with us. I can still be sure of this. Qing Lan's disciple nodded and said in a deep voice, it doesn't matter if he's selfish. After all, he's the sect master of the Sword Defense sect. Of course, he has to think for the Sword Defense sect, as long as he doesn't do anything bad to us. When Qing Lan heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, well said, this is the purpose of my friendship with him. At this time, Zhao Hai, Tainyo, and Taishi arrived at their place. After the three entered the room, Zhao Hai directly let Tainyo and Taishi go to rest. He didn't discuss anything with them. In fact, there was no need to discuss anything. The matter was very simple, there was nothing to discuss. Zhao Hai was very clear that they hadn't really integrated into the buffer zone yet. The Cyan Mist sect had accepted them, but it was precisely because of this that the other sects thought that they were on the same side as the Cyan Mist sect. Because of this, they were now on the same side as the Cyan Mist sect. And because of their status as outsiders, they would be viewed as enemies by the other sects in the buffer zone. Because of this, they must walk together with the Cyan Mist sect. Now that they were on the Cyan Mist sect's side, naturally, they would strive for their own benefits. But when facing other sects, they must be on the same side as the Cyan Mist sect. Zhao Hai also knew that there was no other way. Right now, they had to work together with the Green Mist sect. Once the people in the buffer zone accepted them, then they could slowly deal with the people in the buffer zone. If he made a move against the people in the buffer zone now, then not to mention the various sects in the buffer zone, even the righteous sects and the 72 islands wouldn't agree to it. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Green Mist sect wouldn't agree to it. Whether it was the righteous sects or the 72 islands, they all knew that he was robbing the sword defense sect. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that whether it was the righteous sects or the 72 islands, they wouldn't be able to find out his background. It was precisely because they couldn't find out his background that the righteous sects and the 72 islands wouldn't let him enter the buffer zone, because both sides were afraid that he was on the other side's side. It was precisely because of these reasons that the sword defense sect could only stand together with the Green Mist sect. In the future, when the people in the buffer zone had accepted them, the righteous sects and the 72 islands would also treat them as part of the buffer zone. Only then would they be able to make a move. Zhao Hai also thought about secretly controlling the various sects in the buffer zone. For example, directly controlling their sect masters and turning them into his slaves. This was the simplest and fastest method, but at the same time, it was also the method with the greatest risk. The reason why this method was said to be the riskiest was because Zhao Hai didn't know if the sect masters in the buffer zone had also been controlled by other sects using the same method. Since turning people into slaves was the simplest and fastest method, it was impossible that no one else had used it. If other people had also used this method, then his method would fail and might even be detected by the other party. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't use this method for now. He could wait. In any case, he wasn't ready yet. He could slowly wait. He wasn't in a hurry. Right now, the Lost Soul Empire couldn't give him too much help. However, he believed that there would be more and more people ascending from the Lost Soul Empire. When all these people arrived at the Sword Spirit boundary, their strength would rapidly increase. At that time, it wouldn't be too late for them to make a move. Zhao Hai had never lacked patience. After a night of silence, the sect masters of other sects arrived one after another the next day. They all arrived one day later than Zhao Hai. It could be seen that the relationship between Zhao Hai and the Green Mist sect was indeed closer than theirs. Zhao Hai also understood why Qing Lan had a closer relationship with him. It was because the two of them had fought side by side. Moreover, during the battle, he didn't hold back. At that time, the Green Mist sect and the Sword Spirit boundary suffered the fiercest attacks in the entire buffer zone. The other sects only suffered some symbolic attacks, which weren't very fierce. However, those people didn't deal with the other party. Instead, they were arguing with the other party, leaving the Green Mist sect and the Sword Spirit boundary to face the enemy alone. Moreover, they were the two strongest enemies. This had already made Qing Lan very dissatisfied. After that, Qing Lan asked for help from the Sword Spirit boundary. Zhao Hai immediately agreed and even personally came to support. This was giving Qing Lan enough face. It was precisely because of this that Qing Lan was so good to Zhao Hai. In Zhao Hai's opinion, Qing Lan might have also asked for help from other sects. However, the other sects might not have agreed to help. It was precisely because of this that Qing Lan was so dissatisfied with the other sects and looked at them with special respect. Although Zhao Hai knew that the sect masters had arrived, he didn't visit them. This was because if he visited them now, it would be equivalent to offending the Green Mist sect. It would even make Qing Lan think that he had some ulterior motives. The sect masters of other sects would never treat him as a friend just because of his visit. At that time, not only would he not make new friends, but he would also offend his old friend, the Green Mist sect. It would be really not worth the loss. Therefore, when Zhao Hai was in the Green Mist sect, he was very low-key. He had been staying in his courtyard and didn't go out at all. He also didn't have any contact with anyone. Of course, Qing Lan knew about Zhao Hai's movements. He thought that Zhao Hai would take the opportunity to build a good relationship with the other sects. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai didn't have any contact with those people at all. This made him feel a little strange. At the same time, his impression of Zhao Hai became even better. That night, Qing Lan hosted a banquet to invite all the sect masters. The location of the banquet was the main hall of the Green Mist sect. As usual, Zhao Hai led Tainyo and Taishi to the main hall. This time, Zhao Hai sat on the first seat on the left side of Qing Lan. It must be said that besides the main seat, this was the highest position. It was usually reserved for the person who was closest to the host. Now that Zhao Hai was sitting on this seat, it already showed the position of Zhao Hai in Qing Lan's heart. Although the people of other sects also saw the change in Zhao Hai's seat, they didn't say anything. They all knew that Zhao Hai had come to support the Green Mist sect. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with Qing Lan giving Zhao Hai such a seat now. Zhao Hai sat there and looked at the other sect masters. The other sect masters occasionally glanced at him, but most of the time, they were whispering to each other. When Qing Lan arrived, everyone quieted down and looked at Qing Lan. Qing Lan glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you for coming to this banquet. There are two main purposes for this banquet. One is to celebrate that we have defeated a strong enemy. In the future, we don't need to look at the faces of those big sections. We can really make our own decisions." As soon as they heard Qing Lan's words, whether they were sincere or not, everyone applauded. Zhao Hai could see that most of these people were sincere. After all, they didn't want to be controlled by others all the time. Now, they could finally call the shots. This was definitely a good thing for them. Qing Lan looked at the crowd and gestured with his hand. The crowd stopped. Then, Qing Lan continued. The second purpose is to discuss the future direction of our buffer zone. We have defeated the attack of the big sects, but at the same time, we have offended them. In the future, whether it is the trade of materials or the safety of the disciples outside, all these aspects will be affected. Those big sects won't let us off easily. Therefore, we also need to discuss how we should deal with this situation in the future. This is the most important purpose of this banquet. As soon as they heard Qing Lan's words, everyone was silent. Their faces were dignified. They knew very well that Qing Lan was right. They had to consider this matter. At this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside. Then, a disciple of the Green Mist sect ran in. Qing Lan wasn't angry because his disciple suddenly came in. He knew that there must be a reason for his disciple to come in at this time. However, he didn't know what the reason was. The Green Mist sect's disciple who ran in directly went to Qing Lan's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Qing Lan's face flashed with a strange expression, then he said in a deep voice, "Invite him in." The disciple responded, then turned and left. After the disciple left, Qing Lan looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "Let me tell you a piece of good news. 3 more sect masters have come to participate in our alliance. I've already asked my disciples to invite them." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood that the 3 sect masters that came should be the sect masters who didn't come to participate in the alliance. They didn't expect them to come now. Qing Lan looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I know that there are some conflicts between you. However, don't forget that we're all in the buffer zone. Now that we're in the alliance, if we don't form an alliance, we'll give those great sects a chance. Therefore, I hope that you can put down your grievances and talk about it later." When the sect masters heard this, they immediately understood what Qing Lan meant. It seems like the 3 sect masters who came today weren't simple. They must have a grudge with someone in the room. Otherwise, Qing Lan wouldn't do this. Thinking of this, everyone responded in unison. They also knew that today was a big day. Moreover, the alliance was related to the entire buffer zone. If the great sects took advantage of the situation because of their grievances, they would be the unlucky ones in the end. Zhao Hai sat there with a calm face. He was the least worried person here. Even if the Jianyu sect had a grudge with those great sects, it had nothing to do with him. Of course, if the other party wanted to put the blame on him, he wouldn't be polite. At this moment, several people came in from outside the door. The leader was a disciple from the Green Mist School. Behind him were 9 people. These 9 people were divided into 2 rows. In the first row stood 3 cultivators in their 50s. Some of them wore Taoist robes, some wore warrior robes, and one wore scholar robes. Behind these 3 people were 6 people. These 6 people were obviously the guards of these 3 people. There was nothing special about them. Upon seeing the 3, Zhao Hai heard several people coldly snorting. Zhao Hai saw several sect masters looking at the 3 with angry expressions. It was clear that there was a grudge between them. But because Qing Lan had told them in advance, they didn't act out and just suppressed their anger. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 sect masters and saw that the 3 sect masters didn't act out. The 3 of them glanced at the people in the main hall, and they also saw the few sect leaders who snorted coldly. Their eyes met in the air, and sparks flashed. As the host, Qing Lan naturally stood up from his seat. He cupped his fist and said to the 3 people, "I'm very happy that you're able to attend my alliance meeting. Thank you for coming." The 3 people naturally had to give Qing Lan face. They cupped their fist and said, "We took the liberty to come and disturb you. Please don't take offense." Qing Lan smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. I'm very happy that you're able to come. Please take your seats." At this moment, the disciples of the Green Mist School had already arranged 3 new seats for the 3 people. The 3 people did not stand on ceremony. They cupped their fist and sat down. When the 3 people sat down, Qing Lan also returned to the main seat. He glanced at the 3 people and smiled, "The 3 of you already know the others, so I won't introduce them. Today, I'll mainly introduce you to one person. This is Suzerain Jianzhou, the suzerain of Jianyuzong." When the 3 people heard Qing Lan's words, they all turned to look at Zhao Hai. Of course, they had heard of Zhao Hai's reputation. Recently, Jianzhou and Jianyuzong's names had spread throughout the buffer zone. It was difficult for them not to know. Zhao Hai smiled at the 3 of them, then cupped his fist and said, "Jianzhou greets the 3 suzerains." The 3 people hurriedly returned the greeting. After greeting each other, they sat down. The banquet began again. Qing Lan raised his wine glass and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, let's drink together to celebrate our great victory this time. We've repelled the attacks of the major sections. This is a rare victory. We should drink together. Come, let's drink to victory." Everyone raised their wine glasses, then raised them in unison and drank together. After drinking the wine, Qing Lan said, "Well, let's continue what we just said. Although we've repelled the major sects this time, we've also formed a grudge with them. In the future, it will be very difficult for us to get cultivation resources from them. If our disciples go out to train and encounter the disciples of the major sects, I'm afraid they'll be in trouble. What do you think about this matter?" Everyone was silent for a moment. At this time, one of the 3 suzerains who came later said, "Taoist Qing Lan, the 3 of us weren't present when you first formed an alliance. During the battle this time, we didn't help much. I wonder if we're considered allies now." Qing Lan glanced at the 3 people and said in a deep voice, "Didn't the 3 of you come here today with the intention of forming an alliance? As long as the 3 of you have this intention, as long as the 3 of you are sincere in wanting to form an alliance with us, then you are part of our alliance. Do the 3 of you agree?" When the 3 people heard Qing Lan's words, their expressions relaxed. The suzerain who spoke before cupped his fist and said, "Of course we want to form an alliance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come today. Since Taoist Qing Lan has agreed to let us join this alliance, we naturally have no objection. Thank you very much." Qing Lan smiled and said, "We don't need to be polite." Qing Lan smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. We are all in the buffer zone. Anyway, we are on the same side. Since you can join our alliance, we have no reason to disagree. By the way, I forgot to tell you that there are 2 main purposes of this banquet. One is to celebrate the victory of this war, and the other is to discuss our future direction. As you have heard what I said just now, I'm afraid that it won't be so easy for us to trade with the major sects in the future. Moreover, when our disciples go out for training, if they encounter the disciples of the major sects, I'm afraid that it will be very troublesome. I'm afraid that the disciples of the major sects will attack our disciples. I'm very worried about this matter, so I want to ask for your opinions. If you have any opinions, you can say it directly." The 3 people were silent. They looked at the crowd and said, "I'm afraid that the 3 of us have no right to speak on this matter. Let's listen to your opinions first." Qing Lan nodded and didn't say anything. He just looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, speak." Nobody spoke. They knew that this matter was very difficult, so nobody wanted to speak first. Qing Lan looked at everyone and said, "This Taoist can solve the matter of materials. Everyone knows that my Qing Lan sect has 10 large artifacts. These artifacts were bought from the puppet sect. This Taoist has some friendship with the puppet sect. This Taoist has also reached an agreement with the puppet sect. If we need any materials in the future, we can directly go to the puppet sect and trade with them. We can also trade with the puppet sect or with other people. The puppet sect will provide us with convenience." When everyone heard Qinglan's words, there was a hint of joy on their faces. Now they could not trade in the territory of the righteous sects or in the demon area. As long as they could trade for materials, it was a good thing. Naturally, they would not object. A sect master said, "Taoist Qinglan, I don't know if the puppet sect can really guarantee our safety. What's the price of our materials?" Qinglan said, "You don't need to worry about this. The puppet sect can definitely guarantee our safety. At the same time, they can also guarantee that our trade is fair and reasonable." Everyone nodded as their expressions relaxed. Qinglan looked at everyone's expression and said, "Aside from the puppet sect, we can also go to the 72 Southern Sea Islands to trade. Although our independence means that we are free from the influence of the 72 Southern Sea Islands, you don't need to worry because our independence is more beneficial than harmful for the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands." Therefore, they still agreed to trade with us. With the 72 Southern Sea Islands and the puppet sect trading with us, our resources shouldn't be a problem. But in the future, when we trade, it's best to do it together. We need to give them the feeling that we are a group. This way, not only will they not dare to take advantage of us to lower the price, because if we all trade together, the amount of trade will be very large and there will be a lot of benefits. Everyone nodded, they agreed with Qing Lan's words. They were now an alliance, so they must be united when dealing with outsiders. If they weren't united, then outsiders might use this point to make an issue out of it. This was really unfavorable for them. After all, they had just gotten rid of the control of the great sects. They had been in contact with the great sects for a long time, so they knew what they were capable of. Those great sects would certainly retaliate against them. Therefore, they couldn't give them any opportunity to do so. In addition to those great sects, whether it was the puppet sect or the 72 Southern Islands, they had to be careful. Don't think that they're good people just because they're willing to trade with you. If the puppet sect and the 72 Southern Islands found an opportunity to control them, then they wouldn't let it go. After all, the buffer zone was very important. Any great sect that controlled it would have the upper hand. Therefore, nobody would give it up. It was precisely because of this that they could trade with each other. However, they also had to be vigilant. Naturally, they also had to show that they were very united. This way, they wouldn't give others an opportunity to take advantage of them. Therefore, everyone didn't oppose Qing Lan's words. They all thought that Qing Lan's arrangement was very good and could avoid a lot of trouble. Qing Lan looked at everyone and said, "If you don't have any objections, then it's easy to handle. In the future, we'll trade with the puppet sect or the 72 islands of the South Sea. This way, our transactions won't be controlled by one sect. Therefore, you don't have to worry about it." Everyone nodded. Qing Lan then said, "Let's talk about another matter. It's about the disciples' trial. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone pondered for a moment. Then a sect master said, "If the disciples want to go out for trial, we can ask them not to reveal their identity. Even if they can't, they can still reveal another identity. This way, they won't fall into the hands of the great sects." Everyone thought for a moment and shook their heads. Although the sects in the buffer zone were small sects, their cultivation methods also had their own characteristics. If the disciples went out and revealed their cultivation method, then even if they didn't reveal their sect, their identity would still be exposed. Revealing the name of another sect wasn't a good idea. Another sect master said, "Then can we go to the devil domain for trial? We can make a deal with the puppet sect to let our disciples go to the devil domain for trial. Maybe this will bring our relationship with the puppet sect closer. The devil domain is very dangerous, and no matter what, we are still considered a righteous sect. Let's not talk about whether our disciples would be disgusted with going to the devil domain for training. Even if they are willing to go to the devil domain for training, the devil sect disciples in the devil domain wouldn't let them off easily. You must know that the disciples of the righteous sects rarely go to the devil domain because the devil sect disciples in the devil domain have never been polite to the disciples of the righteous sections. Almost everyone who went there died. Although the cultivation methods of our sect's disciples are different from those of the righteous sects, in the eyes of the devil sect disciples, they don't have so many scruples. They wouldn't care whether you are a disciple of a righteous sect or not. Once they find out that you are not using the devil sect's cultivation method, it is possible for them to kill you. If they don't use the devil domain's cultivation method, then they might kill them. Everyone nodded. This was their biggest concern. The devil sect's disciples had never been reasonable. If their disciples went to the devil domain for trial, then the devil sect's disciples would really kill them. Another sect master said, "Then what about going to the 72 islands of the South Sea for trial? The area of the sea is incomparably huge. There shouldn't be a problem for our disciples to go there, right?" Qinglan shook his head and said, "No, if our disciples really go to the 72 islands of the South Sea for trial, then it's hard to say how many of them will come back. The people of the 72 islands of the South Sea have always regarded the things in the sea as their own property. Their people can go there for trial and treasure hunting, but if our disciples go there, then they will certainly attack our disciples. There's no need to ask, so this method is not feasible." Everyone turned silent. The sword spirit boundary was only so big. If the demon realm and the 72 islands of the South Sea couldn't do it, then only the territories of the righteous sects and the buffer zone were left. When disciples go out for trial, they naturally can't always wander in front of their own home. They still have to go to the territories of other sects. If they can't go to the righteous sects, then there's really no place to go. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I don't think this is a problem. First of all, the ones we offended this time are the great sects that are close to the buffer zone. The most important ones are the mysterious Sky sect and the mysterious Sword sect. Because these two sects' territories are adjacent to our buffer zone, they were affected the most by our independence. Therefore, they wanted to deal with us. On the other hand, sects like the mysterious Sky sect and the mysterious Sword sect don't have any interactions with us, so they didn't attack us. Moreover, sects like the mysterious Sky sect and the mysterious Sword sect can be considered as overlords here, but in the continent, who would put them in their eyes? In the eyes of those sects, the mysterious Sky sect and the mysterious Sword sect are nothing more than clowns behind closed doors. They simply don't care about these two sections. As long as our disciples don't train in the territories of these two sects, the possibility of them being attacked isn't very big. We can just send our disciples there to train, it's nothing more than a matter of making a transmission formation. Also, our disciples who go out will have their life jade tokens. If they were really killed, we would immediately know about it. We can immediately go and investigate. As long as we find out who killed our disciples, everyone will go after them. No matter which sect it is, if you kill one of us, I'll kill 10 of you. I don't believe that anyone would dare to make a move against our disciples." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "That's not a problem. First of all, the ones we really offended this time are the great sects that are close to the buffer zone. The most important ones are the mysterious Sky sect and mysterious Sword sect." Everyone quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. They felt that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. After all, although the Black Sky sect and the Black Sword sect were great sects, because of their geographical location, some of the great sects in the Spirit Sword continent didn't think much of the Black Sky sect and the Black Sword sect. They thought that the Black Sky sect and the Black Sword sect were just in the wildlands. They were only qualified to be the overlords of the wildlands. The great sects in the Spirit Sword continent wouldn't give them any face. Therefore, if their disciples really went to the Spirit Sword continent, then there wouldn't be any problems. When they heard Zhao Hai say that if someone killed their disciple, then they would hunt them down. Moreover, if they killed one of their disciples, then they would kill 10 of their disciples. This wasn't a joke. If a disciple of the 10,000 Buddhist sect killed one of their disciples, would they dare to kill 10 disciples of the 10,000 Buddhist sect? Wouldn't you be courting death? Therefore, they all looked at Zhao Hai as if they were looking at a madman. Qinglan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Master Jian, if we really take revenge, will we be in trouble?" If it is really the disciples of those big sects who killed our disciples, we will offend those big sects if we go back and kill them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I didn't say that we will take revenge on those big sections. If big sects like the Million Buddhist sect and the Tianyi Dao sect really kill our disciples and we take revenge, wouldn't we be courting death? What I mean is, there are no sects that we can afford to offend. At least we can afford to offend those medium-sized sects, right? Our alliance has just been established and the others don't know about it yet. We also need to make a name for ourselves and show our power. We also need to let the sword spirit world know about the existence of our alliance and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Therefore, revenge is necessary. Besides, there are always deaths when disciples go out to train. Even if the disciples of those big sects die for no reason when they go out to train, we don't have to worry too much. We just need to ensure that those rogue cultivators, small sects, and medium-sized sects won't dare to attack our disciples at will. What do you think? Everyone nodded. Qing Lan also nodded and said, This is okay. Our alliance has been established, so we naturally have to let the other sects know. In fact, if we really join forces, our strength will surpass sects like the Shantian sect and the Xinjian sect, so we really don't need to be afraid of them. If some disciples of medium-sized sects really dare to kill our disciples at will, then we can take revenge. Everyone nodded. They all felt that what Qing Lan and Zhao Hai said made sense. If they really joined forces, their strength would be very strong. If they really joined forces and focused on fighting against outsiders, neither the Shantian sect nor the Xinjian sect would dare to touch them. Even if these two sects joined forces, they didn't need to be afraid. To be honest, they were really happy that Zhao Hai said that their alliance wanted to become famous. If their alliance really became famous, they would naturally become famous as well. In the future, their status would naturally be high. No one would look up to them wherever they went. Thinking of this, their eyes couldn't help but shine. Qing Lan looked at them and smiled, then said, Well, this matter can be considered as settled. Next is the last and most important thing. Everyone knows that there are still a few sects in the buffer zone that haven't joined our alliance. This is a huge hidden danger for us. If they rely on those big sects, then what should we do? With these sects here, those big sects are equivalent to putting a few nails in our buffer zone. They can attack us from those sects at any time. This is very disadvantageous for us. What do you think of this matter? How should we deal with those sects that haven't joined the alliance? Upon hearing Qing Lan's words, everyone involuntarily looked towards the three new sect leaders. The three of them felt a little uncomfortable. After all, they had just arrived. If they hadn't come today, Qing Lan's words would have included them. Qing Lan looked at the three sect masters and smiled faintly before continuing, Before you came, I've already discussed this matter with Sect Master Jian. After all, this matter concerns our entire buffer zone. I want to hear Sect Master Jian's opinion. Sect Master Jian's opinion is that we should try peaceful means before resorting to force. I know that those sects have grudges with some of you, but what we're discussing now concerns the entire buffer zone. Therefore, you can slowly resolve your personal grudges. We need to consider the overall situation in the buffer zone. Therefore, Sect Master Jian and I think that we should first send people to invite those sect masters to join our alliance. This way, our entire buffer zone can truly become one. Once we become an alliance, our ability to resist external enemies will become stronger and those sects won't be able to use them to deal with us. What do you all think? What do you think? Everyone nodded. Then a sect master suddenly said, What if they don't agree? Taoist priest, we've already held 2 meetings. If they really want to participate, then they should be here now. Just like the 3 of them, those who haven't come, doesn't it mean that they don't want to come? What if we send people to invite them, but they still don't agree to participate? Don't forget, there's still a military option. When Qing Lan said this, everyone stared. They didn't think that Qing Lan would say this. Qing Lan actually wanted to send troops to those sections. This was a big deal. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. What Taoist priest said makes sense. Naturally, we need to be polite before we use force. If we use only politeness and no force, then they won't be afraid of us. Nobody spoke. To be honest, they didn't want to make a move against those sects in the buffer zone. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, if we don't use this method, then do you have any other ideas?" Nobody spoke. Nobody knew what to say. Just like what they said, there was no other way. In fact, the best way was to use peaceful means before using force. Qinglan looked at Qinglan and said, "We've already given them 3 chances." Qinglan looked at the crowd and said, "We've already given them a chance. The 2 alliance meetings are 2 chances. We'll send people to invite them again. This is another chance. If you think that it's not enough to send people once, I can send people twice or even thrice. But we can only send people 3 times at most. If they don't join us after 3 times, then I'm really sorry. We can only send troops. We can't let these unstable factors stay in the buffer zone. It's too dangerous for us. We can't let them stay in the buffer zone for too long." Nobody said anything. However, their faces relaxed. Just like what Qinglan said, they couldn't keep giving them chances. If they didn't join them, then it wouldn't be a big deal. In fact, some people already felt that there was no need to give them chances. It was best to directly attack them. Naturally, these people were those who had enmity with those sections. At this time, a sect leader said, "Taoist priest, I think we should give them 3 chances. In any case, we're all in the buffer zone. Giving them 3 chances is our greatest benevolence. Even if we destroy them in the future, nobody would be able to say anything." Most of the sect leaders nodded. Qinglan nodded and said, "All right, I can give them 3 chances. Moreover, the people I'll send aren't only from our sect. All of you can send people. If we send people together, it will show that we value them. If they agree, then that's naturally the best. After that, our buffer zone will be a family. If they don't agree, then we can only do it our way." Everyone nodded. Qinglan continued, "There's one more thing I want to tell you. We can send people to invite them to form an alliance, but you can't threaten them or tell them that if they don't join, we'll use force. If we do, those sects may turn to the other sects directly. If they ask the other sects to send troops to help them now, even if we can withstand the attack of the other sects, I'm afraid we'll suffer a great loss. Moreover, the other sects will plant a spy on us. I don't think you want that. If I know that someone has sent messages to those sects, don't blame me for being impolite. All the sects in our alliance will attack them together." Qinglan's words were a little harsh. Everyone's face changed. However, they thought about it and felt that what Qinglan said was reasonable. If they really threatened the other sects, then the other sects would really become angry and join the other sections. If those sects sent troops to help them, then they would be the unlucky ones in the end. Because the other sects were waiting for this opportunity, they all nodded and agreed with Qinglan. Seeing that everyone nodded, Qinglan nodded and said, "All right, then this matter is decided. After everyone goes back, you can send people to participate in this operation. If the other sects agree to form an alliance with us, then that's the best. If they don't agree, then it's not too late for us to use force." Everyone nodded. Then, Qinglan didn't say anything more. Everyone began to enjoy the banquet. In any case, now that the matter had been settled, everyone was relieved. In addition, they had just won a great victory, so everyone was very happy. In the end, the banquet ended with everyone enjoying themselves. Early the next morning, all the sect masters returned to their own sections. Only Zhao Hai stayed. After Zhao Hai had breakfast, he came to find Qinglan. The 2 sat down in Qinglan's study. Qinglan looked at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, "Sect Master Jian, you're not in a hurry to leave today. Do you have something to tell me?" Zhao Hai looked at Qinglan and said in a deep voice, "Elder, I really have something to tell you. It's about our alliance. We now have 38 sections. I'm a little worried because there are too many sects joining our alliance. I'm worried that there will be spies from the other sects in these sections." Qinglan was stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion and said, "You mean spies from the other sects? Is this possible?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's very possible. Although our alliance has more than 30 sects, we're all small sections. Most importantly, the alliance leader is you, but your authority is too small. you can't control the entire alliance. In other words, although our alliance sounds good, we're still in a state of disunity. If the great sects attack us, then we might end up in a situation where we have to fight for ourselves. Because of this, I'm worried that some sects wouldn't have confidence in our alliance. If those sects don't have confidence in our alliance, then the consequences would be unimaginable. They might even seek refuge with the great sects. If I'm one of those great sects, then I can promise them that as long as they betray us, then when the great sects take over the buffer zone, they can hand it over to the great sects. This way, it would be even more difficult to guarantee that the sects wouldn't betray us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I'm afraid that the great sects wouldn't betray us. Qing Lan's expression was solemn as he listened to Zhao Hai's words. He didn't think about this point. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, Qing Lan couldn't help but think about this problem. Just like what Zhao Hai said, joining the alliance would only give them independence. It wouldn't do any good to the development of their sections. Their power would be greater than before, but the number of people under their control wouldn't be as much as before. However, if they really become spies of the other sects, then what would the other sect masters think? How would they react? If they really promised to hand over the entire buffer zone to a sect, then that sect's power would increase. They could even develop and then become independent. At that time, their entire sect would occupy the buffer zone. Even those from the other sects would have to think twice before dealing with them. Qing Lan thought about it from another perspective. If those sects really gave him such a promise, would he be able to withstand the test? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, he felt very tempted. Qing Lan was stunned for a moment, then he broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly realized that if it was really like what Zhao Hai said, then those people from the other sects might really have problems. Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jian, what you said is very reasonable. If those sects really do that, then some people might not be able to resist the temptation. What do you think we should do? Zhao Hai replied, keep an eye on those sects and see if they have any contact with those who haven't joined the alliance yet. At the same time, we need to see how those sects are doing in the process of persuading those sects to surrender. If the other party is really a spy, then they might want us to fight with those sections. They might even try to sabotage our operations. We can always find traces of this. When the time comes, we can make some preparations. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Qing Lan thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, it seems that this is the only way now. Because now even if those sects collude with those sects, we can't know. So we can only observe in secret and slowly think of a way. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Taoist priest, our two sects are bent on becoming independent. However, we don't know what the other sects are thinking. In the past, when we fought against the great sects, they didn't put in a lot of effort. Therefore, our two sects still need to guard against them. These great sects may accept the surrender of other sects, but they definitely won't accept our surrender. Therefore, we must be careful. Qing Lan nodded and said, yes, we must be careful. Otherwise, we will be the unlucky ones in the end. Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist in front of Qing Lan, that's all I have to say. I should take my leave. I hope you can make some preparations. If there's anything you need me to do, you can tell me. I will try my best to help you. Goodbye. When Qing Lan saw that Zhao Hai was about to leave, he wanted to stop Zhao Hai. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Because no matter what, he was now the leader of the alliance. He couldn't let Zhao Hai do everything, and he couldn't discuss everything with Zhao Hai. It was already very good of Zhao Hai to tell him this. In the end, Qing Lan didn't say anything. He just sent Zhao Hai out of the courtyard and sent him to the transmission formation. Then he returned to his study. When he arrived at his study, Qing Lan immediately called his 5 favorite disciples to his side. In the entire Green Mist sect, there were 5 disciples that Qing Lan valued the most. They were Su Ningzi, Su Jingzi, Su Jizi, Su Yuanzi, and Su Mingzi. Previously, no matter what Qing Lan did, one of the 5 of them would be by his side. Qing Lan would also discuss with them if he had any problems. Therefore, they were definitely second only to one person in Qing Lan's sect and above everyone else. After the 5 sat down in his study, Qing Lan told them what Zhao Hai said before. Then he looked at the others and said, "Tell me what you think about this matter." Qinglan nodded and said, "Let's see what you think." When they heard Qinglan's words, they all pondered. Then, Suningzi said in a deep voice, "Master, I think what sect Master Jianzi said makes sense. If those big sects really do this, those sect masters might really become spies of those big sects and deal with us together. But this is also what I find strange. I really don't understand sect Master Jianzi. What is he trying to do? Is he really thinking for us?" The others also nodded. They had always been puzzled by Zhao Hai's actions because Zhao Hai was too considerate of him. This made them suspicious. Could it be that Zhao Hai had no ambition at all and really wanted to help them? But why? Why did he want to help them? In this world, there was no hatred for no reason, and there was no love for no reason. Therefore, Zhao Hai's actions were too abnormal and puzzling to them. Green Mist frowned and said, "To be honest, I don't know either. Saber Nine's behavior is too abnormal, but what he said is very reasonable. Although on the surface, the battle between the Black Sky Sect and the Black Sky Sect is the fiercest, in my opinion, the battle between the Black Sword Sect and the Jianyu Sect is the fiercest. Think about it, the Black Sword Sect lost nearly 20,000 men at the Jianyu Sect. I heard that almost all the outer disciples of the Black Sword Sect who participated in the attack died. Even many inner disciples died, and 2 core disciples died. Moreover, one of the most famous celestial devices of the Black Sword Sect, the Green Jade Compass, was lost in the Jianyu Sect. This shows how fierce their battle was. Therefore, Saber Nine's words are right. In the buffer zone, the other sects may surrender to those large sects, but we, the Green Mist Sect, and the Jianyu Sect cannot because we have offended those large sects too badly. Now, our 2 sects have an irreconcilable enmity with those large sections. Those large sects will not let us go." Sujizi said in a deep voice, "Master, I think this is also the reason why Sect Master Jianjiu is helping us with all his might. It's because he wants the buffer zone to be independent. He hopes that we can win. He doesn't want the buffer zone to be occupied by those big sections. If that happens, they will be finished. But the problem now is that even if he has the ability, he can't do anything about it. They have snatched Jianyu Sect's territory. In the buffer zone, they are considered outsiders. Apart from us, I'm afraid no one will believe them. Therefore, they have to cooperate with us. Only by doing so can they protect us and keep the buffer zone independent. Only then will they be safe. It can be said that we are their best allies." Green Mist and the others nodded when they heard Sujizi's words. To be honest, apart from this explanation, there was no other reason to explain Zhao Hai's behavior. Therefore, they could accept this explanation. Green Mist said in a deep voice, "It seems that Saber 9 is trustworthy because their goal is the same as ours. Alright, let's keep watch then. Su Jing, you will be in charge of persuading those sects to join the alliance. Remember, apart from persuading those sects to join the alliance, you must also pay attention to the movements of the other sections." Zhao Hai, Tainyo, and the others returned to the Sword Defense Sect. Then Zhao Hai called Wen Hai and Tang Ming to his study. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "This trip to the Green Mist Sect went quite smoothly. We've confirmed a few things. First, we can openly trade with the 72 Southern Sea Islands and the Puppet Sect through the Green Mist Sect. Therefore, we need to make some things that can be used as a means of trade. The fruit wine and ordinary pills that we make won't be enough." Everyone nodded. Speaking of which, there weren't many things that the Jianyu Sect could take out. They only had fruit wine and some low-grade pills. Apart from these, there wasn't anything else. Moreover, these 2 things were targeted at the low-end market. In other words, these 2 things were sold to the rogue cultivators. Obviously, these 2 things couldn't be traded with the big sections. They still needed a main product. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "Aside from this matter, there's also the matter of our disciples going out for training. Our disciples shouldn't go out as disciples of the Tide Watcher gang. Instead, they should go out as disciples of the Sword Defense Sect. They can directly go to the Sword Spirit Continent to train, just like the other sections." This news was also good news for the Tide Watching gang. It was impossible for them to not go out and train for a long time. Doing things behind closed doors wouldn't do them any good. However, if they went out as disciples of the tide-watching gang, then it would bring them a lot of trouble, and it would be easy for them to be discovered. Now, they can use their identity as disciples of the Sword Defense sect to go out for training. This was good news for the Tide Watcher gang. Then Zhao Hai continued, third, after the alliance's discussion, we need to use diplomacy before force to deal with the sects that haven't joined the alliance. First, the sects will send a delegation to persuade them to surrender. If they surrender, then they can join the alliance. Later on, the buffer zone will be under the alliance's control. If they don't surrender, then we need to prepare to use force. But we need to persuade them to surrender 3 times. If they still don't join the alliance after 3 attempts, then we will use force. Does everyone understand? When Wen Hai and the others naturally understood, and they knew that this was Zhao Hai's idea. Therefore, they nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I want to talk about the third thing. This third thing seems very simple, but in my opinion, it's the most difficult. This is because we don't know if there are any sects in the buffer zone who have secretly sided with the great sects. If they are spies, then it would be very troublesome for us. Therefore, this time, not only do we need to persuade them to surrender, we also need to observe the other sects and see if there are any abnormalities. We need to see if there are any people who are secretly sabotaging the process of persuading them to surrender. At the same time, we need to pay attention to the sects that haven't joined the alliance. We need to see if there are any abnormalities, and if they are secretly siding with the great sects. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I'll talk about the third thing. This third thing seems very simple, but in my opinion, it's the most difficult. This is because we don't know if there are any sects in the buffer zone who have secretly sided with the great sects. We need a relatively safe environment to develop ourselves. Our Sword Imperial sect's strength is still too small, we can only rely on formations to block the attacks of the great sects. Once we have the ability to compete with the great sects, then we can swallow the buffer zone. Therefore, at this time, the buffer zone cannot be messed up. We can't let the great sects extend their hands into it. Our goal is the same as the Green Mist sect, we are outsiders in the buffer zone. Therefore, we need to do our best to help the Green Mist sect. With the Green Mist sect's help, we need to stabilize the buffer zone as soon as possible so that we can develop in peace for a period of time. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the crowd and said, if they secretly rely on the great sects, then we must use force. We can't let the great sects extend their hands into the buffer zone. Our goal is the same as the Green Mist sects, we are considered outsiders in the buffer zone. Therefore, we need to do our best to help the Green Mist sect. With the Green Mist sect's help, we need to stabilize the buffer zone as soon as possible so that we can develop in peace for a period of time. Everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant. They were all people who followed Zhao Hai, so they naturally knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Since the moment Zhao Hai joined the alliance, they knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Therefore, they weren't surprised by Zhao Hai's decision. Zhao Hai's words were very clear. Zhao Hai knew that they understood what he meant, so he smiled faintly and said, Old Tang, I'll leave this matter to you. Lead Chunming to join the persuasion group and pay attention to those guys. You don't have to say a word during the whole process, but I want you to remember the reactions of those people. Do you understand what I mean? Tang Ming replied in a deep voice, yes, boss. Don't worry, I'll remember every single one of their expressions. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out the green jade compass and gave it to Tang Ming. Take this green jade compass and this one. After you leave, no matter where you go, you can set up a projection formation in your room. With the green jade compass, you can use the projection formation to monitor everything within a 10 li radius. This would be very useful for you in monitoring them. Tang Ming nodded, then he took out the green jade compass and gave it to Tang Ming. Tang Ming nodded, then he received the jade compass. Then he received the compass along with the other formation discs that Zhao Hai gave him. However, these formation discs were very small, they were suitable for setting up formations in narrow areas. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ming and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, all right, this matter will end here. Let's discuss the next 2 things that we need to do. First, prepare for battle. To be honest, I'm not very optimistic about this persuasion group. Moreover, I suspect that there might be a mole among them. Therefore, we need to prepare for battle. Everyone nodded. They were people from the Lost Soul Empire and had experienced countless battles. Naturally, they knew what they needed to do. Therefore, it was only right for them to prepare for battle. Zhao Hai continued, second, we need to develop new products. I've noticed that in the past, the Sword Imperial sect would only sell materials to outsiders. This isn't good, it's too much of a loss. We need to develop two main products. These products aren't only useful to rogue cultivators, they can also be used by disciples of great sects. This way, we'll be able to take the initiative in our transactions. Everyone, think about it, what are our main products? Everyone was silent this time, nobody spoke. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd, then he turned his head to Laura and the others who weren't participating in the discussion. Then Zhao Hai said, Laura, you should also speak. I think you have more say in this matter. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I think you have more say in this matter. When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't know why Zhao Hai said this and why Laura would have more say in this matter. Laura stared for a moment, then she smiled and said, all right, since Brother Hai wants me to say it, then I'll say it. I think that we should know where our advantages lie. Compared to the other sects, the biggest advantage that we have is spiritual force. Although we might not be as strong as the great sects, our control over our spiritual force isn't any worse than the great sects, we might even surpass them. This is our biggest advantage, so we can do something about it. Brother Hai, I think that the most suitable product for us to develop is talisman paper. Laura nodded, then she said, all right, Brother Hai, I think that the most suitable product for us to develop is talisman paper. Laura looked at Brother Hai and said, that's right. At this point, Laura paused, then she looked at the crowd and said, the most important inheritance of our Tide Watcher gang is magic arts. In theory, magic arts can be drawn on talisman paper. Talisman paper and magic arts are interlinked. Additionally, our Tide Watcher gang members have strong spiritual force. As long as everyone learns a bit, it wouldn't be difficult to make talisman paper. In the process of making talisman paper, not only can one exercise one's spiritual force, one can also deepen one's understanding of magic arts through making talisman paper. Because of this, I think that our Tide Watcher gang should focus on making talisman paper. Even if the gang members can't make good talisman paper, they can still practice it first. Later on, it would slowly turn into an industry, perhaps even becoming famous in the sword spirit realm. Everyone quietly listened to Laura's words. To be honest, Wenhai and the others didn't pay much attention to Laura's words at first. But after Laura finished speaking, Wenhai and the others felt that Laura's words were very reasonable. This path of making talisman paper was indeed more suitable for the Tide-watching gang. Laura looked at everyone and then said, besides talismans, there's also formations. Our Tide-watching gang has a big weakness, and that is our artifacts. Although we have the inheritance of the Sword Imperial sect, and Big Brother Hai has also thought of a way to use them, artifacts have always been the Sword Imperial sect's weakness. This isn't something that can be changed in a short period of time. However, we can work on formations, just like the Cyan Jade Compass. The Cyan Jade Compass is an artifact, but it can also be regarded as a formation disc. Now that we have the Cyan Jade Compass, we can imitate it and use it as a standard artifact of the Tide-watching gang. Various formations can play a big role in battle, sometimes even more important than an artifact. In addition, formations and spells are also related, so when we develop our formations, we can also learn about spells. Because of this, I think that the Tide-watching gang should also vigorously develop our formations. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the Tide-watching gang has a lot of things to do with formations. Because of this, I think that the Tide-watching gang should also vigorously develop our formations. Great. That's great. Well said. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but clap his hands and said, you're right. Talismans and formations are two industries that we should develop. Not only can they bring us a lot of income, they can also allow our disciples to practice their techniques and increase their fighting strength. This is killing two birds with one stone. Wenhai and the others also nodded with a happy expression. They were very clear about the current situation of the Tide Watcher gang. They were lacking a main cultivation channel as well as a main product. Now that Laura mentioned these two things, they would definitely become the most important products of the Tide Watcher gang. Laura smiled and said, I just thought about it. Brother Hai, you should know about our Tide Watcher gang's current situation. With our fruit wine and ordinary pills, we should be able to occupy the low-end market. As for the high-end market, we still don't have the ability to do so. But as long as we develop our formations and talismans, we would be able to occupy the high-end market. What do you think? Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right, then it's settled. Laura, I need you to organize some information about formations and talismans for me to look at. If possible, I'll create a system and distribute it to the sect's disciples so that they can study it. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right, then it's settled. Laura understood what Jiao Hai meant. When Jiao Hai said that he wanted to organize the information on talismans and formations, it didn't mean that they didn't have any knowledge in this area. On the contrary, they had too much knowledge in this area. Whether it was talismans or formations, they had too much knowledge in these areas. Therefore, they couldn't take out all of it. As long as they take out a small part of it, they would be able to model it in the sword spirit world. Jiao Hai didn't say anything. Jiao Hai wanted Laura to sort out the information. He wanted Laura to sort out the knowledge that she could use, and then compile it from easy to difficult. Then she could take it out and use it. Therefore, Laura nodded and said, Brother Hai, rest assured, I'll be able to do it quickly. Jiao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, all right, then we'll leave it at that. Everyone should start making preparations. Tang Ming, the most important thing is you, your mission is very important. Tang Ming nodded and said, yes, boss. You can rest assured. Jiao Hai nodded, then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, Chunming, when you go out with Tang Ming, make sure to protect him. If those sects seek refuge with the great sects, then you might be in danger. You need to be careful. Ding Chunming said in a deep voice, yes, young master, I understand. Jiao Hai nodded. Then, after thinking for a moment, he turned to Wen Hai and said, Wen Hai, I'll leave this place to you for a while. I need to return to the secret realm for a while. Firstly, I need to cultivate. Secondly, I need to nurture my disciples' ability in arrays and talismans. Thirdly, I need to plant some medicinal herbs and some other materials for refining tools. This will make it easier for me to make talismans in the future. When Wen Hai said, Boss, you can rest assured. Leave this place to me. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, how's the prospecting in the mountains going? When Jiao Hai said prospecting in the mountains, naturally, he wasn't only referring to the Jianyu sect's mountain, but also the Tidewatering mountain. He wanted to find several iron mines so that they could use them in the future. As their sect grew bigger, they would need more and more things. Just relying on trading wasn't enough. After all, trading was risky. If someone really targeted them and cut off their trading routes, then they would be in trouble. Because of this, Jiao Hai hoped that he could have a few mines on hand. Naturally, he didn't lack these things inside the space. However, these things couldn't be taken out. Because of this, Jiao Hai could only look for ores outside. When Wen Hai said, Boss, you don't need to worry. We've already found 2 iron mines, as well as other mines. You don't need to worry about anything. Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Alright, I'll leave this place to you. I'll be going back to the secret realm. I'll leave everything here to you. When Wen Hai and the others nodded, Jiao Hai waved his hand and had them leave. Before, Jiao Hai told Wen Hai and the others that he would be going back to the secret realm to prepare some herbs and refining materials. This wasn't nonsense. One must know that there were a lot of materials to make artifacts, and there were also a lot of plants that could be used as materials. As for talismans, talismans weren't ordinary. In fact, ordinary talismans were also divided into grades. However, even the lowest grade talismans were much stronger than ordinary talismans. In the process of selecting materials and making talismans, a lot of things needed to be done. Ordinary talismans made from ordinary talismans would only be average in strength. On the other hand, talismans made from high-grade talismans would be very powerful. On the other hand, talismans made from high-grade talismans would be very powerful. Talismans made from high-grade talismans could even be compared to jade and iron talismans. Even powerful cultivators would want to get their hands on good talismans. However, good talismans weren't easy to make. The requirements for materials and craftsmanship were very high. Therefore, it wasn't easy to make talismans. And now, the secret realm had been built very well by Zhao Hai and the others. The plants inside were growing very well. Moreover, the Tide Watcher gang had planted a lot of herbs inside. Most of these herbs had become materials for the Tide Watcher gang's low-grade pills. It was precisely because of these herbs that the Tide Watcher gang's pills had gained some fame in the market. Because the secret realm had been transformed by Zhao Hai, the spiritual qi inside was very rich. Because of this, the herbs here were growing very well. Moreover, their quality was also very good. The pills made from them were also better than the pills made from other sections. Because of this, their pills were able to become famous in the market. Zhao Hai entered the secret realm this time because he wanted to use the plants here to make talismans. At the same time, he also wanted to look for materials for formations. After all, it would take time to make formations with plants. Zhao Hai had a lot of talisman recipes in the space. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to take out too good of a recipe. This was because there was no need for that. The most important thing was to find the most suitable recipe based on the characteristics of the plants in the secret realm. Naturally, in addition to these, Zhao Hai was also preparing to cultivate for a while. His Iron Buddha Lotus Body's 6th layer was almost at the garden stage. Besides the Iron Buddha Lotus Body, he was also preparing to cultivate the Golden Body 10,000 Transformation Secret Art. The Golden Body 10,000 Transformation Secret Art and the Iron Buddha Lotus Body didn't conflict with each other. They even complemented each other. In addition to the mountain covering fist, snake fist, sword movement technique, 9 words mantra palm, all of these were things that Zhao Hai needed to cultivate. Additionally, he also needed to cultivate the poison arts, medium poisons, medium techniques, curse techniques, and so on. In this way, Zhao Hai had a lot of things to cultivate. He felt that he was too busy. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After cultivating the Iron Buddha Lotus Body to the 6th layer, he would be able to deal with a lot of situations. In the future, he could slow down his cultivation of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. If he cultivated it too quickly, it would arouse suspicion. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to slow down his cultivation of the Iron Buddha Lotus Body. As for the mountain covering fist and snake fist, they were just martial skills. Although they were conceptualized cultivation methods also had a special characteristic. As long as you comprehend the concept, you would be considered to have reached the large success stage. In the future, you would only need to consolidate it from time to time. There was no need to cultivate it every day. Conceptualized cultivation methods focused on the concept and not hard work. Therefore, the mountain covering fist and snake fist could also be slowed down. Since Zhao Hai already had a lot of poisons in his hands, he didn't need to practice them every day. Zhao Hai already had a lot of poisons in his hands, so he could put them aside for a while. Medium poisons, medium techniques, and curses could also be slowed down. Now that Zhao Hai had mastered all of these, he didn't need to worry about anything. Now, Zhao Hai was preparing to focus his cultivation on the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique and the 9 words mantra palm. Zhao Hai was very clear that the 9 words mantra palm was really magical. Although there were only a few hand seals, they were all-encompassing. The more he practiced, the more he felt the profoundness of the 9 words mantra palm. Therefore, he wanted to focus on the 9 words mantra palm. In addition to the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique, Zhao Hai was preparing to use it as the main attack method of his Kamsi identity. After all, the Kamsi identity was still very useful to him. However, the Kamsi identity had a lot of restrictions. He couldn't use a lot of attack methods. Otherwise, he would be exposed. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to prepare 1 or 2 unique skills for his Kamsi identity. In addition to the mountain covering fist and snake fist, there was also the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique. Naturally, the Cloudy Mountain Iron Elder relied on the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique to make a name for himself. It could be seen that the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique was extraordinary. Moreover, even if Zhao Hai's Iron Buddha lotus body was cultivated to the Desheng realm, the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique would still be very useful. In addition to these, there was also the sword control sex sword movement technique. This could be said to be a very important inheritance. Moreover, after Zhao Hai used it a few times, he felt that this method was very easy to use. If he used it together with his medium technique, then the poison technique and curse technique would be even more powerful. However, Zhao Hai still hasn't mastered all of these techniques. Therefore, he would need a long time to cultivate and comprehend them. In Zhao Hai's view, the only technique that could make him work hard to cultivate was the Mighty King Divine technique. The Mighty King Divine technique didn't have any level restrictions. No matter what level you are, you can cultivate it. It will constantly increase your strength. Therefore, Zhao Hai must cultivate the Mighty King Divine technique. With so many techniques to cultivate, he also had to teach the disciples how to make and use talisman paper. Moreover, he also had to learn the formula of the talisman paper. All of these things added up was enough to keep Zhao Hai busy. Therefore, even if he entered the secret realm, he would still be very busy. Zhao Hai was quietly sitting in a room inside a towering tree. In front of him was a large iron ball floating. This iron ball was a good artifact left behind by Cloudy Mountain Tai South. Zhao Hai already knew that this iron ball was made of a variety of precious metals. If it was made into other artifacts, then there might be some problems. This was because if too many metals were fused together, then there might be conflicts due to different attributes. This would reduce the quality of the artifact, and even its attack power would decrease. However, this iron ball was different. It was a special artifact. It could be said that it couldn't even be considered an artifact. This was because it was made out of a variety of metals. There were no restrictions placed on it, so how could it be considered an artifact? However, after learning the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique, it became a very important artifact. With the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique, one could control metals and change them into various shapes. Moreover, one could also add artifacts into the metal. Because of this, in addition to the technique and the iron ball, the Cloudy Mountain Tai So also left behind some insights on the usage of formations. Among them was how to imprint restrictions into the iron ball in the shortest time possible. However, the Cloudy Mountain Tai So didn't cultivate this method to its peak. In other words, when he imprinted restrictions into the artifact, his speed wasn't very fast. It was even a bit slow. Perhaps because of this, his combat strength was affected. In the end, he died in the Sky Pit secret realm. However, for Zhao Hai, this wasn't a problem at all. By combining the void condensation technique with the iron ball, his combat strength would be greatly improved. He could even imprint countless artifacts into the iron ball in an instant. He already had this ability. Now, with the help of the Golden Book, it was even easier. At this time, Zhao Hai had already reached the 6th level of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. Because of the help of the Mighty King Divine Art, he didn't need to do anything. He just needed to practice the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique. Moreover, Zhao Hai also felt that he needed to slow down his cultivation speed. He needed to focus on tempering his body. Although the Mighty King Divine Art allowed him to fuse all of his bloodlines, he still couldn't display the full power of these bloodlines. Not to mention the other bloodlines, just the Snow Ape bloodline was already very powerful. If he could display the full power of this bloodline, then it would be very powerful. However, it was clear that Zhao Hai still couldn't display the full power of this bloodline. Not to mention the higher grade bloodlines. For example, the Kuan-Pung bloodline. Although it had fused with Zhao Hai's bloodline, it was still dormant. Therefore, what Zhao Hai needed to do now was to stimulate his body's potential. At the same time, he also needed to study the Golden Body 10,000 transformations technique. Zhao Hai looked at the big iron ball and thought about how to do these two things at the same time. After some time, his eyes flashed as he moved his hand. The big iron ball immediately turned into a water droplet and directly melted. It directly covered Zhao Hai's body and turned into black clothes. Pay attention, it was clothes and not armor. Although it was just a simple robe, it could move. As Zhao Hai's body moved, it looked like ordinary black clothes. It might even look softer. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. However, Zhao Hai did it. He didn't use his own ability, he used the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique. However, Zhao Hai's face had a dignified expression. His movements were also much slower than before. It looked like his body had become heavier. In fact, this was the case. His body really did become heavier. He added a lot of gravity formations to his robe. And these gravity formations were used to make the robe heavier. This was Zhao Hai's way of tempering his body. Using spiritual force to control his clothes so that others wouldn't be able to see that it was made of iron. Then he added gravity formations to make the robe heavier. This was the method that Zhao Hai came up with to get the best of both worlds. Besides this, Zhao Hai also thought of another method to improve his Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique. This method was actually very simple, it was to preach about the Tao. At this time, the people of the Tide-Watching Gang had already begun to learn about talismans and formations. However, a lot of them were self-taught. Zhao Hai began to preach about the Tao. In the process of preaching, he could use the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique to control the robe and transform it into various objects. This allowed the people of the Tide-Watching Gang to learn more. During this process, he had to constantly adjust the formations on the robe. This was the purpose of cultivating the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique. Zhao Hai's preaching about the Tao was a big matter for the Tide-Watching Gang. To be honest, the people of the Tide-Watching Gang didn't know much about Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was very mysterious. Because of this, when the people of the Tide-Watching Gang heard that Zhao Hai was going to preach about the Tao, they felt that this was a big matter. The people of the Tide-Watching Gang had a good understanding of Wen Hai and the others. However, they didn't know much about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't join the Tide-Watching Gang for a long time. When he joined, Wen Hai and the others immediately elected him as the gang leader. Then Zhao Hai took control of the Tide-Watching Gang, unifying it and forming the current Tide-Watching Gang. The people of the Tide-Watching Gang felt that Zhao Hai was very mysterious. They didn't know how he ascended and became the gang leader in such a short time. Now, he even took over the Sword Defense sect. Although every step was done under their eyes, they were still very curious. They couldn't understand how Zhao Hai did it. As for Zhao Hai's strength, they didn't doubt it. Although Zhao Hai ascended for a short time, it was undeniable that he was the #1 expert of the Tide-Watching Gang. At the same time, all the inheritances of the Tide-Watching Gang were related to him. Even the Sword Defense sect's inheritance was snatched by him. Moreover, before the Sword Defense sect's inheritance, they already had a complete set of techniques. This benefited the Tide-Watching Gang a lot, making them even more grateful to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai had always been very mysterious in the Tide-Watching Gang. After doing all these things, the people of the Tide-Watching Gang didn't know how to describe Zhao Hai. Even if they ascended and had a lot of experience, they still haven't seen someone like Zhao Hai. Additionally, although Zhao Hai was the gang leader, he was rarely in the Tide-Watching Gang. He would only appear when something happened. It was very rare to see him. The people of the Tide-Watching Gang knew Wen Hai and the others, they even knew Laura and the others. However, when it came to Zhao Hai, he gave them a very strange feeling. Strange and mysterious, it was natural for them to feel awe. Because of this, when the Tide-Watching Gang heard that Zhao Hai was going to preach the Tao, they immediately felt that this was a big event. Even the people inside the secret realm felt that this was a festival. In fact, a lot of people thought that Tao preaching was a very mysterious thing. Even the words spoken by those who preached were mysterious and profound. You wouldn't be able to understand them. In fact, this was a misconception. Tao preaching was absolutely impossible to be like this. Tao discussion was very mysterious and profound. Tao preaching wasn't the case. Preaching the Tao and discussing the Tao were two different things. Take China as an example. In ancient China, there were a lot of eminent monks and famous Taoist grandmasters who preached the Tao. But what was the occasion of their preaching? The answer was very simple, it was a temple fair. In the eyes of modern people, temple fairs were an opportunity to play. Although it was very lively, it couldn't be compared to ancient times. Ancient people believed in gods and Buddhas, so they attached great importance to temple fairs. The people in temples also attached great importance to temple fairs. During temple fairs, they would invite eminent monks and Taoist grandmasters to preach the Tao to their followers. In ancient times, people's literacy rate wasn't high, and their cultural level wasn't very high. If you really told them those mysterious truths, they would absolutely not understand. Yes, the more mysterious you were, the more they would feel that you were superior. But in this way, they would have a sense of distance from you. They wouldn't understand what you were talking about, and they wouldn't understand what you were talking about. They wouldn't understand what you were talking about, nor would they understand what you were talking about. Naturally, there wouldn't be many people who would listen. Therefore, in ancient times, many people who preached the Tao were actually very simple. The purpose was to let the followers understand. Only when the followers understood what you were talking about would they understand what you were talking about. When they went back, they would follow what you said. Or when they encountered something, they would think of what you said and feel that what you said was reasonable. Only then would they believe you more. They would feel that this temple was more efficacious. Preaching the Tao was nothing more than telling the followers some truths. It was also a means for temples to compete for followers. It wasn't as mysterious as one imagined. But discussing the Tao was different. Discussing the Tao and preaching the Tao were different. Discussing the Tao was about discussing the Tao. Could you discuss the Tao with someone who didn't understand the Tao at all? No. Therefore, the people discussing the Tao had to understand the Tao and be on the same level as you. Even if they were slightly weaker than you, the difference wouldn't be too big. Everyone gathered together and shared their own opinions. They would talk about their own understanding of the Tao and see if there were any mistakes. That was how a Tao discussion should be. During the discussion of the Tao, the words spoken would be more mysterious. This so-called mystery actually meant that the words were simpler, or some feelings that ordinary people couldn't understand. If an ordinary person heard it, they would naturally feel confused and wouldn't know what they were talking about. But during the discussion of the Tao, everyone understood what the other party was talking about. So naturally, they would be able to understand the other party's meaning. In the cultivation realm, whether it was the sword spirit realm or other realms, preaching the Tao was actually a matter. It was like a teacher giving a lesson to his disciples. Many people understood that a person with a high level of culture wouldn't necessarily be a good teacher. Why? Because he didn't know how to give a lesson. He didn't know how to break the knowledge down and make it easier for people to learn. But a teacher could do this. Fortunately, in the cultivation realm, preaching the Tao was generally done by people from various sections. And these people were all cultivators. If it was said on earth, they would have some foundation in culture. Therefore, preaching the Tao to them wouldn't be as troublesome as teaching elementary school students. But when preaching the Tao, no one would say anything mysterious. Sometimes, knowledge can't be tolerated, even a little error. Just like cultivation, once you make a mistake, you might suffer from qi deviation, which is very dangerous. And the people who preach the Tao are often the disciples of their own sections. Even if they aren't direct disciples, they are still disciples of their own sections. They don't want these disciples to suffer from qi deviation because of mistakes in their cultivation. And some mysterious words would cause a slight deviation in people's understanding. This was absolutely unacceptable. You can teach the knowledge to the disciples, and if the disciples themselves understand and improve, then it's fine. But if you teach them wrong from the beginning, then the fault lies with you. Because of this, preaching the Tao wasn't mysterious. Many sects preached to their disciples, and the content was actually very simple. But if you think about it yourself, then you won't be able to learn it. This was why a lot of rogue cultivators envied sect disciples. Sect disciples could listen to the preaching of their own sect seniors, allowing them to take fewer detours. On the other hand, rogue cultivators didn't have this kind of treatment, they could only fumble around on their own. Zhao Hai's preaching of the Tao quickly spread throughout the tide-watching gang. Everyone wanted to listen to it. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. But fortunately, Zhao Hai was prepared to preach for a while. Because of this, he made a rule that the number of disciples who can listen to his preaching could not exceed 5,000. The others still had to do their own work. However, Zhao Hai allowed all the disciples to listen to his preaching. This way, everyone in the tide-watching gang could listen to his preaching. Zhao Hai's preaching of the Tao was about talisman-making and formations. The tide-watching gang might have some understanding of this, but it was impossible for them to understand it thoroughly. Because of this, Zhao Hai gave them a good talk. On the day of the sermon, the first batch of 5,000 people arrived at the place where the sermon would be held. Zhao Hai was sitting on a high platform. Beside him was a projection formation as well as a sound amplification formation. This way, everyone who came to listen to the sermon would be able to hear what he was saying. Zhao Hai's preaching wasn't complicated at all. It was just some basic knowledge of talisman making and formations. This basic knowledge was recorded in the jade slips that Zhao Hai gave them. But because they had been self-studying, it was inevitable that there would be some deviations. But through Zhao Hai's explanation, they were able to understand some of the things that they didn't understand. It can be said that this preaching of the Tao was a great help to the development of the tide-watching gang's talisman making and formations. Inside the mystic realm, Zhao Hai preached about the Tao and cultivated freely. However, the situation outside was different. Tang Ming had already brought Ding Chunming to the Green Mist sect along with the other sects to persuade them to join the alliance. Ding Chunming's group was currently in the mystic realm. At this point, their alliance had an official name. It was called the Sea Exploration Alliance. The reason why it was called the Sea Exploration Alliance was because the alliance was located on a peninsula. It was like a place that reached into the sea, therefore it was called the Sea Exploration Alliance. Everyone agreed to this name. Naturally, the first alliance leader was Taoist priest Qing Lan. When Taoist priest Qing Lan discovered that the person sent by the sword manipulation sect was Tang Ming, he didn't say anything. He knew that persuading people to join the Sea Exploring Alliance wouldn't be done by the sect leaders themselves. Therefore, it was normal for other people to be sent. However, when Taoist priest Qing Lan saw Ding Chunming, he knew that Ding Chunming was one of Zhao Hai's confidants. Seeing Ding Chunming standing behind Tang Ming, Taoist priest Qing Lan knew that Tang Ming wasn't ordinary. Because of this, he didn't blame Zhao Hai for being rude. On the contrary, Taoist priest Qing Lan was very polite to Tang Ming. After Tang Ming met with the others, they had a discussion. After Taoist priest Qing Lan gave them a few instructions, they immediately set off towards the other sects. Tang Ming didn't know if his persuasion would work, but he was very clear that if there were people colluding with the other sects, then his persuasion wouldn't have any results. However, contrary to Tang Ming's expectations, the persuasion of the first two sects was very successful. When they arrived and explained their intentions, the other sects immediately agreed. Moreover, they were very enthusiastic towards them, which was something that Tang Ming didn't expect. At the same time, they didn't find anyone trying to sabotage the persuasion. In Tang Ming's opinion, if Zhao Hai said that someone would sabotage the persuasion, then there would be someone who would sabotage the persuasion. Tang Ming never doubted Zhao Hai. Therefore, although the persuasion of the first two sects went very smoothly, Tang Ming was still very careful. Tang Ming didn't do much to persuade them these two times, and he didn't even say much. He just silently observed, and his actions weren't very obvious. In the eyes of the other sects, Tang Ming was like an invisible person, and no one paid attention to him at all. When they arrived at the third sect, they finally encountered a problem. After they stated their intentions, although the other party received them, they had no intention of joining them at all. In the end, they politely sent them off. Seeing this situation, Tang Ming understood that the other party didn't want to pay attention to them at all. If it weren't for the fact that they were from multiple sects, the other party probably wouldn't even look at them. After Tang Ming and the others left, they weren't disappointed. Instead, they went to the next sect. At this time, there were 7 sects that hadn't joined the Sea Exploration Alliance. 2 of them had already agreed to join, and 1 of them didn't. There were still 4 left, and Tang Ming didn't know how they would react. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the 4th sect, they encountered the most serious situation. The other party simply didn't want to come in contact with them. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the transmission formation, the other party directly blocked them. They didn't even let Zhao Hai and the others enter the transmission formation and directly let them leave. To be honest, they didn't expect this situation to happen. In their opinion, they were a joint delegation made up of more than 30 sections. This was equivalent to representing the entire buffer zone. However, the other party dared to treat them like this. This was really beyond their expectations. However, they still didn't go back. Instead, they went to the fifth sect. This fifth sect was called Green Pine Stronghold. It sounded like a place where bandits gathered. Later, Tang Ming asked the people from the Sea Exploring Alliance that he was familiar with. They really did find out that this Green Pine Stronghold was a bandit group. Azure Pine Village used to be a small bandit group. However, they had been operating in the territories controlled by the righteous sections. Later on, they offended a medium-sized sect and were hunted down. They had no choice but to run here. Later on, they found out that nobody cared about this place. Moreover, the environment for cultivation was also good. So they decided to stay and establish Azure Pine Village. Later on, they recruited a lot of disciples and finally became a sect. Although they became a sect, they didn't change the name of the sect. It was still called Azure Pine Village, which sounded very awkward. Moreover, the people from Azure Pine Village weren't proud of them in the buffer zone. Perhaps it was because they were bandits, but they were still tyrannical in the buffer zone. They didn't put the other sects in their eyes. Moreover, they were unscrupulous in their actions. They had offended almost half of the people in the buffer zone. However, it was said that because they relied on the Profound Sky sect, some people dared to make a move against them. However, the sect still joined forces and dealt with them twice. The people from Azure Pine Village restrained themselves. However, their relationship with the other sects wasn't good. They had conflicts with the other sects in the buffer zone. Logically speaking, a sect like this shouldn't be brought into the alliance, but there was no other way. The location of Xianxia village was very important. It wasn't at the border of the buffer zone, but on a mountain in the north of the buffer zone. Behind them, there were several sections. Although it wasn't in the middle of the buffer zone, it was still at the back of the middle. Once they surrendered to those big sects, if those big sects were to station their troops here, it would be tantamount to dividing the buffer zone into two. What was more terrifying was that the sects behind the buffer zone would face the danger of being attacked from both sides, and they might even be destroyed by those big sections. It was precisely because of this consideration that Qing Lan and the others wanted Azure Pine Village to join the Sea Exploring Alliance. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about this problem. Tang Ming's group appeared in Xianxia Stronghold's teleportation array. There were nearly 100 of them, so their sudden appearance in Xianxia Stronghold's teleportation array shocked the people of Xianxia Stronghold. However, Tang Ming and the others didn't move. Only the representative of the Green Mist sect, Su Jingzi, went forward and said, "Mr. I'm Su Jingzi, the leader of the Sea Exploring Alliance's delegation. I'm here to see the master of Azure Pine Village. Please notify him." When the disciple heard Tang Ming, he stared for a moment. Then his expression changed as he said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll immediately notify him." Then he turned and ran. Su Jingzi and the others didn't move. Everyone stood at the transmission formation and waited for the other party to arrive. Not long after, two cultivators quickly arrived. One of them was the Azure Pine Stronghold cultivator who was guarding the teleportation array. The other was a cultivator who was slightly older than him. This cultivator's strength was also very strong. At the very least, he had reached the Qi refinement realm. The spirit realm cultivator cupped his fist at Su Jingzi and the others and said, "Azure Pine Village's inner court disciple, Yao Shun, greets everyone. Please follow me." Then he gestured with his hand. Everyone returned the gesture before following Yao Shun to the side. After some time, Yao Shun led the group to a room next to the transmission square. Then he turned to Su Jingzi and said, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that you would come, so we didn't make any preparations. I've already sent someone to report to the sect master. I believe that we'll have news soon. Please rest here for a while." Su Jingzi smiled faintly and said, "Fellow Daoist Yao is too polite. We were too presumptuous. I think fellow Daoist Yao should know who we are. Do you want me to introduce you?" Yao Shun quickly shook his head and said, "No need. I already know who you are. I also know what kind of alliance the Sea Exploration Alliance is. To be honest, I really admire you for being able to repel those great sects. You've really given our buffer zone a lot of face. I also know why you're here. I heard that the sect master wants to join the Sea Exploration Alliance. He's been waiting for your arrival these past few days. When Su Jingzi heard Yao Shun, he couldn't help but smile and said, fellow Daoist Yao is too polite. How could we dare to make your sect master wait? We really don't deserve it. Yao Shun smiled and said, of course, of course. What you've done is beneficial to our buffer zone for generations to come. How can we not deserve it? Su Jingzi nodded and spoke. At this time, footsteps could be heard coming from outside. Then two people came in from outside. These two people looked to be around 30 years old. When Yao Shun saw them, he quickly saluted them and said, greetings Senior Apprentice Brother Ning and Senior Apprentice Brother Wu. The two nodded. Then they looked at Su Jingzi and the others. One of them cupped his fist and said, Su Jingzi, ha ha ha. I haven't seen you for a few years. You're still as good as ever. Congratulations. When Su Jingzi saw this person, he smiled faintly and stood up. Ningshi, I haven't seen you for a few years. You haven't changed at all. I didn't expect you to come. It seems like you're doing very well. Ningshi smiled faintly and said, I'm not as good as you. Today, I'm here on the sect master's order to meet you. But the sect master is busy right now. Please come with me. I'll arrange a place for you to rest. The sect master will host a banquet for you tonight. Su Jing quickly said, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Ningshi smiled and said, there's no need to be polite. Let's go. Then he led the group outside. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard. This was a very large courtyard. There were several wooden buildings in the courtyard. It was enough to accommodate everyone. Moreover, the environment was very good. There were also many servants present. After Ningshi led everyone to the courtyard, he cupped his fist and said, everyone, please take a rest here. If you need anything, just tell the servants. The sect master will host a banquet for you tonight. Please. Everyone returned the salute. Then Ningshi turned around and left. Everyone went to find their own rooms. Tang Ming led Ding Chunming to a small building. While walking, he whispered to Ding Chunming, Old Ding, be careful. I feel that there's something wrong with the people of Pine Village. Ding Chunming nodded and said, I also noticed it. They said that they were waiting for us, but they didn't make any preparations. This is very abnormal. Also, didn't their sect master say that he was waiting for us? Why did he not see us when we came? Is there something urgent that needs to be dealt with at this time? That's right, that's what I thought as well. Also, did you notice that as we ran here, I realized that there were at least 20 sentry posts around the courtyard? And these people all have a murderous aura around them. This murderous aura isn't because they've killed too many people, but because they want to kill us. I realized that these people with killing intent don't seem to be from the Qingsong village. I've fought with the people from the Profound Sky sect and the Xianxia sect before, and these people with killing intent, their auras are a little similar to the people from the Profound Sky sect. A few of them actually have the aura of the Xianxia sect, which is a little strange. There's nothing strange about it. Xiantian sect and Xianjian sect found that it's impossible for them to deal with us alone, so they naturally have to work together to deal with us. So their behavior is very normal. That makes sense. Then, should we remind Su Jingzi? After all, if they really want to deal with us, with just the two of us, we might be able to escape. However, it doesn't seem too good if only the two of us escape. We should remind him. We'll do what we should do. As for what Su Jingzi thinks, it's not something we can control. After we settle down in the room, we'll immediately go see Su Jingzi and tell him about this. Ding Chunming nodded and didn't say anything. When the two of them were talking, they used their secret sound transmission technique. They didn't want other people to hear what they were talking about. Therefore, other people didn't know what they were talking about. The two of them each found a room and looked at the situation in the room. Then, they walked out of the room. Ding Chunming looked at Tang Ming and said, How is it? Tang Ming said in a deep voice, There's a listening formation in the room. Did you find it there? Yes, I found it in my room too. It seems that they specially prepared this place for us. Let's go see Su Jingzi. Tang Ming nodded and the two of them walked into Su Jingzi's room. After a while, the two of them arrived at the door of Su Jingzi's room. Tang Ming gently knocked on the door, and Su Jingzi immediately opened the door. When he saw Tang Ming and Ding Chunming, he was stunned. Then, he immediately cupped his fist to the two of them and said, "So it's senior brother Tang and senior brother Ding. May I know why the two of you are looking for me?" Tang Ming smiled and said, "There are some things that I want to discuss with senior brother Su. How about we talk inside?" Su Jingzi hurriedly said, "Of course, please come in." After saying that, he led the two into the room and invited them to sit down. Tang Ming and Ding Chunming followed Su Jingzi into the room. After they sat down, they realized that there was a servant in the room. As soon as the three of them sat down, the servant immediately served them tea. After the servant put down the tea, Tang Ming looked at the servant and said, "We have some things to discuss, you can leave." The servant didn't say anything, he just nodded and left. However, Tang Ming's actions made Su Jing frown. He looked at Tang Ming in confusion. Tang Ming winked at him but didn't say anything. After the servant left, Tang Ming winked at Su Jingzi and said, "Senior brother Su, it seems like the people of Qingsong village are very good to us. They're very polite to us. It seems like we'll succeed this time." Su Jingzi still didn't understand what Tang Ming meant. But then he suddenly heard another voice, "Senior brother Su, there's a monitoring formation in the room. What we say can't be wrong. However, what we say through the secret sound transmission is the most important thing." When Su Jingzi heard this voice, he knew that it was Ding Chunming. He turned to look at Ding Chunming and saw that Ding Chunming was talking to him through the secret sound transmission. Although Su Jingzi's mouth was moving, he didn't make any sound. Su Jingzi knew that this matter was very important. He immediately said, "Yes, Qingsong village is very polite to us. It seems like things will go smoothly this time." Next, Ding Chunming and Su Jingzi talked about some meaningless things. Tang Ming installed a monitoring formation in all the rooms they lived in. Moreover, the courtyard was being watched by people. At the same time, some people were using killing intent to lock on them. These people might even be from the mysterious Sky sect and the mysterious Sword sect. He told Su Jingzi all these things. When Su Jingzi heard Tang Ming's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed. He immediately sent a message to Tang Ming, "Is it true? Senior brother Tang, this matter can't be joked about. Can it be accurate just by feeling?" Tang Ming said in a deep voice, "It's absolutely true. I'm not the only one who felt it. Senior brother Ding also felt it. When senior brother Ding was in the Green Mist sect, he fought with the people of the mysterious Sky sect. He can feel the chi of those people. Senior brother Su, I'm afraid that we've really entered the wolf's den this time." Su Jingzi didn't speak. Instead, he said to Tang Ming, "Senior brother Tang, since the people of Qingsong village are so polite to us, do you think we should invite everyone over and discuss with them? When we talk to the village master, everyone should be more polite. What do you think?" Tang Ming nodded and said, "We should invite everyone over to discuss. How about this, old Ding and I will invite them. Senior brother Su, you can sit here for a while. Don't always let those servants invite people. After all, it's not good. Moreover, it's best not to let those servants hear what we say. If those servants think that we don't respect Qingsong village, it's not good." Su Jingzi nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you too." Calling each other senior brothers was actually just out of politeness. At the same time, it also meant that the relationship between the two sects was closer than the other sects. Tang Ming and Ding Chunming went to call for help, but they only called for the representatives of the various sections. They didn't call for the rest of the people who came with them. Moreover, in the process of calling for people, they also told these people about the situation they encountered. After everyone arrived in Su Jingzi's room, Su Jingzi asked everyone to sit down. Then he gave Tang Ming a look before he began to speak. Tang Ming began to transmit his voice to the others, letting them know that the room was being monitored. If they wanted to say something important, then they would have to use secret transmission. These people were very good at using secret sound transmissions. They were able to control their voices within a certain range. Everyone within this range would be able to hear their voices. This way, they wouldn't need to worry about the listening formation hearing them. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right, all right. All right. All right. All right. Before long, Tang Ming explained the situation to everyone. At the same time, they arranged for some people to keep talking so that the monitoring formation could hear them. At the same time, they were discussing what to do. Su Jingzi looked at everyone and said, everyone, I think that we should be careful. Although I don't understand why they haven't made a move against us, it's still right to be careful. Everyone must be careful during tonight's banquet. Be careful not to fall into their trap. When Tang Ming heard Su Jingzi, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Su Jingzi and said, Senior brother Su, do we still have to participate in their banquet? Although I don't understand why they haven't made a move against us, I think that they definitely don't have good intentions. If we really go to the banquet, then I'm afraid that we won't be able to leave. I think that it's best for us to immediately organize ourselves and rush out of the room. In any case, this place isn't far from the transmission formation. Su Jingzi shook his head and said, no, we still don't know what they want to do. If we just leave, then they'll have an excuse to turn against us and say that we attacked them. This way, they'll be able to take advantage of us. Tang Ming quickly said, Senior brother Su, now isn't the time to think about this. Are we still afraid of them using righteousness to suppress us? Leaving this place is the most important thing. If we're really killed here, then even if the sect avenges us, what's the use? Moreover, no matter what they say, righteousness is on our side. We're righteousness. Another sect's representative said, no, I think that Senior brother Su Jingzi is right. If we really take the formation and leave, then Qingsong village can directly invite the great sects to settle in. When that time comes, we won't be able to stop them. Tang Ming said, if they seek refuge with the great sects and invite them to settle in, then what can we do? Those great sects won't talk about righteousness with us. However, there were several sects representatives who didn't agree. There were also a few sects representatives who agreed with Tang Ming's idea. They immediately took the formation and left. Both sides couldn't convince each other. Tang Ming looked at them and couldn't help but sigh. Then he said, if everyone doesn't agree, then we won't leave. However, I want to send 2 people back and tell Daoist Qing Lan what we found. Everyone won't object to this, right? When everyone heard Tang Ming's words, Su Jingzi nodded. However, another sect's representative immediately said, no, we can't be sure that Qingsong village will deal with us. If we really tell Daoist Qing Lan about this and Qingsong village doesn't want to deal with us at all, instead, they want to join our Sea Exploration Alliance. At that time, wouldn't there be a misunderstanding? I don't agree with this. I think we should wait. When Tang Ming heard this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then he looked at that person and said, Senior brother, do you mean that you don't believe me? That person looked at Tang Ming and said, you're only saying that it's your feeling. Who knows if your feeling is right or not? If your feeling is wrong, then our cooperation with Qingsong village will be over. How can you do this just based on your feeling? Tang Ming said in a deep voice, I'm doing this for everyone's sake. If Qingsong stronghold really wants to deal with us, then none of us will be able to live. Besides, what righteousness? Do you think our Sea Exploring Alliance is afraid of Qingsong stronghold? If you don't want to use force, then that's fine. We just need to send some people back to the sect and see if Qingsong village will let us go. If they really don't have anything to do, then they won't stop us. But if they do, then I'm afraid that none of us will be able to leave. What do you think? Su Jingzi's eyes lit up when he heard Tang Ming's words. Then he nodded and said, that's a very good idea. If they really don't let us go out, then we'll be in danger. But if we send too many people out at once, then it will attract their attention. Then we'll send a few people out, no need for too many, just 5 will do. Junior brother Su Yanzi, lead 2 people from our sect and 2 people from the other sects and immediately head out. Tell them that the Green Mist sect has some matters to attend to and they need you to return. See how they react. A cultivator who was standing beside Su Jingzi immediately nodded and walked out. When the others saw Su Jingzi's arrangement, they didn't say anything. They knew that they couldn't leave at this time. Otherwise, they would be looked down upon by everyone. Su Jingzi looked at everyone and said, let's wait for a while. If no one stops Su Yanzi and the others when they leave, then it means that they're fine. If someone stops them, then it means that we've been trapped. At that time, I'm afraid that we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Everyone nodded, even Tang Ming. He knew that if the other party didn't let them leave, then it meant that the other party was already prepared. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to do so. This was because the transmission formation might have already been sealed. However, Tang Ming remembered the person who objected several times. That person was very anxious to object, so it was very abnormal. There must be something wrong with that person. Then everyone chatted while waiting for those people. Before long, Su Yanzi returned to the room with an ugly expression. Then he sent a secret message to everyone, the people from the Green Pine Village said that their transmission formation is being repaired. They can't let anyone use it. They asked us to wait for a day before using it. A day? Su Jingzi frowned, then he turned to everyone and said, I think they can't wait for a day. I'm afraid they'll make a move at the banquet tonight. What do you think? Everyone frowned. Although they were very strong, they were now in the other party's territory. If the other party really made a move, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Tang Ming said, it's useless now. Actually, the reason why I suggested leaving was because I didn't want to alert the enemy. If we suddenly rush out, they wouldn't be prepared. But after we sent people to test them, they should be prepared. I'm afraid that even if we rush out now, we'll be beaten back. We can't leave even if we want to. Everyone was silent for a while. Su Jingzi's face didn't look too good either. If he hadn't objected before, they might have really rushed out. Then, they might have had a chance to survive. Now, there was no chance at all. Tang Ming looked at everyone, then turned to Su Jingzi and said, Senior brother Su, do you have any ideas? Su Jing frowned, then he said, when I came, Master gave me a transmission talisman. This transmission talisman is very fast. Once it's sent out, it's impossible to block it. Even ordinary formations can't trap it. It's very precious, but there's only one. But even if I find it now, Master won't be able to save us. Everyone nodded. It was indeed too late. They couldn't wait that long. The people of Qingsong Stronghold must have sealed the transmission formation. Even if someone came to save them, it would be impossible for them to use the transmission formation. They could only fly over, which would take a lot of time. They were afraid that they would be killed by the time the transmission formation arrived. Tang Ming looked at everyone and said, when we left, our sect master gave me the Azure Jade Compass. I can use the compass to set up a formation and defend it for a while. What I mean is that we should immediately rush out and occupy the transmission formation. Then we can use the Azure Jade Compass to set up a formation to block their attacks while we think of a way to restore the transmission formation. As long as the transmission formation is restored, then we can escape. After all, it's impossible for them to destroy the transmission formation, at most they would just seal it. As long as we can break the seal, then we can use the transmission formation. What do you think? What do you think? When the others heard Tang Ming, they were stunned. Then they became happy. Su Jingzi said, Senior brother Tang Ming, did you really bring the Azure Jade Compass? Tang Ming nodded and said in a deep voice, the sect master was afraid that something like this would happen. He knew that the people from the large sects wouldn't give up so easily, so he asked us to bring the green jade compass. Su Jingzi suddenly stood up and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's rush out and occupy the transmission formation. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. Everyone nodded. Su Jingzi said, everyone, go back to your rooms immediately and explain the situation to your companions. I can only give you 50 breaths of time. After 50 breaths of time, everyone will rush out of your rooms and charge towards the teleportation formation. Remember, use your fastest speed and fly if you can. Su Yanzi smiled bitterly and said, Senior brother, we can't fly anymore. The entire Green Pine Village has used a flying restriction. I tried it before, but I can't fly. Su Jingzi gritted his teeth and said, good. It seems like the Green Pine Village really wants our lives. However, I won't let them do as they wish. Everyone, go back and prepare. Remember, you only have 50 breaths of time. Everyone responded and immediately left the room. Of course, they used the secret telepathy method to communicate with each other. Tang Ming and Ding Chunming didn't leave. The two of them only went in to take a look before leaving. They didn't stay in the room and didn't need to prepare anything. After Su Jingzi and the others left, he immediately said to Su Yanzi, "Calculate the time, 50 breaths of time." Su Yanzi nodded and began to calculate the time. Su Jingzi turned his head to Tang Ming and said, "Senior brother Tang, I'm sorry. I should have made up my mind to leave earlier." Tang Ming smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "You don't need to say that. Even if we wanted to leave, we wouldn't have been able to do so. The other party had already made preparations. If we really wanted to seize the formation, then we wouldn't have been able to leave. Instead, we would have failed because we weren't prepared in advance. I think that they must have sealed the transmission formation the moment we entered Green Pine Village. It's impossible for them to have sealed it just now. Therefore, it's a good thing that we're doing right now because we've already made preparations to seize the transmission formation." Su Jingzi smiled bitterly, then he shook his head and said, "I was too careless. I thought that the Green Pine Village wouldn't dare to deal with us. I thought that they didn't want to be controlled by the great sects, so I didn't think about it. But now, it seems like I was too naive." Tang Ming didn't say anything this time. In fact, Su Jingzi was too naive. This could be seen from how easily he trusted others. Moreover, he wasn't decisive enough. They were now in a very dangerous situation. Their probing just now was to tell the other party that they were beginning to suspect something. They believed that the other party would be prepared. But even if they knew that the other party was prepared, they still had to do it. Otherwise, they would be in even more danger. Before long, Su Yanzi said, "Senior brother, it's time." Su Jingzi said, "Let's go and kill our way out. Even if they block us, we must kill our way out. Otherwise, we won't have another chance." After he said that, he walked out. At the same time, an artifact appeared in his hand. When they got out of the door, they found that the people from the other sects were all ready. They all held their weapons and rushed out. Su Jingzi immediately shouted, "Let's go." Then, he moved and rushed out. The others hurriedly followed. As soon as they made a move, the people of Qingsong's stronghold immediately reacted. They already knew that Su Jingzi and the others were preparing to make a move, but they didn't expect them to make a move so quickly. However, they also reacted. Sounds of killing could be heard from all directions. The people of Qingsong's stronghold all surrounded them. Everyone didn't have time to think about the arrangements made by Green Pine Village. They rushed out and met the people from Green Pine Village. Everyone didn't greet them as they directly raised their artifacts to greet them. The people from Green Pine Village were the same. Both sides immediately rushed out. Fortunately, everyone was an elite disciple of their respective sects. It can be said that they were all core disciples of their respective sects. They were very strong. The Green Pine Village disciples in front of them simply couldn't stop them. They rushed straight forward. On the other hand, Ding Chunming was protecting Tang Ming. Although Tang Ming's cultivation wasn't low, it was still far from being comparable to Ding Chunming. Therefore, he didn't do anything as he took his artifact and flew forward. Although he used the sword technique of the sword control sect, it was still far worse than Zhao Hai's. The group rushed forward, but in the end, this was Qingsong's stronghold's territory. The experts of Qingsong's stronghold quickly arrived. When they were about 1 li away from the transmission formation, they had no choice but to stop and form a defensive circle. However, they were very anxious because they knew that with their current strength, it would be very difficult for them to reach the transmission formation. If they couldn't reach the transmission formation, then it would be even more troublesome. When Ding Chunming saw the situation, he immediately shouted, "Come with me." After he finished speaking, he moved his body and directly rushed to the front of the group. The 2 hammers in his hands moved, so the Qingsong village disciples in front of him were all swept away by his hammers. There was no one who could resist him at all. When everyone saw Ding Chunming's ferocity, they immediately followed him. The distance of 1 li was quickly covered. Then everyone directly rushed to the transmission formation. After arriving there, Tang Ming immediately took out the azure jade compass and fiddled with it a few times. Then the azure jade compass flashed. In the next moment, everyone felt a black fog appear around them. However, the black fog quickly became transparent. What made them feel strange was that they could see the situation around them. However, the people from Green Pine Village didn't seem to be able to see them. The people from Green Pine Village looked confused as they looked at the transmission formation. Even those who were close to them were also confused. Tang Ming immediately said, "They are now trapped in a maze. Everyone, hurry up and find a way to break the seal on the transmission formation. We'll leave immediately." Everyone immediately understood what was going on. They first attacked and killed the cultivators from Green Pine Village who were closest to them. Then they looked around and prepared to break the seal on the transmission formation. At this time, Ding Chunming took out a pill and directly threw it into his mouth. He didn't attack anyone and just stood next to Tang Ming while gasping for breath. When the people from the other sects saw Ding Chunming's appearance, they immediately thought that he was using some secret technique. Therefore, they didn't care about him anymore. Tang Ming looked at Ding Chunming and said, "How are you? Are you all right?" Ding Chunming shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I won't die." Tang Ming didn't say anything else. Instead, he focused on controlling the jade compass in his hand. Since the people from Green Pine Village were preparing to break the formation, he couldn't help but carefully control the jade compass. Actually, Tang Ming also knew that Ding Chunming was really fine. He was just pretending. He didn't want the other sects to know his true strength. Ding Chunming's display of strength was his true strength. However, he couldn't let the other sects know about it. Therefore, he pretended that he was using some secret technique. This was something that Zhao Hai taught him. Zhao Hai was very clear that Ding Chunming and Tang Ming were already in the limelight. They couldn't be in the limelight anymore. Therefore, he told Ding Chunming, Tang Ming, and the others to not use their full strength when fighting outside. If they were in a critical situation and had to use their full strength, then they had to pretend that they used some secret technique or take a pill beforehand. It was precisely because of this that Ding Chunming pretended that he used some secret technique and was now exhausted. This was all done for others to see, including the pill that he just took. At this time, Tang Ming noticed that among the people from Green Pine Village, there were a few people wearing special clothes. Moreover, the expressions on their faces were different from the others. Upon seeing this, Tang Ming immediately said to Su Jingzi, "Senior brother Su, come here. Do you think those people are from the Profound Sky sect?" When Su Jingzi heard Tang Ming, he stared for a moment. Then he immediately walked over and looked at the people that Tang Ming pointed at. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, they are the inner disciples of the Profound Sky sect. It seems like Green Pine Village is dead set on joining the Profound Sky sect." Damn it. Tang Ming didn't care. In his opinion, this was normal. Everyone had the right to choose. Green Pine Village just made a choice that they thought was right. But now that they were enemies, there was no need to be polite. They must deal with Green Pine Village. Of course, now wasn't the time. They didn't have the ability to deal with Green Pine Village. However, Tang Ming believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't let Green Pine Village go. At this time, Su Jingzi opened his mouth and said, "I've already sent a letter to Master and used the communication talisman. Master and the others should be thinking of a way to save us. However, it's better for us to rely on our own strength. After all, we don't know when Master and the others will come." Tang Ming nodded and said, "Don't worry. As long as we break the other party's seal, we can leave immediately." Su Jingzi nodded and immediately began to pay attention to the seal on the teleportation array. Generally, the seal would be placed at a place next to the teleportation array. This was the rule of almost all sects' teleportation arrays. Green Mountain Village was not considered a large sect, so they naturally did this. However, the seal was not so easy to break. To put it bluntly, the seal was a kind of array. This array was different from other arrays. The main purpose of this array was to seal things. However, just like other spell formations, there were also many types of sealing spell formations. From the simplest seals to seals that could seal a void refinement stage or Dao integration stage mighty figure, all of them could be considered as a type of sealing spell formation. However, there was a huge difference between the different types of sealing spell formations. The sealing arrays used by ordinary sects to seal teleportation arrays were almost all of the same type. This sealing array might have some changes in detail, but its function was the same. First, it was to prevent the teleportation array from being used. Second, it was a self-destruct function. Everyone knew that it was to prevent the teleportation array from being used, but very few people knew about the self-destruct function. However, this was a function that almost all sealing arrays had. This self-destruct function was actually very simple. Once the sealing array was used, one had to use a direct method to break it. If one's method was wrong, that person would not be able to break it. If one tried to break it by force, then the sealing array would self-destruct. Once the sealing array self-destructed, the teleportation array would naturally be destroyed. It was precisely because of this that once the teleportation array of each sect was sealed, it was not so easy to break it. This was because each sect's sealing array had its own characteristics. It was not easy to break it. Just like the lock of a safe, it was a secret code lock. If one used the wrong secret code, the safe would not be opened. If one tried to break it by force, the safe would explode and destroy everything. Now, Tang Ming and the others were facing such a situation. Now that the teleportation array here had been sealed, they certainly did not know the correct way to break the seal. They could only slowly calculate and break it, but this would take time. Now, the people of Green Pine Village also knew what they were planning. Therefore, the people of Green Pine Village attacked very fiercely during this period of time, giving them no time to breathe. Tang Ming had no other choice. Although he knew how to use arrays, it was not so easy to break the array. He did not know how to do it, so he could only control the green jade compass now to buy more time for Su Jingzi and the others. Fortunately, there were a few people among Su Jingzi's group who were proficient in arrays. Therefore, the process of breaking the seal was very smooth. But at this time, a cultivator slowly walked behind Tang Ming. He was the cultivator who had a dispute with Tang Ming before. He was the one who insisted on not letting everyone use the transmission formation. When he was rushing out, he didn't put in any effort at all. Instead, he just followed everyone and didn't put in any effort at all. It wasn't just him, even the cultivator who was with him was the same. Now, the two people were slowly walking towards Tang Ming. They were very close to Tang Ming. The two of them stared at Tang Ming. As for Ding Chunming, who was standing beside Tang Ming with his eyes closed, they had already ignored him. In their opinion, Ding Chunming was just someone who used a secret technique and no longer had the strength to fight. They didn't care about him at all. When the two of them were only 5 meters away from Tang Ming, they suddenly attacked. Their flying swords stabbed towards Tang Ming. This time, they didn't just control their flying swords, they also stabbed towards Tang Ming with their swords. These two swords were aimed at Tang Ming's vital points. It was clear that they wanted to take Tang Ming's life. At this time, Tang Ming was using the blue jade compass. He didn't seem to notice the two of them at all. Several cultivators nearby noticed this situation and were shocked speechless. This was because the two of them were too close to Tang Ming. It didn't matter if they wanted to warn or stop them, it was impossible for them to do so. It was clear that they didn't expect the two of them to suddenly attack Tang Ming. Just as the swords in their hands were about half a meter away from Tang Ming's body, two hands suddenly grabbed their necks, one in each hand. Then with a shake of the hands, the two of them felt their bones loosen and their joints dislocate. At the same time, their heads buzzed and they fainted. At this time, the nearby cultivators noticed that the one who attacked was Ding Chunming. However, Ding Chunming's current situation wasn't very good. His face was pale. After knocking out the two of them, Ding Chunming didn't even have the strength to stand. He directly fell to the ground. At the same time, he threw a pill into his mouth and closed his eyes. When everyone saw Ding Chunming's appearance, they knew that his injuries had worsened. At this time, Su Jingzi also felt the movement here. He immediately walked over and looked at the two on the ground. His expression changed as he said, "What happened?" A cultivator on the side said, "I don't know what happened, but the two of them suddenly attacked fellow Daoist Tang. If fellow Daoist Ding didn't act quickly, fellow Daoist Tang would have been in danger. It seems like the two of them wanted to kill fellow Daoist Tang." Su Jingzi looked at the two on the ground and coldly snorted, no wonder they were against us leaving the room. It turns out that they were in cahoots. They wanted to kill senior brother Tang and steal the green jade compass. That way, we wouldn't be able to rely on them anymore. They're really scheming. The others weren't fools. When they saw the two of them attack, they already knew what was going on. Therefore, no one objected to Su Jingzi's words. Su Jingzi looked at Ding Chunming, then he turned his head and said, "Junior brother Su Yanzi, come here and guard senior brother Tang. Don't let anyone get close to him." Su Yanzi nodded and ran over to guard Tang Ming. Then Su Jingzi ran to the ceiling formation and urged everyone to quickly break it. Su Jingzi already felt that they were in a crisis. Fortunately, although it was a little difficult to break the seal on the teleportation formation, it wasn't very difficult. At least, it was much easier than the protective formation of the various sections. After an hour, there was already some progress. During this period of time, although the people of Qingsong village were desperately attacking, because of the green jade compass, they had no way to attack Tang Ming and the others. This allowed Su Jingzi and the others to finally break the formation smoothly. However, this wasn't the end. After Su Jingzi and the others broke the formation, Su Jingzi didn't immediately use the formation. Instead, he began to adjust the coordinates of the formation. At this point, he no longer trusted anyone. It was impossible for him to go to other sections. He wanted to return directly to the Green Mist sect. Naturally, Tang Ming and the others didn't object. Everyone knew that the Green Mist sect wanted to be independent the most. Therefore, if anyone objected to going to the Green Mist sect at this time, they would certainly be suspected. Therefore, no one said anything. Su Jingzi easily adjusted the coordinates of the formation. Then a white light flashed and everyone disappeared from the formation. In the next moment, they appeared on the transmission square of the Green Mist sect. The Green Mist sect was very busy, so there were a lot of people in the transmission square. Therefore, when Tang Ming and the others appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the people from the Green Mist sect. However, when the people from the Green Mist sect saw Su Jingzi, they were stunned. Then they were overjoyed. Someone immediately shouted, "Senior brother Su Jingzi is back. Quickly, report to the sect master." After that, one person ran towards the sect while the other went to greet him. At this time, Tang Ming put away the green jade compass and let out a long breath. Then he looked at Ding Chunming. At this time, Ding Chunming stood up. However, his face was pale. Tang Ming looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Old Ding, are you all right?" Ding Chunming shook his head and said, "I'm fine. But I need to rest for a while. I think we should return to the sect for a while." Tang Ming nodded. At this time, Su Jingzi had finished talking with the person from the Green Mist sect. He turned his head to Tang Ming and said, "Senior brother Tang, I was just about to report this matter to Master. However, I'm afraid that the matter of persuasion will have to be settled. The great sects have been discovered by us, so they might take action. Therefore, I ask everyone to return to their sects and report this matter to the sect master." Everyone nodded, thinking that what Su Jingzi said was very reasonable. Since Qingsong stronghold attacked them, it meant that they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Moreover, the people from the great sects would immediately make a move once they found out that they had escaped. Qingsong stronghold's location was very special. The great sects that controlled Qingsong stronghold already had a geographical advantage. If they made a move, they would be able to threaten most of the buffer zone. They had to be prepared, especially the sects that were closer to Qingsong stronghold. Everyone nodded. Then they didn't even go down from the transmission formation. They just stood on the transmission formation and asked the person from the Green Mist sect to send them away. Tang Ming and Ding Chunming directly returned to the Imperial Sword sect. When they arrived, they immediately told Wen Wenhai and Laura about this matter. When Wen Wenhai and the others heard about this, they immediately told Zhao Hai about it. At this time, Zhao Hai had been lecturing in the secret realm for almost a month. He had already talked about the basics of formations and talismans. Moreover, he felt that his golden body 10,000 transformations technique was already very good. He was now ready to leave his seclusion. Although he had come out of seclusion, he was still wearing the iron cloak. This was for refining his body. He felt that his body had become much stronger after this period of training. This was mainly reflected in his strength. In the past, there was still a small gap between Zhao and Ding Chunming. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhao couldn't beat Ding Chunming. In terms of comprehensive strength, Zhao was much stronger than Ding Chunming. If they really fought, he could kill Ding Chunming. But in terms of strength, he couldn't compare to Ding Chunming. After all, Ding Chunming's talent was much stronger than his. Ding Chunming's talent and strength was the best that Zhao Hai had ever seen. Even he couldn't compare to Ding Chunming. In the past, the gap between him and Ding Chunming was very obvious. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai used the Power King Divine Art to activate his bloodlines. Because of this, Zhao Hai's strength was very strong. He wasn't any worse than Ding Chunming. One must know that Ding Chunming didn't use his full strength when he fought with others. Don't look at how pale his face was and how he sat on the ground. All of these were just for show. He didn't want others to know his strength. This was because Ding Chunming knew that even if they were cooperating with the other sects, they were still enemies. Naturally, they weren't enemies now, but they would be in the future. The Tide-Watching gang would certainly destroy the other sects and occupy the buffer zone. They might even occupy the Sword Spirit realm because this was their goal. In this case, how could Ding Chunming let those people know his true strength? That's why he acted like that. Ding Chunming's strength was definitely second only to Zhao Hai in the entire Tide-Watching gang. Ding Chunming's strength wasn't like Zhao Hai's. It was a comprehensive strength. All of Ding Chunming's strength came from his own strength. It was precisely because of this that his strength exceeded the imagination of many people. In Zhao Hai's opinion, even in the Iron Buddha Temple, it would be very difficult to find someone who could surpass Ding Chunming in strength. But now, Zhao Hai's strength wasn't any worse than Ding Chunming's. Moreover, it was still increasing. However, this made Zhao Hai need a lot of time to familiarize himself with this sudden increase in strength. This would allow him to use all of his strength in battle and transform it into combat strength. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in the Imperial Sword Sect study. Wen Wenhai and the others were sitting opposite of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai and said, "What's going on? Tell me in detail." Wen Wenhai replied, "Boss, I just received news that Qingsong Stronghold has officially declared their allegiance to the Sky Sect. Moreover, Qingsong Stronghold is preparing to attack the other sections. Aside from Qingsong Stronghold, several other sects have also declared their allegiance to the Profound Sky Sect. Even some sects that were previously in the Sea Exploring Alliance suddenly announced their allegiance to the Profound Sky Sect. Currently, there are 27 sects in the Sea Exploring Alliance. The remaining sects have all declared their allegiance to the Profound Sky Sect." Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he said in a deep voice, "Those sects that have joined the alliance actually joined the Profound Heaven Sect. Why are they doing this? Could it be that what he said was wrong? Do you have to listen to others to feel comfortable?" Wen Wenhai and the others didn't know what to say. In their opinion, they didn't understand the actions of those sections. They were already part of the Sea Exploring Alliance and had already broken away from the control of the other sections. But now, they suddenly declared their allegiance to the Profound Sky Sect and began to oppose the alliance. This matter was truly unexpected. At this time, Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly moved. Then with a thought, his aura suddenly changed. He seemed to have turned into a different person. He sat there with a tranquil aura, just like an enlightened monk. Not long after Zhao Hai's aura changed, a golden Buddhist seal suddenly shot towards Zhao Hai's hand. Then, Zhao Hai also knew the contents of the seal. Then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The situation in the buffer zone has already attracted the attention of the other sections. Even the Iron Buddha Temple sent me a message to pay attention to the situation here. It seems like there will be some changes in the situation." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. One must know that the buffer zone wasn't that big, and the strength of the sects weren't that strong either. Although the mysterious Sky Sect and the mysterious Sword Sect were very famous, they were still far from being comparable to the Iron Buddha Temple. If a sect like the Iron Buddha Temple were to join in, then the buffer zone would be finished. At the very least, the various sects in the buffer zone wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if it was them, they would be in a very dangerous situation. Zhao Hai said, Iron Bull, Iron Snake, you two come with me. We're going to the Green Mist sect. Wen Hai, you two get ready for the war. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai led Iron Bull and Iron Snake to the Green Mist sect. Now that Ding Chunming came back to recuperate, he naturally couldn't go to the Green Mist sect. Zhao Hai didn't think that the situation would turn out like this. It seems like the influence of the great sects in the buffer zone was quite big. Otherwise, the sects that joined the Sea Exploring Alliance and fought with the great sects wouldn't have betrayed the alliance. Now, the Exploration Sea Alliance only had 27 sects left, and 20 sects were controlled by the great sects. With the support of the great sects, the Exploration Sea Alliance was at a disadvantage. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Green Mist sect as soon as possible. He wanted to have a good discussion with the Green Mist sect master about how to deal with the large-scale attack of the great sects. Zhao Hai, Iron Bull, and Iron Snake appeared in the Green Mist sect's teleportation array. The people of the Green Mist sect immediately saw Zhao Hai. They all knew Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai, a disciple of the Green Mist sect immediately stepped forward and bowed. Sect Master Jian, you're here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Is the Taoist allowed inside? Please inform the sect master. The person immediately said, Yes, Sect Master Jian. Please come with me and take a rest. I'll inform the sect master right away. After saying that, he gestured for Zhao Hai to enter. Zhao Hai nodded and followed the cultivator into the Green Mist sect. Another disciple of the Green Mist sect went to inform the Taoist. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived at his resting place, a cultivator immediately ran over and bowed to Zhao Hai. Sect Master Jian, the sect master invites you over. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. He followed the disciple to the main hall of the Green Mist sect. After a while, he arrived at the main hall of the Green Mist sect. As soon as he entered the main hall, he was stunned. This was because he found that there were already many people in the main hall. They were all sect masters of other sections. When the sect masters saw Zhao Hai, they all nodded and bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also quickly returned the bow. It could be seen that the sect masters of other sects were very polite to Zhao Hai. They were much more polite than before. At this time, Qing Lan also walked over. He cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jian, you're here. Just in time. Let's discuss how to deal with the current situation. You should know that we're investigating the situation of the Sea Alliance, right? I don't know what you think. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, I know. I heard that some people were originally from our alliance, but now they've turned to those big sections. Is that so? Qing Lan's face flashed with anger. Then he said in a deep voice, Yes, a few sects have indeed turned to those big sections. I really didn't expect this. Hateful, too hateful. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Now isn't the time to talk about this. There are a lot of people who have turned to those big sections. With the support of those big sects, they really do have the strength to fight against us. Moreover, from the looks of it, they're going to attack us soon. Taoist priest, do you have any ideas? Qing Lan sighed and said, It's useless to think about it now. We have to fight with them. Moreover, it won't be easy to force the great sects out of the buffer zone like before. They have the support of the great sects, so it won't be easy to deal with them. Qing Lan nodded and said, All right. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Everyone, do you have any ideas? Now, I'm afraid that all of us are already on the list of those big sections. None of us can escape. If we were like the other sects, we might still have some hope. Unfortunately, we didn't surrender at that time. So now, those big sects won't let us go. So if you have any ideas, just say it. The other sect leaders sighed as well. One of the sect leaders said, We're also aware of this situation. But what can we do now? We've already thought about it. At worst, we'll just go all out against the great sects. Let's see if those great sects can destroy us. Speaking up to this point, his face was filled with murderous aura. Obviously, he was prepared to fight against those big sections. But Zhao Hai could understand that this was a choice he had no choice but to make. The other sect leaders had the same reaction. This was because they felt that there was no hope of driving those big sects out. At worst, they would just fight to the death. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, Taoist priest, I don't know if you've thought about borrowing power. When Qing Lan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, You mean borrowing power? Whose power? How? The conversation between Zhao Hai and Qing Lan also attracted the attention of the other sect leaders. They all gathered around the two, wanting to hear what Zhao Hai had to say. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Actually, I think that everyone has forgotten about a group of people. This group also has a significant influence in the buffer zone. However, they have been too calm recently. They haven't made any moves. This really makes people curious and puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Actually, I think that everyone has forgotten about this group. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai said, I'm talking about the people from the 72 southern islands. Don't forget that the buffer zone is a buffer zone between the 72 southern islands and the big sections. The big sects have been making big moves in the buffer zone, but the 72 southern islands haven't made any moves. Don't you think it's strange? When they heard Zhao Hai, everyone suddenly got up. In the past, the sects in the buffer zone were controlled by the big sects and the 72 southern islands. Even if the control of the 72 southern islands wasn't thorough, it was still controlled. Later on, when they wanted to be independent, the 72 southern islands didn't oppose it. But now, the big sects are making a big move in the buffer zone, yet they still haven't responded. This was somewhat abnormal. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, The 72 islands wouldn't just watch the buffer zone be controlled by the great sects. Otherwise, the unlucky ones would be them. If they really watched the buffer zone being controlled by the great sects, then they wouldn't have fought with the great sects in the past. But why haven't they made a move yet? I find it strange. They might be waiting for us to lean on them, which would be more advantageous for them. But it's precisely because of this that the 72 islands haven't made a move. But for us, this is very advantageous. We can ask the 72 islands to put pressure on the great sects so that they wouldn't dare to blatantly help the other sects. As long as the great sects don't blatantly send troops to support the other sects, then we can slowly deal with them. What does the Taoist priest think about this? Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, The Taoist priest's words are very strange. Taoist priest Qing Lan pondered for a moment, then he looked at the other two and said, It's possible. I can go to the 72 islands and have them put pressure on the great sects. But what if they make a request? Zhao Hai said, Don't agree. Tell them that if they're willing to help us, then we'll have to guarantee that the great sects won't attack them through the buffer zone. This way, we'll become their first line of defense. If they don't agree, then you can come back. We're now competing with them in terms of patience. Taoist priest Qing Lan nodded and said, That makes sense. All right, I'll go and prepare. Then I'll go and visit the 72 islands. Zhao Hai quickly said, Wait a moment. Taoist priest, you can't just go like this. You should bring something with you. Sect masters, I'll ask you again. Do you really want to fight against the great sects and not rely on them? The sect masters of these sects were already determined to fight to the death. But when they heard Zhao Hai asking the 72 oceanic islands to put pressure on the great sects, they felt that there was still a chance for things to turn around. Naturally, it was impossible for them to rely on the great sects. Therefore, they nodded and said, Rest assured, we agree. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Good. Then we'll formally establish an alliance today. The sects here today will advance and retreat together. We'll fight against the great sects together and form an alliance. Then we'll let Taoist priest Qing Lan bring this alliance to the 72 islands. Let them understand that Taoist priest Qing Lan doesn't only represent the Green Mist sect, but all of our sects. While Taoist priest Qing Lan is gone, we'll have to prepare for war. The great sects will certainly attack us. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they nodded at the same time. Then, they turned their heads to look at Qing Lan. Qing Lan looked at everyone and said, All right, we'll establish an alliance today. We'll advance and retreat together. After that, he asked someone to bring a piece of demonic beast skin. Every sect would prepare a lot of demonic beast skins. These demonic beast skins were usually used to make leather armors or leather talismans. Of course, if there were some particularly important things, they would also be recorded on the demonic beast skin. This was because sometimes, the things recorded on the demonic beast skin would be preserved for a longer time than the things recorded on the jade slip. Not long after, the demonic beast skin was delivered. Qing Lan took up a brush and wrote down a treaty. Everyone signed the treaty and Qing Lan took it with him and left the Green Mist sect for the 72 islands of the Southern Sea. Of course, when he left, he also arranged everything in the Green Mist sect. Zhao Hai and the others also returned to their sects and began to reorganize their armaments in preparation for the coming war. Zhao Hai returned to the Tidewatching sect and began to prepare for the war. Zhao Hai was very clear about the current problem of the Tidewatching sect. The problem was that they could only defend and not attack. This was because the strength of the Tidewatching sect was a bit low. They had no problem relying on the defensive formation of the Sword Control sect. However, if they were asked to attack, they really didn't have the ability to do so. Now, there were less than 1,000 people in the Tidewatching sect who could fly. In fact, there were only about 500 of them. This was because of the recent war, many cultivators had broken through. If it was in the past, the number would be even lower. In this case, they couldn't increase their attack power even if they wanted to. They could use the teleportation formation, but there were too many restrictions. Most of the time, the teleportation formation couldn't be used at all. Therefore, the Tidewatching sect didn't have the ability to attack even if they wanted to. They didn't have enough mobility. In addition, they couldn't fly. They were naturally at a disadvantage against those who could fly in the sky. Therefore, they couldn't attack. Zhao Hai was also very clear about this point. Therefore, after returning to the sect, he didn't make any arrangements. He only arranged the defense of the Sword Control sect and left the Green Jade Compass as the core of the Five Elements illusion formation. At the same time, he also took out 100 of the Tidewatching sect's cultivators who could fly and formed them into a small team. This small team was specialized in external battles. In other words, this small team was specialized in assisting other sects. In addition to this small team, there were also 2,000 cultivators who couldn't fly. However, these 2,000 people were the best at using magic techniques. They were also specialized in external battles. Zhao Hai took out some time to train these people. At the same time, he also gave them some things that could be used in the battlefield. For example, communication formations and boundary formations. Needless to say, communication formations were mainly used in battles. It was also more convenient to command. As for the boundary formations, they were the formations that Zhao Hai and the others used when they were in the Lost Soul Empire. When in battle, they can open the formation to form a protective shield. Naturally, after these things were given to them, they needed to be trained for a period of time. Even if they weren't required to follow orders like an army, they still needed to understand how to cooperate in order to display greater fighting strength. Besides these, Zhao Hai also taught Wenhai, Laura, and the others how to use the Green Jade Compass to control the Five Elements illusion formation. The Five Elements illusion formation was the foundation of their sect. If Zhao Hai wasn't with the Tidewatching Alliance, then Wenhai, Laura, and the others would be in charge of controlling the formation. Zhao Hai took about 10 days to prepare these things. During these 10 days, he was also paying attention to the situation in the buffer zone. The people from the great sects weren't idle. They were already preparing to attack the various sects of the Sea Exploring Alliance. However, the sects of the Sea Exploring Alliance also knew that they needed to wait for news from Qing Lan. Because of this, they took a defensive stance, waiting for news from Qing Lan. On the 12th day after Zhao Hai returned to the Imperial Sword sect, news came from the Green Mist sect. They said that Qing Lan had returned and wanted Zhao Hai to discuss some matters. However, the tone of the people from the Green Mist sect wasn't very good. This made Zhao Hai worried, but he still went. Before long, Zhao Hai led Iron Bull and Iron Snake to the Green Mist sect. Upon arriving, he felt that the situation wasn't very good. This was because the faces of the people from the Green Mist sect were filled with anger. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai knew that the outcome of Qing Lan's discussion with the 72 Isles wasn't very good. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai arrived at the Great Hall of the Green Mist sect, he saw that most of the sect leaders were already there. Although there were still some people who weren't present, there weren't many people missing. Their expressions weren't very good. Qing Lan's face was also ugly as he stood in the hall. When he saw Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "Sect Master Jian, you're here. I'm sorry, I failed to fulfill everyone's expectations. The people from the 72 islands have made excessive demands. They want us to submit to them in the future. They also want to send people to manage our sections. Therefore, I didn't agree and returned." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is normal. Because the 72 Isles of the South Sea still don't know our determination. We thought that we just wanted to use their hands to force the great sects to retreat. Then the buffer zone will become the same as before, controlled by them and the righteous sects. They don't know that we have already decided to be independent and get rid of them. So it's normal for them to do this." When Qing Lan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, "Then what do we do now? If the 72 Isles of the South Sea don't help us, then even if we can block their attacks, I'm afraid we won't be able to drive the great sects out of the buffer zone." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is actually very simple. We'll negotiate with the great sects. Of course, I'm not talking about surrendering to the great sects, I just want them to know that we're negotiating with the great sects. Once they know that we're negotiating with the great sects, they wouldn't be able to sit still. When the time comes, it wouldn't be us who would be looking for them, but them who would be looking for us. The reason why the 72 islands put forward such harsh conditions is because, in their opinion, we have no other choice but to cooperate with them. At the same time, they also know that it's impossible for us to surrender to the great sects. In their opinion, even if they don't help us, we would still be able to block the attacks of the great sects. When the time comes, they wouldn't have to pay any price and would have us as a defensive line. Wouldn't that be good? Watching from the sidelines is always better than participating in the battle themselves. Because of this, they put forward those conditions. But if they know that we're negotiating with the great sects, then they would panic. When the time comes, we wouldn't need to go looking for them, they would come looking for us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's very simple. But what if they don't come to us? Are we going to keep negotiating with the great sects?" a sovereign asked. Zhao Hai replied, "Naturally, if they don't come looking for us, then we can tell the great sects that we can give up the buffer zone to them. We can form an alliance and attack the 72 islands. As long as they don't attack us, then we can attack them with all our strength. We can capture one of the islands and use it as our shelter. Whether they believe it or not, as long as we spread the word, then the people of the 72 islands would have to think carefully. Are they trying to force a friend to become an enemy? Or are they trying to be friends with us and use us as their last line of defense against the great sects?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Of course, if they don't come looking for us, then we can tell the great sects that we're in the buffer zone." When Qing Lan and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they frowned and said, "Will this work? What if the 72 Isles of the South Sea don't believe us? Are we really going to attack them?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "It's not impossible. Don't the 72 Isles of the South Sea want to stay out of this? If we can't defend the buffer zone, then we can retreat to those small islands. The second, which is our main purpose, is to pull the 72 Isles of the South Sea into this war. If we attack the 72 Isles of the South Sea, then they will definitely attack us. As long as they send people to attack the buffer zone, then they will be considered as participating in the war. What happens in the buffer zone will no longer be up to them." Qing Lan and the others immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. If the 72 Isles of the South Sea didn't make a move when they were negotiating with the great sects, then they can attack the 72 Isles of the South Sea. They don't believe that the 72 Isles of the South Sea wouldn't send people to attack them. As long as the army of the 72 Isles of the South Sea enters the buffer zone, no matter what the reason is, they will be considered to have entered the battlefield. Even if they say that they are here for revenge, the great sects have to believe them. It must be known that the great sects have been competing with the 72 Isles of the South Sea for the buffer zone. If the 72 Isles of the South Sea enter the buffer zone and the great sects don't have any reaction, then it would be strange. Maybe the great sects will think that the 72 Isles of the South Sea are cooperating with them to attack the 72 Isles of the South Sea. After everyone understood this point, they had to admit that Zhao Hai's move was really vicious. If they really used this move, then even if they were destroyed by the 72 Isles of the South Sea and the great sects, then a war would break out in the buffer zone. It can be said that Zhao Hai's plan was really vicious. It could even be said that it was a deadly plan. It was the kind of plan that harms others but doesn't necessarily benefit oneself. Although Zhao Hai's idea was very sinister, the others had to admit that this was the best idea so far. Therefore, no one objected. These people were very clear that face and reputation were nothing compared to survival, especially for cultivators like them. Face and reputation were very important for cultivators, but cultivators wanted to live more because once they died, they would have nothing left. The phrase death of the body and the Tao vanishes was prepared for cultivators. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he looked at them and said, "Now, we're going to negotiate with the great sects. But this time, we can't let Taoist priest Qing Lan go. Those great sects know that Taoist priest Qing Lan was the first to propose to get rid of their control and become independent. Therefore, if Taoist priest Qing Lan goes, he might be in danger. Therefore, we can only let someone else go." Everyone nodded, but they also frowned. This was because they understood that it wasn't only Qing Lan who would be in danger. Those who opposed the great sects would also be in danger. However, if they didn't send a sect lord, then they wouldn't be able to show their sincerity. Then those great sects wouldn't negotiate with them. Therefore, the problem of choosing a sect lord was very important. For a moment, everyone was silent. They were afraid that if they spoke, this matter would fall on their heads. That would be too dangerous. Therefore, everyone didn't speak. Qing Lan looked at these people and couldn't help but sigh. He also knew what these people were thinking. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He was only the Alliance Lord, these people wouldn't listen to him completely. Moreover, this matter was very dangerous. Therefore, it wasn't appropriate to let anyone go. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "If everyone believes in me, then I can go and talk to the great sects. I just don't know if everyone believes in me." Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "But if everyone believes in me, then I can go and talk to those great sects." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would take the initiative to negotiate with those great sects. This was a very dangerous matter. It was strange for him to take the initiative. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "We're negotiating with those great sects mainly to delay time. Therefore, we need to talk slowly. At the same time, we need to spread the news. In fact, I don't think those great sects really want to fight with us. After all, if they want to destroy us, they would have to pay a big price. In their opinion, paying such a big price for us isn't necessarily worth it." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai continued, "What I said is the truth. Everyone should understand that the great sects don't lack time. They have already suffered losses in the war with us. Although they have captured the sects in the buffer zone, if they really use them as cannon fodder, then the sects wouldn't agree. They might even rebel against them. When that time comes, they would be in even more trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm telling the truth. Everyone should understand that the great sects don't lack time." After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before continuing, "But if they don't eliminate us immediately, they can just put this matter aside and slowly think of ways to infiltrate us. Then they wouldn't need to spend so much effort to annex us. After all, compared to the large sects, small sects like us are still lacking." Zhao Hai nodded, then he continued, "But if they don't eliminate us immediately, then they can slowly think of ways to infiltrate us." Everyone immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. In fact, this was what the great sects did before. For example, Su Qingzi rebelled against the Green Mist sect, and then the sects that joined the Sea Exploring Alliance rebelled. From this point, one could see that the great sects were much more attractive than the Green Mist sect. If the great sects didn't attack the Green Mist sect and just slowly infiltrated the Green Mist sect, then the great sects might succeed. Qing Lan sighed and said, "All right, we'll follow Sect Master Jian's words. This time, you will represent us to negotiate with those great sects. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads. No one had any objections. They didn't dare to have any objections. They were afraid that if they had any objections, then they would be in danger. Therefore, everyone agreed to let Zhao Hai represent them to negotiate with those great sects. To be honest, when Qing Lan saw the reaction of those sect masters, he was very disappointed. They were so timid and only cared about themselves. What could they do? Qing Lan waved his hand and took out a piece of beast skin. Then he handed it over to Zhao Hai and said, "I'll hand this agreement over to you. Take it and go directly to Green Pine Village. This is because the command center of the great sects is located there. Although they launched several probing attacks before, the command center should be in Green Pine Village. This is because the location is too important." Qing Lan nodded and said, "I'll hand this agreement over to you. Take it and go directly to Green Pine Village." Zhao Hai nodded and took the animal skin. Then he said, "All right, then wait for my news. However, we also need to prepare for battle. That's all I have to say. I'll be going." Then Zhao Hai received the animal skin scroll and led Tai Niao and Tai Snake outside. Qing Lan quickly led the group to send off Zhao Hai. They sent Zhao Hai to the transmission formation. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others disappear, Qing Lan felt relieved. It was the same for Zhao Hai. He felt a flash of white light in front of him, and then they appeared in an unfamiliar transmission formation. As soon as they appeared, they were immediately discovered by other people. When these people saw Zhao Hai, their expressions changed, and then they immediately surrounded the transmission formation. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up, and then his eyes lit up. Zhao Hai looked at the people around him and said, "I'm Sword 9, the sect master of the Sword Control sect. I'm here to negotiate on behalf of the Sea Exploring Alliance." When the cultivators around the transmission formation heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Then they stopped and didn't know what to do. It must be said that they were enemies with Zhao Hai. However, the truth was that their status was much lower compared to Zhao Hai. They didn't have the qualifications to challenge Zhao Hai. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "So you're Saber 9. Humph, looks like those people think you're a newbie, so they've sent you to your death." As the voice rang out, a group of people flew out from Pine Stronghold. Zhao Hai looked up and saw that these people flying over were all dressed as Taoists. Only a few people at the back were dressed differently. They were dressed as warriors. Zhao Hai knew that some of these people came from the mysterious Sky sect while some came from the mysterious Sword sect. Although they were all dressed like Taoists, there were still some differences between them. Zhao Hai looked at the Taoists and knew that some of them came from the mysterious Sky sect while others came from the mysterious Sword sect. Although they were all dressed like Taoists, there were still differences. The one who spoke before was the leader of these people. He looked to be in his 50s, and his hair was already a little white. His entire person had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and his temperament was extraordinary. Even if he was angry now, it still made people feel that it was the wrath of an immortal. It suppressed the heavens and the earth, making people feel breathless. Zhao Hai looked at the Taoist and coldly snorted. He lifted his head and looked at the Taoist coldly. "No one can force me to do what I don't want to do. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. There are many people who want to kill me, but there aren't many who can actually kill me. If you don't believe me, you can try." Zhao Hai looked at the Taoist and snorted. "How dare you?" When the Taoist heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be furious. He waved his hand and a Rui scepter flew out from his hand, heading straight for Zhao Hai. This Rui scepter looked very beautiful. It was white and had a very delicate luster, just like the delicate skin of a beautiful woman. At a glance, one could tell that it was a high-quality jade. However, there was a pattern on this jade. This pattern was very special. It looked like a fire phoenix spreading its wings and soaring in the sky. This fire phoenix was red in color and was very beautiful. Zhao Hai knew at a glance that this jade scepter wasn't an ordinary treasure. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. He waved his hand and a long sword flew towards the Rui scepter. At the same time, Zhao Hai made a sword seal and said, "Ice." As soon as Zhao Hai said the word ice, the sword suddenly emitted a burst of cold air. Soon, the sword and the Rui scepter collided. Although the Rui scepter was blocked by the sword, the fire phoenix inside the scepter seemed to have come alive. It flew out of the scepter and rushed towards Zhao Hai. But at this time an ice phoenix also flew out of Zhao Hai's long sword. This ice phoenix looked very similar to the fire phoenix. The ice phoenix and the fire phoenix immediately collided. For a moment, the long sword and the scepter, the ice phoenix and the fire phoenix fought in the sky. When the other people of the mysterious sky sect saw this, their faces changed. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. One must know that the Taoist who used the scepter was a famous elder of the mysterious sky sect. His name was Xianxia and his nickname was Rui Fire Phoenix. He was a famous expert of the mysterious generation in the mysterious sky sect. However, he was only evenly matched with Zhao Hai. This was really beyond their expectations. Another mysterious sky sect cultivator's face changed. He coldly snorted and moved his hand. A long sword went straight towards Zhao Hai. His sword was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already beside Zhao Hai. But just as the long sword was about to pierce Zhao Hai, a shield suddenly appeared in front of the sword. With a clang, the long sword hit the shield and bounced back. At this time, people noticed that the two servants behind Zhao Hai had already protected Zhao Hai in the middle. Zhao Hai obviously trusted them very much. He didn't pay attention to the changes around him at all. Instead, he was wholeheartedly fighting with Xianxia. Although the long sword of the mysterious sky sect cultivator was bounced back, he didn't stop. He still directed his long sword towards Zhao Hai. Iron Bull used his shield and saber to block the attack of the flying sword. It must be said that the flying sword of the mysterious sky sect cultivator was very powerful. However, the shield and saber in Iron Bull's hand were all high-grade artifacts. Therefore, Iron Bull was able to block the flying sword. Iron Bull blocking the flying sword of the profound sky sect cultivator surprised everyone. They didn't think that Iron Bull would be this strong. After all, Iron Bull was standing behind Zhao Hai. He looked like Zhao Hai's servant. Moreover, his clothes made him look like a servant. But for a servant to be able to block the attack of a profound sky sect cultivator, this was very surprising. On the other hand, the two profound sky sect cultivators were somewhat embarrassed. Zhao Hai was a sect master after all, so it was understandable that he was strong. But for a servant to be able to block their attack, this was a bit unreasonable. The other profound sky sect cultivator coldly snorted and directly made his move. This profound sky sect cultivator used a special artifact. It was a mirror. As soon as the mirror appeared in his hand, it immediately emitted a white light and shot towards Zhao Hai. The white light flashed and arrived in front of Zhao Hai. But at this moment, the white light suddenly disappeared. It didn't hit Zhao Hai at all. This made everyone stunned. But then they immediately noticed Iron Snake. Before, everyone's attention had been focused on Zhao and Iron Bull. As for Iron Snake, they had subconsciously ignored him, because Iron Snake was too inconspicuous. At that moment, however, Iron Snake suddenly took action. Only then did everyone notice that an illusory image of a huge snake had appeared on Iron Snake's body. The illusory image of the huge snake was looking up at the cultivator from the Profound Heaven sect. When the Profound Sky sect cultivator saw the huge snake, his expression couldn't help but change. He said in a deep voice, "Concept cultivation method? I didn't expect it to be a concept cultivation method." Concept cultivation methods were very rare. Even some big sects didn't necessarily have one. Therefore, concept cultivation methods were very precious. However, the people from the mysterious sky sect didn't stop. They were still holding on to the mirror as they continued to attack the Iron Snake. Their mirror was really a mirror, it was filled with all kinds of spells. It felt like the golden book that Zhao Hai used before, but it was obvious that the number of spells inside the mirror couldn't be compared to the golden book. Zhao Hai and Xianxia fought for dozens of rounds, but there was no clear winner. Xianxia snorted and moved his hand, releasing another artifact to attack Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai's sword technique changed, and a variety of techniques were used along with the sword technique. Surprisingly, he was still able to fight Xianxia with both offense and defense, and there was no clear winner between the two of them. Xianxia's sword technique changed, and a variety of techniques were used. The two fought for dozens of rounds before Xianxia finally stopped. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really have some skills." Stop, I want to hear what he has to say. Upon hearing this, the other two profound sky sect cultivators also stopped. Although they had the upper hand against Iron Bull and Iron Snake, they didn't suffer any injuries. It was clear that it wouldn't be easy for them to kill Iron Bull and Iron Snake. In fact, Zhao Hai's group didn't suffer any losses. Zhao Hai's mind moved. The flying sword returned to his hand and then disappeared into his sleeve. Iron Bull and Iron Snake also stopped. However, they still stood on either side of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Daoist priest is finally willing to listen to us." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and snorted, "Say what you have to say." "I want to hear what you have to say." Zhao Hai smiled and said in a deep voice, "Daoist priest won't let us speak here, right?" "What? The dignified profound sky sect doesn't even know this little bit of etiquette?" Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "What? Do you dare to enter Qingsong stronghold?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? I'm just an emissary right now. Do you really want to kill me?" Xianxia snorted and said, "Come if you have the guts." Then, he turned around and flew towards Qingsong stronghold. At this time, the people in Qingsong stronghold understood Xianxia's intention. They directly led Zhao Hai into Qingsong stronghold. Before long, Zhao Hai and the other two arrived at the main hall of Qingsong stronghold. The name of this hall was a bit special. It was actually called the Hall of Brotherhood. At first glance, it had a bandit feel to it. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He led Iron Bull and Iron Snake into the hall. There were a lot of people in the hall. However, most of them were standing. Only one person was sitting there. It was an old man in his 60s. He looked very powerful. Although this old man was dressed as a Daoist priest, he looked like a fierce tiger. No one dared to underestimate him. This Daoist priest wore a tattered Daoist robe. However, this couldn't hide his aura. Although he was just sitting there, he gave off the feeling of a tiger crouching in the grass. No beast dared to approach him. The Daoist priest looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You are the sect master of the Jianyu sect, Jianjiao?" Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the old Daoist priest and said, "I am Jianjiao. Greetings. May I know senior's name?" The Daoist priest laughed and said, "This old Daoist's name is Huban." "Huban? Daoist priest fierce tiger? I didn't expect it to be senior. It seems like the profound sky sect really values us. They actually invited senior to come out and deal with us. It's our honor." "Ha ha ha, kid, you really know how to talk. What's there to be honored about? Have you heard of this old man's name?" "Of course I have. How could I not have heard of Daoist priest's name? Daoist priest's strength is incomparably powerful. Your tiger intent fist is invincible in the sword spirit world. I admire senior very much." Zhao Hai was not wrong. He had indeed heard of Daoist priest fierce tiger. Daoist priest fierce tiger was only his nickname. His Daoist name was indeed Huban. Legend had it that he was an orphan who was raised by a fierce tiger. He was later discovered by a disciple of the Profound Sky sect and brought back to the Profound Sky sect to cultivate. Because he had fed on tiger milk and the meat of hundreds of beasts since he was young, his body was very strong. In the Profound Sky sect, he cultivated a body cultivation technique. Later on, by chance, he obtained a fist technique called the Fierce Tiger Fist Technique. It was a set of intent realm cultivation technique. He had been cultivating this intent realm cultivation technique since then and finally mastered it. With this set of fist technique, he roamed the sword spirit world and defeated many opponents. He was a real expert in the Profound Sky sect and was a generation older than the Xuanzi disciples in the Profound Sky sect. However, Daoist priest Fierce Tiger had retired from the underworld for many years and rarely came out in recent years. That was why Zhao Hai was so surprised when he heard Daoist priest Fierce Tiger announce his Daoist name. Daoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Your words are very pleasant to hear, but that's useless. I just want to know why you came here." Zhao Hai looked at Daoist priest Fierce Tiger and said, "I'm here on behalf of the Sea Exploration Alliance to negotiate." Daoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Oh? Why are you here?" I just don't know what qualifications you have to negotiate with us. Do you think that the Sea Exploration Alliance can stop our attack? Zhao Hai looked at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and said in a deep voice, it's not easy for us to stop the joint attack of the Black Sky sect and other sections. However, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger should also understand that you'll have to pay a high price if you want to take us down. Now that the remaining sects of the Sea Exploration Alliance have joined forces, it's different from before. If Taoist priest Fierce Tiger really wants to attack, we'll definitely fight to the last drop of blood. We won't surrender. When that happens, I'm afraid that you'll have to suffer heavy casualties, right? A few casualties are nothing. As long as we can take you down, the buffer zone will be ours. As long as we can take down the buffer zone, it's not a big deal to suffer some casualties. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, you seem to have forgotten that although you have the upper hand in the buffer zone, there are still people watching from outside the buffer zone. Will they let you take over the entire buffer zone smoothly? If they really allow you to take over the buffer zone smoothly, then the buffer zone would have become your territory long ago. There wouldn't be so many sects left, right? Hee, you seem to have been in contact with the people from the 72 islands of the South Sea before, right? They didn't seem to agree to you joining them, right? Does that mean that they don't want to interfere in the buffer zone's matters at all? Then what does it matter if we take over the buffer zone? What makes you think that they'll interfere? Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's words. However, he immediately understood that the Black Sky sect must have spies in the 72 islands of the South Sea. Otherwise, they wouldn't know that Taoist priest Qing Lan had been in contact with the people from the 72 islands of the South Sea. It was even more impossible for them to know that the 72 islands of the South Sea didn't agree to help them. However, Zhao Hai's expression didn't change. Instead, he said in a deep voice, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, you're wrong. The people from the 72 islands of the South Sea are indeed a little short-sighted. They didn't come to help us, but with our strength, we can make you pay a price. Moreover, do you really think that the people from the 72 islands of the South Sea will ignore the buffer zone? The reason why they didn't do anything before was because they saw that the Sea Exploring Alliance had formed a grudge with you. In their opinion, since the Sea Exploring Alliance has formed a grudge with you, there's no possibility of reconciliation. Therefore, whether they help us or not, we have to block your attack for them. In that case, there's no need for them to interfere in this matter. Isn't it better to just watch from the sidelines? However, if we really reconcile with you, or if we really lose to you, and you're about to take over the buffer zone, will they still ignore it like before? Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, aren't you being too presumptuous? Zhao Hai didn't deny that they were in contact with the 72 islands of the South Sea, nor did he deny that the 72 islands of the South Sea didn't help them. This was because this matter had already happened, and the people from the Profound Sky sect also knew about it. Therefore, there was no need to hide it. If he denied it, he would be looked down upon by the other party, and the other party wouldn't believe him anymore. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger didn't expect Zhao Hai to not deny it. Instead, he directly admitted it. This made him very surprised. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, are you sure that the people from the 72 islands would intervene in the buffer zone? Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're sure that the people from the 72 islands would intervene in the buffer zone? What do you think? What would you do if it were you? When Taoist Master Fierce Tiger heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but stop. Then, he glanced at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, then what do you mean? Do you think we'll let you go just because of what you said? Aren't you too naive? Zhao Hai smiled slightly, then said, this time, I'm here to discuss the matter of peace with Taoist Master Fierce Tiger. Isn't it to solve this problem? Taoist Master Fierce Tiger, you know that the people of the 72 islands of the Southern Sea don't want to pay any price. They even want us to work for them. Perhaps in their eyes, we already have an irreconcilable grudge against each other, so we naturally have to fight to the death. However, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger, please calm down and think about it. Is there really any grudge between us? Yes, there was hatred after this war, but was it before this war? Is there any grudge between us? Taoist Master Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, how is there no grudge between us? If there isn't any grudge between us, why would you want to get rid of us? This is very normal. Does Taoist Master Fierce Tiger and your Black Heaven sect want people to order you around every day? You definitely don't want to, and we don't want to either. It's because of this that we did what we did. However, your attitude at that time was completely different from the 72 islands of the Southern Sea. They didn't say anything and attacked us immediately. However, the 72 islands of the Southern Sea didn't do that. They wanted us to be independent. With such an attitude, it naturally determined that we have a different attitude towards both of you. We will first run over to the 72 islands of the Southern Sea to discuss cooperation, but with you, we can only fight with our weapons. This matter doesn't seem to be our fault. That's a nice way of saying that it's not your fault. Then, can you blame us? What do you want to say? Just say it. What I want to say is that there is no absolute hatred between our sects, and there is no absolute friendship. There are only interests. If you want to destroy us, you will have to pay a great price. But if you don't destroy us, you won't have to pay such a great price. You can even cooperate with us to obtain greater benefits. So, I wonder if you will still cooperate with us. When Taoist Master Tiger heard Zhao Hai's words, his eyes flashed. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I want to know what you mean by that. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the 72 islands of the South Sea aren't willing to help us. To be honest, we're very unwilling. Therefore, we wanted to talk to you. There's a grudge between us, but this grudge can be resolved. Now that we have a common enemy, can we join forces to deal with this enemy? If I don't help you, I'll become your enemy. What kind of logic is that? Isn't that too selfish? Selfish? Who isn't selfish? And is this really just a matter of not helping us? This matter isn't as simple as not helping us. They want to see us fight with our lives on the line. When we're all dead, I'm afraid you'll have paid a great price. At that time, they'll be the fisherman who reaps the benefits. I don't think you want that, right? Then how do you want to join forces with us? Send troops to deal with the 72 islands of the South Sea together? This doesn't seem to be that easy, right? It's not impossible to send troops together. To be honest, our Sea Exploration Alliance also wants to give up the buffer zone to you. This way, there won't be any conflicts between us, right? Give it to us? If you give up the buffer zone to us, then where will you go? Since Taoist priest has asked, then I'll be honest. The buffer zone is too small, and the resources are not very rich. Sects like us won't have much development if we stay here. Therefore, we only have one purpose in joining forces with you this time, which is to send troops to deal with the 72 islands of the South Sea. As long as we can take down a big island, then our Sea Exploration Alliance will directly move to that big island, and completely give the buffer zone to you. What do you think? Take down an island, and then you move there? You have a good plan. If we take down the island together, won't we keep the island for ourselves? Everyone knows that the 72 islands of the South Sea are close to the sea. There are countless resources in the sea. Occupying a big island is better than occupying a buffer zone with no resources. Moreover, half of the buffer zone is already under our control. You're basically using half of the buffer zone in exchange for a big island. Aren't you thinking too much? Boy, is this your sincerity? Don't you think this is unfair? Won't you also get the buffer zone? Brat, you're really scheming. You want to borrow our strength to give you a better environment. Moreover, you're speaking as if you're thinking for our sake. Brat, don't forget that if we conquer a big island, we can completely control that big island. With that big island, do we still need a buffer zone? What you mean is that you want us to send troops together to take down a big island in the 72 islands of the South Sea, and then you can occupy the island? But if that's the case, we don't have any benefits, right? How can there be no benefits? If you can really help us take down a big island, then we can give the buffer zone to your Sea Exploration Alliance, and the previous hatred will be written off. What? Do you think? Well, I've never thought about this before. You should know that even though I'm the representative of the Sea Exploration Alliance, I can't make the decision for such a change. How about this, Taoist, allow me to go back and discuss it with them. Alright, but I won't give you too much time. 3 days. If you don't have any results in 3 days, then don't blame us for being impolite. Alright, 3 days. We'll give you a result in 3 days. Please don't worry. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Zhao Hai kept his fists at Daoist Master Fierce Tiger and led Iron Snake and Iron Bull out. Daoist Master Fierce Tiger didn't move. He watched as Zhao Hai left. As soon as Zhao Hai left, a cultivator immediately asked Daoist Master Fierce Tiger, "Martial Uncle, are we really going to cooperate with them?" Daoist Master Fierce Tiger said in a low voice, "Can't we cooperate?" Although Saber 9 has a glib tongue, he's right about one thing. If we really attack them with all our strength, we'll have to pay a huge price to take down the buffer zone. After all, there are 2 tough guys in the Sea Exploration Alliance. One is the Green Mist sect with their large-scale artifacts, and the other is the Sword Defense sect. The Sword Defense sect's magic formation is a headache. If we want to take down these 2 places, we'll have to pay a huge price. If we can really cooperate, isn't it great? We can borrow their strength to attack the 72 Southern Sea Islands. If we succeed, we'll get one of the bigger islands. If we fail, we'll weaken their strength greatly, and it won't be too late to deal with them then. Right now, they don't have the ability to attack us at all. They can only defend by relying on their sect's defensive formation. However, if they want to attack the 72 Southern Sea Islands with us, they'll have to come out of their lair. As long as they leave their lair, they won't be a threat to us. Isn't that a good thing? Upon hearing Daoist Master Fierce Tiger's words, everyone was stunned. Then, their eyes lit up. To be honest, they really wanted to deal with Zhao Hai's group. However, as Daoist Master Fierce Tiger said, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with Zhao Hai's group. However, if Zhao Hai's group really left their lair, it would be easy to deal with them. They could even borrow their strength to deal with the 72 Southern Sea Islands. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this time, Zhao Hai had already arrived at Qingsong Stronghold's teleportation formation. Then, he directly took the teleportation formation and returned to Qinglan sect. As soon as Zhao Hai's group appeared in Qinglan sect, they were immediately invited to the main hall by Daoist Master Qinglan and the others. Then, everyone looked at Zhao Hai eagerly, wanting to know how Zhao Hai did this time. Zhao Hai looked at Daoist Priest Qinglan and the others, then he smiled and told them about what happened in Green Pine Village. Finally, he said, "The current situation is that we have to wait for 3 days. After 3 days, if the 72 Isles don't come to us, then we can agree to their conditions and send troops to deal with the 72 Isles. However, I don't think this situation will happen that easily. Just like how the great sects know about the situation of the 72 Isles, I'm afraid that the 72 Isles will also know about the situation of the great sects. I think that in these 3 days, the 72 Isles will certainly respond." Daoist Priest Qinglan nodded and said, "I'm afraid that this situation won't happen easily." Daoist Master Qinglan frowned and said, "But what if the 72 Southern Sea Islands don't respond? Are we really going to cooperate with those large sects? I think they just want to use us and make us work for them. No matter if they win or lose, they won't let us go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course we have to cooperate, but there must be conditions for cooperation. For example, how many people we send and what kind of people they are. This must be negotiated. If we can't reach an agreement, then there's no need to negotiate. We'll move on to the second step and directly attack the 72 Southern Sea Islands and pull them Indiana. If the Profound Sky sect agrees to our conditions and let us send a few people to participate in this matter, then we won't have to worry about it. If the 72 Southern Sea Islands are really that easy to deal with, then they would have been destroyed many times over. As long as the Profound Sky sect really attacks the 72 Southern Sea Islands, then the 72 Southern Sea Islands will definitely fight back. When the time comes and the situation becomes chaotic, I think they won't have the mood to take care of us anymore." Daoist Master Qinglan and the others nodded. They felt that Zhao Hai's proposal was good. Just like what Zhao Hai said, cooperation was still negotiable. It wasn't that they had to cooperate. At worst, they could use force and pull the 72 Southern Sea Islands in. This was called dragging someone down with you when you're about to die. Daoist Master Qinglan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Well, we'll do as you say." We'll wait for 3 days. After 3 days, if the 72 Southern Sea Islands really don't come to us, then we'll go and talk to the Profound Sky sect. If we can't reach an agreement, then we'll move on to the second step of our plan. But this way, I'm afraid you'll be in more danger. If they really can't reach an agreement, then they might attack you. With Taoist Master Fierce Tiger here, you'll be in more danger. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "It's okay. I have the Azure Jade Compass. If it really doesn't work, I can use the Azure Jade Compass to lay down a formation. Even if Taoist Master Fierce Tiger is here, it won't be easy for him to break my formation." Taoist Master Qing Lan nodded and looked at the others. He said in a deep voice, "What do you think?" "You can say it." The other sect masters shook their heads. What could they say now? Zhao Hai's idea was the best. If they had a better idea, they would have said it earlier. So now, the only thing they could do was to wait. Actually, Zhao Hai had no other choice but to do this. In this situation, they could only muddy the water and fish in it. Only by doing this would they be able to protect themselves and even have the opportunity to grow stronger. Otherwise, they would only have a dead end. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only do this. Everyone discussed for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. They knew very well that they couldn't return to their sects in these 3 days. This was because if they returned to their sects, the Black Sky sect would know. They would be suspicious and think that they weren't discussing peace. At that time, there would be more variables. Of course, they also wanted to wait here for the 72 Southern Sea Islands. In fact, they still wanted to cooperate with the 72 Southern Sea Islands. As long as the 72 Southern Sea Islands made a move and forced the Black Sky sect to withdraw from the buffer zone, then they would win. However, no one knew if the 72 Southern Sea Islands would cooperate with them. In Zhao Hai's view, the 72 Southern Sea Islands' previous approach was indeed a little short-sighted. They still wanted to get benefits and didn't want to pay the price. Where else could they find such a good deal? Moreover, the 72 Southern Sea Islands were a little too naive. Did they really think that a sect like the Black Sky sect would retreat under their attack if they really occupied the buffer zone? When that time came, the Black Heaven sect would have plenty of ways to drag the other sects into this chaotic battle. When that time came, the 72 Southern Sea Islands would really be in for a bad time. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai now. It all depended on the 72 Southern Sea Islands' choice. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the 72 Southern Sea Islands didn't receive the news. Even if they didn't receive the news, they should know when the battle came to their front door. However, at that time, they would only be more passive. At that time, there would be a good show to watch. Zhao Hai really wanted to see what kind of face the 72 Southern Sea Islands people would have when the time came. The first day passed without any wind or waves. There was no movement from the 72 South Sea Islands. Although everyone was anxious, they didn't feel like the end of the world like before. This change in mentality was entirely because they had already thought of a way to retreat. Just like Zhao Hai said, if they couldn't do it, they would use force. They would directly use violence to drag the 72 South Sea Islands in. When the time comes, they didn't believe that the 72 South Sea Islands would be able to keep their cool. Now, they had also thought about it. They were now competing in patience with the 72 South Sea Islands. Previously, they asked for help from the 72 South Sea Islands, but the other party didn't give them any face. Everyone's heart was filled with anger. Now, they were using this method to force the 72 South Sea Islands. If the 72 South Sea Islands came, then they would have the initiative. If the 72 South Sea Islands didn't come, then they could use force to attack the 72 South Sea Islands to vent their anger. The next day, everyone gathered in the main hall of the Green Mist sect. However, they were now discussing how to attack the 72 South Sea Islands in the future. Everyone put forward their own ideas and seemed very active. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. However, he didn't say anything. It was a good thing that everyone was so active now. When they deal with the 72 South Sea Islands in the future, they naturally wouldn't be lenient. However, everyone also discussed how to deal with the Profound Sky sect's attack. Speaking of which, the Profound Sky sect's attack was like a sword hanging over everyone's head. They didn't know when this sword would come down. At the same time, everyone also discussed how to fight together in the future. If they were really defeated in the future, and if the sect couldn't hold on, where would they retreat to in the end? When this issue was mentioned, everyone was a little silent. Although there was really nothing special about their territory, it was still a place that they had been operating for many years. Anyone would feel heartache if they were to give it up. No one wanted to give it up. Daoist Qinglan looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, now the Profound Sky Sect is pressuring us. If the 72 South Sea Islands really don't take action, then we will have to fight with the Profound Sky Sect. Even if we attack the 72 South Sea Islands, the people from the 72 South Sea Islands will come to us first. I'm not trying to boost their prestige, but if the Profound Sky Sect and the 72 South Sea Islands attack us together, it will be difficult for us to defeat them. So it's best that we have a way out. If that sect is really broken through, we can retreat to other places. Everyone, what do you think?" Everyone was silent. They didn't know what to say. After a while, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I'll say a few words first. You can see if I'm right." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Although Zhao Hai was considered a newcomer among them, he had already gained everyone's recognition. In their view, Zhao Hai did have some skills and was full of schemes. If it wasn't for his ideas, they wouldn't have a chance to survive. So they all wanted to hear what Zhao Hai had to say. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "If the Profound Sky Sect or the 72 Islands of the Southern Sea wants to attack us, I think there are only two ways for them to do so. First, they will deal with everyone here first, and then deal with the Jianyu sect and the Qinglan sect. Because both the Jianyu sect and the Qinglan sect had suffered a lot in the previous battles, they might put our two sects as the last to deal with us. This is equivalent to eliminating our reinforcements, so it will be easier for them to deal with us. Second, they will deal with our two sects first. In their view, our two sects are two tough bones. As long as they take care of us, it will be very easy for them to deal with everyone here." My words may not sound good, but those people from the big sects might really think so. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they did not make a sound. However, in their hearts, they had already tacitly agreed with Zhao Hai's statement. This was because the previous battle between the Jianyu sect and the Black Sword sect, as well as the battle between the Green Mist sect and the Black Sky sect, were all very fierce. The Black Sky sect and the Black Sword sect had also paid a great price. In the end, they still could not take down the two sections. This might be a very shameful matter for the two sections. Therefore, if they wanted to attack the buffer zone, they might really deal with the two sects first or deal with the two sects later. In short, the two sects would be the ultimate goal. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "I'll tell you my plan. If they attack our two sects first, then I ask everyone to support our two sections. As long as our two sects are fine, they wouldn't have any spare energy to attack the other sections. Our sword defense sect's illusory killing formation and the Green Mist sect's large artifacts are enough to give them a headache. Therefore, as long as our two sects are fine, they wouldn't be able to do anything to you. However, if they attack your sects first, then our two sects wouldn't just stand by and watch. We would certainly send people to support you. But to be honest, our sword defense sect's defense is good, but we're lacking in offense. I'm afraid that the Green Mist sect's large artifacts wouldn't be able to fly to the other sections. Therefore, the support that we can provide to the other sects is limited. In the end, we might not be able to defend the other sections. If that happens, then I ask everyone to retreat and defend our two sections. As long as we have people, we can slowly take back our territories. If we don't die, we will lose everything." Everyone listened to Zhao Hai's words but did not say anything. To be honest, they still could not accept Zhao Hai's words. In their own territory, they were the masters. However, if one day they had to run to the Green Mist sect or the Jianyu sect, then they would be living under someone else's roof. That would not be a good feeling. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I'm just saying this just in case. If that day really comes, I can guarantee that I won't make things difficult for you. If there's a chance, I will definitely help you take back your sections. Of course, if our two sects can't hold on, then there's nothing to talk about. Qinglan also nodded and said, yes, what sect Master Jian said makes sense. If we really can't hold on to our territory, then there's nothing to say. The most important thing is to survive. Our two sects don't ask you to help us hold on to the Green Mist sect and the Jianyu sect with all your strength. If our two sects really can't hold on, then we won't do it. Everyone nodded. While they were talking, a disciple of the Green Mist sect suddenly ran in from outside. He quickly walked to Qinglan's side and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing this, Qinglan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he glanced at everyone and said, the people from the 72 Southern Sea Islands are here. This time, they are the representatives of the Spirit Crab Island and the Spirit Turtle Island, which are relatively close to us. They are here on behalf of the 72 Southern Sea Islands. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. They were waiting for the 72 Southern Sea Islands. Now that the people from the 72 Southern Sea Islands were finally here, they were naturally happy. Qinglan looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, all right, everyone. Now that they are here, we naturally shouldn't neglect them. Let's have a good talk with them. Let's go out and welcome them. Naturally, no one objected. They all followed Qinglan out and prepared to welcome the people from the 72 Southern Sea Islands. Zhao Hai also followed. He wasn't afraid that the people from the Spirit Crab Island would recognize him. It was impossible for the people from the 72 Southern Sea Islands to recognize his appearance as Saber 9. It was even more impossible for the people from the 72 Southern Sea Islands to recognize Tainyo and Tai Shi. Soon, the group arrived at the teleportation plaza of the Green Mist sect. There were 10 people standing in the plaza. The two leaders were cultivators in their 40s. They were all dressed in warrior attire. Beside the two of them stood a turtle and a crab. The turtle and crab were not small in size. They looked mighty and extraordinary. Behind the two of them, there were also a few people. It seemed that these people were not all disciples of the two islands. There should be people from other islands. Now, these people were coldly sizing up Qinglan and the others. Qinglan cupped his fist at those people and said, Qinglan, the leader of the Exploration Sea Alliance. Greetings, everyone. May I know what business you have with my Exploration Sea Alliance? Although Qinglan said that he was here to welcome them, his words weren't very polite. He did this mainly because he didn't want to lose face in front of these people. Of course, more importantly, he was given the cold shoulder when he went to the 72 Southern Sea Islands. Naturally, he wanted to return the favor now. The cultivator with the big crab next to his feet glanced at Qinglan and didn't return the greeting. Instead, he said in a deep voice, Qinglan, we received news that you are negotiating with the Black Sky sect and are preparing to attack the 72 Southern Sea Islands with them. Is that true? Qinglan looked at the other party and couldn't help but feel angrier. He didn't expect the other party to treat him with such an arrogant attitude at a time like this. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Instead, he glanced at the other party and said, this seems to be an internal matter. I don't think there's a need to explain it to everyone. If there's nothing else, please leave. How dare you? Another cultivator with a big turtle next to him shouted, Qinglan, how dare you conspire with the Black Sky sect against us? I think you don't want to live anymore. Ha 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 ha. Qinglan suddenly laughed and said, don't want to live anymore? We don't want to live anymore. Since there's no way to live anymore, I went to the 72 islands of the South Sea to discuss cooperation with you. I asked you to force the Profound Sky sect to withdraw from the buffer zone so that we can occupy the buffer zone. In the future, we won't let the other sects invade the South Sea from the buffer zone. However, you all directly refused. At that time, I didn't want to live anymore. Do you all think that we have a grudge with the Profound Sky sect and that it's impossible for us to reconcile with them? So even if you don't help us, we'll still fight them to the death. Why? Now that you heard that we want to cooperate with the Black Sky sect, you are unhappy. But what does it have to do with us? Back then, you thought that our life and death had nothing to do with you. Why should we care about you? The Spirit Turtle Island cultivator looked at Qinglan with a livid expression and said in a deep voice, Qinglan, aren't you afraid that our South Sea army will destroy your Qinglan sect's legacy? What's there to be afraid of? Do you think the Black Sky sect will let me go if your South Sea army doesn't come? Since we're going to die anyway, it doesn't matter who kills us. Besides, if I help the Black Heaven sect, they might let us go. At the very least, they're stronger than you guys. They're still willing to talk to us, but you guys didn't even talk and directly rejected them. You. The person from the Spirit Turtle Island didn't know what to say. In their opinion, Qing Lan's actions were disgraceful. However, they couldn't say anything after hearing Qing Lan's words. This was because they knew that Qing Lan was right. Previously, when Qing Lan went to the South Sea Army to talk about cooperation, they rejected him directly. In their opinion, they shouldn't be involved in this matter. Qing Lan and the Black Sky sect had fallen out and the Black Sky sect would definitely not let them go. Qing Lan and the Black Sky sect would also not surrender. When the time came, both sides would definitely go to war. Therefore, whether they helped Qing Lan or not, they would still go to war with the other sections. So why should they get involved? Moreover, if the other sects really defeated Qing Lan and the Black Sky sect, they would have to pay a heavy price. When the time came, the Black Sky sect would send their troops and take over the buffer zone in one fell swoop. They wouldn't be so passive in the future. However, who would have thought that at this time, they would suddenly receive news that the Sea Exploration Alliance had negotiated with the Black Sky sect. The content of the negotiation was that the Sea Exploration Alliance would help the Black Sky sect attack the South Sea. If they won, the Black Sky sect and the other orthodox sects would give the buffer zone to Qing Lan and the Black Sky sect. When they heard this news, the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea were all stunned. They really didn't expect the other side to do this. This was really too much. If the two sides really joined forces, the South Sea would really be in trouble. It was precisely because of this that they immediately sent people to contact Qing Lan and the others. They wanted to cooperate with Qing Lan and the others to deal with the people from the Black Sky sect together. This time, they sent two people to play the role of good cop and bad cop. Sure enough, the person from Spirit Crab Island saw that the person from Spirit Turtle Island had nothing else to say. He then opened his mouth and said, "Qing Lan, you have to think clearly. You have a great enmity with the Black Sky sect. They are now saying that as long as you help them deal with us, they will give you the buffer zone. But do you really think that you can defeat the 72 islands of the South Sea? We, the 72 islands of the Southern Sea, have stood tall in the Southern Sea for thousands of years and have our own methods. How can you deal with us? Once you fail, do you think the Black Heaven sect will let you go?" Qing Lan's expression changed. Then, he snorted coldly and said, "So what? We can't cooperate with the South Sea, so we can only bow to the Black Sky sect. Otherwise, if they send an army over, can we stop them? Rather than die now, it's better to seek survival in the midst of death." When the person from Spirit Crab Island heard Qing Lan's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He understood what Qing Lan meant. It seemed like Qing Lan didn't want to cooperate with the Black Sky sect. However, if they didn't cooperate with the Black Sky sect, the Black Sky sect's army would soon attack. Therefore, they had no choice but to cooperate with the Black Sky sect. When he thought of this, the person from Spirit Crab Island immediately said to Qing Lan, "You left in a hurry before. We didn't say that we don't want to cooperate with you. We just said that we wanted to discuss it. However, we didn't expect that you would leave before we came to a conclusion. How can you blame us for this? This time, the two of us came here to ask you why you want to negotiate with the Black Sky sect. Secondly, we want to discuss the matter of cooperation with you. After many discussions, we feel that it's possible to cooperate with you. This way, not only can we deal with the attack of the righteous sects, we can also strengthen our communication and trade with each other. This is a good thing. So this time, we're here to discuss the matter of cooperation with you. However, I don't know if you still want to cooperate with us. If you really don't want to cooperate with us, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. We'll go back now and prepare for the battle. But to be honest, we did cooperate with you before, so we don't want to fight with you. So, you have to think about it carefully." When Qing Lan heard the person from Spirit Crab Island, his expression couldn't help but change. Of course, he knew that this person was talking nonsense. What he said about him leaving in a hurry. What a long discussion. It was all nonsense. He clearly remembered that the other party directly rejected him at that time. But now, they were saying this again. However, Qinglan also understood the other party's meaning. The other party was just looking for a way out. They wanted to tell them that they wanted to cooperate again, so they could do as they see fit. But this way, the initiative was in Qinglan's hands. Moreover, this person was the representative of the 72 islands. Saying this was equivalent to admitting defeat. This was already giving them a lot of face. Qinglan's expression also changed. Then he looked at the person from Spirit Crab Island and said, "Everyone, do you really want to cooperate with us?" Since the other party had already bowed, he naturally couldn't go too far. After all, they really wanted to cooperate with the other party. There was no need to make the relationship too stiff. That wouldn't be good. The cultivator from Spirit Crab Island immediately said, "Of course, we want to cooperate with you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come today. We'll just prepare for the battle." Qinglan said in a deep voice, "I thought you were here to denounce us. Everyone, please." After saying that, he leaned to the side and made a gesture of invitation. The person from the Spirit Crab Island smiled faintly, then he patted a small pouch on his body. Then the big crab beside him disappeared. The person from the Spirit Turtle Island also patted a pouch on his body, causing the Spirit Turtle to disappear. The others did the same, they all received their spirit beasts. The group quickly arrived at the main hall of the Qinglan sect. After they sat down, Qinglan introduced Zhao Hai and the others to the people from Spirit Crab Island and Spirit Turtle Island. The two people also introduced themselves. The person from Spirit Crab Island was called Lin Feng, and the person from Spirit Turtle Island was called Su Lei. After everyone introduced themselves, Qinglan looked at the two of them and said, "Both of you, I want to know how the 72 Southern Sea Islands want to cooperate with us. Will we cooperate according to what I said before, or do you have any other ideas?" Lin Feng looked at Qinglan and smiled, "Our method of cooperation is actually very simple. We'll cooperate according to what you said before. The 72 Southern Sea Islands will send out troops and force the Black Heaven sect to retreat. After that, the matters in the buffer zone will be left to you. But after that, you must not cooperate with the Black Heaven sect. Any attempt to attack from the Sword Spirit continent and invade the Southern Sea through the buffer zone must not be allowed. Of course, the 72 Southern Sea Islands can also open the trading rights to you. You can trade with us, an equal trade." Qinglan nodded and turned his head to look at Zhao Hai and the rest. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, do you have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and looked at Lin Feng. He said in a low voice, "Then can you sign a treaty with the Exploration Sea Alliance? Include everything that we said before in it. At the same time, we agree that we will not invade each other's territory in the future." When Lin Feng heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, "Yes, as long as you agree, there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Qinglan and said, "Alliance Lord, I have no problems." The others were the same, they had no problems as well. Qinglan nodded and looked at Lin Feng and the rest. He said in a low voice, "Okay, then let's do it this way. As long as we sign this treaty, we can immediately cooperate. As long as the 72 Southern Sea Islands can force the Black Heaven sect out of the buffer zone, then the other sects in the buffer zone will be left to us. I guarantee that the buffer zone will eventually fall into the hands of the Exploration Sea Alliance." Good. When Lin Feng heard Qinglan's words, he could not help but exclaim, "Taoist Qinglan is indeed straightforward. Then it's settled. Everyone can immediately draft the treaty. The treaty will be divided into two parts. Everyone will hold one copy and the other will be in our hands. Everyone can sign the treaty. After that, I will bring the treaty back and ask the island owners to sign it. After that, I will send your copy back. The day the treaty is sent back will be the official start of our cooperation." Qinglan nodded and said, "Okay, but the Black Heaven sect has already given us a deadline. If we don't agree to cooperate with them by tomorrow, they will attack us. So everyone, please hurry up. Don't wait until we have already been destroyed by them before you sign the treaty. Then, everything will be too late. Don't worry about this, Master Qinglan. After we return, we will immediately take action. Even if the treaty is not signed, we can still take action immediately. We will not let the Black Heaven sect cause too much damage to you. Qinglan nodded and said in a low voice, "Okay, please wait for a moment." After saying that, Qinglan called someone over and asked him to go to the Qinglan sect's storage room to retrieve a high-quality beast hide. After that, he wrote the contents of the treaty on the beast hide. He wrote 2 copies on each side. After that, all the sect leaders in the Sea Exploring Alliance wrote their names on the beast hide. Then, they passed the beast hide to Lin Feng. After receiving the beast hide, Lin Feng glanced at the contents and nodded his head. "Okay, Taoist Qinglan, then we will go back first. We will settle this matter immediately. Wait for our good news." After saying that, he stood up and bowed to Qinglan and the rest. Then, he turned and left. Qinglan and the rest sent Lin Feng and the rest to the teleportation formation. As they watched the group of people disappear into the teleportation formation, Qinglan and the rest revealed excited expressions. Qinglan even shouted in a low voice, "That's great, it's a success." Zhao Hai and the others were sitting inside the Great Hall of the Green Mist sect. Everyone seemed very relaxed. The atmosphere inside the Great Hall was also very good. Green Mist looked at everyone and smiled. "Good news, this is really good news. I didn't think that the 72 islands would actually agree to cooperate with us. If they can really force the mysterious Sky Sect to retreat, then the buffer zone would be ours." Zhao Hai and the others were sitting inside the Green Mist sect's Great Hall. Everyone nodded, including Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai wasn't as optimistic as them. In Zhao Hai's view, there were still some variables in this matter. But in any case, the current crisis was over. As for the variables, it was even better. As long as there weren't too many changes, they might be able to reap some benefits. The reason why Zhao Hai felt this way was because he felt that the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands had agreed too quickly this time. Moreover, they didn't ask for anything at all. This was somewhat abnormal. On the surface, it seemed like they were forced by the situation and had no choice but to do so. However, in Zhao Hai's view, this matter wasn't that simple. Therefore, Zhao Hai still believed that the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands might have other intentions. But in any case, in Zhao Hai's view, the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands were easier to deal with than the Black Sky sect. This was because the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands didn't have much desire to control the buffer zone. They also didn't want to control the buffer zone because if they really wanted to control the buffer zone, the Black Sky sect would never agree. At that time, there would be a real war. Therefore, Zhao Hai believed that the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands might want to teach them a lesson. In other words, they would let them suffer a little loss, but they wouldn't kill them. After all, they had already signed an agreement with the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands. Although this agreement was useless when necessary, it was still very useful now. Moreover, this agreement was better than nothing. Now that they were cooperating with the Qinglan sect, if they really killed the Qinglan sect, then it would be hard to say who the people who came up would cooperate with. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wasn't worried. In Zhao Hai's view, if the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands really did that, then the Exploration Sea Alliance would definitely suffer losses. However, he could guarantee that the Jianyu sect's losses would be the least. In this way, the strength of the Jianyu sect would be imperceptibly stronger than the other sects, which would be more convenient for him in the future. Qinglan didn't forget Zhao Hai. Previously, the sects of the Exploration Sea Alliance suddenly joined the Black Sky sect. It could be said that their situation was very dangerous. It was precisely because of Zhao Hai's idea that they were able to turn the misfortune into a blessing. Now, not only did they not have to worry about the Black Sky sect, but they also had hopes of controlling the entire buffer zone. In other words, their territory would be much larger than before, maybe even double in size. This was definitely a good thing. Qin Gang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, this time, it's all thanks to your idea. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that we would be in danger this time. What do you think about our next situation?" As soon as Qinglan said this, everyone looked at Zhao Hai. They all wanted to know what Zhao Hai's opinion was. Now, they had complete faith in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I don't have any opinion. If the 72 islands make a move, the Profound Sky sect might really retreat. However, we shouldn't rush to attack right now. The Profound Sky sect certainly wouldn't be willing to retreat. Perhaps before they leave, they would launch a counterattack and give us a ruthless blow. Therefore, we need to defend for now. Once we confirm that the Profound Sky sect has left, it wouldn't be too late for us to make a move. As long as the Profound Sky sect leaves, the sects that have sided with the Profound Sky sect would certainly panic. This would be our opportunity to attack and take them down in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I don't think so. Everyone nodded. At the same time, they slowly calmed down. These people were all sect masters, so naturally, they weren't fools. Previously, they were too happy because they had survived a disaster. Now that Zhao Hai reminded them, they immediately sobered up. These people had dealt with the Black Sky sect and other sects before. They were very clear that sects like the Black Sky sect wouldn't be willing to admit defeat. As long as there was a chance, they would definitely retaliate. Therefore, before they left, they would definitely plot against them or give them a hard time. It was precisely because of this that they had to be more careful. At this time, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If they suffered unnecessary losses because of their carelessness at this time, it would be too unfair. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Everyone, I think that after today's gathering, we should all go back to our sects to prepare for the battle. Whether it's the Black Sky sect attacking us or us attacking the sects that surrendered to the Black Sky sect, we need to be prepared. We can't make preparations at the last moment. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Everyone nodded. Qing Lan also nodded and said, Sect Master Jian is right. We should go and prepare. Alright, let's have a good drink and celebrate. After that, everyone can go back to their sects to prepare. Anyway, we don't need to talk to the Black Sky sect anymore. Naturally, we have to go back and prepare for the battle. Everyone nodded. Then, Qing Lan ordered people to serve food and wine. After everyone ate and drank, they returned to their sects to prepare for the next battle. When Zhao Hai returned to the Jianyu sect, he immediately had Wen Hai and the others prepare. The people that they selected before didn't change. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to let anything happen to the Jianyu sect. Because of this, the Jianyu sect must have enough people. This time, Zhao Hai prepared 1,200 people. 1,000 of them were disciples who couldn't fly. However, they were all inner sect disciples. Their techniques were very good and their collective attacks were very powerful. As for the 200 people, 170 of them were core disciples who could fly. The remaining 30 were disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. This Law Enforcement Hall specialized in enforcing the sect's laws. If someone violates the sect's rules, then they would arrest the person. These people were all trained by Ding Chunming and were very strong. These people were the people that Zhao Hai prepared. He also wanted to prepare more people. However, they didn't have enough people right now. It was precisely because of this that he said that the Tidewatering gang could only defend and not attack. This was because their strength was still too weak. After handing over the matters, Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he waited for the news. With their current accumulation, this battle wouldn't be a problem. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to relax. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai and the others thought, the Profound Sky sect might have known that Zhao Hai was cooperating with the 72 islands. Therefore, they directly sent troops to attack the sects of the Exploration Sea Alliance. Even the Jianyu sect was attacked. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the attacks that the Jianyu sect encountered weren't very fierce. The attacks were more like probing attacks. When the Jianyu sect wanted to counterattack, the other party immediately retreated. Even if the Jianyu sect didn't counterattack, the other party would still retreat. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that the Jianyu sect's formations were already famous in the sword spirit world. Although the buffer zone was a very remote place compared to the entire sword spirit world, it wasn't worth the attention of the great sects. However, the great sects still paid attention to this place. They knew about the battle between the Jianyu sect and the mysterious sword sect. And because of this battle, the Jianyu sect's formations became famous in the sword spirit world. In the sword spirit world, there really weren't any sects that were famous for their formations. Even if there were some sects that were famous for their formations, they didn't focus on formations. Formations were really the weakness of the sword spirit world. However, the Jianyu sect relied on a formation to eliminate nearly 20,000 people from the mysterious sword sect in one fell swoop. This kind of battle record was really scary. Therefore, the great sects noticed the Jianyu sect and knew about its formations. It was also because they knew about the Jianyu sect's formations that those who came to attack the Jianyu sect knew how powerful it was. Naturally, they didn't dare to attack. The 20,000 disciples of the mysterious sword sect were still corpses. They could repeat the same mistake. Therefore, this kind of situation naturally occurred. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he was happy to stall for time with them. As long as they waited for the people from the 72 southern sea islands to make a move, their crisis would be resolved. However, Zhao Hai still underestimated the shamelessness of the people from the 72 southern sea islands. They waited in the sect for a full 10 days, but they still didn't receive any news of the 72 southern sea islands making a move. They didn't even send back the alliance agreement. And in these 10 days, the mysterious sky sect had already attacked their sections. Although the Jianyu sect encountered fewer attacks, the other sects encountered more attacks. Some sects had already suffered a lot of casualties. After learning about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He felt that something was wrong. It was clear that the people from the 72 islands were stalling for time. If they were to continue taking off their clothes, then they would be in danger. Zhao Hai didn't think that this was the case. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately went to the Green Mist sect. Now, the Green Mist sect was attacked by the mysterious Sky sect again. Moreover, the scale of the attack was even larger than the last time. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't bring any reinforcements. Instead, he brought Tai Niao and Tai Snake to the Green Mist sect. As soon as he appeared in the Green Mist sect, the people of the Green Mist sect immediately noticed him and went to inform Daoist Master Qing Lan. Daoist Master Qing Lan was currently commanding the battle at the front line. As soon as he heard that Zhao Hai had arrived, he immediately went to the transmission array to see Zhao Hai. As soon as he saw Zhao Hai, Qing Lan cupped his fist and said, "Sect Master Jian, you're here. It seems that we have been fooled by the 72 southern sea islands again. They didn't even think of helping us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done nothing for such a long time. Sigh, because of them, we missed the time to negotiate with the mysterious Sky sect. Now that we have started fighting, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to stop. The people from the 72 southern sea islands are too shameless." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "What I'm thinking now is whether they really want to see us and the mysterious Sky sect suffer, or are they trying to stall us and teach us a lesson?" Qing Lan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What do you mean?" Zhao Hai continued, "Actually, we borrowed the mysterious Sky sect's hand to force the 72 islands to cooperate with us, but it wasn't a very clever plan. They would go back and think about it. Because of this, they might feel very indignant, so they wanted to teach us a lesson. They wanted to delay their attack by a few days so that the mysterious Sky sect would attack us. This way, they would achieve their goal. I think the possibility of this is very high. After all, the 72 islands should now understand that it is impossible for us to stop the mysterious Sky sect. Moreover, if the mysterious Sky sect really takes over the buffer zone, then the other righteous sects would flock over, making it even more impossible for them to take over the buffer zone. Therefore, they should be willing to help us, but I don't know how long they will delay. If they don't help us, then the unlucky ones will be us. How about this, Daoist priest, you send a letter to the 72 islands in the name of the Sea Exploration Alliance. Tell them that we will only give them 5 days. Tell them that this is not a discussion, but a notice. No matter what reason they have, we will only give them 5 days. If they don't send their troops after 5 days, then we will no longer resist and attack them instead." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Since you are the leader of the Sea Exploration Alliance, you can directly send a letter to the 72 islands in the name of Sea Exploration Alliance. Tell them that we will only give them 5 days. Tell them that this is not a discussion, but a notice. No matter what reason they have, we will only give them 5 days. If they don't send their troops after 5 days, then we will no longer resist and attack them instead. Qinglan nodded and said, all right, I'll let them know. What if they don't send their troops after 5 days? Then what do we do? Do we really feel that they're resisting? Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, of course we'll still resist. But at that time, we'll have to use our second plan. Right now, our Exploration Sea Alliance is under attack. However, our Jianyu sect's attack is relatively light. We can spare some people. If they still don't send their troops after 5 days, then I'll personally lead the Jianyu sect to attack the 72 southern islands. I'll kill 1 person if I see 2 people. I'll kill 2 people if I see 2 people. Let's see if the 72 southern islands can still remain calm. Tell the other sect masters that we'll wait for 5 days. If the 72 southern islands still don't send their troops after 5 days, then the other sects will send their troops to the southern sea with me. We'll make the 72 southern islands pay for what they've done. All right. It's time to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they'll really think that we're pushovers. I support you. I'll immediately send a letter to the 72 islands in the southern sea and inform the other sects. Time passed bit by bit. 2 hours after Qinglan sent the letter to the 72 islands of the South Sea, the 72 islands of the South Sea sent someone to the Green Mist sect. This time, it was Lin Feng. However, other than Lin Feng, there were only 5 other people. Furthermore, all 5 of them were from the Spirit Crab Island. As soon as they appeared in the teleportation formation, they were immediately discovered by the people of the Green Mist sect. They immediately informed Zhao Hai and Taoist Master Qinglan. When they heard that Lin Feng was here, they immediately went to the teleportation formation. As soon as they arrived at the teleportation formation, the 2 of them saw Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw the 2 of them, he immediately clasped his fist and said, "Greetings, sect leaders." "Greetings, sect leaders." Qinglan snorted coldly and said, "Mr. Lin, aren't the 72 islands of the South Sea too much? Do you really think that the Exploration Sea Alliance can only cooperate with you?" Lin Feng hurriedly said, "You've misunderstood. You've really misunderstood. We're really discussing. You know that it takes time to gather an army. We've been preparing to attack the Heavenly Black Sect for the past few days. It's a pity that we haven't been able to gather our army and resources yet. So, please wait a few more days." Qinglan glanced at Lin Feng and suddenly laughed. However, anyone could tell that he was laughing out of extreme anger. Then, Qinglan's smile suddenly disappeared. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, now we're not buying groceries. We can still bargain. In the letter I sent you before, 5 days. You only have 5 days. After 5 days, if you don't send the army, then the consequences will be self-inflicted. Men, send the guests out." After saying that, he turned around and left with Zhao Hai. He did not say anything more to them. This was also what Zhao Hai asked him to do. At this time, they had to be tough. If they were not tough enough, the other party would take advantage of them. Hearing Qinglan's words, Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Taoist priest, 5 days is really too short. 5 days is really not enough." However, Qinglan and Zhao Hai did not stop and continued to walk forward. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master, you have to think carefully. Now that you are going against the Xian Heaven sect, if you don't form an alliance with us, I'm afraid you won't have any other allies." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Hai and Qinglan stopped at the same time. The 2 of them turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was no longer as courteous as before. On the contrary, his face was full of arrogance and even a little disdain. He looked at Qinglan and the rest as if they were his servants. Qinglan looked at him and snorted coldly, "The fox's tail has finally been revealed. Didn't you want to play this game? But let me tell you, your plan won't work. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Remember what I said. 5 days, I will only give you 5 days. After 5 days, if you don't give me a reply, then the consequences will be self-inflicted." After saying that, he turned around and left with Zhao Hai. Lin Feng still wanted to say something, but a Green Mist sect cultivator looked at Lin Feng and said in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, please. Lin Feng looked at the green mist sect disciple and could not help but snort coldly. Then, he directly activated the teleportation formation and left. At this time, Zhao Hai and Qing Lan's expressions were very ugly. Qing Lan looked at the Black Heaven sect and the other sects who were still testing the waters and said in a low voice, "Shameless. I really did not expect that the people from the 72 Southern Sea Islands would be so shameless. Master Jian, what do you think we should do next?" Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "Since they have already said so, then there is no need for us to be polite. I will go back and prepare. Also, I will have to trouble you to inform the other sects and ask them to send some elite people to me. After 5 days, if the 72 Southern Sea Islands do not attack, we will immediately send out the troops." Qing Lan nodded and said, "Okay, don't worry. I will definitely send the best people to you." "How many people do you need?" Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "I don't need too many. This time, we are going to destroy. We need to choose some disciples with great destructive power. So, I only need 1,000 people. All the sects need to join forces and gather 1,000 people." Qing Lan was stunned. Then, he frowned and said, "Isn't 1,000 people too little?" Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "It is not little. 1,000 people is enough. You must know that the largest teleportation formation can only teleport 1,000 people. If too many people are teleported, it will be difficult to manage. 1,000 people is enough." Qing Lan nodded and said, "Okay, then I will go and inform everyone immediately. I think they will agree to send out the troops." Zhao Hai nodded. Then, he turned to Qing Lan and said, "Master Jian, you are familiar with the puppet sect. I wonder if you can get a batch of poison from the puppet sect. It would be best if it is the poison of the poison dragon sect." When Qing Lan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, isn't this a bit too much? If he's heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Since they dared to trick us several times, then don't blame us for being impolite. At this point, there's no need to be polite with them. Use whatever means you have. We're going to destroy the 72 islands in the South China Sea. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll always think that we're just a chess piece in their hands. Now, we're going to show them that even if we're just a chess piece, we're still a chess piece with thorns." Qing Lan nodded and said in a deep voice, "I've actually prepared some of the poison dragon sect's poison. I thought that if we really can't hold on, the poison here will be used to deal with the profound sky sect. However, this is the last resort. If you want to use it, I'll give it to you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What kind of poison is it? Is it powerful enough?" Qing Lan said, "Extinction poison. Have you heard of it?" "Extinction poison? Is it really the extinction poison?" I've heard of it too much. I didn't think that you would actually get the extinction poison." "Good, very good. This time, we must give the 72 islands of the Southern Sea an unforgettable lesson." Zhao Hai used to be a disciple of the poison dragon sect. Naturally, he had heard of this extinction poison. This extinction poison wasn't the best poison in the poison dragon sect, but it was the most famous poison in the sect. The reason why this poison was so famous was because it was the most poisonous poison that the poison dragon sect sold to the outside world. Although every disciple of the poison dragon sect had the antidote for this poison, outsiders didn't have it. Moreover, the toxicity of this poison was very strong. Just a small handful of it could cause the death of 1,000 people in a small village. It could even cause the village to become barren. In less than 3 years, as long as one didn't have the antidote, then they would be poisoned to death. In the past, only the poison dragon sect could use this poison. However, this poison wasn't a problem for the people of the poison dragon sect. This was because everyone had the antidote for this poison. They didn't need to worry about being poisoned. Only those who didn't have the antidote would treat this poison as a scourge. However, this poison was just right to be used. This time, Zhao Hai naturally couldn't directly attack the 72 islands of the Southern Sea. However, the 72 islands of the Southern Sea had countless islands under their rule. Many of these islands were their subsidiary islands. These places were the targets of Zhao Hai's attack. Qing Lan nodded. Then he had someone bring him the despair poison. This extinction poison was stored in a large bottle. It could be seen that Qing Lan had already thought of a way to become independent. When the time comes, this extinction poison would certainly come in handy. After Zhao Hai received the extinction sword, he turned his head to Qing Lan and said, "Once everyone is ready, have them gather at the Sword Imperial sect. Then we'll set off together. Tell everyone not to hold back. If you have something with great destructive power, use it all." Qing Lan nodded and said, "Don't worry." Qing Lan nodded and said in a low voice, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Jian. Be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and clasped his fist at Qing Lan. Then, he turned and left. He entered the teleportation formation and left the Qing Lan sect. The Qing Lan Taoist master immediately sent a letter to the other sections. He told them about Zhao Hai's change in attitude. At the same time, he also told them about Zhao Hai's plan and asked them to send people to the Sword Defense sect. The other sect's leaders were also furious. They did not celebrate before because the success of their cooperation with the 72 Southern Sea Islands was definitely a win-win situation. The 72 Southern Sea Islands did not really have to go to war with the Xian Heaven sect. As long as they made the gesture, the Xian Heaven sect would retreat because it was just the Xian Heaven sect or the Black Sword sect. In fact, they all knew that if they went against the 72 Southern Sea Islands, they would not have any advantage. At that time, they could only retreat helplessly. At most, they would secretly support the sects that sided with them. They would definitely not dare to station troops in those sections. In this way, the advantage would return to the Exploration Sea Alliance. As long as they controlled the buffer zone, then they could stop the 72 Southern Sea Islands and the Black Heaven sect and the Black Sword sect from coveting the Southern Sea. This was also good for the 72 Southern Sea Islands. However, the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands played them like monkeys. They did not keep their words. To them, this was absolutely unforgivable. Therefore, the leaders of the other sects were very angry. They would definitely support Zhao Hai's operation this time. Didn't you people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands always want to reap the benefits without paying the price? Well, I'll see how you can get the benefits without paying the price. It was precisely because of this idea that in the following 3 days, the various sects transferred some of their elite experts to the Sword Defense sect. The number of people reached nearly 2,000. Obviously, everyone wanted to teach the 72 islands of the South Sea a lesson, so they all sent more people. However, Zhao Hai couldn't use all of these people. Instead, he chose some of them to form a team of 1,000 people. The others were sent back to their sections. After all, the sects were currently fighting against the righteous sects. They also needed manpower. One more person meant one more strength. Zhao Hai didn't want to use all of his forces to deal with the 72 oceanic islands, it wouldn't be worth it. Zhao Hai also did not leave immediately. He was waiting. He said that he would attack the Southern Sea 5 days later. He could not give the 72 Southern Sea Islands any information that could be used against them. 5 days passed quickly. It had been 6 days since Qing Lan sent the letter to the 72 islands in the South Sea. However, there was still no movement from the 72 islands. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai knew that the people from the 72 islands would not send troops for a while. If the 72 islands did not send troops, then it was their turn to send troops. Zhao Hai immediately gathered all the practitioners from various sections. Together with the members of the Tidewatching faction, a total of 1,000 people were gathered at the transmitting square of the Jianyu sect. In the past 2 days, Zhao Hai had carried out some simple training for these people. At the same time, he had asked the people of the Jianyu sect to build a good relationship with them. Therefore, these people lived very comfortably in the Jianyu sect. Now that the deadline we gave them has passed and they still haven't sent troops, don't blame us for being impolite. Now, the people from the 72 islands are not our allies but our enemies. They are villains who go back on their words. Don't be polite to them. After arriving at the 72 islands, destroy as much as you can. Kill anyone you see and burn any house you see. No matter what good things you see, don't snatch them. We will only destroy them. We are going to teach the people from the 72 islands a lesson. In the process, there may be sacrifices, but you have to remember that even if we die, We will let the people from the 72 islands understand that we are not their pawns. We are equal to them. If they dare to go back on their words and deceive us, they will have to pay the price. We will use our blood to let the people of the Sword Spirit Circle understand that the Qianyu Alliance is not to be bullied. Zhao Hai's words made everyone's blood boil. They all shouted, the Qianyu Alliance is not to be bullied. The Qianyu Alliance is not to be bullied. After they shouted a few times, Zhao Hai said loudly, well, everyone get on the transmitting formation. Remember, you are no longer human. You are beasts, beasts that only know how to destroy. Show your beastly nature. Destroy, destroy, destroy everything you see. Let's move. After saying that, he got on the transmitting formation first. The others did the same. Then, Zhao Hai directly activated the transmitting formation. With a flash of white light, everyone disappeared from the transmitting formation. Flying Fish Island was a large island under the rule of Spirit Crab Island. Although it wasn't the main island of Spirit Crab Island, it was still an important trading island. There were a lot of merchants on the island, making it very lively. Spirit Crab Island also had a lot of manpower on the island. There were 5 elders, 100 inner court disciples, 1,000 outer court disciples, and some small sects on the island. Because of this, Flying Fish Island was firmly under the control of the Spirit Crab Island. Flying Fish Island was still very lively. The people weren't affected by the war in the buffer zone. The war in the buffer zone even became a topic of conversation for the cultivators on the island. While the people on the island were still living their lives, a white light suddenly flashed on the island's largest teleportation formation. In an instant, a large group of cultivators appeared on the island. The Spirit Crab Island cultivator guarding the teleportation formation stared blankly for a moment before his expression changed. He wanted to activate the alarm system next to him. At the same time, he wanted to cover the teleportation formation with a barrier so that the people on the teleportation formation couldn't move. But before he could make a move, a sword flashed and disappeared from his neck. The cultivator's movements suddenly stopped. After a while, his head fell from his neck, causing him to spurt out some mago. At this time, Zhao Hai took out a compass. After fiddling with it a few times, he placed it on the ground and then loudly said, kill. Beasts. Let out the bloodthirsty nature of your hearts. Kill. Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the people who followed Zhao Hai to Flying Fish Island turned into beasts as they charged towards the island. When the people on the island saw so many people with bloodshot eyes, they couldn't help but be shocked. Then they scattered in all directions. Some of them wanted to resist, but they were immediately killed. Not only did these people kill people, they also destroyed things. They threw out a lot of talisman papers in their hands. These talisman papers were quite lethal to ordinary cultivators. As for the houses, they were even more lethal. For a moment, screams could be heard everywhere on the island. At the same time, flames soared into the sky. It was a scene of chaos. Who dares to cause trouble on Flying Fish Island? Quickly accept your death. At this time, a voice was heard. Then more than 100 cultivators soared into the sky. Below their feet was a giant crab. It was clear that they were from Spirit Crab Island. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. But now that these people were flying over, he didn't hold back and directly flew over. Behind him were Ding Chunming, Tainyo, Tai Shi, and some cultivators from the Jianyu sect. Even the cultivators from the Green Mist sect followed behind Zhao Hai. This time, the Green Mist sect's disciple who came with Zhao Hai was Su Jizi. He led 40 experts from the Green Mist sect and followed behind Zhao Hai. Before they went to the Jianyu sect, Qing Lan had already told them to listen to Zhao Hai. Wherever Zhao Hai went, they would follow. Because of this, they followed Zhao Hai. Now that they saw Zhao Hai flying towards Spirit Crab Island, they also flew over. The two sides stopped 50 meters apart. An elder from Spirit Crab Island looked at Zhao Hai and loudly said, "Boy, who are you people? You dare to cause trouble on Spirit Crab Island's territory? Do you want to die? Ha ha ha. Is Spirit Crab Island great? I'm Xianxia, the sect master of the Jianyu sect. Today, I'm here to teach Spirit Crab Island a lesson. The 72 southern sea islands are despicable and shameless. Today, we will make you pay the price. When the people from Spirit Crab Island heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their complexion changed. To be honest, the people from the 72 islands were aware of the recent events. Many of them felt that the actions of the higher-ups weren't right. They had already signed an agreement with the other party, but in the end they just turned around and broke it. If they did this, then who would want to cooperate with them in the future? This was a bit shameless. However, these people couldn't influence the decision of the higher-ups. Therefore, they could only complain in private. However, they didn't think that the people from the Sea Exploring Alliance would dare to retaliate. This made them very angry. Although the higher-ups were angry, they still looked down on the Sea Exploring Alliance. They felt that the higher-ups' actions towards the Sea Exploring Alliance weren't good, but they didn't think that it was a big deal. In their opinion, the Sea Exploring Alliance was a lower existence than them. What qualifications did they have to discuss with them? What qualifications did they have to form an alliance with them? It was precisely because of this mentality that these people weren't worried about breaking their alliance agreement. Instead, they were worried that doing so would have an impact on the other parties. But now, the people from the Sea Exploring Alliance came knocking on their door. This was something that they didn't expect. After being stunned for a moment, they were incomparably angry. They didn't think that the Sea Exploring Alliance that they looked down on would actually dare to come knocking on their door. Therefore, the people from Spirit Crab Island roared and directly rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. They were already angered by Zhao Hai to the point of losing their minds. When Zhao Hai saw them rushing towards him, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He waved his sword and stabbed towards the leader of the Spirit Crab Island elders. At the same time, he threw out a handful of crystals. As soon as these crystals were thrown, they directly turned into spells. Some were ice blades, some were wind blades, some were iron arrows, and some were even fire dragons. These spells went straight towards the Spirit Crab Island cultivators. The Spirit Crab Island cultivators simply didn't care about Zhao Hai's spells. They just used their artifacts to block them. In their opinion, as long as they blocked these spells, they would immediately dissipate. However, they didn't expect that their block would be like blocking an artifact. After a clanging sound was heard, the other party's spells circled around and attacked them again. The stronger cultivators reacted quickly and released their artifacts to block the spells. However, a lot of Spirit Crab Island's cultivators weren't able to block Zhao Hai's spells. They were directly hit by the spells. It was as if they were hit by an artifact, causing them to die instantly. This wasn't the end. After Zhao Hai's spells hit an enemy, they didn't disappear. Instead, they attacked another enemy like an artifact. Zhao Hai was using a medium spell. This was the first time he used a medium spell in a fight. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. Several Spirit Crab Island cultivators were killed in an instant. The others from the Jianyu sect also used a medium spell. They were more familiar with the medium spell compared to the Jianyu sect's sword technique. Because of this, they were able to use it very smoothly. Moreover, they also discovered that the lethality of the medium spell was very high. As for Ding Chunming and the others, they were body cultivators. Moreover, they were very strong. Therefore, they only cared about killing. Among them, Ding Chunming was the most powerful. His 2 sledgehammers flew up and down. In his hands, no one could withstand more than 5 moves. The strongest person was only able to withstand 4 moves before being killed by Ding Chunming's sledgehammers. The others didn't even need to be mentioned. Zhao Hai's opponents were the elders of the Spirit Crab Island. These elders originally thought that they could easily deal with Zhao Hai. However, they didn't expect that they weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. In just 1 move, 2 of them were killed by Zhao Hai. After a few moves, another 2 were killed by Zhao Hai. Now, only 1 elder was barely holding on. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He dealt with the elder in just a few moves. Then, he slaughtered the inner court disciples of the Spirit Crab Island. Zhao Hai was very clear that this time, they wanted to teach the 72 islands a lesson that they would never forget. Because of this, Zhao Hai stimulated the beastly nature of the cultivators, turning them into beasts and causing destruction to their heart's content. This time, they didn't bring a lot of people to the 72 islands, only about 1,000 people. If they didn't stimulate their beastly nature, then the number of people would be too small. Because of this, Xiaohai allowed these people to cause destruction to their heart's content. By stimulating their beastly nature, their destructive power would increase by generations. Most importantly, there was a dark side hidden in people's hearts. This dark side couldn't be seen normally because of morality and reason. But once the beastly nature was stimulated, then this dark side would be completely exposed. Most importantly, this kind of destruction would be hidden. Once a person broke the concealment, it would also evoke the dark side of their heart, completely exposing the dark side of their heart. At that time, they would really turn into a beast. At this time, these people had just been stimulated by Xiaohai's beastly nature. They weren't used to it. But when they went around killing people, setting fires, and destroying everything, then they slowly changed. Perhaps they only wanted revenge in the beginning. But slowly, revenge was no longer their goal. They were destroying for the sake of destruction. At this time, they had truly turned into beasts. And among these beasts, there was a beast king. This beast king was Xiaohai. He was the one who destroyed the most. He waved his sword and unleashed a barrage of spells. Because of this, everything within the range of his spells was destroyed, nothing was left. It can be said that the cultivators of the Flying Fish Islands were stunned by this sudden attack. They had never encountered such an attack before. Seeing these people killing and setting fires everywhere like madmen, even the powerful cultivators couldn't help but panic. They didn't know what to do. A lot of the cultivators didn't care too much and directly flew towards the sea. As for where they could fly, they didn't know. However, they didn't have any other thoughts. After Xiaohai and the others destroyed the island, Xiaohai nodded. Then he called for everyone to return. After everyone returned, Xiaohai gave Ding Chunming and the others several small bottles. Then he had them open the bottles and throw them into the island's water source. Naturally, these small bottles contained the extinction poison. The island's water source was a small lake. It was spring water that came from an underground spring. If this water source was destroyed, then the island wouldn't be able to survive for a long time. After Ding Chunming and the others threw the bottles into the water source, Xiaohai and the others took the transmission formation and left. Although the transmission formation wasn't destroyed, it was still covered by Xiaohai's formation. Other than him, no one else could use it. After everyone entered the transmission formation, Xiaohai took out his sword and wrote 8 words on the street next to the transmission formation. Treacherous. Going back on your words. Despicable. After Xiaohai entered the transmission formation, he immediately left. After Xiaohai and the others left, the surviving cultivators of Flying Fish Island ran out. When they saw the destroyed Flying Fish Island, they didn't say anything and immediately left. Naturally, at the same time, the Spirit Crab Island also received the news. They also sent people to Flying Fish Island. However, when they arrived, they found that not a single room was intact. Corpses of cultivators were everywhere. The disciples of the Spirit Crab Island were almost all dead. When they arrived at the island's water source, they found a layer of dead fish floating on the surface of the lake. At the same time, the Spirit Crab Island's people were also filled with a fishy smell. Seeing this, the people of the Spirit Crab Island knew that the water source had been destroyed. The Spirit Crab Island elder's complexion turned pale. In the end, he returned to the transmission square and looked at the words left behind by Xiaohai. He immediately knew who did it. His expression turned ugly as he waved his hand, releasing a sword chi that cut off the street that Xiaohai left behind. Then the elder roared, "See Exploring Alliance, you will pay the price." Xiaohai's face turned pale as he looked at Xiaohai. However, Xiaohai couldn't hear his voice at this time. At this time, he was attacking a very famous island of the Spirit Turtle Island. This island was also mainly used for trade. The situation was similar to the Flying Fish Island. Naturally, Xiaohai wouldn't be polite. He started to kill and destroy. Naturally, the cultivators of the Spirit Turtle Island tried to stop him. However, they were immediately dealt with by Xiaohai. It can be said that Xiaohai had brought out his true strength this time. At the very least, he used all the skills that he could use in the sword-controlling sect to eliminate the elders of the Spirit Turtle Island. After eliminating the strongest resistance on the island, it was time for the destruction. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't just let everyone destroy. After the destruction, if there were any good things, they could also take some away. This way, they wouldn't have wasted their trip. Naturally, there were some casualties during this process. However, the casualties weren't large. After all, Zhao Hai had already trained them. Although the training wasn't strict, it was to make sure that they wouldn't be left alone. They would move together as much as possible. There were a total of 100 people in a team. If they were to be subdivided, then they would be divided into teams of cultivators from the same sect. Naturally, this way, their casualties would be very small. In just one day, Zhao Hai's group had already destroyed 13 markets within the 72 islands of the South Sea. And after these markets were destroyed, they also poisoned the water sources of the markets. It can be said that they had completely destroyed the markets. After a day of destruction, Zhao Hai's group returned to the Jianyu sect. The battle today reduced their numbers from 1,000 to less than 800. There were people from various sects, including the Jianyu sect and the Green Mist sect. On the second day, Zhao Hai's group didn't move. However, the news of the Sea Exploration Alliance attacking the 72 islands spread like the wind throughout the Sword Spirit world. Naturally, the Black Sky sect and the Black Sword sect also received the news. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that after the mysterious Sky sect received this news, they immediately stopped their attack. Although their army didn't withdraw, they didn't continue to attack the Sea Exploring Alliance. This made the people of the Sea Exploring Alliance very surprised. At the same time, the people of the Sea Exploring Alliance were overjoyed. They didn't think that attacking the 72 islands would bring them such a surprise. This was too rare, too rare. Naturally, the 72 oceanic islands also received the news. They immediately gathered their army and prepared to attack the Sea Exploring Alliance. Because they were already preparing for battle, the speed of their army gathering was very fast. However, Zhao Hai didn't care too much. He had everyone rest in the Jianyu sect for a day. Then he took out some people from the various sects to make up for the 1,000 people team. Then he attacked the islands under the control of the 72 islands. At this time, the markets under the Southern Sea's 72 islands were already in a state of panic. All of the markets had closed their doors. Even some of the islands had strengthened their defenses. However, these islands didn't have their transmission formations sealed. These islands were Zhao Hai's targets. Zhao Hai and the others were still the same as the day before. They killed and destroyed everything they came across. In any case, when they left, the buildings on the islands were already destroyed. It's likely that only a few people were still alive. Because they were attacking the small islands, the resistance was naturally weaker. Therefore, they spent less time. Within a day, Zhao Hai's group attacked 20 of the 72 islands. In these two attacks, they killed nearly 100 people from the 72 islands. The number of inner disciples had reached nearly 4,000, and the number of outer disciples had exceeded 30,000. The people of the 72 islands didn't expect that the Sea Exploration Alliance's revenge would be so fierce and decisive. They didn't let them have a moment of peace. Currently, all the trading markets in the 72 islands of the Southern Sea had stopped operating. All the teleportation formations in the markets had been sealed. Only the teleportation formations in the main islands were still in use. The teleportation formations in the markets could only be used when communicating with the main islands. At other times, they were all shut down. The amount of losses caused by the teleportation formations every day was uncountable. On the second day after Zhao Hai's second attack, Zhao Hai received a message from the Green Mist sect. It said that the Black Sky sect had sent someone to negotiate with them. When the news came, Zhao Hai was stunned. He immediately went to the Green Mist sect. He didn't expect that the Black Sky sect would take the initiative to negotiate with them. In the past, when they took the initiative to negotiate with the Black Sky sect didn't like it. It was too strange for the Black Sky sect to take the initiative to negotiate with them. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared in the transmission formation of the Green Mist sect, the disciples of the Green Mist sect noticed him. At the same time, they also noticed Ding Chunming, Tainyo, and Tai Shi standing behind Zhao Hai. The disciples guarding the formation of the Green Mist sect immediately came to greet them. This time, the disciples that the Green Mist sect sent were experts of the Su generation. They were afraid that the people of the 72 islands would retaliate. Therefore, they placed an expert here. This way, if the people of the 72 islands wanted to take revenge on them through the transmission formation, they would have enough time to seal off the transmission formation. Moreover, Zhao Hai also noticed that there were a lot of experts next to the transmission formation. They were all paying attention to the situation here. If there were any strange movements, they would immediately take action. This was also the advantage of small sects like the Green Mist sect and the Jianyu sect. As the saying goes, a small boat is easier to turn around. When they were fighting with the Black Sky sect, they had already withdrawn all the disciples of the outer sect to the sect. Then, they only needed to guard the sect. Unlike the people of the 72 islands, they were very powerful and had a lot of branches. Moreover, these branches were very important. However, they couldn't place a lot of experts in each branch. If they withdrew all their people, it would be tantamount to giving up the territories of those branches. This meant that they could let others destroy those territories at will. If they did what Zhao Hai did and directly poisoned all the water in those territories and destroyed all the buildings, then the 72 islands wouldn't be able to use those branches for the next few years. This was equivalent to squeezing everyone on the main island. This would have a great impact on their development, so they couldn't do this. The disciple of the Green Mist sect walked in front of Zhao Hai and bowed to Zhao Hai. Su Jingzi greets Sect Master Jian. Sect Master Jian, please come in. The sect master is waiting for you in the main hall. Zhao Hai nodded and then led Ding Chunming and the other two straight into the main hall. Along the way, all the cultivators of the Green Mist sect they met saluted them very respectfully. Zhao Hai even faintly heard the words Blood Fox Sword. Zhao Hai didn't understand what it meant at first. However, after listening carefully, he understood that the words Blood Fox Sword were his title. It was a nickname given to him by the people of the Sea Exploring Alliance. It meant that he was very ruthless in killing people, but at the same time, he was as cunning as a fox. That was why he got such a name. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this name. He really didn't expect that he would get such a nickname in just 2 days. However, he didn't care. After a while, he led Ding Chunming and the others to the main hall of the Green Mist sect. As soon as they entered the main hall, they saw Green Mist sect and some other sect masters of the Sea Exploring Alliance in the main hall. In addition to them, there were a few other cultivators in the main hall. These cultivators were from the Black Sky sect and the Black Sword sect. Zhao Hai actually knew the leader. It was Xianxia. In addition to Xianxia, there was also a cultivator with a sword on his back. This person was a sword cultivator and should be a cultivator of the Black Sword sect. However, Zhao Hai didn't know him. When Green Mist saw Zhao Hai, he quickly said, Sect Master Jian, you're here. Please take a seat. On the left side of Green Mist, there was an empty table. Obviously, it was prepared for Zhao Hai. This also explained Zhao Hai's position in the Sea Exploring Alliance. On the right side of Green Mist, the first person sitting was Xianxia. The second person was the cultivator of the Black Sword sect. After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, he cupped his fists and bowed to the other sect masters. The other sect masters immediately returned the greeting. Zhao Hai had used his strength to win the respect of these sect masters. And with 1,000 people, he killed so many people in the 72 southern sea islands in 2 attacks. This kind of person was someone that no one wanted to offend. Therefore, the other sect masters were very friendly towards Zhao Hai. After everyone greeted each other, Zhao Hai finally bowed to Xianxia. Then, he smiled and said, Daoist Xianxia, we meet again. How has Daoist Xianxia been? This time, Xianxia didn't have a cold face like Zhao Hai. Instead, he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, Thanks to Sect Master Jian, I'm doing well. But Sect Master Jian, your fame has spread far and wide. This poor Daoist admires you greatly. When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia's words, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Daoist priest is too kind, I'm not that powerful. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, however, it's not at all. Come, let me introduce you. This is Xianjian sect's Xianyaozi, an elder of the Xianjian sect's Xian generation. The Black Sword sect's Xian generation was not the same as the Black Sky sect's Xianxia generation. Although both sects had a Dharma name that had to have the word Xian, their seniority was different. The Black Sky sect's Xianxia generation had a very high status, but compared to the Black Sword sect's Xian generation, they were still a little inferior. This was because the Black Sword sect's Xian generation cultivators were already the pillars of the sect, and were at the level of elders with real power. Therefore, the Black Sword sect's Xian generation elders were much higher than the Black Sky sect's Xianxia generation elders. Zhao Hai looked at Xianyaozi, then he bowed and said, "I've seen Elder Xianyaozi." Xianyaozi cupped his fists at Zhao Hai and said, "I've long heard of Sect Master Jianzhou's reputation. Now that I've met you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite." Then he sat down. After Zhao Hai sat down, Qing Lan said, "This time, Xianxia and Xianyaozi came here to discuss with us whether to deal with the 72 islands in the South Sea together." Although Zhao Hai had already expected this outcome, he still frowned when he heard Qing Lan's words. To be honest, he really did not want to join forces with the Black Sky sect. Joining forces with the Black Sky sect was undoubtedly like asking a tiger for its skin. The final outcome was really worrying. Xianxia had been paying attention to Zhao Hai. To be honest, Xianxia didn't put Zhao Hai in his eyes before. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai's recent actions in the 72 islands in the South China Sea had fully demonstrated his strength. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia was paying attention to Zhao Hai. When Xianxia saw Zhao Hai's frown, he couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "Sect Master Jian, do you have a different idea?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "I do. Have a different opinion. I think that if the Black Sky sect is to participate in the 72 islands, it will be more troublesome. Moreover, they might not be able to get any benefits from it." Xianxia frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Zhao Hai replied, "This method is only suitable for us, not the mysterious Sky sect. This doesn't mean that the mysterious Sky sect isn't strong enough, it's just the opposite. It's because the mysterious Sky sect is too strong that this method isn't suitable for us. If we use this method, we don't need to worry about the other party attacking us. This is because we don't have a branch outside, we just need to defend our own sect. But the mysterious Sky sect is different, they also have their own branch. Moreover, they have a lot of branches. If you attack their branch, they can also attack you. In the end, no one will be able to gain any advantage. In the end, you won't be able to gain any benefits." When Xianxia and Xianyaozi heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but fall into contemplation. To be honest, they really wanted to use the method Zhao Hai used to deal with the 72 islands. In their opinion, the method used by Zhao Hai was very effective. But now that Zhao Hai said it, they didn't know whether they should agree or not. This was because they felt that what Zhao Hai said was very reasonable. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't need to say this. He could let the Black Sky sect attack, but if the Black Sky sect wanted to attack, then they would definitely drag them along. Otherwise, the Black Sky sect wouldn't attack. Once the Black Sky sect attacked together with them, then the Black Sky sect wouldn't be able to make the decision. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't agree to attack together with the Black Sky sect. Instead, he simply asked the Black Sky sect to not attack. Also, Zhao Hai always felt that cooperating with the Black Sky sect was too dangerous. This time, the Black Sky sect came to negotiate. Zhao Hai was very surprised. He didn't think that the Black Sky sect would come to negotiate with them at this time. Xianxia and Xianyaozi frowned as they sat there. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "The two Taoists came here to talk about dealing with the 72 islands. Does this mean that you won't attack us? Then why didn't the army outside our sects retreat? This makes me very puzzled." When Xianxia and Xianyaozi heard Zhao Hai, their eyes flashed with a cold light. However, Xianxia immediately said, "Sect Master Jian is right. This time, we're here to talk about cooperation. In the process of cooperation, we naturally won't attack you." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, "Taoist priest, you really don't have any sincerity. You won't attack us when you're cooperating with us. In other words, once we stop cooperating, you'll still attack us? Is that so?" After hearing Zhao Hai, the expressions of the group changed. When Xianxia and the others came, they said that they wanted to cooperate with them to deal with the 72 islands. At that time, they didn't think too much about it. They thought that since the other party wanted to deal with the 72 islands with them, they wouldn't attack them. Because of this, they invited the two to the main hall for a discussion. But now, after hearing Zhao Hai's words, it seemed that their intentions weren't the same. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh as he said, "Sect Master Jian, you're thinking too much. How can we attack you after we refuse to cooperate? We won't attack you. We can even sign an alliance agreement. Don't talk to us about an alliance. Taoist priest, to tell you the truth, we don't believe in alliances. If you're really sincere, then as long as you agree to a few of our conditions, our alliance will immediately agree to deal with the 72 islands with you. If you don't agree, then I'm afraid we won't cooperate with you. What are your conditions? Sect Master Jian, please speak frankly. All sects led by Profound Sky Sect, please withdraw from the buffer zone. Let the people in the buffer zone deal with the matters in the buffer zone. Don't interfere. Sect Master Jian, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Please make it clear. Everyone, please withdraw from the buffer zone with your people. You don't have to care about those sects that have joined you. Let us settle the ownership of the buffer zone. If they defeat us, then the buffer zone will naturally belong to them. Whether they're willing to give the buffer zone to you or be independent, that's between you and them. If we win, then the buffer zone will naturally belong to us. No matter what, the matters in the buffer zone will be settled by us." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Qing Lan and the others were shocked. Then, they looked at Xianxia and the others with shining eyes, waiting to see how they would respond. It could be said that Zhao Hai's conditions were really important because it concerned the entire buffer zone and their future. Xianxia's eyes flashed with anger. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, aren't you going too far? Those sects have already made it clear that they want to join us. How can we not care about them? Moreover, Sect Master Jian, you seem to have forgotten one thing. We're attacking you now, and you've offended the 72 islands in the South Sea. You basically cut off your last escape route. What right do you have to negotiate with us now? Are you afraid that you'll be annihilated by us and the 72 islands in the South Sea? Afraid? What do we have to be afraid of? Do you think we won't be annihilated after offending you? We'll die sooner or later. I wonder what you'll think if we use the same method to deal with the 72 islands in the South Sea on the Black Heaven sect. Yes, you can annihilate us. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to pay the price when the time comes. How dare you? Ha ha ha, what's there to be afraid of now? We'll die sooner or later. It's not bad if we can drag a few of you down with us before we die. The 72 islands in the South Sea are an advantage. On the surface, they don't seem to have lost much, but none of their markets dare to open. Their small branches have all sealed their teleportation formations. Now, apart from the 72 islands in the South Sea, how many islands dare to open their teleportation formations? These are actually nothing, but I'm sure that after this incident, the businesses of the markets in the 72 islands in the South Sea will be greatly affected. What's the most important thing about a market? It's safety and order. Would you dare to do business in a market that's not safe at all? No, no businessman would dare. It's because of this that it's impossible for the 72 islands in the South Sea to return to how they were before. Do you want that too? Taoist Master Xianxia, I'm not afraid to tell you that we have nothing to lose now because we're about to be annihilated. Under such circumstances, do we still need to care about anything else? You have nothing to threaten us with now. Would a person who's not even afraid of death be afraid of anything else? We didn't use the method we used to deal with the 72 islands in the past because we had an agreement with the 72 islands. The 72 islands promised us that they would send troops to force you to retreat. We still had hope, and we didn't want to make an irreconcilable feud with you. But now, it's different. At this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he looked at Xianxia and the others and said, "The 72 isles of the South Sea have betrayed us. After they returned, they didn't admit their mistakes and went against our agreement. If they don't make a move, then we will make a move. Therefore, we attacked the 72 isles of the South Sea. Just like you said, we have already cut off their last path of retreat. Naturally, we have nothing to worry about. So if you continue to attack, then I'm sorry, we don't know how to deal with you. As long as you don't destroy the Sea Exploring Alliance, then all of your sects will have to be careful. Who knows when you will be attacked? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Xianxia and the others and said, the 72 isles of the South Sea have betrayed us. A threat. This was a blatant threat. Xianxia and Xianxia immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Both of them looked at Zhao Hai with an unfriendly expression, but they didn't say anything because Zhao Hai's threat was very reasonable. It was impossible to say that Zhao Hai's previous actions were secretive. The 72 Oceanic Islands and the Profound Sky sect had been infiltrating each other for a long time. There might be some secret realms between each other, but they weren't necessarily secretive. Therefore, the Profound Sky sect must have known about the little movements between the 72 Oceanic Islands and the Exploration Sea Alliance. Otherwise, the Profound Sky sect wouldn't have attacked the 72 Oceanic Islands right after they signed the alliance agreement with Zhao Hai. Now, the relationship between Zhao Hai and the 72 Oceanic Islands had completely fallen out. It was even worse than the relationship between the Profound Sky sect and the 72 Oceanic Islands. The 72 Oceanic Islands were preparing to attack Zhao Hai's group. The Profound Sky sect saw this opportunity and prepared to join forces with Zhao Hai's group to deal with the 72 Oceanic Islands. In fact, the Profound Sky sect naturally didn't have any good intentions in doing this. They only did this for one purpose, which was to use Zhao Hai's group as a tool. They wanted to let Zhao Hai's group fight against the 72 Oceanic Islands while they helped from the side. This way, not only would they reduce the strength of Zhao Hai's group, but they would also reduce the strength of the 72 Oceanic Islands. This way, they would be able to reap the benefits. However, the Profound Sky sect probably didn't expect that the 72 Oceanic Islands had the same idea from the beginning. They also wanted to let the Exploration Sea Alliance and the Profound Sky sect fight while they reap the benefits. However, the result was that Zhao Hai's group directly attacked the 72 Oceanic Islands. This completely ruined the 72 Oceanic Islands' wishful thinking and forced an ally to become an enemy. When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia and the others, he knew what they were planning. Therefore, he didn't hold back and told Xianxia and the others that it would be best for them to withdraw from the buffer zone and give it to them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to cooperate with them. Not only would they not cooperate, they would also attack them. All of the branches should be careful. In any case, they were barefooted and weren't afraid of wearing shoes. In any case, they were about to die, so they might as well drag along as many people as they can. In fact, in the spiritual sword world, it was rare for a sect to be exterminated unless it was like how Zhao Hai's group dealt with the Jianyu sect. They had full confidence in wiping out the entire Jianyu sect in one fell swoop. Otherwise, no one would engage in a sect extermination battle. This was because if you really pushed the other party into a corner and the other party attacked you with all their strength, then you would have to pay a huge price. Once you were weak, then there would be stronger people coming to trouble you. At that time, you might lose more than you gain. Now, Zhao Hai's group was in such a situation. Since they were about to die anyway, they might as well drag a few more people down with them before they die. They just had to be careful. Just like what Zhao Hai said, they weren't even afraid of death, so what else could they use to threaten them? Xianxia and Xianxia's expressions weren't good. They stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also stared back at them, he didn't budge an inch. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jian, your Exploration Sea Alliance originally had a chance to survive. But because of you, you've led the Exploration Sea Alliance to a dead end. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia, then he smiled coldly and said, What? Xianxia, you don't need to waste your breath. It's useless for you to say anything now. As long as your army stays in the buffer zone, we won't be safe. You don't need to tell the others that as long as they come to our Jianyu sect, they will withdraw from the buffer zone. You can tell them this about our Jianyu sect, then you can tell the other sects as well. If our Jianyu sect is really destroyed by your joint forces and you don't withdraw from the buffer zone, then what can they do to you? When the time comes, you can tell them that as long as the Green Mist sect is destroyed, they'll withdraw from the buffer zone. Do you think they'll do the same? If he really did that, wouldn't you be talking about the other sex? In the end, you don't need to do anything, we'll just destroy ourselves. Remember, you're now our enemy. How can we believe the enemy's words and not our own? Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you that we didn't attack the 72 islands just to retaliate against their betrayal. Hee, didn't the 72 islands want to hide and watch the show? They want to watch you deal with us, then they'll deal with you. Now that they've entered the buffer zone, I don't believe that you can calmly negotiate with them and divide the buffer zone equally. Previously, only you and I were fighting, and now there's the addition of the 72 Southern Sea Islands. Ha ha ha, Black Heaven Sect, if you have the ability, then attack us with all your might. If you have the ability, then don't guard against the 72 Southern Sea Islands at all. I'd like to see who gets the buffer zone in the end. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia were completely shocked. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's attack on the South Sea's 72 islands was actually to drag them down. Because of this, they couldn't help but be startled by what Zhao Hai said. Zhao Hai looked at them and sneered, "Aren't you surprised that we would have such an idea? For so many years, whether it's your sex or the 72 islands, you've all treated the buffer zone as a toy in your hands. You've always thought that the people in the buffer zone could only listen to you, that if we wanted to be independent, you would immediately attack us. The reason why the 72 islands didn't attack us was because they thought that our independence would be more beneficial to them. So the reason why we went to you and said that we wanted to deal with the 72 islands with you was to let the 72 islands know about this news through you. Because we've already contacted the 72 islands before, we wanted them to help us force you out of the buffer zone. They didn't agree at that time, so we used the second move, which was to pretend to find you and say that we wanted to cooperate with you to deal with the 72 islands together. You didn't pretend to agree to our conditions at that time, so we used the second move, which was to pretend to find you and say that we wanted to cooperate with you to deal with the 72 islands together. You didn't pretend to agree to our conditions at that time, so we used the second move, which was to pretend to find you and say that we wanted to cooperate with you to deal with the 72 islands together. You didn't pretend to agree to our conditions at that time, so we used the second move, which was to pretend to find you and say that we wanted to cooperate with you to deal with the 72 islands together. You didn't pretend to agree to our conditions at that time, so we used the second move, which was to pretend to find you and say that we wanted to cooperate with you to deal with the 72 islands together. You didn't pretend to agree to our conditions at that time, so we used the second move, which was to pretend to find you and say that we wanted to cooperate with you to deal with the 72 islands together. You didn't pretend to agree to our conditions at that time, so we used the second move, which was to pretend to find you and say that we wanted to cooperate with you to deal with the 72 islands together. You didn't pretend to agree to our conditions at that time, so we used the second move, which was to pretend to find you and say that we wanted to cooperate with you to deal with the 72 islands together. At this point, Zhao Hai paused. Looking at the shocked Xianxia and Xianxia, he continued, "Our plan succeeded. The people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands came to us and we signed an agreement. We thought that this matter was settled because this matter was good for us and also good for the 72 Southern Sea Islands. As long as we occupy the buffer zone, they would have an additional line of defense. But we didn't expect that the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands would be so short-sighted. After they returned, they immediately broke the agreement and said that they would send troops to deal with you, but they didn't send any troops. I don't know what they were thinking about. Maybe they wanted to teach us a lesson, maybe they wanted to drag things out so that we could only form an alliance with them. But they didn't think that we would dare to attack them. Ha ha ha, I think the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands must be very interesting right now. Even if they don't want to get involved in this mess, I don't know if they regret it or not. But that's not important, our goal has been achieved. The people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands will certainly attack us. Both sides will meet again in the buffer zone. I don't know if you can peacefully divide the buffer zone this time." At the end of his speech, Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and Xianxia with a faint smile, making the two of them feel a chill down their backs. They thought that everything was under their control, but they didn't expect that everything was in the calculations of others. They were just chess pieces. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Oh, right, I really forgot to tell you. Now, no matter what, our Sea Exploration Alliance controls half of the buffer zone. You say, if we use this half of the buffer zone in exchange for some of the inland sects to protect our lives, will the big sects like the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Tiani sect help? Will they let go of this opportunity to reach into the Southern Sea? Ha ha ha, Profound Sky Sect, the 72 Southern Sea Islands. I don't know if you can still take the buffer zone when you face the army of the Myriad Buddha Temple or the Tiani sect with a base. Can you still control your own territory? If that day really comes, even if we die, it will be worth it. Boom. Xianxia and Xianxia's complexion paled. Their bodies couldn't help but sway. They felt as if thunder had exploded in their ears. This was because they didn't think that Zhao Hai would do such a thing. They also didn't think that Zhao Hai would do such a thing. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would do such a thing. They also didn't think that the situation in the South Sea would change. At the same time, they also discovered that if they really pushed Zhao Hai to a dead end, then Zhao Hai and Xianxiaozi would have no choice but to take them down with them. Zhao Hai and Xianxiaozi's faces were pale. At this time, the buffer zone was a barren land for some of the major inland sections. Generally, top sects like the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Tiani Dao sect wouldn't take a second look at this place. However, the 72 southern islands were different. Whether it was the Myriad Buddha Temple or the Tiani Dao sect, they all wanted to extend their hands into the 72 southern islands. This was because as long as they extended their hands there, it was equivalent to getting a large piece of cake from the endless resources in the sea. However, the people of the 72 southern islands wouldn't agree to this kind of thing. Just like the last time when the Iron Buddha Temple occupied a nameless island in the southern islands, even if that island didn't have a crystal stone vein, the 72 southern islands would definitely snatch that island back. This was because they didn't care about a crystal stone vein, but they would never allow the Iron Buddha Temple to extend their hands into the southern islands. It was precisely because of this that those major sects had always wanted to extend their hands into the southern islands, but they didn't have the opportunity. The buffer zone was very close to the southern islands. It could be said that as long as they controlled the buffer zone, they could directly threaten the 72 southern islands. It was precisely because of this that both the 72 southern islands and the mysterious sky sect attached great importance to the buffer zone. Although both sides had different reactions when they heard that the buffer zone was going to be independent, it was also because of the consideration of benefits. For example, the mysterious sky sect had previously controlled a lot of sects in the buffer zone. This was their first step in extending their hands into the southern islands. It was precisely because of this that their reaction was so fierce when they heard that the buffer zone was going to be independent. The 72 southern islands didn't care. As long as the buffer zone didn't fall into the hands of the mysterious sky sect and the other major sects, they wouldn't care even if the sects in the buffer zone were to become independent. On the contrary, it would be beneficial to them, so they allowed the sects in the buffer zone to become independent. However, what the 72 southern islands did was a little too short-sighted, which caused Zhao Hai to retaliate against them, resulting in the current situation. No matter when, the mysterious sky sect and the 72 southern islands regarded the buffer zone as their exclusive property. They wouldn't allow anyone to touch it. The reason why the major sects couldn't extend their hands into the buffer zone was because the sects in the buffer zone were previously controlled by the mysterious sky sect. If the major sects attacked the buffer zone, the sects in the buffer zone would ask the mysterious sky sect for help, and the mysterious sky sect would directly attack. At that time, not only would the major sects in the buffer zone have to face the attacks of the mysterious sky sect, but also the mysterious sky sect and the 72 islands. Most importantly, the other sects who couldn't obtain the buffer zone would be a hindrance because they didn't have a righteous name sect. But if the sects in the buffer zone took the initiative to seek refuge with the major sects, then the situation would be completely different. If Zhao Hai and the others really took the initiative to seek refuge with the major sects, then the major sects would immediately accept them and directly attack them. Because Zhao Hai and the others had already sought refuge with them, it was equivalent to helping their own subordinates. No one could say anything about it. This was what the Black Sky sect and the 72 islands of the Southern Sea were most afraid of. If those large sects were to act in the name of righteousness, it would be tantamount to provoking a war between the two sides. At that time, those large sects would be able to deal with them with all their strength. With their strength, it was impossible to withstand the full attack of those large sections. Under such circumstances, they were afraid that they could only give up the buffer zone. But in this way, the major sects would reach their hands into the Southern Sea. When the time comes, it would be difficult for them to drive the major sects away. Don't be fooled by the appearance of the major sects, they were more greedy than anyone else. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to develop into a major sect. Whether it was the mysterious Sky sect or the 72 Islands, what they were most afraid of was the major sects reaching their hands into the buffer zone. Once the major sects reached their hands into the buffer zone, then their hands would stretch further and further. In the end, they would find that their territory was gone, their benefits were gone. Everything would become theirs, and they could only listen to their words. This was the nature of the major sections. And now, Zhao Hai said that they would seek refuge with the major sects in order to save their lives. This made Zhu and Yangzi and the others wake up. They suddenly discovered that the Exploration Sea Alliance wasn't without a choice. They still had a lot of options. One must know that the Exploration Sea Alliance still controlled half of the buffer zone. If they really used this as a bargaining chip to seek refuge with the major sects, then not only would the major sects accept them, they would also give them preferential treatment. Not to mention saving their lives, this was equivalent to giving the major sects an opportunity and a righteous name. The major sects would then be able to openly reach out to the Southern Sea, and the end of the mysterious Sky sect and the 72 Islands would soon arrive. It was precisely because of this that Zhu and Yangzi and Xian Yaozi's complexion turned ugly. This was because they thought of the terrible consequences. Although the mysterious Sky sect and the mysterious Sword sect were the overlords of the buffer zone and the people in the buffer zone thought that they were big sects, they knew in their hearts that they were far inferior compared to the top sects like the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Tanii sect. Previously, when the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Tanii sect wanted to extend their hands into the South Sea, although they had stopped them, there was no way to stop them by themselves. The ones who had truly stopped those big sects were the other big sections. If it weren't for the other big sects causing trouble behind their backs, they wouldn't have been able to stop those big sections. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu and Yangzi and Xianyaozi and couldn't help but sneer. Naturally, he wouldn't allow the great sects to extend their hands to the buffer zone. If they did, then the buffer zone would have nothing to do with them. However, this didn't stop him from using this matter to scare Zhu and Yangzi and the others. He wanted to tell Zhu and Yangzi and the others that they shouldn't think that they have no way to retreat. If they really push them too hard, then they can do anything they want. When the time comes, they will have their own weapons. On the other hand, the eyes of Daoist Qinglan and the others lit up. They thought that they were already at a dead end. But after hearing Zhao Hai's words, they discovered that they weren't at a dead end. Their path was still very wide. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu and Yangzi and Xianyaozi and said, "You two, you should understand what I'm trying to say. If you want to cooperate with us, then you can withdraw from the buffer zone and leave the buffer zone to the people there. However, we can write off everything that happened before, regardless of who was right and who was wrong. But one thing we can guarantee is that if you form an alliance with us, then we can help you deal with the 72 Isles in the South Sea in the future. We can even give you some resources to deal with them. In any case, we have already fallen out with the 72 Isles, so you won't suffer any losses. You just lost control of the buffer zone, but even if our Sea Exploring Alliance occupies the buffer zone, we wouldn't be able to pose any threat to you. On the contrary, the 72 Isles have a great enmity with us, so they would certainly attack us. Both sides would slowly consume each other's strength. Wouldn't this be a good thing for you?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhu and Yangzi and Xianyaozi and said, "You two, you should understand my words. The two of you can carefully think about it. If you can't make the decision, then you can go back and discuss it. We're not in a hurry, we can wait slowly. Even if the 72 Islands attack, we can still withstand it. But we can also say that we can only give you 10 days. This time, the 72 Islands will certainly retaliate fiercely. We don't know how long we can last. If you don't have any news after 10 days, then I'm sorry, we can only prioritize our lives." Zhu and Yangzi and Xianyaozi's faces were very ugly. They glared at Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. They didn't even say a word. Just like Zhao Hai said, this matter wasn't something that they could decide. This matter was too big, it was related to the situation of the entire South Sea. This matter simply wasn't something that two small substitute gangs could decide. They had to report this matter immediately. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Seeing Zhuan Yangzi and Xianxia leave, Qing Lan and the others didn't send them off. Instead, they gathered in the main hall of the Green Mist sect. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. Qing Lan said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Jian, when did you have the idea of relying on those big sects? When the time comes, I want to see what choice they will make. But whether it's the mysterious Sky Sect or the 72 Islands, we can't overestimate their intelligence. After they know about this, their first thought might be to destroy us. Therefore, we should pay more attention to our defenses and not let them take advantage of us. After everyone returns, immediately carry out the strictest inspection of the sect. Be careful of spies. Most importantly, guard the transmission formations well. Besides the small transmission formation, it's best to seal the other transmission formations. We just need to wait for a few more days and we'll know the results." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't think too highly of the mysterious Sky Sect or the 72 Islands. Don't overestimate their intelligence. After they know about this, their first thought might be to destroy us. Therefore, we should pay more attention to our defenses and not let them take advantage of any loopholes. After everyone returns, immediately carry out the strictest inspection of the sect. We must be careful of spies. Most importantly, everyone should guard the transmission formations well. Besides the small transmission formation, it's best to seal the other transmission formations. As long as we wait for a few days, we should know the results." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't think too highly of the mysterious Sky Sect or the 72 Islands." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai's words were very reasonable. Now they had offended both sides. The profound Sky Sect and the 72 Islands kept saying that they wanted to cooperate with them, but the army was stationed outside their sect and didn't retreat. This was clearly a threat. As for the 72 Islands in the South Sea, needless to say, they were now ready to attack them. Now they could only wait. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We really can only wait for 10 days. If they still haven't made a decision after 10 days, we will really try to contact the big sections." Qing Lan was stunned, then said in a deep voice, "Didn't you say that you never thought of cooperating with those big sects? Why do you want to contact them now? If those big sects really enter the buffer zone, then we won't be able to do anything. You have to think about this clearly." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I've thought about it very clearly. But if the mysterious Sky Sect doesn't cooperate with us by that time, then our situation will be even more dangerous. But we can talk about conditions with the great sects. We can hand over the buffer zone to them and maintain our autonomy. Naturally, we can also give the great sects their territory. We can even give them our current territory. But the matters of the great sects must be decided by us. They can't manage us, nor can they force us to go with them." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Of course, the great sects can't control us, let alone force us to go with them." Qing Lan and the others nodded. This matter was indeed not easy to deal with. If the profound Sky Sect really doesn't cooperate with them after 10 days, then their situation would be really dangerous. If they don't take some practical action, then whether it's the profound Sky Sect or the 72 Islands of the South Sea, they would know that they were just using those big sects to scare them. They wouldn't be afraid. At that time, they would be in trouble. Therefore, they could only wait for 10 days. Zhao Hai looked at Qing Lan and the others and said, "Don't think that the next 10 days will be easy. In these 10 days, the profound Sky Sect and the 72 Islands will attack us. If we can't defend, then everything will be over. But if we can defend, then that would be the best. Therefore, what we need to do now is to defend our own territory. Even if we need to rely on the great sects in the future, as long as we have our territory, then we will have a bargaining chip. If we don't have our territory, then the great sects won't even look at us. They will only use us and then throw us to the side." Qing Lan nodded and said, "Don't think that the next 10 days will be easy. In these 10 days, the profound Sky Sect and the 72 Islands will attack us." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Well, everyone, next is the biggest test for us. If we can defend these 10 days, then everything will be fine. If we can't, then there's nothing to say. Let's do it this way. Those people that the sects have selected will stay with the Sword Defense sect. If the Profound Sky sect really attacks us in these 10 days, then I will lead those people to attack the Profound Sky sect and the other sects again. We will let them taste the feeling of being attacked by the 72 islands of the South Sea. Qing Lan and the others nodded. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I will take my leave first. I will go back and prepare to deal with those people's attack. I said that this is our last chance. If the Profound Sky sect agrees to cooperate with us, then our buffer zone will have hope of independence. Everyone, calm down. These 10 days will decide our fate." After he finished speaking, he stood up and cupped his fist to the others before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. The next 10 days were the most important 10 days for them. If they couldn't survive these 10 days, then they would be finished. But if they could, then it would be very different. In fact, whether it was Qing Lan or Zhao Hai, they didn't want to contact the great sects. This was because they knew that once they contacted the Myriad Buddha Temple or the Tianyi sect, then they would be giving away their territory. Aside from giving them a chance to survive, they would have nothing else. The great sects wouldn't talk about conditions with you. They had the strength to do so. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others still wanted to rely on their own strength to get through this crisis. After Zhao Hai returned to the Jianyu sect, he immediately ordered the sect to prepare for the upcoming battle. At the same time, Zhao Hai also told his 1,000-man team about the current situation. He was going to lead the team to attack the 72 southern islands once again. This way, the people from the 72 southern islands would be more obedient. The 1,000-man team naturally agreed. Now, they were like beasts that had been released from their cage. The beastly nature in their bodies had been completely stimulated. Now, these guys were very aggressive. Aside from Zhao Hai, they didn't listen to anyone else. Each of them had a murderous aura. Compared to before, they seemed to have completely changed. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai was happy to see it happen. He wanted these people to have a murderous aura. Compared to the Profound Sky sect and the 72 islands of the South Sea, the Sea Exploring Alliance was at an absolute disadvantage. If they didn't have a capable army, then they wouldn't have any hope of winning against the Sea Exploring Alliance. On the second day after Zhao Hai returned to the Jianyu sect, the Profound Sky sect began to attack the entire Sea Exploring Alliance. When Zhao Hai saw the Profound Sky sect's actions, he immediately understood their intentions. It seems like the Profound Sky sect really wanted to destroy them. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai was ready to make his move. He was originally going to attack the 72 islands in the Southern Sea, but now he changed his mind. He was going to attack the branches of the Black Sky sect and other sections. Zhao Hai first tried to see if the transmission formation of the Profound Sky sect's branch was still open. However, he didn't think that the people of the Profound Sky sect would be that stupid. He had already threatened them before, so they wouldn't allow the branch's transmission formation to be open. They would definitely seal all the transmission formations to ensure the safety of the branch. Just as Zhao Hai thought, all the teleportation formations of the Profound Sky sect's branch halls were sealed. Although the teleportation formation of their sect's main hall wasn't sealed, Zhao Hai didn't dare to go there. There were too many experts there, and they would be courting death if they went there. Zhao Hai also tried the Black Sword sect's transmission formation. In the end, it was the same. All the branch hall's transmission formations were sealed. It seems like the other party had already made plans in this regard. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He started to slowly test it out. In the end, he really did manage to test it out. Although the sects that attacked the Exploration Sea Alliance had sealed their transmission formations, the sects that were close to them and didn't have any enmity with the Exploration Sea Alliance didn't have their transmission formations sealed. Zhao Hai chose a city that was relatively close to the Profound Sky sect's branch hall and had everyone take the transmission formation. This time, he also had everyone bring their own transmission formations to prepare for their next move. When they appeared in the transmission formation, the people in the city were shocked. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Because the city wasn't big, it didn't have a forbidden space formation. Zhao Hai and the others directly flew out of the city. After arriving outside the city, Zhao Hai called the 50 cultivators over and divided them into 25 groups. The first group only had 2 people. Then he had them fly in different directions. These directions were all the branch halls of the Profound Sky Sect Alliance. Zhao Hai's order to the 50 people was very simple. He had them fly outside the Profound Sky Sect Alliance's branch and send him the coordinates. This way, they could use their fastest speed to kill their way over. The 50 people also understood Zhao Hai's meaning. They immediately flew out while Zhao Hai led the rest of the people towards the Profound Sky Sect's branch hall. After flying for nearly an hour, Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside the Profound Sky Sect's branch hall. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack. Instead, he stopped outside the branch hall and paid attention to the situation in the city. After paying attention to the situation in the city, Zhao Hai immediately discovered that something was wrong. Right now, there weren't many people in the branch hall. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of experts here. Although these experts were hidden, they couldn't escape Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai thought about it and immediately understood. When they came out of the city, the people in the city immediately guessed their identity. Therefore, they immediately reported this matter to the Profound Sky Sect. Obviously, the relationship between these sects and the Profound Sky Sect shouldn't be too bad. They were very happy to do the Profound Sky Sect a favor. After the Profound Sky Sect received this news, they immediately thought that their branch hall would be attacked. This was because this branch hall was the closest to the city they came out from. Therefore, the Profound Sky Sect directly sent a large number of experts to this branch hall and set up a trap here. They were waiting for them to enter Foster City. If the Profound Sky Sect dared to attack, then they would be dead. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't attack. Instead, he stopped and said, "Everyone, we'll rest here and wait for news from the others. As long as they send us their coordinates, then we'll attack." Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Pay attention, there are people lying in ambush inside the city. They are waiting for us. If we go in, we will certainly be in danger. Therefore, we can't attack the city, but we can make some movements outside the city. I'll arrange a formation outside the city, and we'll guard it. At the same time, you need to make some movements outside the city, but don't attack. We need to let the people inside the city think that we're still outside. This way, when other people send us the coordinates, we can immediately attack other cities. They wouldn't be able to think of it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You should pay attention to the people inside the city, waiting for them to send us the coordinates. Then we can immediately attack other cities, and they wouldn't be able to think of it." Everyone looked towards the city but didn't see anything. However, they also believed in Zhao Hai. Therefore, they didn't say anything. At this time, Zhao Hai took out a compass and placed it on the ground. Then he activated it and waved his hand to the others. Everyone immediately knew that the formation was ready and that they could move out. It must be said that the compass in Zhao Hai's hand wasn't the azure jade compass. It was a compass that Zhao Hai made himself. Zhao Hai didn't make it very good, so it couldn't compare to the azure jade compass. However, in the sword spirit realm, it was still a rare treasure. It was enough to deal with ordinary situations. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai couldn't make a better compass. In fact, Zhao Hai could make a better compass. However, he didn't do so. This was because if he did, then it would be too conspicuous. The people who followed Zhao Hai made some movements outside the city from time to time. Their movements weren't very big, but it was enough to alert the people who were paying attention to the situation outside the city. Knowing that they had arrived, they became even more careful. Zhao ordered the people to stop after making some noise. Then they would stop for a while and wait for a while before making some more noise. This would make the people even more suspicious of them. About 3 hours later, Zhao Hai received coordinates from a group of people. Zhao Hai directly led the group to teleport. The next moment, they appeared in a forest. A few miles away from the forest, there was a medium-sized city. This medium-sized city was another city of the mysterious Sky Sect. Of course, in this city, there was also a branch of the mysterious Sky Sect. Zhao Hai also saw the 2 cultivators who flew here. Zhao Hai first observed the situation in the city. After discovering that there were no ambushes, he nodded and then led the group to kill their way into the city. As soon as they entered the city, the disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect immediately knew. These disciples wanted to run away, but Zhao Hai didn't give them the chance. He directly activated the compass and sealed the entire city. Then Zhao Hai led the group and killed all the disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect. Then all the shops in the city that were related to the mysterious Sky Sect were robbed. Finally, Zhao Hai made a move. He drove everyone out of the city and burned it down. After they were done, another group sent the coordinates to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai once again led his people to kill. Everything was the same as the first city. Once they arrived, they would kill without mercy. After that, they would drive the people away and burn the city. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Just as they were burning the second city, coordinates were sent. This time, there were 3 coordinates. This time, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. Since the mysterious Sky Sect didn't have a lot of manpower, Zhao Hai directly divided the 1,000 people into 3 teams and attacked the 3 cities. Then they killed and set fire to the cities. As for the mysterious Sky Sect and the other sects that were attacking the Sea Exploring Alliance, they received the news shortly after Zhao Hai's attack. They knew that their own sects were attacked. One must know that Zhao Hai didn't only attack the mysterious Sky Sect's sects, he didn't even let the other sects go. Therefore, the mysterious Sky Sect Alliance received the news. Not long after they received the news, Zhao Hai and the others attacked several cities in succession. They did the same thing, killing people and setting fire to the cities that they attacked. Therefore, the cities that they attacked were all in ruins. Naturally, there weren't many innocent casualties. Most of the casualties were the cultivators of the various sections. After attacking more than a dozen cities, Zhao Hai led the group back to the Jianyu sect. In this wave of attack, Zhao Hai and the others took down 12 cities and killed nearly 5,000 enemies. More than 3,000 of them were outer disciples, 1,000 of them were inner disciples, and 100 of them were elders. In the mysterious Sky Sect Alliance's camp, the representatives of the various sects gathered together. Sitting in the middle was Taoist priest Fierce Tiger. At this moment, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's expression was very ugly. This time, it was his idea to attack the Exploration Sea Alliance. In fact, the other sects already had some thoughts of retreating. This was because they knew that if they really forced the Exploration Sea Alliance to join the other sects, then it would be troublesome. Although the Exploration Sea Alliance had offended the 72 islands, it would be very difficult for the army of the 72 islands to reach the buffer zone in a short time. This was because they couldn't use transmission formations and could only fly slowly. This naturally slowed down their speed. It was precisely because of this that only the mysterious Sky Sect Alliance was attacking the Exploration Sea Alliance. Most importantly, it wouldn't be easy for the mysterious Sky Sect Alliance to take down the Exploration Sea Alliance in a short time. Moreover, even if the people of the 72 islands reached the buffer zone, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. Just like what Zhao Hai said, if the people of the 72 islands entered the buffer zone, would they be able to cooperate with them? Impossible. It was impossible for them to cooperate with the people of the 72 islands. It was true that they had to be wary of each other. Moreover, they might even have conflicts with each other. Although they were separated by the buffer zone and everyone maintained peace on the surface, the buffer zone had now turned into a big battlefield. If the people from the 72 islands of the South Sea were to arrive, then they would directly confront them. In this case, it was very possible for them to clash with each other. It was precisely because of this reason that the other sects thought that it would be a good choice to ally with the Exploration Sea Alliance. They can deal with the 72 islands in the future. Moreover, the people of the Exploration Sea Alliance also said that if they attacked the 72 islands in the future, then the Exploration Sea Alliance would support them. To be honest, many sects in the Black Heaven Sect Alliance could understand the Exploration Sea Alliance's desire for independence. After all, the Exploration Sea Alliance had been fighting with them for a long time, but they had never given in. This showed their determination to be independent. If the Exploration Sea Alliance was willing to side with them on the issue of the 72 islands in the Southern Sea, then it wouldn't be a big deal for the Exploration Sea Alliance to become independent. However, if the Exploration Sea Alliance continued to grow, then everyone would suffer great losses. However, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger didn't agree to cooperate with the Exploration Sea Alliance. In his opinion, the Exploration Sea Alliance was using them to force the 72 islands. This was a clear sign that they were playing with them. How could the mysterious Sky Sect Alliance take this lying down? Therefore, he must deal with the Exploration Sea Alliance in order to make the Exploration Sea Alliance completely surrender to them. It was precisely because of this reason that Taoist priest Fierce Tiger ignored everyone's opposition and directly ordered an attack on the Exploration Sea Alliance. At the same time, he also ordered all the sects in the mysterious Sky Sect Alliance to seal the transmission formation. In his opinion, the people of the Exploration Sea Alliance wouldn't be able to cause trouble in their territory. However, the actions of the Sea Exploring Alliance today were like a slap to Taoist Master Ferocious Tiger's face. Taoist Master Ferocious Tiger's expression turned ugly. 12 cities were taken down in one day and more than 5,000 people were killed. Moreover, these cities weren't close to each other. Even now, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger didn't know how the Exploration Sea Alliance did it. How could they take down 12 cities in one day? This was too strange. But in any case, the Exploration Sea Alliance did it. Zhao Hai's threat was fulfilled. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very ruthless. Although he didn't use poison this time, he set fire to the cities. This was equivalent to destroying the cities. It wouldn't be easy for the Exploration Sea Alliance to rebuild the cities. It was precisely because of this that Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's expression turned ugly. The other people in the hall also didn't look good. They all lowered their eyes and didn't look at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger knew that these people didn't look at him because they were afraid of him. They were all representatives of their respective sects, so there was no need for them to be afraid of him. They weren't afraid of him because they wanted to express their dissatisfaction. Thinking of this, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger couldn't help but sigh. He finally understood why the Exploration Sea Alliance couldn't do anything to the 72 southern islands despite being stronger than them. This was because the people of the 72 southern islands were very united against outsiders. On the other hand, the Exploration Sea Alliance wasn't united at all and even dragged them down. However, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger still had to say something. Remaining silent wasn't a good thing. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger let out a long sigh and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. This time, I made a mistake in my decision and caused everyone to suffer some losses. I think that we should formally negotiate with the Exploration Sea Alliance and discuss our cooperation. As for the losses from before, consider it as the mysterious Sky Sect owing you all. We will make it up to you later." When everyone heard Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, they were surprised. They didn't think that Taoist priest Fierce Tiger would lower his head. In their opinion, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger would be furious and attack the Exploration Sea Alliance. However, they were already prepared to object. But now that Taoist priest Fierce Tiger lowered his head, they couldn't say anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bowed his head at this time. Then he continued, "The reason why I attacked the Sea Exploration Alliance was to see if they really want to be independent or if they want to rely on the great sects. If they want to rely on the great sects, then they will certainly negotiate with the great sects when we attack. If that's the case, then it would be very disadvantageous for us, because it means that they already have the intention to rely on the great sects. Even if they say that they want to be independent, I'm afraid that they will contact the great sects in the future. Then we will be in danger in the future, so we need to prepare early. If they counterattack when we attack instead of negotiating with the great sects, then it means that they really want to be independent. Then we will have the possibility of negotiating with them. If we really form an alliance with them, then we might have an extra helper when dealing with the 72 islands in the South Sea in the future." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "The reason why I attacked the Sea Exploration Alliance was to see if they really want to be independent or if they want to rely on the great sects. If they want to rely on the great sects, then they will certainly negotiate with the great sects when we attack. If we form an alliance with them, then we might have an extra helper when dealing with the 72 islands in the future." When everyone heard Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Taoist priest Fierce Tiger would have such thoughts. Naturally, it would be hard to say if there were a few people who believed him. However, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger didn't care if they believed him or not. All he needed to do was to say it out loud. This was nothing more than giving him and everyone else a way out so that they could continue to discuss the negotiation with the Sea Exploring Alliance. Because of this, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger said, "We want to negotiate with the Exploration Sea Alliance. Everyone can tell us what conditions you have. Then we'll send people to negotiate with the Exploration Sea Alliance." Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke for a while because they didn't know what to say. First of all, the Exploration Sea Alliance had already said in the last negotiation that all sects should withdraw from the buffer zone. The matter of the buffer zone should be solved by the people in the buffer zone. They understood the Exploration Sea Alliance's intention. Previously, some sects in the Exploration Sea Alliance had sided with them, which made the Exploration Sea Alliance's people very angry. The reason why the Exploration Sea Alliance said that the people in the buffer zone should solve the problem of the Exploration Sea Alliance was because of those sects that betrayed the Exploration Sea Alliance. If the Exploration Sea Alliance withdrew and didn't care about those sects, then the Exploration Sea Alliance would certainly deal with those sects, and those sects might not be able to withstand it. After such a long battle, they had already discovered that the Exploration Sea Alliance's current strength wasn't weak. Not to mention other things, just the Green Mist sect alone was enough to give them a headache, especially their 10 large artifacts. Although they didn't care much about those artifacts, they were definitely a big killing machine in the buffer zone. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that there was still the Jianyu sect. Until now, no one had figured out how strong the Jianyu sect was. The Black Sword sect had been badly injured by the Jianyu sect. Even a high-grade artifact like the Green Jade Compass was lost there, not to mention the others. It was precisely because of this that everyone in the Profound Sky Sect Alliance believed that as long as they retreated, those sects that betrayed the Exploration Sea Alliance would definitely be unlucky. However, if they really didn't care about those sects, then who would dare to rely on them in the future? This would have a huge impact on them. It was precisely because of this that they were somewhat hesitant. Naturally, they didn't know what to say. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at the appearance of these people and couldn't help but sigh. These people were only thinking for themselves. They were overcautious when doing things. He was afraid that it would really be difficult for them to achieve anything big. However, he still opened his mouth and said, "If the Exploration Sea Alliance wants to cooperate with us, then we can make some concessions. This time, we fought with the Exploration Sea Alliance, and all the sects suffered some losses. Didn't the Exploration Sea Alliance want the entire buffer zone? We can give it to them and directly absorb those sects that have sided with us. This way, not only will we resolve this conflict, our sects will also be able to replenish their manpower and obtain the inheritance of their sects. This is also a good thing for us. If they don't agree to join our sects, then we can't do anything about it. After all, we've already done everything we can. It's just that they don't agree, so there's nothing we can do about it." When they heard Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's words, everyone couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before their eyes lit up. They immediately understood Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's intentions. Actually, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's actions were a process of eliminating the weak and preserving the strong. Those who were truly loyal to their sects would definitely agree to Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's suggestion and directly merge into their sections. This way, their sects would be able to recover their lost manpower. If those people didn't agree, then it meant that those people weren't on the same side as them. Naturally, they wouldn't need to care about the life and death of those people. Moreover, they would have something to say, so they wouldn't be called cold-blooded or heartless. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. This decision of the Mysterious Sky Sect Alliance would sever the inheritance of many small sects and make them part of their sect's inheritance. It could be said that they were directly annexing these small sections. Although they didn't gain territory, they gained a lot of people and inheritance. This might be a good thing for a large sect like the Mysterious Sky Sect, but it was definitely not a good thing for those small sections. On the contrary, it also meant that those small sects would disappear from now on. But for the people of the Mysterious Sky Sect, these things weren't their concern. Their first thought was of course the development of their own sect. The life and death of those small sects had nothing to do with them. This was the common characteristic of all the large sects in the sword spirit world. They didn't care about the thoughts of those small sections. They only cared about their own development. It was precisely because of this that countless small sects disappeared in the sword spirit world. Of course, at the same time, countless small sects would emerge. This was the inevitable law of development. Because of this, no one objected to Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's proposal. Everyone felt that Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's idea was very good and correct. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at everyone and said, "The main reason why I want to make some concessions in the negotiation with the Sea Exploration Alliance is because of the 72 islands. Everyone knows that the Sea Exploration Alliance was led by Saber 9 and destroyed many of their branches, causing them to suffer heavy losses. It's also because of this that the 72 islands hate the Sea Exploration Alliance to the core. They're currently organizing an army to attack the Sea Exploration Alliance. Their army is almost ready, but they didn't enter the buffer zone through the transmission formation. They can only fly over from the sea, which will take a few days. We can use these few days to finish the negotiation with the Sea Exploration Alliance. Then we'll leave together with the Sea Exploration Alliance and capture all of the 72 islands who entered the buffer zone, causing them to lose a lot of manpower. Although this will make the 72 islands feel pain for a while, it won't hurt them too much. Therefore, it's impossible for us to destroy the 72 islands. However, there's an advantage to doing this, which is that the 72 islands and the Sea Exploration Alliance will become mortal enemies. In the future, the Sea Exploration Alliance will no longer cooperate with the Sea Exploration Alliance. This way, our alliance with the Sea Exploration Alliance will become more stable. Moreover, when we deal with the 72 islands in the future, the Sea Exploration Alliance will definitely support us." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the Taoist priest would have such a plan. If they were to join the Sea Exploring Alliance and capture the people from the 72 islands, then it would be very beneficial for them. After all, weakening the strength of the 72 islands was the biggest benefit for them. Later on, they would be looking for opportunities to deal with the 72 islands. This way, they might be able to reach the South Sea in the future. For them, this was definitely a good thing. In their opinion, although the Sea Exploring Alliance's strength was good, it wasn't enough to pose a threat to them. This was because the Sea Exploring Alliance was lacking in manpower and strength compared to them. Additionally, the Sea Exploring Alliance was an alliance. Although the Sea Exploring Alliance was very united right now, it was only because of the external pressure. Once the external pressure was gone, it would be hard to say if the alliance would still be as united as it was now. Because of this, even if they were to deal with the 72 islands in the future, the Sea Exploring Alliance wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to obtain as much benefits as the Taoist priests. They even thought that if something were to happen to the Sea Exploring Alliance in the future, then it might be the same as last time. When the time comes, the Taoist priests would be able to reach their hands into the Sea Exploring Alliance. At this point, the Taoist priests discovered that their previous actions were too hasty. It was precisely because they were hasty that they attacked the Sea Exploring Alliance. Moreover, this ruthless attack aroused the resolve of the Sea Exploring Alliance. This made the Sea Exploring Alliance unite. In fact, this wasn't in line with the style of the Taoist priests. The style of the Taoist priests was to slowly infiltrate the smaller sections. Once the smaller sects were completely infiltrated, the Taoist priests would be able to take them down in one fell swoop. This time, the Taoist priests acted too hastily, which caused the Sea Exploring Alliance to retaliate. But if they didn't attack the Sea Exploring Alliance, then would the alliance still be as united as it was now? If the Taoist priests were to slowly infiltrate the Sea Exploring Alliance in the future, they would still be able to control the Sea Exploring Alliance. They have time, they can take it slow. Perhaps by the time the Sea Exploring Alliance became alert, the Taoist priests would have already taken them down. The change in attitude of the mysterious Sky sect and the other great sects had a lot to do with their style of doing things. For example, the mysterious Sky sect had annexed a lot of smaller sections. How did the mysterious Sky sect do this? If they could take down a small sect in one fell swoop, then naturally, there was no need to say anything else. That small sect would naturally be integrated into their mysterious Sky sect. If they found out that the other party was a difficult bone to chew, then they would change their method and slowly infiltrate the other party. Once they had infiltrated the other party, they would be able to take down that sect in one fell swoop. This method of hard and soft, one yin and one yang, was the supreme treasure that the mysterious Sky sect and the other large sects used to deal with those small sections. When they dealt with the Sea Exploring Alliance, they wanted to use their army to take them down in one fell swoop. But when they found out that they couldn't, they immediately changed their attitude and slowly infiltrated the Sea Exploring Alliance. However, the mysterious Sky Sect didn't do this. Instead, they attacked the Sea Exploring Alliance. This was different from their style of doing things. Actually, this was understandable. After all, almost half of the sects in the buffer zone were under the mysterious Sky Sect's control. Now that these sects wanted to be independent, it was tantamount to betraying the mysterious Sky Sect. Therefore, the mysterious Sky Sect kept attacking. But now, the mysterious Sky Sect discovered that the Sea Exploring Alliance had the qualifications to challenge them. Because of this, the mysterious Sky Sect's thoughts slowly changed. They no longer treated the Sea Exploring Alliance as a great sect, but instead as a great sect that they wanted to annex. The mysterious Sky Sect didn't notice this change, so they didn't oppose Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's proposal. Seeing that no one objected to his proposal, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger nodded and said, "If no one has any objections, then I'll send someone to talk to the Sea Exploring Alliance. At the same time, I'll make it clear to the other sects that we're withdrawing from the buffer zone. Those who are willing to follow us can join our sections. Their janitor disciples can also become janitor disciples after joining our sections. Their outer disciples can also become outer disciples after joining our sections. The same goes for their inner disciples, they can also become inner disciples after joining our sections. Core disciples can also become core disciples after joining our sections. As for the sect masters and elders, they can become elders of our sections. If they agree, they can immediately teleport to our sects through the transmission formation. What do you all think?" Taoist priest Ferocious Tiger's words made some people frown. These people didn't think highly of the sects in the buffer zone. Now that they heard Taoist priest Ferocious Tiger say that he wanted the sects in the buffer zone to enjoy the same treatment as their own sect's disciples, they naturally felt uncomfortable. Sure enough, a sect representative said to Taoist Master Fierce Tiger, "Taoist Master, isn't this a little too much? The fact that the disciples of those sects were able to enter our sects is already very preferential treatment. Isn't it a little too much to give them the same treatment as our disciples? Are they worthy?" Taoist priest Fierce Tiger smiled faintly and said, "It's not the same. You should know that we suffered a lot of losses when we attacked the Sea Exploring Alliance. We need to provide them with better conditions so that they'll be willing to join our sects. At the same time, this is also a show to outsiders, especially those in the Sea Exploring Alliance. We'll let them see that once they join our sects, they'll immediately enjoy better treatment than their original sects. This might not have any effect in the beginning, but as time goes by, the cultivators in those sects will certainly have some ideas. When the time comes, we'll infiltrate the Sea Exploring Alliance and they certainly won't oppose it." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger smiled faintly and said, "But it's different." When everyone heard Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They finally understood why Taoist priest Fierce Tiger was doing this. This was indeed a good method. Everyone knew that the treatment of the disciples of small sects couldn't be compared to the treatment of the disciples of large sections. Even the treatment of the core disciples of small sects couldn't be compared to the treatment of the inner disciples of large sections. Because of this, the disciples of large sects were very attractive. If they really gave the disciples of the small sects the same treatment as the disciples of their own sects, then the temptation would be too great for the disciples of those small sections. This was also a kind of stratagem, it could even be said that it was an overt plot. The Sea Exploring Union had no right to interfere with what kind of treatment they were willing to give. If they had the ability, then they should give it to them. Everyone unconsciously nodded. Although this method wouldn't be effective immediately, it would certainly be useful in the future. Naturally, they didn't have any reason to disagree. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at the crowd and said, "If you don't have any objections, then immediately send a letter to your sect masters. Tell them about our situation here. If they don't have any objections, then I'll immediately send people to negotiate with the Sea Exploring Alliance. Remember, you must be quick. If the people from the 72 islands are already here, then it would be too late to stop them." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at the crowd and said, "I'll send a letter to the Sea Exploring Alliance." If they don't have any objections, then I'll send people to negotiate with the Sea Exploring Alliance. Everyone nodded. Then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Taoist priest Fierce Tiger before turning around and leaving. After they left, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned to a profound sky sect disciple and said, "Prepare according to what we discussed before. After all, our biggest enemy isn't the Sea Exploring Alliance but the 72 Southern Islands. If the Sea Exploring Alliance really defected to those big sects, then we'll be in trouble." The person nodded and turned around to leave. He was also a disciple of the Profound Sky sect, so he naturally knew what Taoist priest Fierce Tiger meant. In fact, what he said to the representatives of the other sects was what they had discussed before. Therefore, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger asked him to prepare to negotiate with the Sea Exploring Alliance. Sure enough, as Taoist priest Fierce Tiger said, the other sects agreed with his suggestion and decided to negotiate with the Sea Exploring Alliance. They also made concessions and decided to absorb all the sects that had defected to them. After receiving this affirmation, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger immediately ordered everyone to take action. This time, the representatives for the negotiation were Xianxia and Xianxia. The two of them went to the Qinglan sect and requested to negotiate with the Sea Exploring Alliance. After Taoist priest Qinglan knew that they were coming, he immediately invited the sect masters of the other sections. Of course, Zhao Hai was also invited. At the same time, they also noticed that the army of the Profound Sky Sect Alliance was slowly retreating. This made them finally feel the other party's sincerity in negotiating. At the same time, Taoist priest Qinglan and the others trusted Zhao Hai even more. This was because if it weren't for Zhao Hai's scheming, they wouldn't be facing such a situation now. After everyone arrived at the main hall of the Qinglan sect, the negotiation officially began. Taoist priest Qinglan and the others had already discussed before that they would let Zhao Hai be their representative to negotiate with Xianxia and the others because they all trusted Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai also accepted this task. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and Xianxia, then he smiled faintly and said, "The two of you, we meet again. I hope that the two of you will bring us good news this time." Xianxia glanced at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Good news, of course it's good news. If we don't bring good news and Sect Master Jian comes to our territory, we won't be able to afford it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. I don't want to do this, but I have to do this. I'm really sorry. But then again, if we didn't do this, I'm afraid the two of you wouldn't be sitting here today, right? Am I right?" Xianxia and Xianxia snorted and didn't say anything. They knew very well that Zhao Hai was right. If Zhao Hai didn't do this, they would still be thinking about how to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. How could they be sitting here? Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Gentlemen, let's not talk about these useless things. Let's talk about your intentions." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We can agree to your conditions. We can form an alliance with the Exploration Sea Alliance. We can even withdraw from the buffer zone and hand it over to you. We also want Han to promise that we won't attack the alliance in the future. However, we also have conditions." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, please speak." Xianxia said, "First, when we withdraw from the buffer zone, we can take some cultivators who are willing to come with us. If they agree to come with us, you can't stop them." When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood what the Profound Sky sect was planning. However, he didn't care, he just nodded and said, "All right, as long as they're willing to follow you, you can take them away. However, you can't destroy the original sects as you wish." Zhao Hai nodded. Xianxia nodded and said, "We can agree to this. Second, we hope that you can cooperate with us. We'll send troops to deal with the incoming army of the 72 islands. It's best if we can kill them all." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, "That's also fine. After all, the people from the 72 oceanic islands came for us. We still have to thank you. Therefore, there's no problem with that." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Third, when we have a conflict with the 72 islands in the future, I hope that you can support us. When we go to war with the 72 islands, I hope that you can support us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This isn't a problem. However, there's one thing we need to say first. We can support you, but we must remain independent. Moreover, we can send troops to help you. We can also give you supplies. We can also lend you passage. But whether it's troops or supplies, you should compensate us. Do you understand? Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, understood. We can promise you this, but we won't compensate you when we pass by. We don't need any compensation, but you should know that if you go to war with the 72 islands of the South Sea and lose, the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea may chase you all the way to the buffer zone. If that happens, we will be forced to go to war with the 72 islands of the South Sea. At that time, you will have to compensate us. No. If it's really because of us, the people from the 72 islands of the South Sea will definitely make it up to you. You can rest assured. Alright, then it's settled. As for the agreement, I don't care if we sign it or not. We have an agreement with the 72 islands of the South Sea, but in the end, they still refuse to acknowledge it. So, this agreement is just a piece of paper. If you want to tear it up, it's useless. Xianxia, who had been silent, suddenly said, don't compare us with the 72 islands of the South Sea. The agreement must be signed. After we sign it, we will announce it to the world, so you don't have to worry about anything. When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said, all right, then let's sign it. But if you two agree with me, we will represent the Sea Exploration Alliance and the Profound Sky Sect Alliance respectively. How about that? Xianxia and Xianxia nodded. Originally, they were supposed to sign the agreement. It was impossible for them to bring it back to the sect masters. This time, the Sea Exploration Alliance's representative had always been Zhao Hai, so the agreement would naturally be signed by Zhao Hai. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and Xianxia's expressions and smiled slightly. Then he said in a deep voice, then, please wait for a moment. Alliance Master, please sign the agreement. Qinglan nodded and sent someone to get the beast skin. Then she wrote down the terms and conditions that were agreed upon. Then Zhao Hai, Xianxia, and Xianxia all signed the agreement. After they signed, Xianxia and Xianxia directly took the agreement and left. Zhao Hai and the others also politely sent the two to the transmission formation. After the two left, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the main hall. After sitting down, Qinglan looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't think that the Profound Sky Sect would actually agree to our request. Zhao Hai replied, they will certainly agree. This is because they discovered that their biggest enemy isn't us. If we can stand on their side in the face of the 72 islands, then they would definitely form an alliance with us. We don't have too much enmity with them. However, they still have two backup plans, so we need to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded, that's right. Zhao Hai explained, first, they said that they would take away those who are willing to follow them. This means that as long as they are willing, they can follow them. Moreover, these people would be able to join their sects directly. Moreover, these disciples would be treated very well. They are doing this to let our disciples see how they treat them. You should know that the treatment of great sects is much better than that of our disciples. They are doing this to make our disciples feel that being in our sects is better than being in their sects. This way, our disciples would be tempted to join their sects. When the time comes, they would be tempted to join them. This is a trick that great sects often use, so we have to be on guard against this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's see if the great sects are willing to follow them. But this time, the great sects would be able to directly join their sects. Moreover, their treatment would also be very good. They are doing this to let our disciples see how they treat them. As soon as Qinglan and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They all frowned. Just like what Zhao Hai said, this was indeed what they had to face. Moreover, it was something that they had been facing all along. This problem was indeed easy to solve, so they could only be more careful in the future. There was no other good way. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and then said, the second thing is this operation against the 72 islands. It can be said that the main reason why the Profound Sky Sect wants to join us in attacking the 72 islands is to make us become enemies with them. Now, we have a grudge against the 72 islands, but they are the ones who are in the wrong. Therefore, after their attack, we can think of a way to ease our relationship. This is what the profound sky sect is worried about. Therefore, they said that they want to attack the 72 islands with us in order to let the 72 islands understand that we have formed an alliance with them. This will make the people of the 72 islands think that we are on the same side as the profound sky sect. Our grudge against the 72 islands may not be so easily resolved. Qing Lan and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. They frowned. To be honest, offending the 72 islands was really not a good choice. This was because the 72 islands were too close to them. They could be attacked by the 72 islands at any time. Becoming enemies with the 72 islands wouldn't do them any good. If we don't form an alliance with the mysterious sky sect, then we'll be in trouble. The mysterious sky sect won't let us off, and the same goes for the 72 southern islands. At the very least, we don't have to worry about the mysterious sky sect. If they dare to announce our alliance to the world, then our agreement should be stable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't think too much about it. If we don't form an alliance with the mysterious sky sect, then our agreement should be stable." Qing Lan and the others nodded and let out a sigh of relief. Just as Zhao Hai said, forming an alliance with the mysterious sky sect was the best choice. Not only would they be able to solve the crisis of the Sea Alliance, they would also be able to obtain the entire buffer zone. For them, this was good news that couldn't be any better. Qing Lan let out a long breath and said, "This is indeed good news. In any case, the final victory will be ours." Zhao Hai and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai smiled and said, "As long as we defeat the 72 islands, then our buffer zone would be safe for the time being. We can then develop in peace for a while. Everyone's territory can also be strengthened. I believe that one day, we will become as strong as the mysterious sky sect." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, all right. All right, all right." Everyone nodded. Their hearts were filled with unspeakable joy. This time, their exploration of the Sea Alliance was really a close call. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's response, it would be hard to say what would happen in the end. Zhao Hai was also very happy. Right now, the tide-watching gang needed a stable period of time to develop themselves. Only when they slowly grew stronger could they carry out the next step of their plan. If they wanted to swallow the Green Mist sect and the others, then they would just collapse. This was because they didn't have the ability to do so right now. Qing Lan looked at everyone and said, "Now we have to wait for the news from the profound sky sect. I want to see if the profound sky sect will go back on their words like the 72 islands of the South Sea. If they really retreat, then we will have to prepare to deal with the 72 islands of the South Sea." Everyone nodded. This time, they didn't celebrate like the last time when they signed the agreement with the 72 islands of the South Sea. This was because they realized that sometimes, some people really couldn't be trusted. Last time, it was because they believed in the 72 islands of the South Sea that led to the crisis. This time, they must wait until the matter is completely over before celebrating, because only then can they be sure that they have overcome the crisis. Zhao Hai's face was calm. After a while, he said, "Everyone, then I will go back first. I have to prepare for the next battle. Whether the profound sky sect will follow the agreement or not, we have to be prepared. If they follow the agreement, then we have to prepare to deal with the 72 islands of the South Sea. If they don't follow the agreement, then we have to be even more prepared because we may face a two-sided attack from the 72 islands of the South Sea and the profound sky sect. If we can't resist their attack, then we will have no future." Everyone nodded and took their leave one after another. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the mysterious sky sect would retreat the next day. Not only did they retreat, but the other sects that joined the mysterious sky sect also followed them. Nobody stayed behind. The people from the mysterious sky sect alliance made it very clear to them that if they didn't follow them, they wouldn't care about them. They could just wait here for the Exploration Sea Alliance to attack. When the other sects heard the mysterious sky sect's words, they naturally left. In fact, they didn't stay behind. After all, other than the higher-ups of the smaller sects, the lower-level disciples of the smaller sects still hoped to join the larger sections. After all, the cultivation resources of the larger sects were much better than the smaller sections. Although the mysterious sky sect's army withdrew, Xianxia and the others came again. This time, they mainly came to discuss with Qinglan and the others how to deal with the 72 oceanic islands. At the same time, the news of the alliance between the Exploration Sea Alliance and the mysterious Sky Sect had spread throughout the Sword Spirit boundary. This made Qinglan and the others feel relieved. One must know that although the large sects often broke their agreements, once the alliance was announced to the world, they would have to think twice before breaking the agreement. After all, any large sect cherished their reputation very much. Once they were recognized as people who went back on their words and didn't abide by the agreement, no one would dare to cooperate with them in the future. Therefore, Qinglan and the others felt relieved when they heard that the news was spread. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to their own sects, they had to go to the Qinglan sect to discuss with Xianxia and the others how to deal with the 72 oceanic islands. In the end, after a long discussion, they finally decided to have the Black Heaven sect ambush at the southernmost part of the buffer zone, near the sea. They would find a mountain there to ambush. The people from the 72 oceanic islands were going to attack the Exploration Sea Alliance, and the southernmost sect of the Exploration Sea Alliance was called the Gazebo sect. However, the Gazebo sect was actually quite far from the sea. If the people from the 72 oceanic islands were to attack, they would definitely attack the Gazebo sect first. Zhao Hai and the others would send reinforcements to support the Gazing Sea sect. The Gazing Sea sect would resist the attack of the 72 oceanic islands while the mysterious Sky Sect Alliance's army would come out from behind. They would then launch a pincer attack and defeat the 72 oceanic islands army in one fell swoop. Although the mysterious Sky Sect had previously said that they would kill all the 72 oceanic islands army, they also knew that it was impossible. After all, each of the 72 oceanic islands had their own war beasts. Those war beasts were very large and could be used as large-scale artifacts. It was almost impossible for them to kill all the 72 oceanic islands army. However, as long as they could defeat the 72 oceanic islands army, that would be enough. After all, the mysterious Sky Sect wanted to let the 72 oceanic islands people know that they had formed an alliance with the Exploration Sea Alliance. That would be enough. After the discussion, the mysterious Sky Sect Alliance immediately took action. Zhao Hai and the others also moved. The mysterious Sky Sect Alliance's people would directly fly from the Gazing Sea Sect's teleportation formation to the seaside mountain to ambush. However, they couldn't stay in the Gazing Sea Sect for too long. Zhao Hai and the others' reinforcements would also arrive at the Gazing Sea Sect in the shortest time possible to prepare for the 72 oceanic islands army. The reason why they were so anxious was that they had already received news that the 72 oceanic islands army was already heading towards them. However, because of the distance between the two sides, even if the 72 oceanic islands army came, they would still have a few days to prepare. These few days were enough. In fact, the largest island of the 72 oceanic islands closest to the buffer zone was the Spirit Crab Island. Otherwise, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't have directly attacked the Jianyu sect from here. Therefore, the 72 oceanic islands army would directly attack the buffer zone from the Spirit Crab Island. However, if they didn't use the teleportation formation and flew from the Spirit Crab Island to the buffer zone, it would take at least 4 days to reach the buffer zone. Considering that they were a large army, it might take even more time. It should take about 5 days to reach the buffer zone. If they wanted to reach the Gazing Sea Sect and launch an attack, it would take at least 6 or 7 days. Such a long time was enough for Zhao Hai and the others to prepare. This time, it wasn't just Zhao Hai. Qinglan and the other sect masters all came to the Gazing Sea Alliance. Qinglan even brought 5 large artifacts. The sect master of the Gazing Sea sect was called Haisherlan. He looked to be in his 50s. His appearance was very ordinary, and his skin was a little dark. He looked like an ordinary old fisherman. However, his strength was very strong. He had 2 weapons in his hand. One was the sea-piercing boat, a small boat. This boat could at most become a 20-meter-long boat. It could at least become the size of a nucleus. It could be used to attack and defend. It was a very good artifact. The other artifact was a large net called the inescapable net. This net usually looked very small, and there was nothing special about it. However, once it was opened, it could become very large. Its diameter could reach up to a kilometer. Moreover, it was incomparably tough and had barbs on it. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to escape from it. This artifact was also the artifact that made Xianxia famous. Therefore, he also had a nickname, the Gazing Fisherman. After everyone arrived at the Gaze High sect, High Stone invited everyone to sit down in the hall of the Gaze High sect. The Black Sky sect obviously attached great importance to this operation. The leader of the team this time was Taoist Master Ferocious Tiger. He also sat down in the hall with everyone. Hai Sherlan also prepared a very sumptuous meal to entertain everyone. However, no one was in the mood to drink. Everyone was talking about the upcoming battle. Hai Sherlan was sitting on the main seat. Although he still looked like an old fisherman, no one dared to underestimate him. He looked at everyone and then raised his wine glass. Then he loudly said, "Everyone, we are gathered here today to deal with the 72 southern islands. Come, let us all raise our glasses and celebrate together. Celebrate our total victory in this battle." Everyone naturally had to give face to the host. Everyone raised their wine glasses and shouted, "Total victory." After saying that, everyone drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. After everyone put down their wine glasses, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai, who was sitting at the side and rarely spoke. He smiled and said, "Sect Master Jianjiao, come, how about we have a drink?" To be honest, I was really surprised when Sect Master Jianjiao came to our camp to negotiate with us last time. At the same time, I was impressed by Sect Master Jianjiao's demeanor. "Come, let's have a drink." When Zhao Hai heard Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's words, he couldn't help but smile and said, "You flatter me, Taoist priest. You are a famous expert and a senior. Jianjiao really doesn't deserve such praise. I really don't deserve it. Come, let me drink with you." After saying that, Zhao Hai and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger raised their glasses and saluted from afar. Then, they drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger put down his wine glass and said to Zhao Hai, "I can tell that the people behind Sect Master Jianjiao are extraordinary at first glance. I wonder if you can show us a few moves to liven up the mood." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger was naturally referring to Ding Chunming and Tai Shi, who were behind Zhao Hai. Tai Niao didn't come along this time. He was left behind by Zhao Hai at the Jianyuzong. To be honest, although Tai Niao's strength was good, he was still a little lacking compared to Tai Shi and Ding Chunming. This not only referred to his strength, but also to his potential. Tai Niao's potential was really not as good as Tai Shi and Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming's strength was definitely the best in the world. As for Tai Shi, after learning the snake fist, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhao Hai realized that Tai Niao seemed to be very suitable for practicing this fist technique. Moreover, because he only practiced the snake fist, the power of his snake fist was very powerful. Even if he fought with Ding Chunming now, he could guarantee that he wouldn't be defeated in 50 moves. This was very rare. When Zhao Hai heard Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he looked at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and couldn't help but smile. "Yes, but it doesn't seem interesting for them to practice by themselves. Why don't we let the experts of the Profound Sky sect teach them a few moves?" Qing Lan and the others didn't say anything. On the contrary, they were very supportive of Zhao Hai's idea. What Taoist priest Fierce Tiger said just now was somewhat unreasonable because they wanted Ding Chunming and the others to perform. It was obvious that they wanted to humiliate them. They were cultivators, not actors. How could they perform for others? However, if they directly refused, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger would say that they were ungentlemanly. In any case, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger was on the side of reason. Now that Zhao Hai said this, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's idea of performing to liven up the atmosphere became a competition between the two sides. Although the Exploration Sea Alliance would lose some face if they lost this competition, it was much better than a simple performance. Therefore, Qing Lan and the others supported Zhao Hai's idea. If possible, they really wanted their own experts to perform for Ding Chunming and the others. When Taoist priest Fierce Tiger heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Okay, then let them play a few moves. Jingguan, go and play with the experts of the Sword Defense sect." Behind Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, a cultivator responded and walked out. This cultivator looked to be in his 30s. His body was very strong. Unlike the ordinary cultivators of the Profound Sky sect, he carried 2 iron maces on his back. The maces were very thick and looked very heavy. Obviously, this person should be a body cultivator. Zhao Hai looked at Jingwen and smiled faintly. Then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, you go. Remember, don't hurt anyone." Ding Chunming complied, then he stood up and walked towards the center of the field. Zhao Hai's words were heard by everyone in the hall. The cultivators of the Profound Sky sect couldn't help but snort. On the contrary, Qing Lan and the others showed a smile on their faces. Although they didn't know how strong Ding Chunming was, Zhao Hai's words were indeed very uplifting, making them feel very comfortable. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger calmly looked at Ding Chunming. He hadn't seen Ding Chunming fight, so he didn't know Ding Chunming's strength. However, since Zhao Hai dared to say this, it meant that Ding Chunming's strength wasn't bad. Otherwise, Zhao Hai's words would only make him lose face. Therefore, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger paid attention to Ding Chunming. The reason why Taoist priest Fierce Tiger asked Zhao Hai to send someone to fight was to make Zhao Hai lose face. After all, it was Zhao Hai who led people to attack the Profound Sky Sect Alliance's sections. Zhao Hai was also the one who negotiated with them. In addition, Zhao Hai pretended to negotiate with them, but in fact, he was using them to pressure the people from the 72 southern sea islands. This made Taoist priest Fierce Tiger very uncomfortable. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to make Zhao Hai lose face. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would directly push the boat with the current and want to fight with them. However, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger didn't object. He wanted to use this opportunity to see the strength of Zhao Hai and the others. At this time, Ding Chunming also looked at Jingwen. Although Ding Chunming's strength was great, he didn't look very tall and strong. However, the pressure he gave off wasn't very big. On the other hand, Jingwen was different. Although Jingwen wasn't very tall, she was still taller than Ding Chunming. In addition, her body was also very strong. When she stood there, she seemed to be a size bigger than Ding Chunming. Therefore, Ding Chunming's aura was much worse than Jingwen's. Jingwen's eyes were spitting fire as she looked at Ding Chunming. She also heard Zhao Hai's words. It was precisely because she heard Zhao Hai's words that she felt very angry. In her opinion, Zhao Hai was looking down on her too much. She casually called out a servant and even said that she couldn't hurt people. Wasn't this clearly telling the other party not to be serious? This was the biggest insult to her. How could she not be angry? Jingwen looked at Ding Chunming and said in a deep voice, "Take out your weapon." Ding Chunming looked at Jingwen and said, "I have one today. It's just a competition. There's no need to use weapons. Let's just fight with our fists so as not to hurt each other." Jingwen looked at Ding Chunming's appearance and sneered, "Ding Chunming. That's good. I don't want to break your arms and legs." Then Jingwen waved her hands and made a fighting pose. Then she looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Come on." Ding Chunming looked at Jingwen's expression. "Pay attention." Ding Chunming's ass Black Tiger Heart. Black Tigers. This move, Black Tiger Steals the Heart, could be said to be the most common move. Even a person who did not know martial arts would use this move in a fight. But in fact, the simpler something was, the more difficult it was. The Black Tiger Heart's technique was very difficult. It's just that most people don't know how to use it. Because of this, this move looked very simple. When Jingwen saw Ding Chunming using the Black Tiger Heart to deal with her, she became even more angry. She couldn't help but coldly snort. Then she stretched out her right hand and bit Ding Chunming's wrist. At the same time, her left hand also attacked Ding Chunming. Although this move wasn't very exquisite, it was enough to deal with the Black Tiger Heart. This was what everyone thought. After all, the Black Tiger Heart was too simple. Anyone could break it by raising their hand. Moreover, if a pair of cultivators were to fight with their fists and feet, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't allow their opponent to bite their wrists. A person's wrist had a meridian. If it was caught by the opponent, it would be troublesome. However, Ding Chunming wasn't an ordinary person. He saw Jingwen's hand biting his wrist, but he didn't change his move. He still sent his fist forward, as if he was giving his hand to the other party. When Qing Lan and the others saw Ding Chunming's appearance, they couldn't help but sigh. In their opinion, Ding Chunming had already lost. But at this time, Jing Wen's hand grabbed Ding Chunming's wrist. She instinctively checked Ding Chunming's pulse. But then her expression changed. This was because she discovered that she was holding an iron rod. Ding Chunming's fist didn't stop, it was still moving forward. At this time, Jing Wen didn't have time to react, but Ding Chunming's fist was already imprinted on his chest. Then Ding Chunming withdrew his hand and directly jumped out of the circle. He looked at Jing Wen and said, "Thanks for letting me win." Jing Wen stared, then he felt a chill on his chest. He looked down and saw a fist imprint on his chest. The imprint was in the shape of a fist. However, the imprint only broke his robe, it didn't hurt his body. It can be seen that the other party's strength had reached the peak. Jing Wen's expression changed. Then he looked up and looked at Ding Chunming in horror. Perhaps others didn't know what was going on and thought that he was just too careless. Only he knew that he wasn't careless. His move was very reasonable, but he was still defeated by the other party. The reason was that he wasn't as strong as the other party. Although he grabbed the other party's wrist, he couldn't really control the other party. The other party relied on his strength to directly punch him, rendering all of his moves useless. From this point, it can be seen how powerful the other party was. At least, the other party was much stronger than him. Jing Wen's expression changed a few times. In the end, he let out a long breath and cupped his fist towards Ding Chunming. "Thank you for showing mercy. I lost." After that, he turned around and walked back behind Taoist Master Fierce Tiger and didn't say anything else. At this time, there was an uproar in the hall. Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger and Taoist Priest Qing Lan didn't say anything. They all saw the inside story of the fight and knew that Jing Wen's defeat wasn't unjust. Especially Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger. He was also a body cultivator, so he naturally knew how Jing Wen lost. He just didn't expect Ding Chunming to be so strong. He actually ignored Jing Wen's attack and directly defeated him. Such strength was indeed very terrifying. However, some people didn't see it, especially the followers of the other sect masters. They didn't have good eyesight and couldn't see the difference in strength between the two. They all thought that Jing Wen was too careless and lost in one move. Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger didn't leave these people. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect Sect Master Jian to have so many talents under him. There's even a body cultivator master. This old man really admires you." Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, "You flatter me, Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger. We're just a small sect, and we only know 2 basic moves. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of you." Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger's eyes flashed, and then he laughed out loud and said, "Sect Master Jian, your words really make me feel ashamed. If this is considered a basic skill, then what is our Shantian sect? Farming skills? I wonder if Sect Master Jian can send someone up to give our Shantian sect some pointers on farming skills?" Zhao Hai looked at Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger and said with a smile, "Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger, we don't dare to accept that. The Shantian sect is a big sect, so how can we get pointers? We just won by luck. It's nothing." Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger said with a smile, "Let the disciples of the sect compete and let them know that there's always someone better. Isn't that better? Now that we're allies, it's better to have exchanges like this a few more times. This way, the disciples of the sect can improve. Sect Master Jian, please don't refuse." Zhao Hai looked at Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger and then said with a bitter smile, "If I don't agree, then I'll be too ungrateful. Tai Shi, go and experience the martial arts of the Shantian sect. Remember, don't hurt anyone." Tai Shi responded, then stood up and walked to the center of the hall. Compared to Ding Chunming, Tai Shi was even more inconspicuous. He was wearing a black warrior suit with leather armor on the outside and a pair of black gloves on his hands. There was really nothing special about him. Moreover, he had been sitting behind Zhao Hai without saying a word. Many people in the hall didn't even notice him, as if he didn't exist. It wasn't until Tai Shi stood up that many people in the hall realized that there was such a person in the hall. Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger didn't notice Tai Shi before, but now that Tai Shi stood up, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He was different from others. When others realized that they didn't notice Tai Shi, they wouldn't think that this person was too inconspicuous. However, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger didn't think so. He was a body cultivator, so his perception of the surrounding environment was much sharper than ordinary cultivators. It was very unusual for him to ignore Tai Shi before. This meant that if Tai Shi was really lurking, very few people would be able to discover him. A person like him was definitely very dangerous. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger looked at Tai Shi with sparkling eyes, but Tai Shi just stood there without moving. His whole person was very quiet. His body was not outstanding at all, and his temperament was not special at all. It was really easy for people to forget about him. However, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger felt that Tai Shi wasn't simple. He felt that although Tai Shi was standing there without moving at all, he was like a poisonous snake lurking in the grass. When he didn't move, it was very difficult to discover him. However, once he moved, he would show his poisonous fangs, which meant that his prey was in trouble. After looking at Tai Shi for a while, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger felt that Tai Shi wasn't simple. His face slowly became dignified as he said in a deep voice, "Jing Rong, you go and lead him. Pay attention, don't go too far. Be careful." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's words didn't sound like anything special. It was nothing more than telling his disciple not to go too far. However, the people of the Black Sky sect understood that Taoist priest Fierce Tiger was telling Jing Rong to be careful. The other party was very dangerous. This made the disciples of the Black Sky sect feel a little surprised. Several disciples of the Black Sky sect looked at Tai Shi. Then, a disciple of the Black Sky sect walked out. This disciple of the Black Sky sect looked like he was in his 20s. He had a round face. Although he wasn't fat, he gave people a feeling of friendliness. He always had a smile on his face, which made people unable to help but have a good impression of him. Jing Rong walked to the opposite side of Tai Shi and cupped her hands towards Tai Shi said, "Jing Rong greets senior brother from the Jianyu sect. Senior brother is very polite. Please show mercy." Tai Shi returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Senior brother from the Black Sky sect is too polite. You are too polite. You should be the one showing mercy." Iron Snake was a servant, so he had to be courteous to others. Therefore, he acted very naturally and even carried a hint of humility, making it impossible for others to be angry. Jing Rong smiled and said, "Senior brother is too polite. I am a sword user, so I won't be polite." After he said that, he stretched out his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword in his hand didn't look special. It was more than 3 feet long. The blade of the sword was like autumn water. There was nothing special about it. It looked like a very ordinary magic tool. However, the disciples of the Black Sky sect knew that the sword in Jing Rong's hand wasn't an ordinary sword. The sword in his hand was called the Wave Breaker Sword. It was a very good magic tool in the Black Sky sect. Jing Rong's identity wasn't simple. Not only was he an inner disciple of the Black Sky sect, he was also known as the #1 inner disciple of the Black Sky sect. He was also one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Black Sky sect. This Wave Breaker Sword was a reward given to him by the Black Sky sect when he was competing with other sections. Tai Shi glanced at the long sword in Jing Rong's hand and said in a deep voice, "Good sword. The body of the sword is like autumn water, but it has a trace of sharpness. It seems to be a rare weapon. My weapon is more special. It's the pair of gloves I'm wearing. So, senior brother, please attack. I'm ready." Jing Rong looked at Tai Shi and then looked at Tai Shi's hands. Tai Shi's pair of gloves didn't look special. It was pure black and didn't look thick. He didn't expect it to be a magic tool. Looking at the other party's appearance, his gloves should be a good magic tool. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, Jing Rong still smiled and said, "All right, then I won't be polite. Watch out for my sword." After he said that, he formed a sword seal with his left hand and the long sword in his right hand went straight forward. His sword looked very ordinary, just like a very ordinary immortal shows the way. However, those who had good eyesight could see that the moment the sword was drawn, Jing Rong seemed to have merged with the long sword in his hand. When the sword was drawn, the following moves were already in preparation. If Tai Shi didn't respond well, then Jing Rong's sword moves would continuously flow towards him. At that time, no one could say for sure how many moves Tai Shi could block. As soon as he saw Jing Rong draw his sword, Tai Shi's eyes flashed. Then he pointed with his hand and the snake fist was already in motion. His whole person seemed to have turned into a snake in an instant. When he saw the long sword coming, his wrist kept shaking. His body also twisted strangely, just like a snake that was swaying its body to confront the enemy. Daoist Ferocious Tiger's eyes lit up when he saw Iron Snake's movements. He himself was a user of the Intent Realm Cultivation technique, so he could tell at a glance that Iron Snake's snake fist was also an Intent Realm Cultivation technique. Moreover, he had already grasped the essence of the snake fist. Although his body didn't emit the phantom of a large snake, Daoist Ferocious Tiger believed that as long as he was willing, he could use the Intent Realm Fist technique at any time. When Daoist Priest Fierce Tiger discovered that Iron Snake was actually using an Intent Fist technique, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he looked at Iron Snake with sparkling eyes. He didn't think that Iron Snake would actually use an Intent Fist technique. This really surprised him. What surprised him even more was that Iron Snake's Intent Fist technique was actually so good. This made him feel very inconceivable. It must be known that a fist art with intent wasn't easy to practice. Even if someone obtained the cultivation method for a fist art with intent, they still wouldn't be able to practice it. And if they couldn't practice a fist art with intent, then it might not even be as lethal as an ordinary fist art. Intent fist techniques were very dependent on talent. If one's talent wasn't enough, then they wouldn't be able to practice it for a lifetime. But if one's talent was good, then they might be able to enter the intent realm. The reason why Daoist Priest Fierce Tiger was surprised by Iron Snake was because he didn't think that Iron Snake would use an intent fist technique. Secondly, he didn't think that the Jian Yuzong would have an intent fist technique. Thirdly, he didn't think that Iron Snake would be able to practice the intent fist technique to a higher level. Thinking of this, Daoist Priest Fierce Tiger couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. His eyes were somewhat complicated. He was no longer concerned about the situation of the battle. Instead, he was more interested in Zhao Hai. He really wanted to know who Zhao Hai was and why he had an intent fist technique. He didn't think that Zhao Hai didn't have an intent fist technique because Iron Snake was Zhao Hai's servant. One must know that a servant and a disciple weren't the same thing. Ordinary disciples of the Profound Sky sect might have some fortuitous encounters when they went out for training. In the end, they would practice a technique that was different from the sect's. The people of the Profound Sky sect wouldn't object to their disciples doing this, but they also wouldn't encourage them to do so. They would encourage the disciples to hand over their techniques to the sect. The reason why they didn't encourage the disciples to practice those techniques themselves was because the inheritance of those techniques wasn't necessarily complete. If you were to practice that technique and give up on your own technique, then you might not be able to reach a higher level due to the incompleteness of that technique. Moreover, it would also delay the progress of the sect's technique. Therefore, the sects didn't want their disciples to practice incomplete techniques. However, if the disciples handed over their cultivation methods to the sect, the elders of the sect would compare these cultivation methods with the ordinary cultivation methods of the sect. Then they would add these cultivation methods to the sect's inheritance. This would also be beneficial to the sect. Servants were different from ordinary sect disciples. Servants had masters, and they generally wouldn't leave their masters. What they could practice was closely related to their masters. Whatever cultivation method their masters gave them, they would practice that cultivation method. They rarely had the freedom to choose their own cultivation method. In other words, the reason why Tai Shi could practice this technique was because Zhao Hai had given him this technique. How could Zhao Hai not practice this technique? Obviously, Zhao Hai had also practiced it. Then, Zhao Hai's strength had to be re-evaluated. At this time, Tai Shi and Jing Rong had already exchanged more than 10 moves. The two of them had yet to decide a winner. Although Jing Rong had already reached the realm of one with the sword, Tai Shi's fist technique was also very exquisite. It wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. Daoist Master Fierce Tiger glanced at the two people fighting and suddenly said, "All right, stop." Following his shout, Tai Shi and Jing Rong jumped out of the circle at the same time. The two of them smiled and cupped their fists at each other. It really looked like two very close brothers who were exchanging pointers. After the two of them returned behind Taoist Master Fierce Tiger and Zhao Hai, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, I really didn't expect that there were so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers by Sect Master Jian's side. There's actually someone who knows a technique. Amazing, really amazing. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger, you flatter me. I accidentally obtained this fist technique. However, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger should also know that although this technique is very powerful, it requires a lot of talent. I really don't have this talent. On the contrary, Taishi's talent is not bad, so I let him practice it. He's practiced it quite well. Not only has he practiced it quite well, but it's really rare to see someone as talented as him. Isn't it a pity to let him just be a servant? Taoist Master Fierce Tiger looked at Taishi and said. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, being a servant isn't necessarily a pity. If he can cultivate better techniques by following me and obtain more cultivation resources, then what's there to pity? Taoist Master Fierce Tiger didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned to Hai Stone and said, Sect Master Hai, thank you for your hospitality. This old man is old and wants to rest early. I'll go back first today. Hai Stone naturally wouldn't object. He smiled and said, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger, please come. Someone, send Taoist Master Fierce Tiger to rest. If Taoist Master Fierce Tiger needs anything, we'll try our best to satisfy him. A disciple outside the door complied, then someone came in and led Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger and the others out of the great hall. After Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger and the others left, Hai Sherlan turned to Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jian, it's all thanks to you today. If it weren't for you, then we would have lost a lot of face. Good, very good. We actually defeated the mysterious Sky Sect. Look at Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger's face. Look at Taoist Master Fierce Tiger's face. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, it's okay. It's just that the people from the Black Sky Sect were careless. If we really fought against them, we wouldn't necessarily be their opponents. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about this battle. In 2 days, the people from the 72 islands in the South Sea will arrive. Let's talk about how to deal with them. Also, about the matter of the mysterious Sky Sect, do you think the people of the mysterious Sky Sect are sincere in forming an alliance with us? Qing Lan smiled and said, you don't have to be modest. A victory is a victory. I think even if the people of the mysterious Sky Sect really want to form an alliance with us. Everyone was silent for a moment. Although the Black Sky Sect had shown enough sincerity in this alliance, they were still a little worried. They were already afraid of the people from the 72 islands of the South Sea going back on their words. Therefore, they were always worried that the people from the Black Sky Sect would be like the people from the 72 islands of the South Sea. If they also went back on their words, then they would be in danger again. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, in fact, you don't have to worry. In fact, the most dangerous time has passed. If the Black Sky Sect and the 72 islands of the South Sea were still possible to deal with us, it's impossible now because the Black Sky Sect has already announced our alliance to the world. Whether they really want to ally with us or not, the people from the 72 islands of the South Sea will no longer believe them. As long as we can repel the 72 islands of the South Sea, then we can still deal with the Black Sky Sect alliance. How about this, if you are still worried, now you can let the experts in your sect go and take over those sects that have surrendered to the Black Sky Sect. As long as we control those places, then even if the people from the Black Sky Sect go back on their words in the future, we don't have to be afraid of them. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned and then nodded. Qing Lan thought for a moment and said, but everyone, how do you want to divide those sects? As soon as they heard what he said, everyone looked at each other and didn't say anything. This was because they all knew that as long as they took over those sects, then it would be equivalent to expanding their territory. This was definitely a good thing for them, but the problem was that they couldn't do it. Every sect would get the same amount of benefits. If the distribution wasn't equal, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I'll make it clear first. This time, don't give the Jianyu sect the distribution. Our Jianyu sect doesn't have enough manpower. Even if we occupy so much territory, we can't manage it. So we don't want it. You can distribute it as you see fit. Zhao Hai's words made everyone stunned. Now that those territories were in their hands, Zhao Hai didn't want them. This was too strange. Qing Lan frowned and said, Sect Master Jian, this time, you contributed the most to our independence. How can you not want the benefits? If you don't want the benefits, then how can the rest of us take it? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I really don't want it. Right now, our Sword Imperial sect is lacking in manpower. Moreover, you should have noticed that our Sword Imperial sect is lacking in manpower, especially experts. If we want those territories, we wouldn't be able to manage them. Therefore, we simply don't want them. You can divide them amongst yourselves. I'm not being polite, I'm being serious. Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he wasn't joking. He frowned, then he said, it's indeed not easy to divide them. How about this? Who wants those territories? Those who want them will have to compensate those who don't want them. What do you think? Qing Lan nodded and said, what do you think? When everyone heard Qing Lan, they unconsciously nodded. In fact, there were a few sects that didn't want those territories. But the problem was that if they didn't want those territories, then they wouldn't get anything. If they could be compensated, then it would be a good thing. Qing Lan nodded and said, let's talk about it. Seeing that everyone nodded, Qing Lan let out a sigh of relief. He thought for a while and said in a deep voice, if you want the territory, you can tell me now. Then, we can discuss the compensation. Let me talk about our Qing Lan sect first. We will take the territory of Qingsong village. The location there is too important. After we take it, we are going to send a large Dharma artifact to guard it. So, everyone, don't fight for it. I will compensate everyone. Everyone glanced at Qing Lan. Although they wanted to object, the Qing Lan sect was the first to propose independence. The Qing Lan sect was also one of the sects that contributed the most. Other than the Jianyu sect, the other sects didn't have the qualifications to compete with them. So when Qing Lan said that he wanted Qingsong village's territory, although they wanted to object, they didn't say it out loud. In the end, they could only acquiesce. However, they still wanted the other territories. In the end, everyone spent about 3 hours to discuss the ownership of those territories. At the same time, they also discussed the compensation. The sects that obtained the territories would give the sects that didn't obtain the territories some resources as compensation. They also discussed the amount of resources that would be given to the sects that didn't get the territories. Let's talk about Daoist Priest Fierce Tiger and the others. Daoist Priest Fierce Tiger and the others went to the room that Highstone arranged for them. Then they immediately took out a small formation and placed it in the room. With this formation, they didn't have to worry about their words being heard by others. After everything was done, Daoist Priest Fierce Tiger looked at the others of the Black Heaven sect and said, everyone, what do you think of the Sea Exploration Alliance? Jing Rong thought for a bit and said, the Sea Exploration Alliance seems very loose, but it's actually not much different from our alliance. However, they're only working towards one goal right now. That's why they're so united. I believe that as long as they become independent, we won't attack them. Without external pressure, I'm afraid that they won't be so united. When that time comes, we'll have a chance to deal with them. The others nodded, but Zhu and Yangzi said, this is the general direction. I'd better talk about the various sects of the Sea Exploring Alliance. Right now, the various sects of the Sea Exploring Alliance have the same status on the surface, but in fact, the sword-controlling sect's Green Mist sect has the highest status. This sword-controlling sect has the highest status in the past because they were the first to shout out the slogan of independence. In addition, their sect master, Sword 9, isn't a simple character. Therefore, the sword-controlling sect status has increased imperceptibly, and this is also a hidden danger. I think that if we want to deal with them in the future, we can start from this aspect. Daoist Tiger nodded, then he said in a deep voice, actually, there's nothing much to say about the Green Mist sect and the other sections. We know all of their details. Even if there are some that we don't know, it's not a big deal. We already knew that they have a large artifact in their hands before we attacked them, so they really aren't that great, and there's nothing to investigate. Only the Sword Defense sect, our understanding of it is really too little, almost zero. Now, How many people are there in the sword defense sect? What are they good at? How many experts are there? And even the origin of these people, we don't know. So I think that the sword defense sect will become our biggest obstacle in the future. Everyone nodded. The current situation of the sword defense sect was really too mysterious. No one knew what was going on with the sword defense sect. In the past, the Black Sword sect still had some understanding of the sword defense sect, but ever since the sword defense sect changed masters, the Black Sword sect didn't know anything about the sword defense sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suffered such a big loss last time. However, what kind of changes had happened to the sword defense sect? Where did the people from the sword defense sect come from? No one knew how strong they were. This really made them feel uneasy. Taoist Tiger looked at everyone and said, "Everyone has seen the two matches today. The two people sent by the sword defense sect are actually body cultivators. You should know that the people from the sword defense sect are the best at using swords, but the people they sent out are all body cultivators. Isn't this too strange?" Moreover, it was said that the people of the Jianyu sect were very powerful. Moreover, the other members of the Jianyu sect were also using the Jianyu sect's sword technique against their enemies. This was even more strange. Why were the others using the sword technique against their enemies while the people around Saber 9 were not? What was the origin of this Saber 9? Was he really from the Jianyu sect? If he isn't from the sword defense sect, then what is he? Also, I've been in contact with some of our spies in the Sea Scout Alliance for the past 2 days. According to them, the biggest reason why the Sea Scout Alliance is able to come this far isn't because of Qinglan, but because of Saber 9. It was his idea that allowed the Sea Scout Alliance to come this far. In the end, they even managed to snatch the buffer zone from us. All of this is because of Saber 9. Although Saber 9's strength seems to be only at the Qi refinement realm on the surface, his true strength is extremely powerful. Therefore, Saber 9 is definitely a very dangerous person. He's someone we should pay close attention to. Everyone nodded. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Masters Jr., why don't we shift our focus to the sword defense sect in the future? This way, we can investigate him properly. Don't act recklessly first. After all, the sword defense sect used to be a sect controlled by the Black Sword sect. Although it was later robbed by the current sword defense sect, the Black Sword sect still thinks that it is their territory. If we do anything to the sword defense sect without a word, it will cause the Black Sword sect to be dissatisfied. In fact, we don't need to say anything now. The Black Sword sect will definitely pay special attention to the sword defense sect because they have suffered a great loss because of it." Everyone nodded. Although they were in an alliance with the Black Sword sect, they also had a very strict division of interests. If they didn't handle it well, there might be a conflict. That wouldn't be good. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger said in a deep voice, "No matter what, we must pay more attention to the sword defense sect. Remember, if you have the opportunity to collect more information about the sword defense sect in the future, you must do so." Everyone nodded. Xianxia looked at Taoist Master Fierce Tiger and said, "Martial Uncle, are we really going to deal with the 72 islands in the South China Sea this time? Or are we not going to do anything?" Taoist Master Fierce Tiger glared at him and said, "Of course we are going to deal with them. The 72 islands in the South China Sea are definitely our biggest enemy. This time, we have a chance to deal with them properly. We definitely can't let it go. We must take care of them properly. In the buffer zone, if they want to be independent, then they can be independent. Previously, we didn't get any benefits in the buffer zone. The reason why we are fighting with the 72 islands in the buffer zone is because we want to deal with the 72 islands in the South China Sea. Now that we have a great opportunity to deal with the 72 islands in the South China Sea, how can we let it go?" Everyone nodded. The battle between them and the 72 islands in the South China Sea hasn't been going on for a day or two. To be honest, they didn't get any benefits. Therefore, this time, there won't be many opportunities to deal with the 72 islands in the South China Sea. If they can seize this opportunity to deal with the 72 islands in the South China Sea, it would definitely be a good thing for them. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone go back and rest. The 72 islands in the South China Sea should be arriving soon. Let's just wait for them." Everyone nodded and went back to rest. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger sat in the living room without moving. He was still thinking about the Jianyu sect. He found out today that the Jianyu sect was really dangerous. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, everyone had been preparing for the war with the 72 islands. After 3 days, the news finally came. The 72 islands army had finally appeared on the sea surface and was about to land in the buffer zone. This time, the 72 islands in the South China Sea had dispatched more than 1,000 large war beasts and countless smaller war beasts. The total force reached about 40,000. Such a force was indeed a lot. It can be said that it was still a great threat to the buffer zone. After Zhao Hai and the others received the news, they immediately began to prepare. At the same time, they also began to contact the Black Sky sect to see how their preparations were going. The Black Sky sect was almost ready. In fact, they wanted to deal with the 72 islands more than Zhao Hai and the others. This was because they and the 72 islands were absolute feuds. Naturally, they wanted to deal with the 72 islands properly. After a day, the army of the 72 islands finally arrived outside the gazebo sect. The gazebo sect's shield was opened. The sect masters of the various sects were also present. However, they were all standing on the large artifact of the Green Mist sect. This artifact had been named the Green Mist Disc by Qing Lan. They were all standing on the Green Mist Disc as they looked at the army of the 72 islands. The army of the 72 islands looked really scary. Because they had war beasts with them, all kinds of war beasts also arrived when the army arrived. The roars of the war beasts could be heard. Even before the battle began, they had already taken away the courage of the people. However, the army of the 72 islands didn't immediately attack. Instead, they stopped outside the gazebo sect. Then a large crab flew out from the army of the 72 islands. A person opened his mouth and shouted, "People of the Sea Exploring Alliance, come out and answer." Qing Lan glanced at the person and recognized him. He was an elder of the Spirit Crab Island. His name was Wu Zongda. This person had a very high status in the Spirit Crab Island. He was one of the elders with real power in the Spirit Crab Island. Because of his golden crocodile scissors, he was nicknamed the Golden Sand Crocodile. Qing Lan snorted and commanded the Green Mist Disc to fly directly out of the gazebo sect. It stopped about 100 meters away from Wu Zongda. Qing Lan looked at Wu Zongda and said coldly, "Wu Zongda, what do you want to say? Are you here to apologize to us?" "Nonsense, Qing Lan. What qualifications do you have to make us apologize to you? You have the face to make us apologize to you. You have been harassing the sects of the South Sea and destroying the living environment of our islands. You still have the face to ask us to apologize to you? Today, we are here to take your lives. You all deserve to die. You are the one who is talking nonsense. Don't you know why we attacked you? You went back on your words and betrayed us. You still have the face to criticize us? What did we say at the beginning? After you came out, you helped us force the mysterious Sky sect to retreat. After we took over the buffer zone, we would help you resist the attacks of the mysterious Sky sect and become your first line of defense. We have reached an agreement, but what about you? Not only did you go back on your words, but you also used all kinds of excuses to delay us. What qualifications do you have to criticize us? You didn't respect the agreement. If you don't respect the agreement, you are the enemy. What's wrong with us attacking you? Now you still have the face to criticize us. You are really shameless. Nonsense. We were ready to send out our troops. You guys couldn't wait any longer and attacked us instead. How dare you criticize us? That's enough, Wu Zongda. We're all smart people. Why are you spouting nonsense? When you were dealing with the Black Sky sect, your actions were slow. When you were dealing with us, your actions were quite pleasant. What else do you have to say now? It's only been a few days and your army is already here. We gave you a lot of time but you didn't do anything. I don't want to talk too much with you. It's useless. Wu Zongda, just tell us what you want. What do we want? It's simple. Give us half of the buffer zone and we'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Ha ha ha, what a fool's dream. Wu Zongda, are you guys awake? How can you say something like that? Come and get it if you want. Stop dreaming if you want us to give you our territory. Wu Zongda waved his hand and the Qinglan disc returned to the Sea-Watch sect. The reason why Taoist Master Qinglan did this was because he knew that although the 72 islands of the South Sea did not have large ritual implements, their large combat beasts could also be used as large ritual implements. Sometimes, those large combat beasts were even more useful than large ritual implements. Just like now, if Wu Zongda really attacked him, the other party's large combat beasts would immediately rush over, unlike the large ritual implements they used, which required a lot of time to accelerate. In order to not give the 72 islands a chance, they took the initiative to retreat. Wu Zongda also understood Qinglan Taoist's thoughts. He immediately commanded the giant crab under his feet to pounce on Qinglan Taoist. At this time, Qinglan Taoist and the others hadn't returned to the Sea-Watch sect. If they were stopped by Wu Zongda's giant crab at this time, they would be in some trouble. Qinglan Taoist couldn't help but have a thought. The rui appeared in his hand and he attacked the giant crab. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others saw Qinglan making a move, they immediately followed suit. They used all kinds of artifacts to attack the giant crab. Seeing this, Wu Zongda knew that it was impossible for him to catch up. He coldly snorted and commanded the giant crab to retreat. When Qinglan and the others returned to the Wanhai sect, the attack of the 72 islands of the South Sea began. The battle beasts directly rushed over and attacked the shield of the Wanhai sect. The sea-gazing sect was not the Green Mist sect, nor was it the Sword Defense sect. Outside the barrier of the Green Mist sect, there was a layer of illusion formation. They had also relied on this layer of illusion formation to block the attacks of the mysterious Sky sect time and time again, and the 5 elements illusory killing formation of the Sword Defense sect had become the nightmare of the mysterious Sword sect. However, the sea-gazing sect did not have an illusory formation, nor an illusory killing formation, so they could only rely on their barrier to block it. Fortunately, the Green Mist sect had already transferred a few green mist plates, which could also resist for a while. In addition, almost all the experts of the various sects were here, so they could rely on the mountain protection formation to block the attack of the 72 islands of the South Sea. At the same time, they also contacted the people of the mysterious Sky sect and asked them to attack the army of the 72 islands of the South Sea from the back. The people of the 72 islands of the South Sea obviously did not expect that the Exploration Sea Alliance would join forces with the mysterious Sky sect, so they did not put the Exploration Sea Alliance in their eyes. As soon as they arrived, they did not take much rest and directly attacked. This was exactly what Qinglan and the others wanted. They were already waiting for an exhausted enemy. If the mysterious Sky sect attacked from the back, it would be a pincer attack. They were not afraid of the 72 islands of the South Sea being defeated. This time, the mysterious Sky sect really wanted to attack the army of the 72 islands of the South Sea. So, as soon as they received the message from Qinglan and the others, they immediately moved and rushed towards the back of the army of the 72 islands of the South Sea. When the army of the 72 islands of the South Sea was about to attack, there was suddenly chaos at the back. The army of the mysterious Sky sect directly attacked, which caused the army of the 72 islands of the South Sea to be in chaos. Seizing this opportunity, the people of the Exploration Sea Alliance also took the opportunity to attack. However, because they did not have many large instruments, although their attack was fierce, it was not as powerful as the army of the mysterious Sky sect. The people of the 72 islands of the South Sea knew that the situation was not good at first sight. They also desperately tried to break out, but now that they were surrounded, it was not easy to break out. But fortunately, they had a lot of large war beasts this time. They used the large war beasts as the vanguard and desperately rushed out. They really killed a bloody path and finally broke out of the encirclement. Zhao Hai and the others were also very clear that it was impossible to stop the army of the 72 islands of the South Sea. They could only try their best to kill the enemy's strength, so they chased them all the way and did not let them go. They chased the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea all the way to the seaside before they slowly stopped and retreated back to Sea-Watch City. Although this period of time was not very long, 20,000 of the 40,000 troops of the 72 islands of the South Sea were left in the buffer zone. All kinds of war beasts were also killed and injured. It could be said that this battle had crippled the army of the 72 islands of the South Sea. After defeating the army of the 72 islands of the South Sea, everyone began to rest and reorganize. However, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger did not rest in the buffer zone. Instead, he directly led his army back to the mysterious Sky Sect. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger was very clear that even if they reorganized in the buffer zone, Qing Lan and the others would still be on guard against them. Although they would provide them with some materials, they would not be too polite to them. They could not rest well here, so it was better to return to their own sect as soon as possible so that they could have a good rest. Although they had just repelled the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger did not think that the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea would have the courage to come back. The people of the 72 islands of the South Sea should have also discovered that the mysterious Sky Sect was among the army that attacked them. It was precisely because of this discovery that they did not dare to come back. After sending away the people of the mysterious Sky Sect, Zhao Hai and the others immediately cleaned up the battlefield and did a simple rest. 3 days passed like this. In these 3 days, the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea did not come back to attack them. Instead, they retreated. Only then did they feel relieved and return to their own sects to rest and reorganize. The Jianyu sect's rest and reorganization was not too bad. They did not have too many things to do, but the Qing Lan sect was different. They still had to take over the territories of the sects that retreated with the mysterious Sky Sect. They also had to provide resources to Zhao Hai and the others that did not want their territories. They were very busy. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others were not without any benefits. Their territory had also expanded a little. Originally, the Jianyu sect did not control many cities. Now, after some research by the Qing Lan sect and the others, the surrounding cities of the Jianyu sect were also given to the Jianyu sect. This was what the Jianyu sect deserved. In fact, even so, everyone felt that the Jianyu sect had suffered a loss. This was because the Jianyu sect had contributed a lot in this war. However, they did not get much in return. This made the greedy cultivators feel a little embarrassed. Therefore, they took the initiative to give the ownership of several cities to the Jianyu sect. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. The reason why the Sword Imperial sect didn't want a lot of territories was because they didn't have enough manpower. The Sword Imperial sect, Tidewatch City, and the Secret Realm were too few in number. But Zhao Hai wasn't at ease with recruiting people now. Therefore, he could only take it slowly. Because of this, they didn't have enough manpower. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't ask for more territories. Because of this, their manpower became even more tight. In any case, now that the matter was over, Zhao Hai and the others could relax. They really needed to take a good rest for a while. At the same time, they needed to recruit more people. Now, they could finally show the sign of the Jianyu sect. The disciples of the Jianyu sect could also walk the world openly. Zhao Hai was very happy about this situation. Now, not only did they not have to worry about the great sects coming to their door, their identity could also be revealed. This was a great thing for them. However, Zhao Hai was now thinking about another matter. That was, should they make some large artifacts? Without large artifacts, there were a lot of inconveniences, especially in a war like this. However, this matter had to be put aside for the time being. They had to deal with the matter at hand first. Through this battle, the Sea Exploration Alliance was officially established. Although this alliance was relatively loose like what Taoist Master Fierce Tiger said, everyone had fought side by side and experienced life and death together. Some of the previous conflicts in the alliance were considered to be in the past. They would have a period of stable development. In addition, they didn't succeed in forming an alliance with the 72 islands in the South Sea, but they did form an alliance with the Profound Sky Sect. Naturally, the two sides could also trade some materials. This was very good for their future development. In fact, the Sea Exploration Alliance paid a great price for this independence. Not only did they lose people, but they also consumed a lot of materials. After all, they had gone through several wars. Each time, the amount of materials consumed was astronomical. Therefore, it would take a long time for the Sea Exploration Alliance to recover. Then there was the problem of manpower. After these few battles, they had lost a lot of manpower. In addition, nearly half of the sects in the buffer zone had run away with the Black Sky sect. The empty territories had been divided by the Green Mist sect. As a result, those sects were somewhat lacking in manpower. Therefore, the Green Mist sect needed a period of time to rest and reorganize before recruiting some disciples. It was very easy for the Green Mist sect to recruit disciples. They generally recruited rogue cultivators. As long as the rogue cultivators weren't too old and their cultivation was passable, they could directly join the sect. As long as they were trained for a period of time, they would be able to become a disciple of the sect. In fact, Zhao Hai had also recruited some such disciples. In the past, Zhao Hai had always wanted to recruit those who had ascended. He didn't want to recruit rogue cultivators because everyone in his sect was an ascended cultivator. In the sword spirit world, ascended cultivators were looked down upon the most. They were even inferior to rogue cultivators. If rogue cultivators were recruited and knew about the details of these people, they might cause trouble. But now, there was no other way because they needed manpower. Therefore, they could only recruit a group of rogue cultivators first and see if they could be of use. At the same time, Zhao Hai also divided the ranks of the sect's disciples. The outer sect disciples were still the same, but the threshold for inner sect disciples was raised. Unlike before, as long as one reached the Qi refining 10th order, one could become an inner sect disciple. Now, the inner sect disciples of the Tide Observing faction had to reach the Qi refining divinity realm. Although the core disciples were also at the Qi refining divinity realm, they were chosen to be stronger and had greater potential. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also preparing for the sect to hold a competition in the future. The inner sect disciples and the core disciples would compete. If the core disciple lost, then he would be demoted to an inner sect disciple. If the inner sect disciple won, then he could become a core disciple. This would form a competition in the sect, which would make the disciples progress faster. Although the various sects of the Sea Exploring Alliance were resting, they were still very careful. Whether it was the 72 Islands of the South Sea or the Mysterious Heaven sect, they were very vigilant. They were even prepared to take action at any time. Needless to say, the 72 Islands of the South Sea had just finished fighting with them. The 72 Islands of the South Sea might not be able to swallow their anger. Zhao Hai was worried that the 72 Islands of the South Sea would retaliate, so they had to be careful. As for the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance, Zhao Hai and the others were also very careful. Although they had formed an alliance with the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance, they were still enemies. Who knew that the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance would suddenly break the agreement and attack them? If they weren't careful, then they might suffer a loss. In fact, the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance was also resting. Although they spent most of the time attacking the Sea Exploring Alliance, this didn't mean that they didn't suffer any losses. Zhao Hai's attack on their branch had caused them a lot of losses. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they might not have made up their mind to form an alliance with the Sea Exploring Alliance. In addition, they also suffered a lot of losses when they fought with the Sea Exploring Alliance. Therefore, the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance also suffered a lot of losses. In addition to the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance, this time, it was equivalent to swallowing half of the buffer zone. After all, these people weren't originally from the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance. Although they had joined the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance now, they still needed some time to adapt. Therefore, the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance also needed some time to recover. Before that, they naturally couldn't fall out with the Sea Exploring Alliance. The 72 Islands of the South Sea also suffered a lot of losses. Zhao Hai's attack on their central island plus the Sea Exploring Alliance and the Mysterious Heaven Sect Alliance's joint attack, naturally, they suffered a lot of losses. Moreover, the 72 Islands of the South Sea also had internal conflicts, so they also needed to take a good rest. Because the 72 oceanic islands didn't dare to act recklessly and the Black Sky sect needed some time to digest the information, the buffer zone ushered in a rare period of peace. To be honest, the 72 oceanic islands suffered the most during the independence of the buffer zone. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they were also dealt with by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai and the Black Sky sect joined forces to deal with them. In the end, the 72 oceanic islands suffered the most losses. As for the Black Sky Sect Alliance, although they also suffered some losses, their losses weren't that great. Most importantly, they made up for their losses and even had some surplus. Don't forget that they can move all the sects in the buffer zone to their sections. This way, not only did they make up for their losses, they also made up for their losses. Although these sects weren't established for a long time, they still had some assets. Now that they have moved their people to the Black Sky Sect, it was impossible for them to leave their things behind for the Alliance. However, these matters had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the Jianyu sect's situation. The Jianyu sect had a lot of people now. Most importantly, they recently recruited some rogue cultivators. They didn't ascend but were instead native to the Sword Spirit boundary. Zhao Hai was also worried that the rogue cultivators of the Sword Spirit plane would look down on the other cultivators of the Tide Watcher gang. After all, the other cultivators of the Sword Spirit plane had ascended. Their status in the plane was very low. However, Zhao Hai was no longer worried. He discovered that these rogue cultivators didn't care about one's background. As long as one's strength was enough, they would be recognized. Moreover, these rogue cultivators had a rare opportunity to join a sect. They naturally cherished this opportunity and didn't dare to act recklessly. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax. He couldn't let the new recruits know about what happened in Tidewatch City. As for the secret realm, needless to say, he couldn't let them know about it. Zhao Hai suspected that there were people from other sects among these newcomers, so he needed to monitor them for a while. A month after the war passed by peacefully. After a month of rest, the buffer zone was almost fully restored. And today, Zhao Hai went to the Green Mist sect. The reason for this was because today was a special day. Today was the day that they would be going to the puppet sect to make the trade. Zhao Hai was a bit worried about the puppet sect. Zhao Hai's trade with the Black Sky Sect Alliance and other large sects had slowly resumed. They had even set up their own shops in some of the larger sects' markets. However, because these markets were very busy, the locations of the shops were also very tight. Therefore, the shops that they set up weren't very big. Furthermore, all the sects in the Exploration Sea Alliance shared the same space. But even so, they were still very satisfied. After all, it wasn't easy to get a shop in a large sect's market. However, Zhao Hai also attached great importance to the trade with the puppet sect. First, they needed a new place to trade. They couldn't place all their trades in the righteous sects. If they were to have a conflict with the righteous sects one day, then the righteous sects would stop their trade. Therefore, the trade with the puppet sect was very important. Secondly, the place they were going to was the puppet sect, and the puppet sect was famous for producing large artifacts. If they could establish a relationship with the puppet sect, then they might be able to sell large artifacts from the puppet sect in the future, and their strength would greatly increase. This battle allowed the other sects to see the usefulness of large artifacts. It was precisely because of this that the other sects in the Exploration Sea Alliance had an unprecedented desire for large artifacts. Even if they could get one or two simple large artifacts like the green mist disk, it would be fine. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to the trade with the puppet sect. Zhao Hai went to the green mist sect this time to discuss this matter. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to trade with the puppet sect. Although he also wanted to make large artifacts, he was different from the others. Others wanted to buy large artifacts from the puppet sect, but he was thinking about when he would be able to make his large artifacts see the light of day. Large artifacts were nothing for Zhao Hai. He could take them out in minutes. However, these large artifacts couldn't see the light of day. If you take out a large artifact, people would ask you where you got it. If you don't have a way to answer, then wouldn't this arouse suspicion? It was precisely because of this that although Zhao Hai had a lot of large artifacts, he didn't dare to take them out and use them. However, Zhao Hai was also thinking of a way. In fact, he still wanted to make his own large artifacts. Unfortunately, besides him, no one else in the Tide-watching gang knew how to make large artifacts. Therefore, he could only wait. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Green Mist sect, he found that the Green Mist sect seemed to be much more deserted than before. There seemed to be fewer people at the transmission array. This was understandable. After all, the Green Mist sect was transferring a lot of people to the Qingsong stronghold. As a result, the Green Mist sect seemed to have fewer people and was much more deserted. However, as soon as Zhao Hai appeared in the transmission array, a disciple of the Green Mist sect immediately came over. He cupped his hands towards Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Sect Master Jian. Our sect master is waiting for you." Zhao Hai nodded and led Tainyo and Taishi into the Green Mist sect. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of the Green Mist sect. As soon as he entered the hall, he found that several sect masters had already arrived. However, most of the people hadn't arrived yet. Qing Lan was also there and was chatting with the other sect masters. When they saw Zhao Hai arrive, they quickly greeted him. Zhao Hai also greeted them with a smile. Qing Lan said to Zhao Hai, "Sect Master Jian, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly said, "I'm sorry for being late. I've made everyone wait for a long time." Qing Lan laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. There are still a lot of people who haven't arrived yet. Come, take a seat. What have you been busy with recently? Why haven't we heard from you for so long?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's just some matters in the sect. After the war, I need some time to rest and reorganize. Moreover, I've recently recruited some new people, so I've been busy. Aren't you the same?" Everyone chuckled. Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What did you prepare for the trade with the puppet sect?" Zhao Hai looked at Qing Lan in confusion and said, "Trade with the puppet sect? Aren't we just going to the puppet sect's territory? Are we really going to trade with the puppet sect?" Qing Lan smiled and said, "Of course we're not going to trade with the puppet sect. The puppet sect has prepared a shop for us. We can trade with other people there. Naturally, if we want to buy some basic materials, then we can trade with the puppet sect. Moreover, the price is absolutely fair." After saying this, Qing Lan couldn't help but sigh and said, "To be honest, we don't have any other choice. Our production capacity is very low. Whether it's high-grade pills or artifacts, we need to sell them outside. Moreover, the things we can take out are herbs, ores, and the like." Zhao Hai nodded. He was also aware of the current situation in the buffer zone. Because the sects in the buffer zone weren't established for a long time, they didn't have much support from the other sects. Therefore, their development wasn't very fast. Aside from low-grade pills, the sects couldn't produce anything else. Even artifacts could only be produced for low-grade disciples. Advanced disciples simply couldn't use them. Because of this, the buffer zone didn't have any goods that they could take out. The only things they could trade with others were resources. Using resources to exchange for other people's goods, everyone knew that this was a losing trade. But if you don't do this trade, then you wouldn't have anything to use. If you were weaker than others, then you would be bullied. This was something that couldn't be helped. It wasn't that Qing Lan and the others didn't want to cultivate a group of alchemy and artifact refining talents. However, such talents weren't easy to cultivate. It wasn't that you can cultivate an alchemist just by taking out a book on alchemy. This was impossible. Even a successful alchemist would need a long time to cultivate. Moreover, their core formation rank was only around the 3rd layer. Naturally, this referred to high-grade pills. Relatively speaking, low-grade pills had a higher core formation rank. Therefore, cultivating an alchemist required a lot of investment. Moreover, it was impossible to cultivate a qualified alchemist without several generations of effort. As for refining tools, it was similar to alchemy. It was even more difficult. This was because refining tools required more materials, and the time required was also longer. Once an artifact was destroyed, then you would have to pay more. Once the artifact was destroyed, then there was no way to separate some of the materials inside. Even if the artifact was completely destroyed, it was still very difficult to refine it. Because of this, Qing Lan and the others still haven't been able to cultivate a qualified refiner or alchemist. They can only sell their one-time materials and use the money to buy the things they need. Because of this, they have to pay at least 3 times the price. But they have no other way. Qing Lan and the others have a lot of money. Qing Lan and the others have a lot of money. Qing Lan couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this situation wouldn't change in a short period of time. Therefore, he immediately adjusted his mood as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, what are you going to trade this time?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Some low-grade pills, some talismans, and low-grade formations. These things were made by the people in our sect. I'm going to trade some of them. In addition to these, there are also some herbs. There are a lot of herbs, but they aren't too advanced. They are all ordinary things that were produced in the spirit fields that we built." When Qing Lan and the others heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with some surprise. Qing Lan said, "You know how to make talisman papers and arrays?" "I know about talisman papers. There are also people in our sect who can make talisman papers. However, there aren't many who can make arrays." "What kind of arrays do you have?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They are all very simple arrays. For example, a small boundary array, some small illusion arrays, all kinds of trap arrays." "Right, there are also some arrays that are prepared for the convenience of cultivators. For example, there are arrays that can be used as a stove to boil water and cook. There are also some arrays that aren't that great. They are all small things. I just want to let those who are talented in arrays and talisman making to practice. Maybe we can cultivate 2 talents in the future." "It's difficult." Qing Lan shook his head and sighed. "At first, I also wanted to cultivate talents in this area. However, a small sect like ours has an innate shortcoming. That is, we didn't have the accumulation in this area before. Those big sects have already formed a system after hundreds of generations of accumulation. Some problems that seem very difficult to us might have been solved long ago. However, we can't do it. Therefore, it's difficult to cultivate talents in this area." The other sect masters nodded as well. It was obvious that they had the same idea. They might have even acted on it, but in the end, they all gave up on it. Zhao Hai looked at them and said with a smile, "I'm just doing some experiments. Let's take it slow. I'm not in a hurry anyway." After all, this was the internal affairs of the Sword Object sect. It wasn't appropriate for them to interfere too much. However, they still weren't optimistic. In their opinion, these things could be bought directly with crystal stones. There was no need for their disciples to focus on this aspect. However, they forgot that they could only buy the item, but not the technique. What if one day, the other party really didn't want to buy the item for them? What would they do then? Therefore, it was better to have the technology in his own hands. At this time, the sect leaders of the other sects began to arrive one after another. Zhao Hai and the others greeted the sect leaders before sitting down and chatting. After everyone arrived, Qing Lan looked at everyone and said, "All right, now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. Let's talk about the puppet sect's transaction. I've already obtained a shop in the puppet sect. The shop's area isn't small, it's divided into 3 floors and can hold a lot of things. We can bring the things we want to buy to the shop while we arrange people to look after the shop. The second thing is that we can directly trade with the puppet sect or other sects. We have a lot of materials, and they are very popular with the puppet sect. What do you think?" Qing Lan looked at everyone and said, "All right, now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. Let's talk about the puppet sect's transaction. I've already obtained a shop in the puppet sect. The shop's area isn't small, it's divided into 3 floors and can hold a lot of things. We can bring the things we want to buy to the shop while we arrange people to look after the shop. The second thing is that we can directly trade with the puppet sect or other sects. We have a lot of materials, and they are very popular with the puppet sect. What do you think?" Hearing Qing Lan, everyone couldn't help but nod. They felt that this method was very good. Qing Lan looked at everyone and said, "If everyone agrees, then we can go now. After you return to your sect, make a list of the things you want to sell and hand it over to me. At the same time, send some samples of the things you want to trade. After that, we can send people to the puppet sect to make arrangements." Naturally, the group didn't object. After discussing the details, they turned around and left. After Zhao Hai returned to the Tide Watcher gang, he had Wen Hai and the others prepare for the transaction. The Tide Watcher gang now had a lot of talisman papers, magic formations, and pills. However, these things were all low-grade. For example, pills could only be used by low-level cultivators, but their quality was very good. The same was true for the talisman papers and magic formations, but they were made with great care. Besides these things, there were also some herbs that were produced in the mystic realm. They were very common herbs, but the quantity was very large. After tallying these things, Zhao Hai made a list and then had someone send it to Qing Lan. Then they prepared to make the transaction. When Qing Lan received the list from the tide-watching gang, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This was because the things on the list were too ordinary. There was nothing special about them. Even if there were a lot of them, they wouldn't be able to sell for a lot of crystal stones. However, Qing Lan still received the list that Zhao Hai gave him. He was going to help Zhao Hai sell it to the puppet sect. After all, Zhao Hai had helped him a lot in the past. Qing Lan also wanted to help Zhao Hai. After that, the other sects also sent their lists to Qing Lan. When Qing Lan looked at the lists, he knew that everyone attached great importance to this transaction. This was because they had taken out some good things from their own sections. In comparison, the things that Zhao Hai took out were even more disdainful. Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai's list and saw that Zhao Hai's list was very valuable. Then Qing Lan notified the sects to send a few people to the puppet sect's shop. First, it was to watch the shop. Second, it was to let the puppet sect buy their own things. Third, it was to let the puppet sect contact their own business. Although the business with the puppet sect and other sects was handled by the Green Mist sect's people, the sects could also go out and do business. Qing Lan didn't care about this. Zhao Hai directly sent Chen Yan over. Chen Yan had always been the contact person of the tide-watching gang. It can be said that a lot of the tide-watching gang's business was done by Chen Yan. He was also very important to Zhao Hai. Naturally, Chen Yan didn't give up on his cultivation because of this. His cultivation was very good. He was now a spirit realm cultivator and had become one of the core disciples of the tide-watching gang. This time, the puppet sect's market was definitely a new market for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to send Chen Yan to explore this new market. A few days later, it was the appointed time. Qing Lan also attached great importance to this transaction. This time, he personally led the team. He took more than 100 people to the puppet sect's market and entered their shop. Then he began to instruct the people to decorate the entire shop. Because they were an alliance, the entire shop was divided into separate areas. Each area was the territory of a sect. It was up to the sect to decorate the shop. Whatever they wanted to buy could be placed there. No one would care about it. Therefore, Qing Lan asked the sects to send people over. As for Qing Lan himself, he went to the puppet sect and the other sects to contact business. Only he could contact this business. It wasn't that Qing Lan didn't allow others to contact this business. It was just that others didn't have the ability to contact this business. This was because the puppet sect only knew Qing Lan. Chen Yan was already experienced in this situation. He directly directed the people of the tide-watching gang to decorate their own area. They only had a few goods, so it was very easy to arrange them. After everything was arranged, Chen Yan left 2 people to watch over the shop while he led the others to contact business. In fact, it wasn't only Chen Yan who did this. The people of the other sects did the same. One must know that the people of the Sea Exploring Alliance were all small sects. Nobody would take the initiative to contact them. If they wanted to sell something, they could only find someone else. Therefore, they were very experienced in this aspect. Moreover, the people they sent this time were all people who specialized in contact business. Therefore, they didn't wait in the shop and went out to contact the other sects. However, Chen Yan's contact method was somewhat different. Zhao Hai used his relationship with the Poison Tree sect. The Poison Tree sect also had some connections in the puppet sect's market. Zhao Hai ordered Wu Kai and the others to let the people of the Poison Tree sect in the market cooperate with Chen Yan. Wu Kai naturally agreed. Although the tide-watching gang's goods weren't sold to the Poison Tree sect, the people in the market would still help them get more business compared to other sects. After all, they were acquaintances who introduced them. Naturally, Chen Yan felt more assured. Moreover, the quality of the goods produced by the tide-watching gang was indeed guaranteed. Therefore, Chen Yan's business was very smooth. Some shops had already agreed to order from them. However, Qin Yan followed the principle of keeping a low profile and didn't publicize it. Therefore, outsiders didn't know that they already had a lot of orders. Moreover, Qin Yan believed that as word of mouth spread, the products they produced would definitely be valued more and more. In addition to Qin Yan's smooth business, there was also good news. That was, Qing Lan had also gotten a large order from the puppet sect. There were a lot of things needed in this order. Among them were some low-grade herbs. The demand was very high. However, the puppet sect's requirements for the quality of the herbs were also very high. After looking at the samples of the various sects, the people of the puppet sect actually chose the Tide-Watching Gang's herbs. Qing Lan didn't expect that the puppet sect would give the Tide-Watching Gang's low-grade herbs the largest order. Because this was the puppet sect's request, Qing Lan couldn't do anything about it. After returning to the Green Mist sect, he told the other sects about this matter. However, the reaction of the sects wasn't big. This was because although the title faction received a lot of orders for low-grade herbs, they didn't receive any high-grade herbs. In this aspect, they had a huge advantage. Moreover, they were very clear about the fact that low-grade herbs wouldn't make much money. Although the transaction volume seemed to be high, it was actually just hard work. They didn't pay much attention to low-grade herbs, they paid more attention to high-grade materials. Zhao Hai was sitting in his study while Wen Hai and Qin Yan were sitting across from him. Zhao Hai looked at Qin Yan and smiled. The trip to the puppet sect went very well. I can see that you've gotten a lot of orders. This is a good thing. You should know that our sect's production of herbs is in excess. Don't keep them in your hands, turn them into other supplies. Qin Yan nodded and said, all right, I'll give you some time. Qin Yan nodded and said, actually, we didn't do much. It was the sect master who paved the way for us. We just need to follow his instructions, it's nothing much. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Wen Hai and said, I'll be returning to the Iron Buddha Temple soon. The Iron Buddha Temple is very concerned about what's happening in the buffer zone. I need to go back and explain to them. I'll leave Sixth Sect to you. In any case, there's nothing to do here, you just need to keep an eye on them. Right, regarding the cultivation of pills, talismans, and formations, you mustn't leak anything. Give them what they need. When Wen Hai nodded and said, yes, boss. You can rest assured that we'll do a good job. Now that we're on the right track, do you think we can proceed with our plan? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, boss. Qin Yan looked at Wen Hai and Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what their plan was. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, not yet. Everyone's level isn't up to par yet. It's still too early to proceed with our plan. Let's wait a bit. When Wen Hai said, boss, I think that it's very appropriate to proceed with our plan right now. It's just right for us to accumulate our skills. Moreover, this plan doesn't conflict with our current plan. Moreover, this plan can also promote the study of formations and artifacts. It should be killing two birds with one stone. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, all right, we can use some wood to experiment with. If we encounter any problems, we can immediately solve them. Once we have enough skills, we can proceed with the production. When Wen Hai nodded. Although Qin Yan was puzzled, he didn't say anything. He knew that there were some things that couldn't be said to him, and he shouldn't know about it. Zhao Hai looked at Qin Yan and smiled faintly. Actually, there's nothing that can't be said about this plan. It's just that it's best not to tell anyone about it. Our plan is actually very simple, it's the large-scale artifact plan. When Qin Yan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, a large-scale artifact plan? Sect Master, are we going to make a large-scale artifact? Zhao Hai smiled and said, right, we're going to make a large-scale artifact. In this battle with the Profound Sky Sect and the 72 Islands, you should have seen the use of large-scale artifacts. Our sect should also have a large-scale artifact. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage. The Imperial Sword Sect actually has an ancient inheritance. However, many of these inheritances are incomplete. Coincidentally, I discovered a large-scale artifact called the 10,000 Swords Ship. This was the symbol of the Imperial Sword Sect in ancient times. But later on, it was lost and no one can make it. Only a part of the refining method was left behind. Therefore, I want our sect to use the 10,000 swords ship as a blueprint to make a new large-scale artifact. When he heard Zhao Hai, Chen Yan's eyes couldn't help but light up. He said, "Good, very good. If our sect has a large-scale artifact, then we won't have to be afraid of anyone." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "This plan is just talk. We haven't officially tested it yet. Therefore, this matter needs to be kept a secret for the time being. Don't tell anyone about it. Understand?" "Understood. Sect Master can rest assured," Chen Yan said excitedly. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go now. I'll be leaving in 2 days. I need to deal with some matters at hand." The two nodded before they turned around and left. In fact, what Zhao Hai said about the 10,000 swords ship was true. In ancient times, the Jianyu sect was also a great sect. How could they not have a large-scale artifact? The Jianyu sect did indeed have a large-scale artifact called the 10,000 swords ship. However, it had already been lost. Only a part of its blueprint was left behind. These blueprints were discovered by Zhao Hai. He used the Space's computer to analyze the blueprints and then completed a part of the refining method. Then he gave the blueprints to Wen Hai and the others, saying that he discovered the Jianyu sect's refining method. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use the previous refining method was because he didn't want Xiaoyu to know about it. Xiaoyu was from the Great Desolate Island, one of the 72 islands of the South Sea. Now that their relationship with the 72 islands was stiff, if Xiaoyu were to know that they ascended, then Xiaoyu might reveal the matter of the Lost Soul Empire. This would be very disadvantageous for them. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have the space design a large-scale artifact. Instead, he used the Jianyu sect's 10,000 swords ship to explain the origin of the artifact. One must know that designing and making a large artifact wasn't easy. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. If they were to suddenly make a large artifact, then it would certainly arouse suspicion. However, if this large artifact had an inheritance, then everything would be much easier. In the next 2 days, Zhao Hai took care of the matters of the Tidewatering gang and handed it over to Laura and the others. Then he changed back to his calm sea appearance and used the transmission formation to lead the Tidewatering gang. After that, he returned to the Iron Buddha Temple. When Zhao Hai appeared on the transmission formation of the Iron Buddha Temple, a lot of disciples saw him. All of them gave Zhao Hai a salute. After returning the salute, Zhao Hai left the transmission formation and went to Nuayu's place. After greeting Nuayu, he went to Nuayun's place. Nuayun was still living in the small courtyard. After all, he was one of the 10 core disciples. There were a lot of things that he had to deal with. Living here was very convenient. When Zhao Hai arrived at his courtyard, Nuayun was copying Buddhist scriptures. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, he immediately put down his pen. Whether it was the Iron Buddha Temple or other Buddhist temples, people would copy Buddhist scriptures. This was also a kind of cultivation, a cultivation of the heart. Moreover, they had to do it themselves. Every stroke of the scriptures had to be carefully copied. Only then could they be considered as true cultivation. Zhao Hai gave Nuayun a salute and said, "I've seen Senior Brother." Nuayun smiled and said, "You're back. How did you feel about your trip?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's alright, it can be considered a small harvest. I just came back from the buffer zone and saw a big show. But the sect also wants to know what happened in the buffer zone, so I came back to report." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, it can be considered a small harvest. I just came back from the buffer zone." Nuayun nodded and said, "What happened in the buffer zone has caused an uproar. The entire sword spirit realm knows about it. I don't know what's going on. Since you went there, you should know about it. Listen to me." Zhao Hai nodded and then told Nuayun about what happened in the buffer zone. Naturally, he didn't talk about it in detail. After all, he was now a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. He didn't have any personal experience. Therefore, he couldn't talk about the conflict between the 72 islands, the Profound Sky sect, and the Sea Exploration Alliance. However, he still talked about it in general. He believed that with Nuayun's intelligence, he should be able to guess what happened. After listening to Zhao Hai, Nuayun chanted Buddha's name and said, Ba. The people of the southern sea's 72 isles were actually short-sighted. They deserved to be defeated. The people of the Black Sky sect are still calm. But the most amazing thing is the Sea Exploring Alliance. They were able to withstand the pressure from both sides. Amazing, truly amazing. Nuayun nodded and said, don't worry. Jiaohai nodded and said, right. I heard that the Sea Exploring Alliance had invested a lot in this matter. The Green Mist sect also bought 10 large artifacts from the Puppet sect. It was because of these artifacts that they were able to resist the mysterious Sky sect's attack. Otherwise, they would have been exterminated several times already. Jiaohai nodded and said, that's right. Nuayun nodded and said, the Cyan Mist sect did well, but the Sword Defense sect did even better. Their illusory formation killed so many people. This is really amazing. It seems like this sect's research on formations is really deep. Right, have you investigated the origin of this sect? Jiaohai nodded and said, I did. I heard that the Sword Imperial sect is an ancient inheritance. I've tried to verify this matter and it might be true. However, I've only recently heard about the Sword Imperial sect's current sect master, Sword 9. I heard that he has a nickname, Blood Fox Sword. Not only is he very strong, he's also very crafty, making him very difficult to deal with. But I also heard that Sword 9 wasn't the Sword Imperial sect's sect master before. He led people to snatch the Sword Imperial sect from the hands of the sect's original sect master. I've never heard of this person before. I've never heard of him before. Nuayun said, what cultivation method does he use? He's using the Sword Control sect's cultivation method, and he's using it very well. When I was asking around in the Green Mist sect, I heard that the people in the Green Mist sect said that Saber 9 Sword Control sect's cultivation method is even better than the one used by the original sect leader of the Sword Control sect, Lu Jianling. Nuayun nodded and said, then he might be from the Sword Defense sect. Don't worry about him. Now that the buffer zone is free of the Profound Sky sect's control, I think we can make contact with them. Jiaohai stared blankly, then he asked in confusion, Senior brother, what do you mean? In the past, the buffer zone was controlled by the Profound Sky sect. Although the Profound Sky sect's strength isn't very strong, they are still a small alliance. If we want to reach out, we will have to face their attack first. If we want to deal with the Profound Sky sect, we will have to pay a great price. Not to mention us, even the Million Buddhist sect is the same. Therefore, we have no way to reach out to the South Sea. At this point, Nuayun paused for a moment before continuing, but the situation is different now. The buffer zone is no longer controlled by the Profound Sky sect. Moreover, they have fought with the Profound Sky sect before. I think they must be guarding against the Profound Sky sect. However, the buffer zone is small and supplies are scarce. They also need to communicate with the outside world. This is definitely a good opportunity for us. If we can establish contact with them and even become allies, then we will have one more ally in the South Sea. If they have a conflict with the 72 Islands or the Profound Sky sect in the future, will they ask us for help? If they really do that, then we can openly extend our hands to the South China Sea. Jiaohai had to admit that Nuayun's words were very reasonable. Without him, even if the buffer zone broke away from the control of the great sects, they would still have to pay a huge price. Although Nuayun's method seemed slow, it was the safest method. One must know that the buffer zone just had a conflict with the Profound Sky sect. At this time, they needed allies. If the Iron Buddha Temple wanted to become their ally, then the buffer zone would be very happy. Moreover, Nuayun didn't say that he wanted to form an alliance with the buffer zone. He wanted to do it slowly. First, he wanted to establish contact with the buffer zone sects. Then, he would slowly form a relationship with them. After that, he would slowly think about forming an alliance. Although he couldn't see the results immediately, it would greatly reduce the risk of the buffer zone rebounding. Jiaohai didn't oppose the Iron Buddha Temple entering the buffer zone. This was because he had no way to stop them. In fact, the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't the only sect that wanted to enter the buffer zone. Therefore, he couldn't stop them. Moreover, Jiaohai didn't think that the Iron Buddha Temple would hinder his plan. Naturally, he wouldn't oppose it. Jiaohai nodded and said, "That's a good idea." After the war in the buffer zone, a lot of places have been destroyed. Moreover, nearly half of the sects in the buffer zone have joined the mysterious Sky sect. The remaining sects have taken over the territories of the other sects. Because of this, they are now lacking in resources. I heard that they are going crazy for resources. Now, the price of resources in the buffer zone has skyrocketed. Some rogue cultivators have already come here to buy some resources and then sell them. Xiaohai nodded and said, "That's good." Nuayun nodded and said, "Alright, let's go. We'll talk to the elders about this matter. The Iron Buddha temple can't fall behind. If we can get in touch with the other sects in the buffer zone as soon as possible, then we'll have the upper hand. Let's go." Xiaohai nodded. Then he followed Nuayun to the Iron Buddha temple and directly went to see the abbot. Abbot Wuyu was still sitting in the Great Strength Hall. When he heard that the two had arrived, he immediately let them enter the hall. After the two gave Wuyu a salute, Wuyu looked at the two and smiled faintly. "You're here. Are you here for the buffer zone?" "Jinghai, you went to the buffer zone to inquire about information. Tell me more about it." Xiaohai nodded and then repeated what he told Nuayun. After Wuyu heard this, he turned to look at Xiaohai and said, "Good, very good. You've done a good job. Nayun, tell me what you think." Nayun shared his thoughts with Wuyu. Then he said, "I think this is an opportunity for us to extend our hand to the South Sea. However, I think that the buffer zone is just a springboard. Even if we extend our hand to the buffer zone, our final goal is still the 72 islands of the South Sea, not the buffer zone. Therefore, it's best for us to get along peacefully with the people in the buffer zone as much as possible. There's no need for any conflicts. If we really deal with the people in the buffer zone and make them anxious, it's possible that they'll seek refuge with others." Wuyu nodded and said, "What you said is very good. In fact, the buffer zone isn't as poor as you think. There are a lot of good things there. If we establish a connection with the buffer zone, it will certainly help the sects. As for extending our hand to the South Sea, don't be too clear about it. It can even be said that we don't need to think about it right now. We just need to do our own things. Do you think that only you can think of such a method? Sects like the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Heaven One Tao sect can't think of such a method? Therefore, don't be too hopeful about this matter. However, I'm not opposed to establishing a connection with the sects in the buffer zone. Nayun, I'll leave this matter to you." Nayun nodded. Then the two left the Great Strength Hall and returned to Nayun's residence. After the two sat down, Nayun looked at Xiaohai and said, "Jinghai, where do you think we should start from if we want to enter the buffer zone? There are only two sects in the buffer zone right now. One is the Green Mist sect, and the other is the Sword Defense sect." Needless to say, the Green Mist sect was the first to propose the idea of independent sects in the buffer zone. Moreover, Taoist Master Qing Lan is the alliance leader of the Sea Exploration Alliance. Therefore, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Green Mist sect is the most popular sect in the buffer zone. It would be best to cooperate with them, but I'm afraid that it would be difficult. Taoist Master Qing Lan seems to have a special relationship with the puppet sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the puppet sect's large artifacts. The other sect is the Sword Defense sect. This Sword Defense sect is very mysterious. The people in the Sword Defense sect are no longer part of the original Sword Defense sect. Nobody knows what kind of characteristics they have, or what kind of personnel they have. Cooperating with them might be risky since they have the support of other sections. Even the people in the Sea Exploration Alliance don't know about this. Because of this, I feel that cooperating with them would be very risky. As for the other sects, we can cooperate with them, but I don't know much about them." Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "The Sword Defense sect is very mysterious. The people in the Sword Defense sect are no longer the same as before. Nobody knows what kind of characteristics they have." Nuanyan nodded, then he thought for a moment before he said, "Jinghai, I'll give you a task. Go to the buffer zone and try to get in touch with the Green Mist sect and the Sword Defense sect. See their attitude towards us. If their attitude is good, then we can cooperate with them directly. If they don't, then we'll just say that we want to open a shop in their city and see how they react. If they don't agree, then we'll have to think of another way." Xiaohai nodded and said, "I understand. Then I'll go to the Green Mist sect and ask them. The people in the buffer zone are very sensitive. They are guarding against outsiders like how they guard against thieves. When I went to the Green Mist sect city last time, they noticed me. But at that time, I covered my skin, so they thought that I was a rogue cultivator and didn't know my identity. This time, I'll go with the identity of the Iron Buddha Temple. At the same time, I'll tell them that I'm representing Senior Brother. Senior Brother, you want to cooperate with them, not the temple. What does Senior Brother think? What do you think? The reason why Zhao Hai didn't want to directly cooperate with the Tide-Watching sect was because he was afraid that the Iron Buddha Temple would notice something. The Tide-Watching sect had a lot of secrets, so he didn't say anything and directly cooperated with them. However, if the Iron Buddha Temple wanted to cooperate with them, then Zhao Hai wouldn't reject it. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to go to the Green Mist sect and see if they agreed to cooperate with the Iron Buddha Temple. If the Green Mist sect agreed to cooperate with the Iron Buddha Temple, then the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't go to the Jianyu sect. If the Iron Buddha Temple didn't want to cooperate with them, then they would go to the Jianyu sect. Zhao Hai even thought of a plan. If the Iron Buddha Temple wants to cooperate with the Sword Imperial sect, then Zhao Hai wanted to see if the other sects would do the same. If they do, then Zhao Hai could open up a small city and use it as a specialized trading center. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the Iron Buddha Temple would cooperate with the Sword Imperial sect. However, this idea was something that Zhao Hai had just thought of, so it was hard to say if it would actually happen. Just like what he told Nguyen Yun, the buffer zone was now on guard against outsiders. If he really wants to build a small city, then he would need the approval of the other sections. Otherwise, if he really builds a small city, then it would be troublesome for him to do so. After hearing Zhao Hai, Nguyen Yun nodded and said, "Alright, I'll do it in my name." After all, everyone knows that core disciples of great sects have their own forces. If I want to expand my influence, then I'll establish a shop somewhere else. This is normal. You can talk to the people from the mysterious sky sect. Nguyen Yun nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright, Senior Brother, then I'll go prepare. I'll give you the news as soon as possible." Nguyen Yun said, "Alright, go. Time is tight right now, so I'll have to trouble you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm not tired, this is just a small matter. Senior Brother, I'll take my leave first." Then he stood up and gave Nguyen Yun a salute before he turned around and left. Nguyen Yun sent Zhao Hai to the door. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, he returned to the courtyard. It must be said that he was very satisfied with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength had improved very quickly. Moreover, Zhao Hai had helped him a lot. Because of this, Nguyen Yun was very optimistic about Zhao Hai and was prepared to put him in an important position in the future. One couldn't blame Nguyen Yun for being so good to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's actions had made Nguyen Yun proud. This made Nguyen Yun's status in the sect become higher and higher. Because of this, Nguyen Yun was paying more attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He directly left through the transmission formation. After passing through several people, Zhao Hai finally arrived at the territory of the Green Mist sect. In fact, he didn't appear here as a monk before. However, what he said about rogue cultivators being monitored was true. Zhao Hai arrived at the Green Mist sect's Jade Mound city. This was the second largest city under the Green Mist sect's rule. However, it had now become the largest city. This was because the original largest city under the Green Mist sect's rule was destroyed during the war. The city was too close to the Green Mist sect. Because of this, Jade Mound City became the largest city under the Green Mist sect. The Green Mist sect was now preparing to rebuild the city. However, this wasn't an easy matter. After all, the city wasn't small. It would take a lot of time to rebuild it. When Zhao Hai appeared in Jade Mound City, he was immediately discovered by the disciples of the Green Mist sect. Although it had been a month since the war, the people in the buffer zone didn't relax their vigilance. Each city was firmly under the control of the various sections. They would send people to patrol the streets from time to time. When the two Green Mist sect disciples saw Zhao Hai, they immediately came over. One of them bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Grandmaster, may I ask if Grandmaster is a Taoist from the Iron Buddha Temple?" Zhao Hai was now using Jing Hai's identity. Therefore, he had the most obvious symbol of the Iron Buddha temple. His iron-black skin was something that others couldn't imitate even if they wanted to. Zhao Hai bowed to the two and said, Ba. This poor monk is Jing Hai, a core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. I'm here to seek an audience with the sect master of the Green Mist sect. I'll have to trouble you two to pass on my message. When the two Green Mist sect disciples heard Zhao Hai's words, they stared blankly. Then, their expression changed. They knew too well what the words core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple meant. The Iron Buddha temple was a real big sect. It was much bigger than the Profound Sky sect. The status of a core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple was very high. They didn't expect that a core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple would appear here. This really surprised them. The two quickly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Greetings, Grandmaster. Grandmaster, please come this way. Then they led Zhao Hai to a courtyard on the side. This courtyard was clearly a place that the Green Mist sect specially arranged for people to rest. After the two settled Zhao Hai in the courtyard, they asked Zhao Hai to rest. Then they directly went to inform the Taoist. Qing Lan had been very busy recently, he was even busier than Zhao Hai. After all, they had just acquired a large territory. Although there were houses in the territory, they didn't have anything else. Everything needed to be prepared by themselves. Additionally, there were cities in the territory that needed to be controlled by them. At the same time, they were also busy dealing with the puppet sect. Because of this, Qing Lan had been very busy. While Qing Lan was busy, Su Ningzi suddenly came in. He bowed to Qing Lan and said, Master, a disciple from the Jade Mound City came to report that a person who claimed to be a core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple came to see you. When Qing Lan heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, A core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple? What does he look like? Can you confirm his identity? It's a monk. A disciple from the Jade Mound City has seen his identity card. He's indeed a disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. Moreover, he said that he's a core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. Master, do you want to see him? Qing Lan pondered for a moment before he said, Why not? Invite him over. I want to see why the Iron Buddha temple suddenly sent someone over. Su Ningzi nodded, then he turned around and left. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai appeared on the transmitting formation of the Qinglan sect. Taoist Master Qinglan stood beside the transmitting formation. Zhao Hai was a core disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. When he was outside, he represented the Iron Buddha temple. Taoist Master Qinglan did not dare to neglect him. Regardless of why the Iron Buddha temple came, he could not be rude. Taoist priest Qinglan gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, I have seen Grandmaster Jing Hai. This Taoist Qinglan gives his greetings. Zhao Hai hurriedly clasped his hands together and said, Ba. Greetings to the Green Mist sect. I am Jing Hai. Qinglan smiled and said, Master Jing Hai, you don't have to be so polite. Please come in. After that, he turned his body and made a gesture of invitation. Zhao Hai also reached out to Qinglan and said, Please. After that, the two of them walked forward and soon arrived at Qinglan's study room. Because Jing Hai came alone, Qinglan did not invite him to the main hall of the Qinglan sect. Instead, he invited him directly to the study room. After they sat down, a Taoist boy immediately served tea. Taoist Master Qinglan smiled at Zhao Hai and said, Master Jing Hai, please have some tea. Zhao Hai put his palms together and said, Thank you, Master Qinglan. After that, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. It was fragrant in his mouth. After he swallowed it, there was a feeling of fragrance in his teeth and cheeks. After the tea entered his stomach, there was a rush of fresh air, which made him feel refreshed. It was really good tea. Zhao Hai put down the teacup and praised, Good tea. I didn't expect Master Qinglan to have such good tea. It's really unexpected. Qinglan smiled and said, A few years ago, I accidentally got some good tea. I haven't been willing to drink it. Today, I invite you to taste it. May I know why you are here this time? It seemed that Qinglan did not want to beat around the bush and asked Zhao Hai directly. Zhao Hai looked at Qinglan and said with a smile, I came here this time because I have something to discuss with Qinglan sect. I hope Qinglan sect leader can help me. Qinglan looked at Zhao Hai and said, please tell me. I will help you as long as I can. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll be polite. This time, I came on behalf of one of the 10 core disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple, Senior Brother Nayun. I want to discuss with the Green Mist sect. We want to open a shop in the Green Mist sect. I wonder if the sect master will agree? Qinglan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhao Hai. Then he frowned and said, Grandmaster, you're saying that you're representing a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, Grandmaster Nayun? In other words, this shop is opened by Grandmaster Nayun and not by the Iron Buddha Temple? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes. Senior Brother Nayun is one of the 10 core disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. He also needs to manage his own businesses. Some time ago, Senior Brother Nayun heard that there was a war in the buffer zone. He wanted to send people to check the situation, but because it was too chaotic, he didn't send anyone. Now that there's no war in the buffer zone and the buffer zone is no longer under the control of the Profound Sky sect, Senior Brother wants to set up a shop here to exchange goods with the other sects of the Sea Exploring Alliance. What does the Green Mist sect think about this? Qinglan frowned and said in a deep voice, Master, to tell you the truth, there are no empty shops in the cities under the Green Mist sect's rule. Because the original biggest city under the Green Mist sect's rule, Green Mist City, was destroyed in the war, and the original shops in Green Mist City had to be moved to other cities. Therefore, there are no shops there. If Master can wait until Green Mist City is established, I will definitely leave a shop for Master. What do you think? When will Green Mist City be built? It'll take at least a few years. Grandmaster should know that it's not easy to build a big city. Not to mention, we're building a big city on the foundation of the original city. We'll have to knock down the original city and rebuild it. This is even more difficult and will take a longer time. Zhao Hai said, this time seems to be too long. Sect Master, is there no other way? There is a way. Grandmaster, I can write a letter right now and ask Grandmaster to take it to the Jianyu sect. Although the Jianyu sect has gone through a great battle, the cities under their rule are still intact. Grandmaster can take my letter to the Jianyu sect. I believe that the Jianyu sect will arrange a shop for Grandmaster. Grandmaster, what do you think? Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Qinglan's words. He really didn't expect Qinglan to push the people of Iron Buddha Temple to Jianyu sect. He couldn't help but feel strange. He wanted to know what Qinglan was thinking, so he was just stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately said, all right, then I'll have to trouble Sect Master Qinglan. Qinglan smiled and said, you're welcome. Grandmaster Jing Hai, please wait a moment. I'll write a letter to Jianyu sect's Sect Master. Then Qinglan took out a jade slip and entered some information. Then he handed the jade slip over to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai received the jade slip, he thanked Qinglan and said, Sect Master Qinglan, this penniless monk has a mission to complete. Thank you for your help. This penniless monk can't thank you enough. Qinglan quickly replied, Grandmaster is too polite. Since Grandmaster has a mission to complete, it's inconvenient for me to keep Grandmaster here. If Grandmaster has the opportunity in the future, please visit my sect. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he bowed to Qinglan and turned around to leave. Qinglan sent Zhao Hai to the transmission formation and watched him leave. Then he returned to his study. Just as he entered the study, Suningzi arrived. Suningzi looked at Qinglan with some confusion and said, Master, why did you send the people of Iron Buddha Temple to Jianyu sect? Isn't it good to have them cooperate with us? Qinglan looked at Suningzi and said, what do you know? Do you think that the people of Iron Buddha Temple are here to do business? They saw that our buffer zone is now free from the control of the great sects. They felt that an opportunity has come. Therefore, they want to stretch their hands into the buffer zone. What business? What about representing Nayun and not the Iron Buddha Temple? That's just empty talk. Nayun is a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, so he can represent the Iron Buddha Temple. What's the difference between representing him and representing the Iron Buddha Temple? So their real goal is to stretch their hands into the buffer zone. Because of this, I want to send the people of the Iron Buddha Temple to the Sword Defense sect. Suningzi looked at Qinglan and said, Master, why did you send the people of Iron Buddha Temple to Jianyu sect? Do you expect the Jianyu sect to deal with the Iron Buddha Temple? Qinglan looked at Su Ningzi, then he sighed and said, Ningzi, you have to remember that although we are allies with the Jianyu sect, the Jianyu sect's performance this time has been very eye-catching. Their limelight has even overshadowed mine. I'm not angry because they stole my limelight, but because I feel that they might threaten us. Ningzi, because of the mysterious Sky sect and the other foreign enemies, the Sea-Seeking Alliance was able to work together. But now that there are no foreign enemies, can the Sea-Seeking Alliance still work together? It's very difficult for the Sea-Seeking Alliance. However, the Jianyu sect is in the limelight right now. If they do something extraordinary, then they might take away our position. That wouldn't be good for the Green Mist sect. Therefore, we need to suppress the Jianyu sect. Introducing the Iron Buddha Temple to the Jianyu sect is a form of suppression. If they really reject the Iron Buddha Temple, then the people of the Iron Buddha Temple will certainly hold a grudge against them. If they agree, then the Iron Buddha Temple will enter the Jianyu sect's territory. At that time, if the Iron Buddha Temple wants to reach into the buffer zone, then the Jianyu sect will naturally be the first to be dealt with. In this way, our purpose of suppressing the Jianyu sect will be achieved. Su Ningzi stared blankly at Qinglan and said in a deep voice, Master, is it really necessary to do this? Qinglan said in a deep voice, it's necessary, very necessary. Although the Sea Exploring Union is an alliance, there are also some disputes between us. Therefore, we still need to use necessary means. We can't just let the other party be because they are our allies. Otherwise, the one who will suffer in the end will be us. Su Ningzi did not speak. Qinglan sighed and said, I don't want to use this method to deal with Jianyu sect, but there's no other way. Jianyu sect's master, Jianyu Sword, I think all of you should know what kind of person he is. Jianyu sect's master, Jianyu Sword, is. His strength is formidable, and his stratagem is outstanding. It can be said that this time, if it weren't for his endless stratagems, it would be almost impossible for us to be independent in the buffer zone. It's good enough that our sects were not destroyed. But under his stratagems, we actually succeeded in becoming independent. This shows how powerful he is. If you don't suppress such a person, sooner or later, he will ride on our heads. I understand. Don't worry, Master, I know what to do in the future. Daoist Qinglan nodded and said in a deep voice, all right, you may leave. Remember, the Qinglan sect must control the position of the alliance leader. We must not give the position to anyone else. This is related to our interests. You may leave. Su Ningzi responded and turned to leave. He really understood what Taoist Master Qinglan meant. Their method was not only to be used against the Sword Control sect, but also against other sections. It would be best if they could completely control the buffer zone in the hands of the Qinglan sect. At this time, Zhao Hai had already appeared in a small city under the Jianyu sect. However, he didn't return to the Jianyu sect. Instead, he listened to the conversation between Su Ningzi and Qinglan. Zhao Hai had been to the Qinglan sect more than once. The terrain of the place was stored in the space. Therefore, it was very easy for him to monitor the Qinglan sect at any time. Therefore, he was able to clearly hear the conversation between Qinglan and Su Ningzi. Hearing Qinglan's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. This was human nature. When faced with an external enemy, when faced with a life-and-death situation, they would unite and fight against the enemy. But when the news of an external enemy came, the internal conflict would begin. He really didn't know what to say. After sighing, Zhao Hai directly went to the tide-watching gang's branch in this small city. Naturally, the people in that branch all knew of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai told them to keep it a secret. Then, he directly went to the Sword Defense sect. After arriving at the Sword Defense sect, Zhao Hai changed back to his original identity. Then, he looked at the jade slip that Qinglan gave him. There was a seal on the jade slip. However, because it was given to him, when he touched it with his spirit power, the seal disappeared. The content of the jade slip was nothing more than that. The people from the Iron Buddha Temple wanted to establish a shop in their territory and asked for his help. There was nothing else mentioned. Zhao Hai put away the jade slip and directly called Wen Hai and the others to his study room. After sitting down, Zhao Hai looked to Wen Wenhai and the others and said, the Iron Buddha Temple wants to establish a shop in the buffer zone. Then, they will slowly extend their hands to the Southern Sea. However, their target is the 72 islands in the Southern Sea and not the buffer zone. Do you all have any objections? Wen Wenhai frowned and said, Boss, this matter is not easy to handle. They want to establish a shop in the buffer zone because they want to establish a base here. However, if we really allow them to establish a base here, then it would be even more convenient for them to do anything to the buffer zone in the future. Furthermore, if they were to place their shop in the buffer zone, I fear that they would discover our secret in the future. That would be even more troublesome. The others also nodded their heads. They all had the same idea as Wen Wenhai. Zhao Hai took a glance at them and said, I also know that. However, if those large sects were to all come in, then even if we wanted to stop them, we would not be able to. Thus, I think that we should allow them to come in. However, we still need to make some preparations. I want to establish a small city in the Xianxia Mountain. All of the large sects that want to establish shops in the buffer zone should gather there and have them set up their shops there. The shops will be managed by us and we will collect a portion of the fees. Wen Wenhai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, that's a good idea, I think it's possible. However, we still need to think about how big the city should be and how it should be built. Zhao Hai lightly smiled and said, what I mean is that we are only going to divide the Xianxia Mountain into a free trade zone. All of the sects and schools that wish to set up shops there are allowed to choose a location to set up their shops. We will only charge a fee. At the same time, we are going to set up 2 spirit formations there. These 2 spirit formations, one for the inside and one for the outside. At the same time, we are going to set up a flight restriction formation that will cover the entire Xianxia Mountain. What do you think? When Wen Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, Boss, what you mean is that once the people from the great sects make a move, we should immediately activate the formation and trap them inside. This would buy us some time? Zhao Hai nodded. Wen Wenhai nodded and said, you mean that once the people from the great sects make a move, we should immediately activate the formation and trap them inside. Wen Wenhai had followed Zhao Hai for a very long time now. Thus, he knew Zhao Hai very well. Thus, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right, that's exactly what I meant. Wen Wenhai thought for a moment and then said, that's good. We can use you to spread this matter out. Like this, the people from the other great sects might also come. They should also know that if such a market were to truly be set up, it would bring them quite a bit of income. Most importantly, once they have their own shops, it would be equivalent to them having a small base here. I believe that they would be happy to do so. Zhao Hai nodded and said, how about this? As for me, I'll immediately go to the Iron Buddha Temple. You all can properly plan out the Xianxia Mountain and set up the spirit formations. Remember, the most important thing is the teleportation formation. Furthermore, plan out the Xianxia Mountain. Write down the maximum size of each shop and how much they should charge. Also, leave a place for us to set up a free market so that some rogue cultivators can set up stalls there. Wen Wenhai and the others had frequently done these things back in the Bewitching Empire. Thus, they were naturally very familiar with it now. There was no problem at all. Thus, Wen Wenhai merely nodded and agreed to it. Zhao Hai directly left the sword defense sect and changed his appearance to Jing Hai's. Then, he sat on the teleportation formation and returned to the Iron Buddha Temple. Once he arrived at the Iron Buddha Temple, Zhao Hai immediately went to Na Yun's courtyard. Na Yun was currently waiting for his news. Once he heard that Zhao Hai had returned, he immediately invited Zhao Hai into his courtyard. After the two of them sat down, Na Yun immediately asked, how was it? Zhao Hai replied, the Green Mist sect didn't agree. They said that their biggest city, Green Mist City, had been destroyed by the flames of war. All of their shops had been moved to other cities. Because of this, they didn't have any shops for us. They wrote a letter to the Sword Imperial sect, telling me that they don't want us to develop there. After that, we took the letter and went to the Sword Imperial sect. The Sword Imperial sect gave us a reply. They said that they can't give us any of their shops, but they can give us a piece of land. I asked them about it carefully and they said that they can divide a small mountain under the Sword Imperial Sect's jurisdiction into a free trade zone. They won't be responsible for construction, but they will be responsible for managing it. If we want to build a shop there, we would need to pay them a fee for the site as well as a management fee every year. After that, we can build our own shops there. It's not only us, any sect in the Sword Spirit realm can build a shop there. However, we have to build our own shops there. Nayan frowned. He thought for a bit and then said with a deep voice, the Sword Defense Sect's proposal is pretty good. Right now, there are too many sects that want to extend their hands into the buffer zone. Even if they wanted to, they would not be able to stop them. Thus, they thought of this method. They wanted to set the Xianwood Mountain as a free trade zone. This way, all of the sect's shops would be concentrated there. It would also be easier for them to monitor. However, if this free trade zone is truly established, it would be pretty good. Did they really say that all of the Sword Defense sects could set up shops there? What about the 72 islands of the Southern Sea? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, they did not say anything about that. However, I think that if the 72 islands of the Southern Sea were to set up shops there, they might not oppose it. Nuanyan nodded, then he thought for a moment before he said, I think it's feasible. We can establish a store there. This is good news for us. Let's do it this way. You can contact the Sword Defense Sect and tell them that we can help them contact other sects and have them set up a store there. See if they can provide us with some convenient conditions. We'll pay the normal fees, but we want a bigger place. Let's see if they can give us that. Zhao Hai nodded and said, okay, I understand. In that case, I'll go right now. Nayan waved his hand and said, wait, don't be anxious. Rest for a couple days first. I'll contact the people from the other sects and see if I can confirm a few sects and have them set up shops there. That way, when you go and negotiate with them, you'll have more confidence. Furthermore, if you were to go right now, they would definitely think that you're very impatient. If that were to happen, we would be at a disadvantage. It wouldn't be too late for us to return after a while. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, then I'll go back to the Listening Wave Pavilion to rest. 5 days later, I'll go to the Sword Defense Sect. What does Senior Brother think? Alright, then it's settled. Go and rest. Come back to me 5 days later. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he gave Nayan a salute before he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai returned to the Listening Wave Pavilion, he thought about it and went to Najan's place to take a look. Najan had been busy cultivating recently. He had also picked up the Iron Buddha Lotus body. The most important thing was that he had the Power King Divine Art. With these two cultivation methods, his progress was very fast. After chatting with Najan, Zhao Hai returned to the Listening Wave Pavilion. After he returned to the Listening Wave Pavilion, Zhao Hai contacted Wen Hai and asked him how the preparations were going. Wen Hai said that they had already begun to level the Xianwood Mountain. Speaking of it, the Xianwood Mountain was truly very peculiar. There were not many trees on the mountain. What there were only some small trees. There was only a single large tree at the top of the mountain. This large tree was extremely large and cyan green in color. Its crown practically covered the entire Xianwood Mountain. As for the origin of the Xianwood Mountain, it was precisely because of this large tree. However, other than this large tree, there was nothing else in the Xianwood Mountain that could catch people's eyes. Right now, when Wen Hai and the others were planning the Xianwood Mountain, they were setting up spirit formations, teleportation arrays, dividing the area of the shops, dividing the streets and so on. All of these things had to be done properly. After hearing what Wen Hai said, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Their tide-watching gang had a lot of people. He believed that they would be able to finish planning the Xianwood Mountain in a couple days. At that time, even if people from other sects were to set up shops there, they would not have to worry about anything. In the following days, Zhao Hai had been resting in the Iron Buddha Temple the entire time. At the same time, he had also been paying attention to the tide-watching gang situation. The Xianwood Mountain's progress was very smooth. The planning was very good. Furthermore, the spirit formations were about to be completed. Thus, Zhao Hai did not have to worry about anything. 5 days later, Zhao Hai arrived at Na Yun's room. Once he arrived at Na Yun's courtyard, he saw Na Yun sitting in the courtyard waiting for him. Seeing that he had arrived, Na Yun immediately said to Zhao Hai, "You've come. Quickly, come and have a seat." Zhao Hai nodded and walked over to sit down. Na Yun also sat down. He turned around and said to Zhao Hai, "I've already managed to get in touch with other sections. Many large sects are willing to set up shops there. You can go and talk to the Jianyu sect. This is the name list. These sects all want to go there. As long as you're done talking to them, they'll be able to go there immediately." Zhao Hai nodded. He received the jade slip that Na Yun handed to him. The jade slip contained the names of all the sections. Although there weren't any top sects like the 10,000 Buddhas sect or the Heaven One sect, there were still many sects like the Iron Buddha Temple. Even the Fengjian sect was on the name list. This came as a surprise to Zhao Hai. However, he did not say anything about it. He put away the jade slip, turned around and said to Na Yun, "Senior brother, I'll be going then. The sooner I'm done talking to them, the sooner we can set off. Otherwise, others might get ahead of us." Na Yun nodded. Only then did Zhao Hai turn around and leave. When Zhao Hai returned to the Jianyu sect's preparations were almost done. The ground had been flattened, the transmission formation had been set up, and the spirit formation had also been set up. The only thing that wasn't done yet was the forbidden space formation. However, the forbidden space formation was almost done, it should be finished by today. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Wen Hai and the others' speed. Naturally, this was also thanks to Laura and the others. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to finish the formation in such a short time. After that, Zhao Hai discussed the planning of the Xianwood Mountain with Wen Hai and the others. There were also some management issues. Zhao Hai had already decided that the management of the Xianwood Mountain would be handled by the Jianyu sect. Actually, management was just ordinary management, maintaining order and nothing more. After the discussion, Zhao Hai returned to the Iron Buddha Temple and went to Na Yun's place. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Na Yun and said, "Senior brother, I've already talked to the people from the Sword Imperial sect. They said that although the Xianwood Mountain already has a plan for the size of each store, if you want a bigger store, then you just need to pay a fee. Naturally, we don't need to pay that fee. We can build a space that's no more than 5 times the size of a normal store and build our own store. I've seen one, 5 times the size of a normal store is already not small. It's about 10 zhang wide, it's already very big." Na Yun nodded and said, "All right, then this matter is settled. Jing Hai, I think I'll leave this matter to you. I'll have my people help you set up the shop as soon as possible. If you need anything, just say it. Remember, be quick." "Right, what do you think we should sell there?" Na Yun nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave this matter to Jing Hai. I heard that the Imperial Sword sect produces a lot of medicinal herbs. Although these herbs aren't very expensive, our temple still uses a lot of them. Most importantly, these herbs are very cheap. I've already told them that we'll be buying a lot of them from them in the future to strengthen our cooperation." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've already told them that we'll be buying a lot of herbs from them in the future to strengthen the cooperation between our two sides." Good job." When Na Yun heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "As long as we strengthen our cooperation with the Jianyu sect, not to mention medicinal herbs, we can even buy useless stones. You've done a good job this time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's nothing. The Jianyu sect also needs a lot of things, especially some metals. They don't need precious metals, just ordinary metals. They want to refine their own artifacts. I've already told them that we can use metals to exchange for their medicinal herbs. What do you think, senior brother?" "No problem, of course there's no problem. Our Iron Buddha Temple's metals are famous in the sword spirit realm. They'll be getting a lot of benefits this time." "Right, take their medicinal herbs to the alchemy hall and see if they're willing to cooperate." Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave Na Yun a salute. Then he turned around and left Na Yun's courtyard, heading towards the alchemy hall. Zhao Hai entered the alchemy hall of the Iron Buddha Temple. For a sect as big as the Iron Buddha Temple, it was impossible for them to not have their own alchemy hall. Their alchemy hall was divided into the inner hall and the outer hall. The inner hall refined high-grade pills while the outer hall refined very ordinary pills. Zhao Hai came to the outer hall this time because the herbs he brought from the Tidewatering gang were very ordinary. Only the alchemy hall's outer halls people would use them, the inner halls people wouldn't. The alchemy hall of the Iron Buddha Temple was located in a large courtyard of the temple. This courtyard was very big, and there were even people guarding the entrance. When Zhao Hai arrived at the entrance, two disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple immediately stopped Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, please show your identity card." In the alchemy hall of the Iron Buddha Temple, one needed to show their identity card to enter. As long as one was a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, then one couldn't enter. However, one could only enter the outer hall, not just anyone could enter the inner hall, even if one had an identity card. Zhao Hai entered the alchemy hall. Upon entering the alchemy hall, he immediately smelled the fragrance of herbs. This smell wasn't very good, but it wasn't bad either. At the same time, he could see a lot of disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple going in and out of the rooms. They looked very busy. Zhao Hai looked around, then he directly went to the room in the middle of the alchemy hall. This was because Zhao Hai could see the cabinets inside the room. It was obvious that this was where the herbs were stored. When Zhao Hai entered the room, he immediately attracted the attention of the monks inside. These monks were busy with their own matters, but when they saw Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. One must know that Zhao Hai's name was very famous in the Iron Buddha Temple. A lot of Iron Buddha Temple disciples knew about him. Now that they saw him arrive, they couldn't help but curiously look at him. They didn't know why such an influential figure of the sect would come here. At this time, a middle-aged monk came over. This monk looked to be around 40 years old. When he arrived in front of Zhao Hai, he clasped his hands together and said, "I've seen Martial Nephew Jing Hai. How come you have time to visit our alchemy hall today?" Zhao Hai quickly said, "I've seen Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle, I came here today to show you some herbs. These are all common herbs. I want you to take a look and see if our sect needs them." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out some herbs and handed them over to the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk took the herbs that Zhao Hai handed over. He looked at them and smelled them. Then he nodded and said, "These herbs should be planted. But they are planted very well. Their medicinal properties are very good, they can be used. Where did you get these herbs? Our sect has a huge demand for such medicinal herbs." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Recently, our sect wants to cooperate with a small sect in the buffer zone. They produce these herbs and want to use them to trade with us. Therefore, I brought these herbs over to Martial Uncle to see. If our sect can use them, then we can cooperate with them. If our sect can't use them, then we won't cooperate with them." The middle-aged monk nodded and said, "We can cooperate. If their herbs are of this quality, then there wouldn't be any problems. Martial Nephew can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "With Martial Uncle's words, I'm relieved. Then we can proceed with the cooperation. Of course, Martial Nephew can rest assured." The monk looked at Zhao Hai and said. Zhao Hai nodded, then he thanked the monk before turning around to leave. Zhao Hai really didn't know this monk, he didn't have any dealings with him before. There were hundreds of thousands of monks in the Iron Buddha Temple, it was impossible for him to know every single one of them. Therefore, it was normal for him to not know this monk. Zhao Hai went to Na Yun and told him about the matter. When Na Yun heard that the herbs could be used, he immediately agreed to the deal with Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai agreed. He stayed in the Listening Wave Pavilion for a night before returning to the Sword Imperial sect. Once Zhao Hai returned to the Sword Imperial sect, he immediately settled the matter of the cooperation between the two sections. To Zhao Hai, this matter was actually very simple. As long as there were no problems with the Iron Buddha Temple, everything else would be settled with a single word from him. After the cooperation between the two sects was settled, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the Iron Buddha Temple. Firstly, he wanted to inform Na Yun of the good news. Secondly, he wanted to transfer people from the Iron Buddha Temple to construct their shops. The reason for that was because the Tidewatching gang had already said that they would not care about the buildings in the free trade zone. If anyone wanted to build a shop there, they would have to find people to build it themselves. Thus, if the Iron Buddha Temple wanted to build a shop there, they would have to build it themselves. Zhao Hai was not worried about this. the Iron Buddha Temple already had odd job disciples in charge of this. He could just have them do it. After the cooperation between the two sects was settled, Xianxia directly transferred a group of odd job disciples to construct their own shops in the Xianwood Mountain. Other than the Iron Buddha Temple, the other sects that Na Yun had contacted also went to the Free Trade Zone to construct their own shops. The Sword Imperial sect only symbolically collected some land use fees and management fees before allowing them to construct their own shops. This news soon spread out. Not long after, the entire sword spirit world heard about this matter. This caused some of the smaller sects to be tempted. The people from those smaller sects knew very well that if everyone were to go there to do business, they would be able to interact with each other a lot more. The things that their sects lacked would be able to be sold directly there. There would be no need for them to run all over the place. To them, this was extremely convenient. In an instant, there were many sects that came to the Sword Imperial sect to discuss setting up shops in the Free Trade Zone. As for the people from the Sword Imperial sect, they all had the same requirements. First, they would have to pay a certain amount of land use fees. In the future, they would only have to pay some management fees every year. Secondly, they would have to construct their own shops and submit to the management of the Sword Imperial sect. As long as they could accomplish all of these, they would be able to establish their own shops in the Xianwood Mountain. After this news spread out, many sects directly agreed to it. Then, they directly constructed the locations where they wanted to construct their shops. Then, they had people from their sects come and construct their shops there. In an instant, the entire Xianwood Mountain became bustling with noise and excitement. People could be seen all over the Xianwood Mountain. This news also caused an uproar in the entire sword spirit world. In the end, it was not only the Southern Sea's 72 oceanic islands that wanted to construct shops in the Xianwood Mountain. Naturally, the Sword Imperial sect also agreed to it. They treated everyone equally. Xianxia and the others' actions also caused an uproar in the buffer zone. They truly did not expect that Xianxia would actually create a free trade zone. This was something that no one had expected. After Qing Lan heard this news, he stayed in his study for an entire afternoon. He did not see anyone. Originally, he had wanted to use the matter of the Iron Buddha Temple to suppress the Sword Imperial sect. However, he did not expect that Xianxia would instead use this matter to directly create a free trade zone. Although this free trade zone did not appear to be anything special, and the Sword Imperial sect did not collect management fees every year, Qing Lan knew very well that with this free trade zone, the entire Sword Imperial sect would be different. It could even be said that they would have an additional protective talisman. One must not underestimate a free trade zone. Not only would it bring a lot of benefits to the Sword Imperial sect, it would also make it much more convenient for the Sword Imperial sect to purchase goods. Furthermore, if there were people who wanted to take care of the Sword Imperial sect in the future, they would have no choice but to consider the free trade zone. That was because all the major sects had set up shops there. If someone were to truly attack the free trade zone, then they would have to wait for the retaliation of the major sections. It could be said that this matter was only beneficial to the Sword Imperial sect. As for the arrival of the 72 oceanic islands and the demon domain sects, it was also something that no one expected. The 72 oceanic islands had just finished a great battle with the buffer zone. Furthermore, they had suffered a great loss. Yet, they actually decided to set up shops there. Furthermore, the Sword Imperial sect actually agreed to it. This was truly unexpected. There was no need to even mention the demon domain. Although the demon domain sects had a certain amount of interaction with the righteous sects in the past few years, this interaction had never been deep. Both sides were extremely controlling. Yet now, the demon domain had actually set up shops in the free trade zone. This was equivalent to them extending their hands into the buffer zone. Their interaction with the righteous sects would also deepen. Although their interaction would be in the buffer zone, it was still a good start. Due to the fact that so many sects had arrived, the Xianwood Mountain was unable to hold them. Even the foot of the Xianwood Mountain had been set up. Soon after, Xianxia proposed that the representatives of the various sects in the Xianwood Mountain form a chamber of commerce. This chamber of commerce would be led by the Sword Imperial sect. However, the Sword Imperial sect would only be in charge of managing the free trade zone. If there were any other disputes in the free trade zone, the Chamber of Commerce could step forward to mediate and resolve them. This was equivalent to giving the Chamber of Commerce a great deal of authority. As for the Sword Imperial sect, they would only be in charge of managing the free trade zone. They would not be in charge of managing the shops. Instead, they would be in charge of maintaining the order of the free trade zone. They would be in charge of managing the free trade zone to a certain extent. As for the Chamber of Commerce, they would only be in charge of managing the free trade zone. With the Sword Imperial sect's delegation of authority, the originally unstable free trade zone immediately stabilized. That was because the Sword Imperial sect was, after all, the smallest sect in the free trade zone. If they were to continue to cling on to their authority, they would definitely bring about the dissatisfaction of the other large sections. At that time, it would truly be hard to say what would happen to the free trade zone. However, now that the Sword Imperial sect had delegated their authority, they had given a portion of their authority to the large sections. Those large sects did not care about paying a bit of management fee. Furthermore, now that they possessed authority, they would naturally not have any objections. The entire free trade zone was immediately on the right track. In fact, it had even become even more stable. The establishment of the free trade zone had also attracted countless cultivators. There was also a free trade market in the free trade zone. It was there for the loose cultivators to set up their stalls. That was where the Sword Imperial sect's main source of income came from. The area of the free market was very large, and the people who set up stalls there were all rogue cultivators. If they wanted to set up a stall in the free market, they would only need to pay 1 piece of first-class crystal per person per day. This price was very cheap, but there were a lot of people setting up stalls. Moreover, they would only be able to collect 1 piece of first-class crystal every day. Every little bit makes a mickle. In a month, or even a year, their income would be very impressive. It took 3 months for the entire free trade zone to get on track. During these 3 months, Zhao Hai had been staying in the Jianyu sect. However, he was here as a representative of the Iron Buddha Temple. Naturally, he was able to see the changes in the free trade zone. He made this Chamber of Commerce because he found that the free trade zone was a bit unstable. Therefore, he made this Chamber of Commerce and gave the great sects a share of the power. This way, the free trade zone would become stable. Moreover, doing this was equivalent to making the great sects behave themselves. This was because the great sects began to restrain each other. Nobody could do anything. If one of the great sects were to dominate the free trade zone, then it would be very troublesome. After 3 months, the free trade zone was stable. However, some people were unhappy, especially Taoist Master Qinglan. He didn't think that the method he came up with to suppress the Jianyu sect would turn out to be a good thing. Naturally, this was a good thing for the Jianyu sect. Although it was good for the great sects, it wasn't as good as the Jianyu sect's benefits. However, Qinglan had no other choice. This was because the benefits involved in the free trade zone were too great. Although the free trade zone was established for 3 months, the sects had already completed several large transactions. This made the sects see the benefits of the free trade zone. Naturally, they wouldn't give up on the free trade zone. It can be said that if anyone dares to casually reach out to the free trade zone, then the great sects would unite and tear that person to pieces. Now that the free trade zone was stable, the Tidewatching sect would also be stable. In addition to sending some disciples to manage the free trade zone, the other disciples would rarely come in contact with the free trade zone. It can be said that the Jianyu sect was open on the surface, but in fact, they had hidden themselves even deeper. Now, the number of transactions in the free trade zone every day was huge. This number was very shocking, and it benefited the entire buffer zone. They didn't have to worry about how to trade goods. In fact, the goods that they wanted to trade were nothing in the free trade zone. Qinglan was the most annoyed about this. This was what annoyed Qinglan the most. In the past, he controlled the foreign trade of the entire buffer zone because he had the qualification to trade with the puppet sect. Therefore, all the sects in the Sea Exploring Alliance had to listen to him more or less. But now that the free trade zone was established, the bargaining chip in his hand was useless. All the sects could trade in the free trade zone. Moreover, all the sects that traded there would thank the Jianyuzong instead of him. This made him feel that his position as the alliance master was somewhat unstable. Because of this, Qing Lan had a lot of opinions about the Jianyu sect. Zhao Hai was also aware of this. In fact, he had been monitoring Qing Lan for a long time. Since the last time Qing Lan was about to suppress the Jianyu sect, Zhao Hai began to monitor him. He wanted to know what Qing Lan would do. Soon, Zhao Hai knew what Qing Lan wanted to do. Zhao Hai noticed that Qing Lan had been in contact with some people recently. Zhao Hai didn't know the identity of these people at first. But after listening to Qing Lan, Zhao Hai knew that these people were from the Jianyu sect. That's right, the people who were in contact with Qing Lan were really from the Jianyu sect. However, they were from the Jianyu sect in the past. They weren't from the Tidewatching faction. These people who were in contact with Qing Lan only had one purpose. They wanted Qing Lan to help them take back the Jianyu sect. These people who were in contact with Qing Lan were actually people who had defected from the Jianyu sect in the past. They had defected from the Jianyu sect when Lu Jianling was still in power. This was because these people had competed with Lu Jianling for the position of the sect lord. Of course, they failed in the end. Lu Jianling wasn't a broad-minded person. When he became the sect lord, he naturally wanted to deal with these people. These people also discovered that the situation was not right. They immediately defected from the Jianyu sect. After escaping from the Jianyu sect, they concealed their identities and hid. The Jianyu sect's strength was too small. Naturally, it was impossible for them to find them and they escaped this disaster. Now these guys appeared again. Moreover, it was the Qinglan sect who took the initiative to find them. The Qinglan sect wanted to use these people to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. This was because Zhao Hai and the others had snatched the Jianyu sect's territory from Lu Jianling's hands. If they really counted, they might not be from the Jianyu sect. However, in the spiritual sword world, one could snatch someone else's territory. Naturally, no one would care about Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai had always been using the Jianyu sect's cultivation method. This gave others an illusion that Zhao Hai was a member of the Jianyu sect and not an outsider. It was precisely because of this idea that Qing Lan saw a little hope. He wanted to gather those people who had escaped from the Jianyu sect. Then, in the name of these people, he would directly make trouble for Zhao Hai. He would say that Zhao Hai had obtained the sect lord's position unreasonably and ask Zhao Hai to give up the sect lord's position. Although this might not be useful because everyone knew that Zhao Hai would not give up the position, they could get the righteous name in their hands. Then, Qing Lan would use his identity as the Alliance Lord to pressure the Jianyu sect. He could even gather the other sects to pressure the Jianyu sect together. If necessary, he could even use force. This was Qing Lan's real goal. Zhao Hai really didn't expect Qing Lan to be so vicious. One must know that the free trade zone had only been established for 3 months. Although the Jianyu sect had been the manager of the free trade zone, because of the short time, the other sects didn't recognize the Jianyu sect as the manager. Once something happened to the Jianyu sect, the Chamber of Commerce in the free trade zone might directly find an excuse to kick the Jianyu sect out of the free trade zone. Then, the Jianyu sect would suffer a great loss. If Zhao Hai were to use force, then the other great sects would have an excuse to attack the Sword Imperial sect. They could even destroy the Sword Imperial sect and then occupy their territory. This would be equivalent to having a base in the buffer zone. They could then directly attack the 72 Isles. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. But it was clear that Qing Lan didn't think of this. Qing Lan had already lost his mind. He wanted to deal with Zhao Hai wholeheartedly. He didn't think about the consequences of his actions. After Zhao Hai guessed Qing Lan's actions, he immediately took action. He didn't attack the people from the Jianyu sect. Instead, he directly attacked Qing Lan. He directly used the space to poison Qing Lan's food. Not only did he poison Qing Lan to death, he also poisoned Su Ningzi and the others. Su Ningzi and the others were orphans that Qing Lan picked up. They were as close as father and son with Qing Lan. Naturally, they were very loyal to Qing Lan. If Qing Lan died and Su Ningzi and the others didn't, then they would still attack the Jianyu sect. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly killed all of them. In the Green Mist sect, only Green Mist, Su Ningzi, and the others knew about the true identity of the people who escaped from the Sword Defense sect. Green Mist was very careful about this matter. He wanted to let as many people know about this matter as possible. If too many people knew about this matter, then it might reach Zhao Hai's ears. Then Zhao Hai would be on guard, and they wouldn't have the opportunity to deal with Zhao Hai. Because of this, when Green Mist met with the people from the Sword Defense sect, only Su Ningzi and the others knew about it. This made Zhao Hai's actions more convenient. If he killed Green Mist and the others, then nobody would care about the people from the Sword Defense sect. In fact, this matter was much more serious than Zhao Hai imagined. When Qing Lan and the others died, the entire Qing Lan sect was in chaos. Some of the core disciples of the Qing Lan sect had no idea what to do. In the end, they came up with a solution, which was to ask for help from the other lords of the Sea Exploring Alliance. After all, this matter was too big. It could be said that the higher-ups of the Qing Lan sect were all wiped out in one fell swoop. The Qing Lan sect could be said to be a group of dragons without a leader. Compared to the people of the other sects, the people of Qing Lan sect were more willing to believe in Zhao Hai. Although Qing Lan was very dissatisfied with Zhao Hai and the others recently and was even thinking of ways to deal with Zhao Hai, Qing Lan did not show it. After all, Zhao Hai had helped him before. If outsiders knew that he was plotting to deal with Zhao Hai, his reputation would be ruined. Therefore, the people of Qing Lan sect did not know what Qing Lan was thinking. In their hearts, the people of Jianyu sect had always been trustworthy because the people of Jianyu sect had helped them a lot. In addition, if it was not for Zhao Hai, the Sea Exploring Alliance would not have succeeded alone. Therefore, when the people of Qing Lan sect found out that Qing Lan and the others were in trouble, the first thing they thought of was Zhao Hai. They immediately sent a letter to Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai directly led Ding Chunming, Tainyo, and Taishi to Qing Lan sect. As soon as they appeared in the transmission array, a disciple of Qing Lan sect immediately came to greet them. Zhao Hai also recognized that this disciple was a core disciple of Qing Lan sect. His Daoist name was Su Yanzi. Su Yanzi stepped forward and bowed to Zhao Hai. He said with a dignified face, "Sect Master Jian, you are here. This time, we really have no choice but to send you a message. Something big has happened in Qing Lan sect." The reason why Su Yanzi said this was because in the letter to Zhao Hai, they did not mention what had happened in Qing Lan sect. They only said that something big had happened in Qing Lan sect and asked Zhao Hai to come over. Zhao Hai certainly knew what was going on, but he still pretended not to know and came over. What the hell is going on? Where is Daoist Qing Lan? Zhao Hai looked at Su Yanzi and asked in a deep voice. Su Yanzi said with a sad face, "Master is dead. Su Ningzi and the other 4 senior brothers are all dead. They were poisoned to death." What? How is this possible? Who would poison them? Where are their bodies? Where are their bodies? Take me to see them. Zhao Hai looked at Su Yanzi with a surprised face. Su Yanzi nodded and led Zhao Hai to the Green Mist sect. At this time, Zhao Hai also saw that the Green Mist sect was now completely on guard. Except for the transmission array that he used, the other transmission arrays were all sealed. There were also many disciples in the sect who were on guard. However, they all had a sad face. After all, the Green Mist sect was established by Daoist Qing Lan. They were all disciples of Qing Lan. It was reasonable for them to have such an expression. The group soon arrived at the main hall of the Green Mist sect. Now, the bodies of Daoist Qing Lan and the others had been placed in coffins by Su Yanzi and the others. The coffins were placed in the main hall of the Green Mist sect. Zhao Hai glanced at the bodies of Qing Lan and the others. There was nothing special about their bodies. Aside from the fact that their faces were pale and lifeless, there was nothing special about them. They didn't look like they were poisoned at all. Zhao Hai certainly knew what kind of poison was in Qing Lan's body. It was a kind of poison that he refined. This was the first time he used it. To be honest, Zhao Hai really didn't want to deal with Daoist Qing Lan. However, there was no other way. If Daoist Qing Lan wanted to deal with him, then he had to deal with Daoist Qing Lan. Zhao Hai looked at Daoist Qing Lan's body and frowned. It's a bit strange. He doesn't look like he was poisoned at all. How can you be sure that he was poisoned to death? Su Yanzi said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Jian, just look at Master's fingernails and you'll know. Just look at their fingernails and toenails and you'll understand what's going on." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Taoist priest Qing Lan's fingernails and toenails. Actually, he already knew what was on those fingernails. But when he saw them, he couldn't help but be surprised. On Qing Lan's fingernails and toenails, there were small black skulls. These skulls were pure black, and they were only in the middle of the fingernails. They didn't look very scary. If this was on Earth, people would think that they were manicured. But in the sword spirit world, this was a strange poison that no one had ever seen before. Zhao Hai frowned. What kind of poison is this? Never heard of it? Are the others the same? Xianxia nodded and said, yes, the bodies of the other senior brothers are the same. We've never heard of this poison. We don't know what kind of poison it is. The most important thing is that we still don't know how Master and the others were poisoned and who poisoned them. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, after discovering that the Taoists were poisoned, did anyone leave the Qinglan sect? Did you check where they were staying or what they had eaten? Did they drink water? Xianxia said in a deep voice, we've already checked everything, but we didn't find anything. We've also checked what senior brother and the others ate and drank. We even tested it on some wild beasts, but we didn't find any signs of poisoning. This is also the strangest part. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, then what do you plan to do now? The Qinglan sect is like a group of dragons without a leader. The most important thing is that your Taoist Qinglan is the leader of the Exploration Sea Alliance. If people know that something like this happened to the Qinglan sect, it's definitely not a good thing. At the very least, you won't be able to keep your position as the leader of the Exploration Sea Alliance. As for the culprit, did the Taoist Qinglan come into contact with anyone recently? Xianxia said, yes, Master has secretly met with some people recently. We don't know who these people are. Generally, senior brother Suningzi would personally receive them. Every time, these people would have a secret talk with Master. After that, they would immediately leave. Aside from Master and the other senior brothers, they wouldn't come in contact with anyone else. Therefore, we don't know who these people are. Therefore, I suspect that Master's death might be related to them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's possible. But if you want to track down those people, I'm afraid it won't be easy. I think you should first choose a sect master to preside over the overall situation of the Green Mist sect. Otherwise, the Green Mist sect would be finished. As for the matter of finding the culprit, I think it's better to wait until after the sect is stabilized before looking for the culprit. Otherwise, you would be in a mess right now, there would be no way to find the culprit. Moreover, you need to choose a sect master as soon as possible. If too many sects know about this matter, then you would have trouble. Zhao Hai certainly knew where the people who came in contact with Qinglan had gone. Those who escaped from the Jianyu sect were now dead. They had disappeared forever. Zhao Hai had already used the corpse-dissolving powder to turn them into clear water. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to make all of these people stay. If he did, then it would be even more troublesome. If these people suddenly shouted that they were going to deal with the Sword Imperial sect, then Zhao Hai would be suspicious. Although Zhao Hai could say that these people were just talking nonsense, if they really wanted to use these people, then it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of keeping them. He directly killed them so that no one could find them. This was the safest way. Xianxia smiled bitterly and then said in a deep voice, Sect Master Jian, this time we invited you here because we have something to tell you. To tell you the truth, although our sect still has some experts, there aren't many of them left. In addition, our master has passed away. None of us can handle this situation. So we mean to ask you to make more decisions for the Green Mist sect in the future. When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but frown and said, what do you mean? If you really do this, then wouldn't others say that the death of Taoist Master Qinglan has something to do with me? Because I'm the one who benefits the most from this matter. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Sect Lord Jian, it's not that we want to rely on you, but there's no other way. With Master's death, our sect can be said to be a group of dragons without a leader. The sect's property is here. To be honest, with your strength, do you think we can defend it? There's no one who can call the shots. We can't stop those guys. Sooner or later, the green mist sect will be swallowed by them, so we have no other choice. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, "Are you serious? Have you discussed this matter with the others?" Xianxia said, "I'm serious. I've also discussed it with the others. We've all agreed that this is the most appropriate thing to do." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let me think about this matter. What I'm thinking about right now is whether or not you all wish to know exactly what sort of poison Taoist Master Qinglan and the others were afflicted with. If you all wish to know, I can appear and ask the representatives of the various sects in the Xianwood Mountain to come and take a look." Su Yanzi thought for a moment and then said, "Let us discuss this. Right now, we are also unable to make a decision. However, I still wish to know what sort of poison Master Qinglan and the others were afflicted with. However, if we do that, we might let others know that Master Qinglan and the others have died. If this news were to spread, I fear that some sort of chaos would occur." Zhao Hai said with a deep voice, "What sort of chaos could possibly occur? As long as you all are united, nothing will happen. Furthermore, the news of Taoist Master Qinglan and the others' deaths cannot be hidden forever. Most importantly, who were the people that came in contact with Taoist Master Qinglan and the others? This is something that we must know. Furthermore, it would be best to know what sort of poison Taoist Master Qinglan and the others were afflicted with. Otherwise, if this matter were to happen to other sects, it would be even more troublesome." Hearing what Zhao Hai said, Su Yanzi thought for a moment and then nodded. He said, "Very well. In that case, I'll have to trouble Sect Master Jian Yuzong. If there are truly other sects that wish to cause trouble for us, then Sect Master Jian Yuzong, please speak a few words for us. As for how our Xianwood Mist sect should proceed in the future, we are truly unable to say for sure. This matter has happened too suddenly. Right now, we are all in a mess and do not know what to do." Zhao Hai sighed. With a deep voice, he said, "Helping you all is not a problem. However, you all must be careful yourselves. If something truly happens, there is no problem for you all to come and find me. Furthermore, pass on Taoist Master Qinglan's teachings. We cannot allow Taoist Master Qinglan's several tens of years of painstaking effort to be wasted. I will be going to the Xianwood Mountain right now. If anything happens here, you all can directly contact Sect Master Jian Yuzong. When I arrive, I will be there." Su Yanzi thanked Zhao Hai. In a deep voice, Zhao Hai said, "Properly protect Taoist Master Qinglan and the others' remains. For the next couple days, seal the sect's teleportation formation. Furthermore, gather all of the people in charge of your sect and discuss your future together. To you all, this is the most important thing. I will be going to the Xianwood Mountain right now. Remember, make sure that the Xianwood Mist sect does not fall into chaos. As long as the Xianwood Mist sect does not fall into chaos, regardless of what you all do in the future, the initiative will still be with you all." Su Yanzi nodded. With a deep voice, he said, "Yes. Sect Master Jian, please rest assured. We will definitely be careful. In fact, the people in the sect have all received the news. It should be about time for them to return." Zhao Hai nodded. He did not say anything else. He led Ding Chunming and the others onto the teleportation formation and directly left the Xianwood Mist sect. Of course, Zhao Hai wanted to swallow the Xianwood Mist sect whole. However, he could not be too unsightly. He still had to do what he needed to do. If the Xianwood Mist sect did not rely on him in the end, then he would think of other methods. If the Xianwood Mist sect were to rely on someone else, then he would think of a way to take care of them. However, if they wanted to develop on their own, to be honest, Zhao Hai was not optimistic about them. In the Xianwood Mist sect, the strongest person was of course Taoist Qinglan. The others were Su Ningxi and the other four. It could be said that these 6 people were the pillars of the Xianwood Mist sect. However, these 6 people were all dead now. Although there were still some core disciples in the Xianwood Mist sect, there was no way these core disciples could be compared with Su Ningxi and the others in terms of strength and status. It was almost impossible for them to develop on their own without relying on Zhao Hai or relying on outsiders. Other people would not give them this opportunity. This was also the tragedy of ordinary small sects, especially a small sect like the Xianwood Mist sect that was established by a powerful cultivator. If he encountered an accident and did not cultivate a successor, then their sect would be in danger. It could be said that their destruction would be imminent. Originally, Zhao Hai did not plan to use this sort of method to take care of the Xianwu Mist sect. However, since the Xianwu Mist sect wanted to take care of him, he had no choice but to take action. Now, it all depended on what the Xianwu Mist sect would choose to do next. If the Xianwu Mist sect were to truly rely on him, then he would allow the people of the Xianwu Mist sect to retain their inheritance in the Tidewatching gang. However, he would definitely take complete control of the Xianwu Mist sect at the very first moment. He would not give them too much autonomy. That was because Zhao Hai knew very well that his current strength was still too weak. There were many powerful sects in the sword spirit world. If those sects were to one day incite the Xianwu Mist sect, then it would be very possible for a rebellion to occur. This was something that Zhao Hai absolutely could not accept. However, right now, Zhao Hai still decided to go to the Xianwu Mountain and ask the representatives of the various sects there to take a look. Of course, he did not believe that those people would know what sort of poison he had used. That was because this sort of poison was not as simple as a poison from a magic technique. It also contained some curse techniques. Those people would definitely not be able to discover what sort of poison he had used. Even the Poison Dragon sect would not be able to know. On top of that, the greatest suspects in this matter were those people that had escaped from the Jianyu sect. Furthermore, they had all been killed by Zhao Hai. It could be said that this matter would definitely become an unsolved case. As for whether or not anyone would suspect him, Zhao Hai believed that they would not. That was because no one knew that the Qinglan sect was planning to take care of Zhao Hai. To others, the Jianyu sect and the Qinglan sect were two sects with a very good relationship. Thus, no one would suspect him. Even if someone were to suspect the Profound Heaven sect, the Southern Sea's 72 Islands or even the Poison Dragon sect, they would definitely not suspect him. Thus, Zhao Hai was not worried about this matter. Soon, Zhao Hai arrived at the Xianwu Mountain. The current Xianwu Mountain was extremely lively. There were rows upon rows of shops. There were people all over the streets. There was also the free market. It was even more lively. Every day, there would be a sea of people in that place. It was extremely lively. Zhao Hai soon arrived at the Jianyu sect's branch in the Xianwu Mountain. There were 1,000 people in this branch. These 1,000 people were all inner court disciples. There were also 100 core disciples. These core disciples were all capable of flying. Their main purpose was to maintain order in the Xianwu Mountain. Furthermore, these core disciples would not stay in the Xianwu Mountain all the time. The rule that Zhao Hai had set was that the core disciples would be rotated once a year. That way, the disciples would be able to train themselves without missing their rest and training. Of course, Zhao Hai paid great attention to this place. As long as there were any signs of trouble in this place, he would immediately rush over. Even if he was unable to rush over, Ding Chunming and the others would immediately rush over and activate the spirit formation at the same time. They absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen in this place. After arriving at the branch, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Che Xiaoguang and said, "Xiaoguang, go and invite the representatives of the various sects here. I have something to discuss with them." Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, "Xiaoguang, go and invite the representatives of the various sects here." Although Che Xiaoguang did not know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, he still complied and went to invite the representatives. Truth be told, the Jianyu sect still possessed some face in this place. The people from the various sects all gave the Jianyu sect face. That was because, no matter what, they were currently in the Jianyu sect's territory. As such, they still had to give the Jianyu sect face. Not long after, the people from the Xianwu Mountains Chamber of Commerce all arrived at the Jianyu sect's branch hall. These people could also be said to be the representatives of the various sections. The Righteous Path's 10,000 Buddha's Temple, Heavenly Tao Sect, Solitary Tranquility Tao Sect, Iron Buddha Temple and so on. The representatives from the Southern Sea's 72 Islands and even the representatives from the Demon Domain had all arrived. Among them, there were even people from the Poison Dragon sect. The gathering of the righteous and demonic sects was a rare sight. However, regardless of whether they were from the righteous or demonic sects, they all knew very well that if they wanted to do business properly in the Xianwu Mountain, they must join this chamber of commerce and obtain a portion of the authority. Only then would they be able to do business properly. These people were all sitting in the main hall of the Jianyu sect's branch hall. Some of them were greeting people that they were familiar with. Everyone was inquiring as to why the Jianyu sect had called them here. Although these people were all representatives of the various sects, they were still extremely respectful toward the management of their respective sections. This was also the rule that had always been in place. It was just like the shops that the large sects opened in other sections. If they opened their shops there, they would have to accept the management of that sect. If they did not accept the management of that sect, then that sect would not allow them to open a shop in their territory. This was something that all sects had to respect. Otherwise, if a large sect were to open a shop in another sect's territory and refuse to accept the management of that sect, wouldn't that mean that they would be able to run amok in that sect's territory? Likely, no sect would agree to this. That was because no one would wish for a power that was not under their management to appear in their own territory. Wouldn't that be akin to a country within a country? No one would agree. In fact, in the beginning, the great sects didn't need to listen to the management of other sects. But later on, several sects had conflicts with the great sects because of this matter. In the end, several small sects were destroyed. This matter made the entire sword spirit realm feel that something was wrong. This was especially true for the small and medium sects. In their opinion, this was a method used by the great sects to expand. Because of this, the small and medium sects joined forces and closed all of the great sects' shops and drove everyone away. Naturally, the people from the great sects didn't want to suffer such a loss. They prepared to move against the small and medium sects, but the small and medium sects didn't give the great sects any face. In the end, the two sides fought. Although the great sects were strong, the small and medium sects were also very strong when they joined forces. In the end, the great sects had no choice but to admit defeat. They agreed that all of their shops in the territories of the other sects would be managed by the other sects. Since then, this matter naturally became a rule. Although the various sects were much bigger than the Jianyu sect, they still had to obey the management of the Jianyu sect. Moreover, the people that the sects sent to the Jianyu sect to do business were people who were very good at business. Although these people had the arrogance of a great sect, in the end, they were still businessmen. They paid attention to harmony and wealth. They weren't like the ordinary disciples who thought that they were superior to the disciples of the smaller sections. They didn't put the disciples of the smaller sects in their eyes. They were very clear that if you don't have a good relationship with the other party when doing business in the other party's territory, then the other party would have ways to deal with you. Therefore, they didn't have any arrogance and were very obedient to the management. Because of this, when Che Xiaoguang summoned these people, they immediately came. They didn't believe that the Sword Spirit sect would dare to do anything to them. Although they obeyed the management of the Sword Spirit sect, if the Sword Spirit sect dared to do anything to them, then the sects behind them wouldn't be polite. Obeying management didn't mean that they would swallow their anger and allow themselves to be bullied. In fact, nobody would dare to bully them. At this time, Zhao Hai entered the hall. The people in the hall looked at Zhao Hai with puzzled expressions. Many of them hadn't seen Zhao Hai before, so they didn't know about his identity. Therefore, they looked at Zhao Hai curiously, secretly guessing about Zhao Hai's identity. After Zhao Hai entered the hall, he looked at the people in the hall. It must be said that the Chamber of Commerce that he established had a lot of members. There were more than 60 people, all of whom were representatives of great sects. Any one of them was in existence that the Sword Spirit sect wouldn't dare to offend. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them at all. He cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, everyone. I'm the Sword Spirit sect's sect master, Jianzhou. Greetings to everyone." When the people in the room heard Zhao Hai's introduction, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai was the Sword Spirit sect's sect master. These people had discerning eyes. Naturally, they could see that Zhao Hai's strength was only at the spirit refining realm. With such strength, he could only be an inner disciple in an ordinary sect. He wasn't even qualified to be a core disciple, let alone becoming a sect master. Because of this reason, these people didn't think that Zhao Hai would be the Sword Spirit sect's sect master. However, they were also old foxes who had been in Jianghu for many years. When they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately stood up and said, "Greetings, Sword Spirit Sect Master." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everyone is too polite. This time, I called you here because I have something that I need your help with. This matter is of great importance, so I hope that you can lend a helping hand to me." Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at each other. They really didn't know how to reply to Zhao Hai. One must know that they were not only representing themselves, but also their sections. They couldn't just casually agree to help. If they agreed, it would mean that the two sects had formed an alliance. That was a big deal. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. He smiled at them and said, "Everyone, the matter is like this. Just now, I received news that the Qinglan sect master, Daoist Qinglan, and his 5 most favored disciples have all been poisoned to death. Now, the Qinglan sect is in chaos. Because I have always been on good terms with the Qinglan sect, I naturally want to go there and help. However, I'm not skilled enough and didn't find out what poison they were poisoned with. So, I have no choice but to come and ask for your help. I wonder if everyone is willing to go to the Qinglan sect to identify the poison?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone in the room was stunned. Then, their faces were filled with shock. One must know that Daoist Qinglan was the sect master and the leader of the Sea Exploring Alliance. However, he was poisoned to death silently. This was too strange. Most importantly, the other party even poisoned his 5 most favored disciples to death. This matter was even more complicated. When everyone came back to their senses, their gazes involuntarily turned to the representative of the Poison Dragon sect. The representative of the Poison Dragon sect was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked a little thin, but the feeling he gave off was very good. There was a gentle and elegant feeling on his body. When that person saw everyone's expression, he couldn't help but snort coldly and said in a deep voice, "It wasn't us. Is a mere Qinglan sect worthy of us using such means? Sect Master Jian, did you see any signs of poisoning on their corpses?" Zhao Hai replied, "Yes, their corpses don't have any special characteristics on the surface. But there are some small black skulls on their fingernails and toenails. Apart from these, there are no other special characteristics." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Their corpses don't have any special characteristics. Their fingernails and toenails have small black skulls." The representative of the Poison Dragon sect frowned and looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion. He said in a deep voice, "Skulls on fingernails? What kind of poison is this? I've never heard of it. I wonder if I can take a look at the bodies myself?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've invited everyone today to take a look at what kind of poison it is. If we can find out what kind of poison it is, it will be very beneficial for us to track down the culprit. If we can't find out what kind of poison it is, then I'm afraid that the entire buffer zone will be in danger." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, please move to the transmission formation. Let's go take a look together. What do you think?" Everyone nodded and agreed to Zhao Hai's proposal. They also wanted to know what kind of poison Zhao Hai was talking about. If they couldn't find out what kind of poison it was, then not only would the Qinglan sect be in danger, but the people of the other sects would also be in danger. Although they were people from various large sects, they truly did not have any good methods to deal with poison. This was especially true for a new kind of poison that could threaten Void Refinement Realm cultivators. It was even more dangerous. If it could even threaten Void Refinement Realm cultivators, then it would mean that it could threaten the majority of the cultivators in the Sword Spirit world. This was truly too dangerous. It was precisely because of this that they were extremely concerned about this matter. Zhao Hai led everyone to the transmission formation. Then, he directly activated the transmission formation and brought everyone to the Qinglan sect. When they arrived at the Qinglan sect, they discovered that the Qinglan sect's security was even tighter than before. Xianxia walked over and bowed to Zhao Hai. He said, "I pay my respects to Sect Master Jian and everyone else." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There's no need for you to be this courteous. These are the representatives from the various sects in the Cyanwood Mountain. I've invited them to take a look at the bodies of the Daoist and the others. I hope that they can find out what kind of poison they were poisoned with." "Lead the way," Xianxia answered. Then, he clasped his fist to the crowd and said, "I'll have to trouble you all. Everyone, please." After he finished saying those words, he led everyone toward the Qinglan sect's palace hall. The group quickly arrived at the main hall of the Green Mist sect. The coffins of Daoist Qinglan and the others were still there. However, there were more people in the hall. Zhao Hai recognized many of these people. They were the core disciples of the Green Mist sect. Although their status wasn't as high as Xianxia and the others, their status in the Green Mist sect was still very high. However, they were still very respectful towards Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai had helped the Green Mist sect a lot in the past. Therefore, they all saluted Zhao Hai and the others. After Zhao Hai returned the salute, he turned to the people of the various sects and said, "Everyone, please take a look. This matter is not only related to whether or not we can find the murderer, but also the safety of the Sea Exploring Alliance. I'll leave Saber 9 here to you." The representatives of the various sects returned the salute to Zhao Hai. Then they carefully looked at the bodies of Daoist Qinglan and the others. However, just as Zhao Hai said, besides the skulls on the fingernails and toenails, there was nothing else. Finally, everyone focused their attention on the representative of the Poison Dragon sect. The representative of the Poison Dragon sect frowned and turned to Xianxia and the others. "Can I move the body?" Xianxia and the others were stunned. Then they looked at each other and discussed for a while. Finally, they nodded and said, "Mister, please. But please don't destroy Master's body." The representative of the Poison Dragon sect nodded. Then he took out a pair of white gloves and moved Qing Lan's body. He found that Qing Lan's body was stiff, but his fingers could still move. Then he carefully looked at Qing Lan's fingers. Finally, he took out a silver needle and gently pierced it into Qing Lan's fingertip. A drop of black blood immediately flowed out. Then the blood immediately turned into black smoke. Then the black smoke turned into a skeleton. Jia 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 jia. The skeleton let out a strange laugh and flew towards the Poison Dragon sect cultivator. The Poison Dragon sect's cultivator was also stunned. Then a blue shield suddenly appeared around his body and blocked the black skeleton. When the black skeleton hit the blue shield, it immediately disappeared as if it had never appeared. However, the strange appearance of the black skeleton was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. "What poison is this? Isn't it too strange?" a representative asked. Zhao Hai turned his head and discovered that the person who spoke was the representative of the Tiani Dao sect, Ling Jing. Everyone nodded. The cultivator from the Poison Dragon sect frowned and said, "I have never seen this poison before. It is indeed very strange. It seems I will have to report this to my sect. I'm sorry, I really don't recognize this poison." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you don't recognize it? If you really don't recognize it, then this matter will be even more troublesome. Everyone, please let me send you back. There are too many things going on in the Green Mist sect right now. It's not convenient for us to disturb you." Everyone nodded. No one blamed Zhao Hai. It couldn't be helped. Just like Zhao Hai said, there were too many things going on in the Green Mist sect. The sect and its core disciples were all dead. The entire Green Mist sect could be said to be completely paralyzed. It was hard to say what would happen to the Green Mist sect in the future. Otherwise, the Green Mist sect might cease to exist in the future. Zhao Hai led everyone to the transmission formation. Just as he was about to leave, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, "Sect Master Jian, can you stay for a moment? We have something to discuss with Sect Master Jian." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, everyone. Then I won't accompany you." The representatives of the other sects looked at each other and didn't say anything. They just nodded and turned around to leave. However, no one knew what they were thinking. They really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would have such a high position in the hearts of the people in the Green Mist sect. The people of the Green Mist sect asked Zhao Hai to stay because they wanted him to give them an idea. This was enough to show how important Zhao Hai was in the hearts of the people in the Green Mist sect. After these people left, Zhao Hai turned to Xianxia and the others and said, "Everyone, do you have anything else to say?" Xianxia and the other core disciples of the Green Mist sect looked at each other. In the end, Xianxia said, Sect Master Jian, can we talk inside? Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Ding Chuanming's group and followed Xianxia and the others into the Green Mist sect. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of the Green Mist sect. The corpses of Qing Lan and the others were still in the main hall. Xianxia and the others looked at the corpses with a sad expression. Then Xianxia said, Sect Master Jian, we've discussed and decided to immediately bury Master and the other senior brothers. However, we really can't make up our minds about the future of the Green Mist sect. We hope that Sect Master Jian can help us come up with an idea. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, This is a matter of the Green Mist sect. It's not suitable for me to come up with this idea. You can discuss it among yourselves. I really can't come up with this idea. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Sect Master Jian, please help us. We really don't have any ideas. Please help us. Zhao Hai sighed and said, All right. Everyone, please tell me what you plan to do. If you need my help, I'll definitely help you. Xianxia nodded and said in a deep voice, We have already discussed it. With our current strength, it would be very difficult for the Green Mist sect to develop independently without relying on anyone. Therefore, we hope that Sect Master Jian will accept us. We are willing to merge with the sword-controlling sect and become a part of it. We hope that Sect Master Jian will accept us. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and the others and said, Have you ever thought about me? If I really accept you, what will others say about me? Now that Taoist Master Qing Lan's death is unclear and you guys have suddenly sided with me, after Taoist Master Qing Lan's death, I have gained the most benefits. It can even be said that I have directly swallowed the Green Mist sect. Then, will the people from the other sects think that Taoist Master Qing Lan's death is related to me? How can I establish a foothold in the buffer zone in the future? When Xianxia and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then Xianxia said, Sect Master Jian, we've also thought about this. However, we really don't have any other way. The Green Mist sect was very big in the past. Not only did we take the Green Pine Village as our territory, we also have large artifacts. In the past, we had Master, so this wasn't a problem. But now that Master is gone, we've become a fat piece of meat in other people's eyes. Everyone wants to take a bite out of it. We really don't have the ability to protect all of this. Sect Master Jian, please help us. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and the others and said, I know that you're in a very difficult situation right now. It's not impossible for me to help you. However, if you want to merge with our Jianyu sect, I'm afraid that this will be difficult. So, tell me, how do you want to merge with our Jianyu sect? Do you want to merge with our Jianyu sect and become an ordinary disciple of our Jianyu sect? All materials and personnel will be redistributed by the Jianyu sect. Or do you want to maintain a certain degree of independence? Although you've joined the Jianyu sect, you still want to maintain your own management system. Compared to being independent of the Jianyu sect, what do you want to do? Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, We're willing to completely merge with the Jianyu sect. All materials and personnel will be distributed by Sect Master Jian. We don't have any objections. We just hope that the inheritance of the Green Mist sect can be preserved. We hope that Sect Master Jian won't let the inheritance of the Green Mist sect be broken. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Our Jianyu sect has a very good relationship with your Green Mist sect. I can help you. However, as you said, the entire Green Mist sect will merge with the Jianyu sect. This is not impossible. However, will the people of the Green Mist sect be convinced? What if they don't listen to our Jianyu sect's command? When Xianxia heard that Zhao Hai's tone had softened, he quickly said, If you join the Jianyu sect, then you'll naturally be a member of the Jianyu sect. If someone doesn't listen to the command of the Jianyu sect, then we'll deal with it according to the rules of the Jianyu sect. Sect Master Jian can rest assured about this. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, All right, if you can do this, then I can allow you to merge with the Jianyu sect. The inheritance of the Green Mist sect will also become one of the inheritances of the Jianyu sect. In the future, if someone wants to learn the inheritance of the Green Mist sect, then I won't oppose it. After all, a sect can't only have one inheritance. However, if you join the Jianyu sect, then you'll become a member of the Jianyu sect. If you join the Jianyu sect and want to go back on your words, then you won't have the opportunity to do so. I'll consider you as a traitor. If you can do this, then I'll allow you to join the Jianyu sect. If you can't, then I won't allow you to join the Jianyu sect. You can even rely on other sects if you want to develop on your own. If you don't want to join the Jianyu sect, then Zhao Hai can help you. But if you join the Jianyu sect, then you'll become a member of the Jianyu sect. You can't be disloyal. Su Yanzi and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to accept them, but they must completely consider themselves as members of the Jianyu sect. Zhao Hai wouldn't allow people who were in the Jianyu sect to exist. If they didn't want to join the Jianyu sect, then Zhao Hai could help them. To be honest, when he heard this, Su Yanzi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was very clear that whether they joined the Sword Imperial sect or any other sect, they wouldn't allow a country within a country. If Su Ningzi and the others were still alive, then they might choose to develop themselves and negotiate with the Sword Imperial sect. But now, they had no way to negotiate with the Sword Imperial sect. This was because they were very clear that the Sword Imperial sect wouldn't allow them to do so. If it was them, then they wouldn't allow their subordinates to be completely independent of them. They might not even listen to their orders. This was a normal phenomenon, there was nothing great about it. They should have thought of this long ago, and they also understood Zhao Hai's approach. However, this also meant that they would officially rely on their status as disciples of the Green Mist sect. Although they would still study the cultivation methods of the Green Mist sect, they would still be part of the Sword Imperial sect. Taoist Master Qing Lan and his 5 disciples had been poisoned to death. This news seemed to have grown wings as it spread throughout the entire Sword Spirit world in less than a day. What made the people of the Sword Spirit world even more terrified was that no one could recognize what kind of poison it was. Even the people of the Poison Dragon sect did not know what kind of poison it was. This was really shocking. However, this was not the end. Not long after people learned that Taoist Master Qing Lan had been poisoned to death, another piece of news came. The remaining core disciples of the Green Mist sect made a statement together, saying that they were unable to support the Green Mist sect. From that day onward, the Green Mist sect would officially be merged with the Sword Spirit sect. All the disciples of the Green Mist sect would become disciples of the Sword Spirit sect. Everything in the Green Mist sect would become the Sword Spirit sects. When this news spread, it was definitely more attractive than the death of Taoist Master Qing Lan. One had to know that the Green Mist sect's current territory was very large. In addition, they had a large number of large artifacts. In addition, there were many disciples in the Green Mist sect. In addition, the Green Mist sect had accumulated a lot of good things over the years. Now, all these things were merged into the Sword Spirit sect, which was a great advantage for the Sword Spirit sect. Soon, a rumor spread that Taoist Master Qing Lan and the others were poisoned to death by Zhao Hai and the core disciples of the Green Mist sect in order to take over the Green Mist sect's territory. Soon, this rumor became more and more true. Even some disciples of the Green Mist sect believed it. The emotions of the Green Mist sect were a little unstable. At this moment, Zhao Hai led the army directly into the Green Mist sect. Then, he gathered all the disciples of the Green Mist sect, including the disciples of the Green Pine Village. The Green Mist sect had been recruiting for a period of time. They had a large number of disciples. Now, the entire Green Mist sect had more than 40,000 disciples. After everyone had arrived, Zhao Hai stood on the Green Mist plate. He looked at the disciples of the Green Mist sect and said in a deep voice, "Disciples of the Green Mist sect, some of you may know me, but some of you may not. Let me introduce myself. I'm Saber 9, the sect master of the Sword Control sect." At this point, Zhao Hai stopped and continued, "Taoist Qing Lan was poisoned to death. I was very sad about this matter." Later, Su Yanzi and the others discussed it for a long time. They didn't have the ability to independently lead the Qinglan sect, so they decided to merge the Qinglan sect into my Jianyu sect. I was against it at first, but later I agreed because I also wanted Taoist Qinglan's orthodoxy to be passed down. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, "There are a lot of rumors out there saying that Taoist Qinglan was poisoned to death by me and Su Yanzi in order to take over the Green Mist sect's territory. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. I want to ask you, if Su Yanzi and the others really collaborated with me to poison Taoist Qinglan, What benefits would they get? They are already core disciples in the Green Mist sect. At most, they would be core disciples in our Jianyu sect. Could it be that they could become the sect master of the Jianyu sect? In other words, they poisoned Daoist Qinglan to death and joined our Jianyu sect. However, their status didn't change at all, nor did they get any other benefits. What was he after? Why did he poison Daoist Qinglan to death? The people who spread those rumors saw that the Green Mist sect had merged with the Jianyu sect and that the Jianyu sect had become stronger, but they didn't get any benefits. Therefore, they were jealous. They felt that if the Green Mist sect didn't merge with the Jianyu sect, then they would get a share of the benefits of the Green Mist sect. However, once the Green Mist sect merged with the Jianyu sect, then they wouldn't get any benefits. Therefore, they were jealous and wanted to spread these rumors in order to make you guys make a fuss. Once you guys make a fuss, then the matter of the Green Mist sect merging with the Jianyu sect naturally wouldn't work. They could fish in troubled waters and get some benefits from the Green Mist sect. Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he swept his eyes over the Green Mist sect's disciples and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you. Now that the Green Mist sect has merged with my Imperial Sword sect, this matter has already been decided, nobody can change it. If you don't want to follow the Green Mist sect, then you can leave immediately. I won't stop you, but this is your only chance. After today, all of you will become disciples of the Imperial Sword sect. If there are any of you who are disloyal after becoming a disciple of the Imperial Sword sect, then I'm sorry, but the Imperial Sword sect's rules are ruthless." The disciples of the Green Mist sect couldn't help but become restless. They really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be so powerful. For a moment, they really didn't know what to do. It must be said that these people were also affected by the rumors. But when they heard what Zhao Hai said, they discovered that the rumors were simply unfounded. How could Xianxia and the others poison Daoist Master Qinglan? It was just like what Zhao Hai said. Why would they poison Daoist Master Qinglan? They were already core disciples of the Green Mist sect. If they joined the Jianyu sect, they would only be core disciples. Moreover, the Jianyu sect also had its own core disciples. In the future, the Jianyu sect would certainly be handed over to the core disciples of the Jianyu sect. It was impossible for Xianxia and the others to become the sect master of the Jianyu sect. Not only would their status not be promoted, it might even be reduced. Killing their own master didn't give them any benefits. Instead, their status would fall. Unless their heads were damaged, it was impossible for them to do such a thing. Therefore, the rumors were simply unfounded. Moreover, Zhao Hai just said that after they merged with the Jianyu sect's strength would become even more formidable. It could be said that it would become the strongest sect in the entire buffer zone. So would they still want to leave the Jianyu sect? Where would they go if they left the Jianyu sect? Would they join other sects? How could that be better than joining the Jianyu sect? Although they would no longer be disciples of the Green Mist sect after joining the Jianyu sect, they would become disciples of the more powerful Jianyu sect. If they joined other sects, it would be impossible for their status to rise. With their strength, it would be very difficult for them to join those big sections. If they joined a small sect, it would be better to stay in the Jianyu sect. At least, there were many former fellow disciples here. They could take care of each other. If they joined other sects, they would be an outsider. There was no benefit at all. If they didn't join other sects, what else could they do? Be a rogue cultivator? Not being a disciple of a sect and becoming a rogue cultivator? Was there a bug in their head? Didn't you see those rogue cultivators who wanted to become a sect disciple? They were going crazy. For a while, the disciples of the Green Mist sect almost understood their choice. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Why should we join the Jianyu sect? We also have a share of the Green Mist sect's things. We have the right to decide. If you want me to leave, give me a share of the Green Mist sect's things and I will leave immediately." As soon as this voice came out, everyone's eyes focused on it. That person didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Give me a share of the things and I will leave immediately." At this moment, a few people around him also joined in the clamor. However, the surrounding people looked at these guys as if they were idiots. They had never heard of a sect disciple who dared to ask for things from the sect after leaving. Were they crazy? Zhao Hai looked at the few disciples and said with a smile, who else has such an opinion? Say it. No one spoke. When the few disciples of the Green Mist sect saw that no one around them made a sound and no one responded to them, their faces changed and their voices slowly lowered. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a low voice, "Do you think your request is reasonable?" "What's not reasonable?" "We are all disciples of the Green Mist sect. We should have a share of everything in the Green Mist sect." "Ha ha ha. According to what you said, you have made a lot of contributions to the Green Mist sect, but the Green Mist sect didn't give you anything?" "Well, I can give you a share of the Green Mist sect's resources. However, you learned your skills from the Green Mist sect. Now, you should return your skills to the Green Mist sect." After saying that, Zhao Hai moved his hand and a few white lights shot directly at those people. Those people wanted to retaliate, but the speed of the white lights was so fast that they simply couldn't dodge them. The white lights directly hit their bodies. Then, they screamed. When the white lights dissipated, the people around them found that those people had withered on the ground. Their faces were pale without a trace of blood. Zhao Hai looked at those people and said in a low voice, "You have crippled your cultivation. This is equivalent to you returning what you learned from the Green Mist sect to the Green Mist sect. There is no way to calculate the resources of the Green Mist sect now. However, there are a few pieces of 8th grade crystals. Each of them is priceless. I won't treat you badly if you take them. Now, you can leave." While saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a few crystals fell in front of those people. These crystals were very pure and very large. In addition, Zhao Hai said that they were 8th grade crystals. The people around them couldn't help but show a greedy look in their eyes. Those people looked at the crystals in front of them and their faces turned ashen. It could be said that Zhao Hai's means had already ended their lives. In the sword spirit world, they had no cultivation and were carrying 8th grade crystals. This was like a 5-year-old child carrying a piece of gold in the downtown area. Wasn't that just waiting for others to rob them? Even if there were people protecting them, what could they do? They were cultivators. Once a cultivator didn't have a cultivation, they were nothing. Even if they were buried with 9th grade crystals, they would be finished in the future. In a few years, they would undoubtedly die because they were no longer cultivators, but ordinary people. No one would treat them as humans in the future. Those people really didn't expect Zhao Hai's means to be so ruthless. They all raised their heads and looked at Zhao Hai fiercely. Zhao Hai looked at them and said with a cold smile, "If I'm not wrong, the rumors in the Green Mist sect these days were spread by you first, right? You don't have to deny it. It's actually very simple to investigate this matter. The Green Mist sect has been closed these days and almost no one has contacted the outside world. How did you know about these rumors? The rumors you said are exactly the same as the rumors in the outside world. In other words, you have contacted people these days and know about these rumors. However, why did you contact outsiders? Who did you contact? If I'm not wrong, you should be spies placed by other sects in the Green Mist sect, right? The reason why you spread those rumors is that you don't want the people of the Green Mist sect to merge into my Jianyu sect. However, you saw that no one objected to merging into my Jianyu sect, so you wanted to say that you have a share in the Green Mist sect to arouse everyone's greed. If everyone really made a fuss, then the matter of the Green Mist sect merging into my Jianyu sect would naturally be over. Unfortunately, you didn't expect that no one would support you. Initially, you regretted it a little, but you also know that you can't stay in the Green Mist sect after making such a fuss. So, you might as well make a fortune before leaving. That's why you keep insisting that you have a share in the Green Mist sect. Humph, you have a share in the Green Mist sect? You really dare to say that? I'd like to see how you're going to die today. At this point, Zhao Hai glanced at the other people in the Green Mist sect and said in a deep voice, "The Green Mist sect has decided to merge into my Jianyu sect. Everything in the Green Mist sect naturally belongs to my Jianyu sect. If anyone wants to leave, I won't object. However, if anyone dares to instigate others and spread rumors, don't blame me for being ruthless. Men, catch these guys and interrogate them to see which sect they belong to." A few people beside Zhao Hai immediately responded. Then, they flew out and caught those people. Zhao Hai had never thought of giving the 8th grade crystal stones to those people. He took them out just to tease them. It was impossible for him to let those people leave. He had already crippled their cultivation. How could he let them leave? Zhao Hai also knew that his actions would make some people in the Green Mist sect think that he was establishing his authority. However, he really didn't think so. He really thought that those people were spies from other sections. Now, he did this to let the other spies in the Green Mist sect understand that if they dared to act recklessly and fell into his hands, they wouldn't have a good ending. He even wanted to use this method to scare away the spies from other sects, so that he wouldn't have to deal with them one by one in the future. It was too troublesome. Sure enough, after Zhao Hai did this, some of the disciples in the Green Mist sect showed fear on their faces. They knew that Zhao Hai was lying when he said that he could let them leave. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to do that. Moreover, they were really afraid of Zhao Hai now. They were really worried that if they offended Zhao Hai in the future, it would be troublesome. They were even more worried that if they joined the Jianyu sect, Zhao Hai would deal with them in the future. If Zhao Hai was a brutal sect master, then what would they do? Due to various reasons, no one from the Qinglan sect wanted to leave. Everyone agreed to join the Jianyu sect and become its disciple. Zhao Hai asked several times but no one responded. He then said, "If everyone is silent, it means that you have agreed to join the Jianyu sect. However, I will still say the same thing. I will give everyone one last day to consider. I will not give out the Jianyu sect's identity card today. Tomorrow, everyone will gather here to receive the Jianyu sect's identity card. As long as you receive the Jianyu sect's identity card, you will be a disciple of the Jianyu sect and will not have the chance to leave. If you leave today or tonight, I will pretend that I did not see you leaving the Qinglan sect on your own accord and not joining the Jianyu sect. Other than that, I will not punish you. I, Saber 9, am a man of my word. However, if you still refuse to leave after receiving the identity card tomorrow, you will be considered a traitor. I will not let you off, so today is your last chance." After speaking, Zhao Hai ignored the Qinglan sect's disciples and followed Xianxia and the others back to the main hall of the Qinglan sect. The corpses of Daoist Qinglan and the others had been taken away. However, they had not been buried yet. This was Zhao Hai's request. Therefore, their corpses were sent to the back and placed in a side hall. Zhao Hai and the others entered the side hall. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect master, if someone leaves tonight, will you really not pursue it?" Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, "Of course not. I am a man of my word. I will definitely not pursue it. However, if they leave tomorrow, I will definitely deal with them." Xianxia nodded. However, he frowned and said, "But these disciples are learning the Qinglan sect's cultivation methods. If they really leave and join other sects, then other sects will know about the Qinglan sect's cultivation methods. Won't the Qinglan sect's cultivation methods be leaked?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. If the Qinglan sect's cultivation methods were leaked, they would have been leaked long ago. They would not wait until now. Do you really think that the Qinglan sect is very clean? Do you really think that what I said when I captured those disciples was just an excuse? No, those disciples might really be sent by other sections. The Green Mist sect has been around for so many years. What should be known should have already been known by others. It's useless to keep it a secret. Hence, if there are really people who want to leave, let them leave. Don't use any means. In fact, I really want them to leave because those who want to leave may be spies from other sections. Leaving them behind would be a disaster." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect master, after we join the sword defense sect, how will you arrange for us?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "You will be assigned to the various halls of the sword defense sect. At the same time, the sword defense sect will also be mobilized on a large scale. We will control the current territory of the Qinglan sect. There is no need to do anything else. You will receive the same treatment as the disciples of the sword defense sect. As for how you develop in the future, it will depend on your own fortune." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he felt relieved. He was really afraid that after joining the sword defense sect, Zhao Hai would look at them differently. Then they would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and knew what he was thinking. Therefore, he said, "You don't need to worry about anything. I said that I would let you join the sword defense sect, so I will treat you as one of my own. If I didn't treat you as one of my own, then I wouldn't have let you join the sword defense sect. Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai looked at the hall and sighed. When I see this hall, I can't help but think of Taoist priest Qing Lan and drink with him. It seems like it was just yesterday. But now, we're separated by darkness. Do you know why I didn't let you bury Taoist priest Qing Lan's body? Xianxia shook his head. Looking at Xianxia, Zhao Hai sighed and said, because I want to wait until tomorrow and give everyone their identity cards. Then I'll give the Taoist priest a grand funeral. No matter what, the Taoist priest was still a sect master. He was the alliance leader of the Sea Exploring Alliance. Burying him silently would be disrespectful to him. When Xianxia and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but turn red. The other core disciples of the Green Mist sect also had the same expression. They had a deep relationship with Qing Lan. Qing Lan was the one who taught them cultivation methods. It was Qing Lan who allowed them to become high-level cultivators. Now that Qing Lan was dead, of course they would be sad. However, the future of the Green Mist sect was like a huge rock pressing on their chests, suppressing their sadness. But now, it was different. The future of the Green Mist sect had been determined. The huge rock in their hearts had also disappeared. This made their emotions burst out. They were all cultivators, so their state of mind was very stable. Being able to have red eyes like this was already considered an emotional outburst. Zhao sighed and didn't say anything. Instead, he said to Xianxia in a deep voice, Xianxia, you go and arrange for the people from the Jianyu sect to go to the Qingsong village through the transmission formation. Now, the disciples of the Qinglan sect have already arrived at the Qinglan sect. It's too dangerous there. When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he immediately adjusted his mood and nodded. Then he turned around and left. After a while, under his arrangement, the disciples of the sword-controlling sect took the transmission formation and left in batches. Although the disciples of the Green Mist sect didn't know where they went, they were still very happy that they left. This was because they always felt a lot of pressure when the disciples of the sword-controlling sect were present. The departure of the Jianyu sect's disciples also made the atmosphere in the Green Mist sect loosen up. Many people who had other thoughts began to come alive. When night fell, there were people who began to escape. These people were either one or two people, or they left in groups. They did not use the teleportation array and directly left the territory of the Green Mist sect under the cover of the night. The next morning, when the disciples of the Green Mist sect gathered, Zhao Hai and the others counted. There were more than 1,000 people who left in one night. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He wouldn't force them to stay. Now that there were more than 40,000 people in the Green Mist sect, these people were enough for him to use. After everyone was gathered, Zhao Hai stood on the Green Mist disk and looked at the people below. Then he said, everyone, I'll give you one last chance. If you want to leave, then you can leave immediately. This is your last chance because you'll be receiving the Sword Imperial Sect's identity token. If you regret it after receiving the token, then you won't have the chance to leave. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll give you one last chance. If you want to leave, then you can leave immediately. Nobody said anything. They didn't leave last night, so naturally, they wouldn't leave now. When Zhao Hai saw that nobody was leaving, he immediately waved his hand. Many disciples of the sword-controlling sect came over and gave each of them an identity token. This identity token was naturally the identity token of the sword-controlling sect. The disciples who found the identity token also told them how to confirm their identity token. It was nothing more than a drip and use mental strength to activate it. This way, the identity token would be confirmed. After everyone confirmed their identity tokens, Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, Congratulations. Now, you have officially become disciples of the sword-controlling sect. In the future, the Green Mist sect will change its name to the Green Mist branch. However, you won't be staying here. Only some people will stay here. The rest will be disrupted and assigned to the various branches of the sword-controlling sect. Next, we have another thing to do, which is to bury Taoist Qinglan and the others. We will bury Zhao Hai and the others with the rights of the sect master. When they heard Zhao Hai say this, the people of the Green Mist sect couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They looked at Zhao Hai with a lot more approval. A sect's burial was generally very grand and the whole sect had to participate. This time, the burial of Qinglan and the others was like this. Sun Yingzi and the others were easy to deal with. However, Daoist Qinglan wasn't. Daoist Qinglan was the sect master, so he had to be buried with the rites of the sect master. This was more troublesome. The whole process lasted for a few hours. Many disciples of the Green Mist sect couldn't help but cry when they saw Daoist Qinglan's body being buried. It could be said that the burial of Daoist Qinglan was equivalent to the official disappearance of the Green Mist sect. The disciples were naturally in a bad mood. However, they were cultivators after all. After the burial, their emotions naturally recovered. No one knew more about expansion than Wen Hai and the others who were born in the Bewildering Soul Empire. Zhao Hai immediately transferred some people from the Bewildering Soul Empire to the Green Mist sect. It didn't take long for the entire Green Mist sect to be divided into different branches. In merely 7 days, the matters of the Green Mist sect were completely settled. All of the Green Mist sect's disciples were divided into different branches. They were divided into 3 groups. One group went to the Sword Defense sect, one group stayed in the Green Mist sect and one group went to the Green Pine Village. As for the others, they had been paying attention to Zhao Hai and the others the entire time. This included the representatives from the various sects in the Cyanwood Mountain. They had also been paying attention to the merger between the Sword Defense sect and the Green Mist sect. One must know that the merger of 2 sects was not a simple matter. Even if one side was willing, the merger of 2 sects was still not a simple matter. Thus, everyone wanted to see how long it would take for the Sword Defense sect to successfully merge the 2 sections. From this, one could determine the ability of the Sword Defense sect. If they were to spend a lot of time in order to successfully merge the 2 sects, then the Sword Defense sect would not be anything extraordinary. In fact, there might even be people who would act to snatch 2 pieces of meat from the Sword Defense sect. However, they did not expect that the merger between the Sword Defense sect and the Green Mist sect would actually proceed this smoothly. There was not the slightest bit of disturbance. In merely a couple days, the 2 sects had completely merged. This sort of speed was truly unimaginable. They were extremely confused as to how the Sword Defense sect and the Green Mist sect managed to accomplish this. How did they manage to merge the 2 sects in such a short period of time? This was truly unscientific. After the merger of the Sword Defense sect and the Green Mist sect, they didn't immediately make any moves. They had been very quiet. In fact, outsiders didn't know that Zhao Hai was currently rebuilding the Green Mist sect and the Green Pine Village. This time, the main purpose of the reconstruction was to reconstruct their defensive systems. The mountain guard was transformed into an illusory killing formation. This way, the safety of the 2 places could be guaranteed. If this kind of reconstruction was done in other sects, it would definitely be a huge project. However, it wasn't a big deal for the Sword Defense sect. On the contrary, it was more like a teaching process. Zhao Hai brought the people of the Sword Defense sect who were interested in formations to reconstruct the 2 mountain guard continents. In fact, it was better to say that it was a reconstruction. While retaining the mountain guard continents of the 2 sects, they also added an illusory killing formation outside. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't leave the illusory killing formation outside the Green Mist sect. Instead, he directly cleaned it up and built the illusory killing formation. During this process, Zhao Hai kept teaching the people of the Sword Defense sect how to build large formations, how to calculate the position, and how to align the formation talismans. Although the people in the Sword Imperial sect's formation hall were interested in formations, making some simple formations wasn't a problem for them. However, the problem was that they didn't have the experience of building large-scale formations. Because of this, Zhao Hai had them participate in the construction of large-scale formations. Moreover, they weren't doing ordinary manual labor, they were doing technical work. For them, this was very important, it would allow them to improve their skills. The reconstruction of these 2 formations didn't take a long time. When the 2 sects merged, Zhao Hai had already begun to prepare for the reconstruction. Therefore, it was naturally much smoother now. In less than 5 days, the reconstruction of the formations outside the 2 sects had been completed. At this time, people from the other sects of the Sea Exploration Alliance finally arrived. The purpose of their visit was very simple. They wanted to talk to Zhao Hai about the candidate for the Alliance Master of the Sea Exploration Alliance. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised when he received this news. He had already expected that these sects would do this, so he readily agreed. Then, the other Alliance Masters of the Sea Exploration Alliance gathered in the Green Mist sect to discuss the candidate for the Alliance Master of the Sea Exploration Alliance. Zhao Hai stood in front of the main hall of the Green Mist sect to welcome everyone. After all the sect masters arrived, Zhao Hai entered the main hall and sat on the main seat. Then he looked at the sect masters of the Sea Exploration Alliance and smiled faintly. I know that everyone is feeling uncomfortable. The death of Taoist Master Qinglan was too sudden. The Green Mist sect's decision was also too sudden. To be honest, it's not just you, even I feel that it's very sudden. This is because I didn't want the Green Mist sect to merge with the Sword Defense sect. I told the people of the Green Mist sect that if they want to maintain the sect independently, I'll help them. However, they no longer have the prestige to be the Alliance Master of the Sea Exploration Alliance. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment and sighed, but the remaining people of the Green Mist sect believe that they don't have the ability to independently control the sect, so they merged with the Sword Defense sect. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You might not believe me even if I tell you. Instead, you might think that I'm pretending to be innocent. Today, everyone is gathered here to discuss the selection of the Alliance Master of the Sea Exploration Alliance. If you have any opinions, just say it directly. The other sect masters looked at each other and didn't know what to say. In fact, they didn't come here to discuss the selection of the Alliance Master. In fact, there was no need to discuss the selection of the Alliance Master. The most suitable person was Zhao Hai. No matter how dissatisfied they were with the merger of the Sword Defense sect and the Green Mist sect, the people of the Sea Exploration Alliance had to admit that Zhao Hai was definitely a capable person. His ability might even surpass Taoist Master Qinglan. The reason why Qinglan was chosen as the Alliance Master was because the Green Mist sect was the strongest. Secondly, it wasn't because Qinglan Taoist Master was the one who first shouted the slogan of independence. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to be the Alliance Master. In terms of ability, Qinglan Taoist Master was inferior to Zhao Hai. The other Alliance Masters were very clear about this. The reason why they came to the Green Mist sect this time was to ask Zhao Hai why the Green Mist sect merged with the Sword Defense sect. But now, Zhao Hai didn't wait for them to ask and directly explained the matter. This made them speechless for a while. Therefore, everyone was silent for a while. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We haven't gathered together for a while. I know that everyone has a lot of things to talk about. So I'll talk about what everyone is most concerned about, the free trade zone. I think everyone is very concerned about it." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Alright, I'll talk about it first. I'm sure everyone is very concerned about the free trade zone." Everyone nodded. Of course, they were very concerned about the free trade zone because it would bring them a lot of wealth. They had always regretted that they didn't think of such a good way to establish a free trade zone. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone must want to know how this free trade zone was established, right?" Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and lightly smiled. Then, with a deep voice, he said, "Speaking of it, it's very simple. The establishment of this free trade zone is actually all thanks to Taoist Qinglan. Back then, the people from the Iron Buddha Temple found Taoist Qinglan and wanted to set up a shop in the Xian Mist sect. However, due to the destruction of the Xian Mist city, the Xian Mist sect was unable to allow the Iron Buddha Temple to set up a shop here. Thus, Taoist Qinglan wrote a letter to me and had the people from the Iron Buddha Temple bring the letter to me so that they could set up a shop in our Sword Defense sect's territory." Speaking till this point, Zhao Hai looked to the crowd with a smile that was not a smile. With a deep voice, he said, "I thought that the reason why the people from the Iron Buddha Temple wanted to set up a shop in the buffer zone was because they wanted to extend their hands into our buffer zone. If we were to flatly refuse them, not only would we offend them, they would also have to think of other methods. If they were to do so in the open, it would be even more difficult for me to deal with them. Furthermore, right now, in the Sword Spirit world, the Iron Buddha Temple is most definitely not the only sect that wants to extend their hands into our buffer zone. The other large sects are also the same. If we were to allow those sects to secretly enter the buffer zone, it would be better to gather them together. This way, it would be easier for us to monitor and control them. Thus, I thought of establishing a free trade zone. I mentioned this matter to the people from the Iron Buddha Temple, and they actually really agreed to it. Furthermore, they even said that they wanted to invite the other sects to join the free trade zone. With such a good opportunity, how could I possibly let it slip by? Thus, I immediately had people go to the Xianxia mountain to level the land and set up a teleportation array. After that, the people from the Iron Buddha Temple set up their own shop in the Xianxia mountain. The other sects also set up their own shops there. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but sigh. They lamented that this matter was really a coincidence. At the same time, they also lamented that Zhao Hai's brain worked very fast. He was able to come up with such a plan in such a short time. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Now that I've finished talking about the two important matters, does anyone have anything to say to me?" Everyone thought about it and then shook their heads. Then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Then let's discuss the matter of the alliance leader. I won't be polite, I think I'm the most suitable candidate for the position. Does anyone have any other ideas?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's discuss the matter of the alliance leader." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. One must know that cultivators pay attention to modesty. No matter what you think, you still have to be modest. But now, Zhao Hai actually said that he was the most suitable candidate for the position of alliance leader. This made them feel very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I don't want to boast. In terms of ability, I, Saber 9, believe that I won't lose to anyone. In terms of strength, the Sword Control sect has gathered the strength of the Green Mist sect and the Sword Control sect. It can be said that it is the strongest sect in the buffer zone. I have no reason not to be the sect leader. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. With the Sword Control sect's current strength, if they didn't let Zhao Hai be the alliance leader, no one would have a good life. They would have to listen to Zhao Hai's whims. Therefore, they really couldn't object to letting Zhao Hai be the alliance leader. Finally, Highstone looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect leader Jian, there's no problem with letting you be the alliance leader. However, you have to be like Daoist Qinglan. You absolutely can't interfere with our sect's internal affairs. We will listen to your orders during wartime, but we are all equal in peacetime. You have no right to order us around." Of course. I was the one who proposed the alliance leader's authority in the beginning. Naturally, I won't violate it. Therefore, everyone doesn't have to worry about this problem. Everyone nodded. Then Highstone looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect leader Jian, I want to ask, how will the Sea Exploration Alliance develop?" At the same time, our Sea Exploration Alliance seems to be developing well, but the other great sects have already extended their hands to our buffer zone. Although they are interested in the South Sea, the buffer zone is a large rear base for them. Will they allow the buffer zone to be controlled by us? If they don't want the buffer zone to be controlled by us, then they might really deal with us. Now that they have a shop here, they can just find an excuse to deal with us. We simply have no way to resist them. This is a huge threat to our buffer zone. Therefore, I want to ask you what you plan to do about this matter." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I have some thoughts about this matter. I was just about to tell everyone about it. Since everyone has asked, then I'll share my thoughts with everyone." End of chapter 4684. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.